Bang! Screech! The sound of sudden brakes echoed. Su-han, who was crossing the street, was hit by a speeding car and flung dozens of meters away. He crashed heavily onto the ground, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. His eyes were blank, yet a faint smile curled on his lips. Finally free. 10 minutes ago, his girlfriend of 3 years had just broken up with him and thrown herself into another man's arms. Her waist was wrapped in another man's embrace as she sneered at him, her eyes filled with contempt and disdain. A bright green cuckold's hat sat squarely on his head. Wake up, idiot. I only stayed with you to use you. You really thought I loved you? You didn't know, did you? I used your money to support my boyfriend for 3 whole years. What an idiot. Oh, and by the way, Yu Ing Sanren isn't my real name. My name is Xiao Yoli. Bro, thanks for that copyright gift. Haha. The memory of the breakup replayed over and over in Su-han's mind. Beep beep, a piercing siren rang out as an ambulance screeched to a halt beside him. Students at the school gate stood frozen, watching in shock. Quick, load him up. 5 or 6 medical staff in white coats rushed past his vision. The smell of disinfectant hung thick in the air. Close the doors. Wait. Footsteps came running fast. His teacher. The voice sounded familiar. Su-han wanted so badly to open his eyes to see who it was. Get on quickly. Clang. The doors shut, and the ambulance sped off. Ventilator? Blood pressure dropping. Stop the bleeding now. Faintly, Su-han felt a pair of warm hands gently hold his clenched fist. Su-han, stay with me. Don't fall asleep. Okay? We're almost at the hospital. Her voice was unusually soft. You'll be fine. I'm right here with you. The hand holding his trembled slightly, her emotions on the verge of breaking. You idiot, such a big idiot. You never figured out after 3 years that I was the real Yu Ing Sanren? A tear slid down her cheek and landed on his skin. Her breath quickened, her voice cracked, and her quiet sobs pierced his ears. Su-han, you idiot, wake up. I won't let anything happen to you. Beep, 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 the heart monitor screamed. A straight line appeared on the screen. Heart stopped beating? A nurse stared at the flat line. She glanced regretfully at the young man, lying still. Let's record it. Mechanically, she pulled out a pen and paper. Name: Su-han. Gender: male. Age: 21. Cause of death: car accident. Time: 10:08 morgens, September 2012, 2019. The ambulance didn't stop at the emergency room, it drove straight to the morgue. No, please. Doctor, save him, please. He has so much talent, he doesn't deserve this. The woman sobbed uncontrollably, her whole body trembling. She clung desperately to Su-han, unable to accept the truth. There's something I haven't told him yet. The doctors and nurses shook their heads sadly. They'd done all they could. Is that her? The dying Su-han forced his eyes open slightly. He looked at the woman on top of him in confusion. Tang Shiying? She was Su-han's academic advisor, cold, stunning goddess in the eyes of many male students at Haicheng University. In Su-han's memories, they mostly interacted in class. Their few private encounters happened when his cousin returned home once Tang Shiying was apparently her junior and good friends with her. Contact his family to come sign the papers. A nurse handed the form to Tang Shiying. She hesitated, visibly shaken. Can I do it for him? No, we need a direct relative. Teachers don't qualify. The nurse denied her request firmly. Silence followed. Tang Shiying's lips quivered as she whispered, barely audible. I am his fiancée. CA can that work? Fiancée? Su-han's spirit froze. Since when did he have a fiancée? He hadn't heard about this? Was it arranged secretly by the family? What kind of ridiculous soap opera was this? Wait, she said she was the real Yu Ing Sanren, which he did remember mentioning. Moved by her grief, the nurse silently took a pen from her pocket and placed it in Tang Shiying's hand. Sign it. Her hands trembled as she wrote. Tears fell onto the paper, completely soaking the word death. Crackle suddenly. Everything turned into black and white static. His brain spun, dizzying like the world was turning upside down. Su-han shook his head, feeling like someone had just bumped into him. Then a woman's voice rang out. Stop the thief. Catch him before he gets away. That guy stole your phone. Aren't you going after him? Before Su-han could react, the woman had already run off. My phone. Su-han stood there stunned. Didn't I die? This scene felt oddly familiar. 3 years ago, as a freshman entering university, his phone had been stolen right at the school gate. Could be I've been reborn? Absurd. Guess reading too many novels makes you dream like this. Su-han pinched his thigh hard. Ouch. Not a dream. Passers-by gave him strange looks. What a weirdo. They even let people like him into college? I bet studying made him lose his mind. The quality of students keeps getting worse every year. Su-han looked up. There it was. Haicheng University, 4 golden characters glowing above the gate. This feels exactly like back then. Suhan had truly been reborn the very first day of university registration. And the girl who just ran out chasing the thief? That was Tang Shiying. In his previous life, she was the one who helped him retrieve his stolen phone. It was their first meeting at the school gate. Back then, he only thought she was beautiful. Later, he found out she was his class advisor and gave up any romantic thoughts. After all, Tang Shiying was the goddess of the entire university. As a nobody, he couldn't possibly catch her attention. But now, fate had given him a second chance. Suhan clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. I will take back everything I lost. Student, hey, raise your phone. A slender, delicate hand extended toward him. Still dazed, Suhan looked up and locked eyes with Tang Shiying's large, sparkling ones. For 2 seconds, they gazed at each other. Then he quickly looked away. Although had dated before, had been fooled for 3 years and never even held hands. Seeing Tang Shiying again made his heart race. She was tall, about 170, with long legs, a slim waist, and curves in all the right places. Black hair cascaded over her shoulders. She wore a white short-sleeve shirt, light blue jeans, and white sneakers. Simple yet stunning. Only her expression was cold and distant. Thank you. He reached out to take the phone. Their fingertips touched, sending a jolt through him. His ears flushed red instantly. Still just as awkward as ever. By the time he snapped out of it, Tang Shiying had already disappeared from sight. This time will be bolder. Chapter 2. I'm going to get a haircut, Yao Yao. Look, is that a new student? Quite handsome. The senior at the orientation booth nudged her companion with her elbow, fixated on Suhan. Yao Yao, upon spotting Suhan, disregarded her companion's feelings and approached him enthusiastically. Junior, which major are you in? Let me carry your luggage. She effortlessly took hold of his suitcase, gazing at his profile. From the side, he resembled a star. Who is he? Never mind, he is somewhat attractive. Thank you. Suhan was startled by the senior's exuberance. I'm majoring in screenwriting. Come on, stay close to me. Yao Yao cheerfully led the way, guiding Suhan toward the registration area. He had intended to decline her offer, but her unrelenting enthusiasm left no room for him to interject. Under Yao Yao's guidance, Suhan effortlessly arrived at the dormitory entrance. Room 520 in Building 3, his residence for the past 3 years. Yao Yao's peculiar gaze lingered on Suhan. Why does it feel like he knows this place better than I do? After a brief chat, Suhan, fully aware of her intentions, added her on WeChat and then bid her farewell. Entering the dormitory, he was met with a familiar ambience. The 3 jovial roommates were back together for another year of camaraderie. At that moment, Suhan was the sole occupant of the 4-person dorm. He stowed away his luggage, tidied his bed, and sat on the edge. Everything before him felt real, yet eerily surreal. Would he awaken to find this was merely a dream? Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he thought, it's time for a haircut. Since he was starting anew, he might as well wash his hair and get a trim. With that thought in mind, Suhan stepped out of the dormitory. In the evening air of Haicheng, a gentle breeze swept through, dispelling the summer heat and leaving a refreshing sensation. Suhan found a barber shop not far from the school. He glanced up at the sign, Dance Haircut. Never been here before. Should I try something new? For a young man of his age, hair was akin to a second life. It took courage to entrust an unfamiliar stylist. Hey handsome, need a wash? Come on in. Our skills are exceptional. You'll be absolutely satisfied. Before Suhan could make a decision, the glass door swung open, and a stylishly dressed woman stepped out, warmly inviting him inside. How much? Suhan inquired. It was not that he was stingy, but the plethora of hidden charges often associated with haircuts left him wary. It could easily amount to hundreds, which was not something he could afford. Oh dear, you're so handsome. If you're willing, I'd do it for free. Consider it a promotion. The woman's voice was sweet and enticing, her eyes sparkling mischievously, almost as if she were trying to ensnare someone's soul. Suhan found it difficult to meet her gaze. Why does this feel so inappropriate? Before he could collect his thoughts, he was already pulled inside the salon. The pink-themed decor tightened his nerves. Something felt decidedly off, 9 parts wrong out of 10. Just as Suhan prepared to make a hasty exit, a sudden screech of brakes echoed from outside. Moments later, 5 or 6 uniformed men burst in. Get down. Everyone down. Someone jumped out the window and were blocking his escape. The scene was filled with chaos and noise. Crouch down and cover your head. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Suhan felt his collar being yanked. Still want to run? Officer, I only came to get a haircut. I haven't done anything wrong. Suhan lowered his head, nearly burying it in his trousers. Those caught always say the same. The officer's eyes displayed a knowing look, as if he had already seen through it all. Why don't you ask them? Their words will be even more heartfelt than yours. It's akin to someone in a mental institution insisting they are not mentally ill. It's over. Suhan's mind went blank, feeling like a mute eating bitter herbs. Unable to voice his grievances, how could he reason with anyone in this situation? The police station. Suhan bowed his head, resembling a child who had misbehaved, too afraid to meet the officer's gaze. Are you a student at Haicheng University? Yes, a good student like you. Gallivanting in such places, what will your parents think of the sacrifices they've made for your education? I didn't do anything, truly, I just wanted a haircut. Stubborn. The officer shot him a furious glance. I'll call your teacher to come pick you up. Suhan was taken aback. Having his teacher come meant the whole school would know. It wasn't even the start of the semester, and he had carelessly entered a special location, only to be caught by the officer. That was hard to explain. How could he claim he had done nothing, and that it was all a misunderstanding? Who would believe him? It was his first day reporting, and he didn't know his teacher's phone number. I'll inform your school's administration then? As he spoke, the officer moved to leave the room to make the call. No, I'll call. Can my family come to get me? Suhan timidly inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. Being embarrassed in front of family was surely better than facing humiliation at school. Fine, go ahead and call. Suhan's cousin was a doctoral student at Haicheng University. However, before the semester began, she had mentioned traveling abroad with her advisor. He wasn't sure if she had left yet, but he had to take a chance. He recalled the time of her departure in his past life, but his mind was a blank slate. Some things might be forgotten over time. Suhan took the phone, wiping the sweat from his palms on his clothes. He dialed a number from memory. Seconds later, the call connected. A languid voice came through. Who is this? Second sister, it's Xiaoan. The voice on the other end was clearly taken aback. Xiaoan? Did you change your number? No, just listen to me first. Suhan briefly described the situation, emphasizing that he was merely there for a haircut. Haraha. His second sister's laughter boomed. Even the officer next to him could hear it clearly. Silly boy, I regret to inform you that I have already landed in the beautiful country. What should I do? Suhan felt tears welling up. Surely they wouldn't actually send the school to fetch him? However, if you say something nice, your beautiful and kind-hearted second sister will help you out. His second sister, Su Ruolin, was the daughter of his uncle. Suhan was raised by his uncle from a young age, growing up alongside his sister. Su Ruolin cherished hearing her younger brother praise her. Sister, you are the most beautiful princess in the world. Please help your brother. Suhan lowered his voice, striving to endear himself to the princess on the other end of the line. Given your earnestness, just wait. Once the call ended, Suhan finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. His decision to attend Haicheng University was influenced by the presence of his sister, who could look after him. However, upon his arrival, she had already crossed the ocean. Soon after, an older man wearing a hat entered, holding a document, which he handed over. It was the statement from the hair salon owner's wife, asserting that Suhan had done nothing wrong and was a model citizen. 10 minutes later, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the police station. As she stepped inside, she captured everyone's attention. Hello, I am here to pick up Suhan. Chapter 3. Is your establishment legitimate? Suhan trailed behind Tang Shiying like a wayward child, the two of them walking at a leisurely pace. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a faint, delightful fragrance that settled around Suhan. The scent was not overpowering, yet it was refreshing to the spirit, undoubtedly emanating from the girl beside him. Thoughts of the toxic nature of perfume flitted through his mind, leading him into a reverie. Suddenly, Tang Shiying, who was walking ahead, came to an abrupt halt, causing Suhan to collide into her. Ouch! He exclaimed, feeling her softness against his chest, jolting him back to reality. Their eyes met, and Tang Shiying quickly stepped back. I'm so sorry. Suhan stammered, hastily clarifying, I was just lost in thought. Typically reserved, he struggled to articulate himself, particularly in the presence of a girl, his words stumbling out awkwardly. Tang Shiying regarded the tall boy before her with an expressionless face. Were it not for her good rapport with her senior sister, she would not have come to the police station to collect him. Glancing at her watch, she noted that it was already 11 o'clock. The dormitory must have been locked by now. Do you have a place to stay? She inquired politely, expressing concern for her senior's younger brother. Suhan checked the time and realized he could not return to the dormitory. I could stay at an internet CAF, he replied. You intend to sleep at an internet CAF? The woman opposite him raised her chin, exposing her fair neck as she scrutinized Suhan. He averted his gaze, Feeling a slight temptation, her delicate collarbone drew his eyes downward, making it difficult to resist. In truth, Suhan wanted to suggest staying at her place, but he lacked the courage. The chairs at the internet CF are quite comfortable, he stated, regretting his words the moment they left his mouth. Fine, she retorted curtly. Turning away, Suhan watched her graceful silhouette depart, his mouth agape, yet no sound emerged. So aloof, he mused. Upon returning to the faculty dormitory, Tang Shiying promptly messaged her senior sister. He has been released. The reply came swiftly. My little brother isn't bad looking, is he? Tang Shiying responded, a bit silly. Just as she sent the message, she retracted it, realizing that calling someone's brother silly in front of his sister might be impolite. On the other side, Su Rulin immediately saw the message and then noticed the retraction. Indeed, he is rather silly, she muttered to herself. What kind of normal person goes to a barbershop and ends up in a police station? Meanwhile, Suhan stood hesitantly before the entrance of an internet CAF, deliberating for a moment before cautiously stepping inside. The memory of being apprehended lingered vividly in his mind, and he felt apprehensive about the place's atmosphere. Boss, is this establishment legitimate? He inquired, bewildering the owner with his question. What do you mean? Are you looking for an illegitimate place? The owner responded, perplexed. No, I was merely asking, Suhan said, producing his ID and handing it over to the owner. After completing the necessary formalities, he chose a seat by the window. The owner observed Suhan's approach and shook his head in resignation, pondering, what are these young people thinking these days? Suhan logged into an account he was well acquainted with, diverging from the typical pursuits of other young individuals who indulged in gaming. Instead, he ventured into a forum. Within this digital realm, users could select modules tailored to their interests, including casual reflections, daily anecdotes, novels, short dramas, and light stories. He found joy in crafting short scripts, earning compensation based on their viewership. Should the narrative prove sufficiently captivating, he could sell the rights, and if adapted into a short drama, substantial rewards awaited him. Suhan stared at the screen, lost in thought for several moments. The day's tale felt rather thrilling. Where should he commence? A rebirth? Mistaken for a patron? A visit to the police station? Or perhaps, as these thoughts coursed through his mind, the visage of Tang Shiying unexpectedly appeared before him. He envisioned her weeping atop an ambulance, their fateful reunion at the school gate. Suhan quickly accessed the chatroom, where the pinned username Rebirth Saren. Their acquaintance blossomed in the forum when Saren pointed out a factual error in one of Suhan's scripts. Gradually, they became familiar with each other, with the latter lending her voice to Hanshan Gying, Suhan's online pseudonym, and sharing the audio on a listening platform. Saren's voice was melodious and versatile, garnering popularity on the audiobook platform. To his astonishment, she turned out to be his counselor, with whom he had scarcely exchanged a handful of words over the past 3 years. Meanwhile, he had been unwittingly exploited by Han Feifei under her guise for 3 years. The online status of the other party was active. Suhan gazed at the dialogue box for 10 minutes, utterly at a loss for how to initiate conversation. Emotional intelligence at a deficit, please recharge. Ding. Just as he pondered his next move, the other party sent a casual reflection. A new beginning. A new beginning? Was she to become a counselor? He recalled her words during the first class meeting, where Tang Shiying had proclaimed, "We are her inaugural batch of students." Suhan copied her phrase and added, "Shall we embark together?" The other party promptly replied with a keep it up emoji. Suddenly, rain began to pour outside, and Suhan turned to glance out the window. Hanshan Gying, it's raining. Yueying Sanren, indeed it is. Hanshan Gying, are you in Haiching? Yueying Sanren, you are too? Accompanied by a surprised emoji. Hanshan Gying, Haiching University. Tang Shiying fixated on the dialogue box, admiring the other party's talent, yet remaining oblivious to their true nature. Listening to the sound of rain outside, she suddenly had a thought and rose to the window. That little rascal? In the rain, that little rascal wouldn't be dozing off on a net CAF sofa, would he? In September, Haiching basked in the sun during the day, yet the nights turned chilly, especially with the rain. Recalling his endearing demeanor, Tang Shiying was certain her intuition was correct. Su Xuejia had treated her well. She ought to look after her younger brother. With that thought, Tang Shiying donned her coat, retrieved an umbrella from the cabinet by the door, and hurriedly stepped outside. Inside the net CAF, Suhan closed the dialogue box that had remained dormant for an extended period, shivering slightly. Indeed, it was a tad chilly. Boss, a bowl of instant noodles. With sausage and an egg. Certainly. 5 minutes later, a steaming bowl of noodles was placed before Suhan. This long-awaited sensation was truly tantalizing. Suhan murmured to himself, rubbing his palms together before diving in. A mouthful of warm noodles invigorated every cell in his body. At that moment, he felt like the happiest person alive. Suhan was easily contented. Just a single bite of noodles had completely captivated him. A shadow fell over Suhan, obscuring the light above him. When he looked up, standing before him was Tang Shiying, radiating an ethereal glow. A fairy? Suhan gaped slightly, with strands of noodles still clinging to his lips. Haven't you eaten? Oh. It was only upon hearing her voice that he snapped back to reality. Ah, what are you doing here? Chapter 4. The fairy next door, come with me. Tang Shiying spoke with a cold demeanor, leading the way. Suhan picked up his phone from the table and followed closely behind her. The rain continued to pour, creating streams of water on the ground. Tang Shiying opened her umbrella, standing still as she regarded the little fellow, who had yet to approach, glancing back momentarily. Are you planning to walk in the rain? Ah. Come in. Suhan stepped forward, moving beneath the umbrella, but Tang Shiying instinctively shifted to the side. Noticing her reluctance, Suhan leaned slightly closer to her. Their shoulders were dampened by the rain cascading from the umbrella. Could you move in a bit? Your clothes are getting wet. Suhan couldn't help but speak. Yet he dared not meet her gaze. Why are you still so timid? Didn't we agree to be bolder? The journey from the internet CAF to the teacher's dormitory took merely 5 minutes. All the while, Suhan sneaked glances at her. Is she really taking him home? The teacher's dormitory, Unit 1101. He remembered that this was the apartment shared by Tang Shiying and her sister Su Rulin, a place he had visited once before while helping his sister carry some things. Feeling the awkwardness in the air, Suhan mustered the courage to break the silence. Thank you for today, MM. Her response remained as cold as ever. Senior, which year are you in? Graduate student. Although Suhan was already aware of this information, he needed to fill the silence with conversation. He certainly could not reveal that he was her student right from the start. That would likely earn him the label of a lunatic. Tang Shiying, sensing Suhan's gaze, felt a peculiar sensation stirring within her. Her sister, Su Rulin, was the type to get along with anyone effortlessly. Why was her little brother the exact opposite? Could this be what they called complementary personalities, with one being lively while the other was reserved? Little did she know, they were not related by blood. If only she were aware. Her thoughts might have taken a different turn. Upon returning to the apartment, Tang Shiying headed straight to the kitchen, pouring Suhan a cup of hot water. There's only noodles left at home. I'll go prepare some for you. No need, thank you. I'm not hungry. You've already been quite a bother. Suhan quickly interjected. He spoke the truth. At that moment, he indeed felt no hunger, perhaps having reached a point of satiety. Are you sure? Tang Shiying looked at him with a questioning gaze. Yes, I'm sure. Suhan nodded. Being in a girl's room for the first time, especially with just the two of them alone, stirred an inexplicable emotion within him. Are you staying in your sister's room? Tang Shiying pointed towards Su Rulin's room. No, I can sleep on the sofa. Suhan glanced at the sofa, contemplating further. If you feel it's inconvenient, I could just sleep on the floor in the room. All right. Then you can tidy up. With that, Tang Shiying turned and returned to her bedroom, shutting the door with a resounding thud. Suhan heard the sound of the door locking from inside. He surveyed the layout of the apartment, a modest 2-bedroom unit, complete with a balcony and kitchen. Sunlight streamed in during the afternoon, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Suhan stepped into his elder sister's room and glanced at the clock. It was already 2 in the morning. Without hesitation, he sent her a message. At this hour, it should be daytime for her. Indeed, Su Rulin replied promptly. There are new sheets and covers in the closet. Just change them and sleep in bed. I want to be back for now, so don't worry. Following his sister's instructions, Suhan quickly tidied up the bed and lay down. After a day of exertion, he considered taking a shower but decided against it, opting to remain as he was for the time being. Ding! Just as Suhan was about to set his phone down, a message popped up in the forum chat. Moonlight Trio. I'm also at Haicheng University. Suhan turned to glance at the wall. They were merely a wall apart, yet acted as if they were strangers. Cold Mountain Solitary Shadow. I was picked up by my senior. Next door. Tang Shiying's phone chimed with a reply. I was picked up by my senior. She suddenly turned her head, seemingly trying to see through the wall. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be? What a coincidence. No, it must not be. It's merely a fortuitous happenstance. She endeavored to suppress her somewhat wild thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she replied, Is your senior beautiful? Suhan lay in bed, reading the messages, his sleepiness vanishing. He quickly responded, Incredibly beautiful, simply ethereal. Just living next door, I can feel the aura of a fairy. Tang Shiying pondered over the phrase next door for a long time. The world is indeed so small. The scriptwriter for the voice acting she did was Sue Sr.'s younger brother. They had encountered each other twice today, and ultimately, she had personally brought him back. Yet, he was somewhat naive. Tang Shiying's mind conjured Suhan's image. Could it really be him? Ultimately, she chose to turn off her phone and go to sleep. As dawn broke, Suhan stepped out of his bedroom. The living room was empty, and his senior's door was closed. Knocking felt impolite. So he left a note and quickly departed. Upon returning to the dormitory, just as Suhan opened the door, a male student followed him in. He stood about 1.8 meters tall, with refined features and an air of scholarly elegance, undoubtedly a campus heartthrob. Lin. Suhan smiled, hesitating to call out the name directly, as it felt peculiar to do so upon first meeting. Hello, new roommate. I'm Suhan, from Chizhou. Hello, I'm Lin Jinghao, a local from Haicheng. The other party was equally warm and appeared dignified. However, in a week, he would be a senior. The two exchanged pleasantries, and by noon, the other two roommates had also moved in. Wang Ziheng, from Qinggang, an athlete, stood around 1.83 meters, with a muscular build and slightly tanned skin, likely due to extensive outdoor training. Zhao Lefen, from Kyoto, was about 1.75 meters tall, speaking straightforwardly and briskly. Despite their seemingly serious demeanor now, once they became acquainted, they would reveal themselves as a lively bunch. Suhan observed the three of them, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if recalling something particularly humorous. No, it should be termed an embarrassing incident. The 520 quadrant was now fully assembled. The four individuals tidied their belongings and exchanged contact information before spending the afternoon exploring the campus. There were countless beautiful sights. Zhao Lefen's eyes seemed almost glued to those around him. To him, everything appeared delightful. Just look at your naive expression, as if you have never encountered the world before. Wang Ziheng kept a distance, wary that others might discover his acquaintance with such a character. Admiring beautiful women can indeed prolong one's life. Consider this my painless form of wellness, do you understand? He quipped, eliciting hearty laughter from the group. A true gem of a person. Look. Is that girl gazing in my direction? Do curb your self-adoration. She is actually looking at Lin Jinghao. Indeed, while Zhao Lefen was captivated by the beauties, it was Lin Jinghao who caught the attention of the lovely ladies. He was simply stunning. Yes, that is the word, stunning. Chapter 5. An unexpected encounter at the class meeting. When Tang Shiying returned to her apartment, night had already fallen. As a new student, she was overwhelmed with numerous tasks, especially since it was her first time serving as a counselor, and she was still quite unfamiliar with the role. As she had anticipated, the room was empty. That little rascal must have left long ago. On the table lay a note. I apologize for the trouble caused. I will treat you to a meal when I have the time. Thank you. At the end, a smiley face was drawn, accompanied by the name Suhan. The handwriting was quite unrefined, not at all indicative of a talented individual. Achoo. Just as Suhan returned to the dormitory, he sneezed unexpectedly. Who was insulting me? What's wrong with you? Zhao Lefen inquired curiously. Did you catch a cold after just stepping out? Is it the local climate? Wang Ziheng immediately chimed in. I think you're just too weak. The vibrant world is just beginning, my friend. You must take care of your health. Lin Jinghao, with the demeanor of a seasoned individual, patted Suhan on the shoulder. The four exchanged smiles, already envisioning the delightful life that awaited them over the next 4 years. A notification was sent to the new student group. A class meeting was scheduled for the next day. Wang Ziheng, clutching his phone, was the designated information liaison. I heard our instructor is female and still pursuing her graduate studies. I've heard that too. I wonder if she is attractive. A student-teacher romance wouldn't be too bad. Zhao Lefen remarked, a smirk forming on his lips, revealing a rather lewd expression. Dude, you're being a bit creepy. Tone it down. Suhan shot him a glance, but chose to remain silent, quietly taking his place and opening his laptop. Although he had been reborn, there were some things he did not wish to interfere with, as these were experiences they needed to undergo. If he shielded them from every obstacle, they would never grow. A single experience could impart lessons that 1,000 words could not. The next morning, when Suhan awoke, the other three were still lost in slumber. Glancing at the time, it was just past 9, a little time to spare. The group had notified that the class meeting would commence at 10, followed by the distribution of military training uniforms. After getting up and freshening up, he urged his lethargic roommates to rise and prepare for class. On the second floor of the teaching building, in the Film Academy, Screenwriting Class 2, Su-han and his 3 roommates found vacant seats and sat side by side. Zhao Leffen's eyes scanned the classroom, as if taking attendance, scrutinizing all the female students. Wow, what a high-quality selection. What does that have to do with you? Wang Ziheng retorted, exasperated. Please wipe off that drool. How long has it been since you last saw a woman? Lin Jinghao added, expressing his disdain. The 3 regretted sitting next to this guy. Just look if you must, but at least try to be discreet. Just as the 3 leaned away from him, a stunning figure entered the room. Wow, goodness, she is beautiful. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd, and Su-han lifted his gaze. A familiar yet unfamiliar beautiful girl stood at the podium. With a touch of makeup adorning her exquisite face, she wore a smile that held a hint of aloofness, yet was captivating enough. Clad in a white blouse paired with black trousers, she exuded an air of intelligence and elegance, embodying the essence of a refined woman. Her presence drew the attention of every individual in the classroom. Some young men can no longer contain themselves and yearn to showcase their charm. Beautiful lady, have you descended to this realm to face trials? Tang Shiying smiled serenely, signaling for silence. Greetings, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Shiying, your counselor and also your senior. The crowd murmured. With such a stunning teacher, how could I bear to graduate? Teacher, what year are you in? May we be friends? The boys below erupted with exuberance, their hormones surging, creating a cacophony of cheers. Silence. Tang Shiying's voice, though soft, carried an icy authority. Instantly, the room fell silent. We may be friends outside class, but within these walls, I shall be quite strict. With that proclamation, no one dared to behave foolishly, for she held the key to their graduation. Provoking her would only bring about their own misfortune. Now, let us take turns introducing ourselves, and those wishing to run for class officer may come forward. Let's begin from this side. Tang Shiying gestured towards the first row, and one by one, they started their introductions. Lin Jinghao leaned closer to Su-han and whispered, I have seen her photo on the confession wall. She is even more beautiful in person, though she seems a bit aloof. A cold and elegant goddess. How could she not be distant? Wang Ziheng chimed in eagerly. What are you two discussing? I want to hear. Zhao Leffen interjected, prompting the trio to quickly hush. Su-han glanced at the podium where Tang Shiying was checking the attendance list, listening to the new students introduce themselves. Hello everyone, I am Han Feifei. Upon hearing that name, Su-han's brow furrowed. The mere mention of it rekindled memories of the 3 years he had been deceived. What's wrong? You look a bit pale. Lin Jinghao observed Su-han's trembling form with concern. I'm fine. Su-han suppressed his anger. Han Feifei, she is the belle of our class. Wang Ziheng muttered quietly. I heard that on her very first day, someone confessed to her. She appears quite innocent, just my type. This comment came from Zhao Leffen, who seemed to believe all girls were his type, as if he were in a plastic greenhouse. Su-han merely smiled and remained silent. If only you knew that beneath her pure facade lies the face of a blood-sucking monster. By then, it would be too late for regrets. Tang Shiying scanned the room and suddenly widened her eyes, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Is it him? She spotted that familiar figure. Though she could not see his entire face, a mere profile sufficed. Flipping through the list in her hand, she confirmed it. Su-han was indeed listed. The seemingly calm Tang Shiying felt a tremor within her heart. How have I encountered him here again? And as one of my students? At that moment, it was Wang Ziheng's turn to introduce himself. He stood up with an air of confidence. I am Wang Ziheng, a sports student. His voice was deep and commanding. I see no one has yet expressed interest in running for class president. I would like to give it a try. All right. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Leffen enthusiastically led the applause, showing his support for Wang Ziheng. Su-han and Lin Jinghao promptly joined in, vowing to elevate their brother to the throne. With influential figures in the court and a roommate serving as class monitor, matters would be significantly more manageable. Seeing no objections from others, Tang Shiying also expressed her agreement. Next, Su-han, hailing from Chizhou. As Tang Shiying gazed at Su-han standing before her, their eyes met for a fleeting moment before they quickly averted their gazes, as if they had never encountered each other before. Is that it? The girls, filled with anticipation, felt somewhat bewildered. Was this introduction truly so brief? A handsome man certainly carries a distinct personality, doesn't he? Look, this one is even more charming. In the midst of conversation, Lin Jinghao rose to his feet. Like Su-han, he merely stated his name before returning to his seat. In terms of looks, Lin Jinghao surpassed Su-han, a fact he readily acknowledged. Chapter 6. A call from the second sister. The class meeting has concluded. Wang Ziheng. in his capacity as the class monitor, created a new group chat for all the freshmen of the second class, which includes their strikingly composed instructor. Tang Shiying has joined the chat. Upon receiving the notification, the boys went into a frenzy, eagerly attempting to add her on WeChat. However, they were met with a resounding rejection. Tang Shiying stated, "If you need something, reach out to me in the group, and for urgent matters, call me." This single remark extinguished the aspirations of all. After all, the notion of a teacher-student romance is often more prevalent in films, while in reality, it is bound to attract scrutiny. As a teacher, she certainly harbors such reservations. Suhan stepped out of the classroom, donning his military training uniform. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. Suhan. Turning around, he was greeted by a young lady. "Did you call me?" "Yes, I am also from Chizhou number 4 high school, Yixiaowen." Suhan was taken aback. It turned out she was a fellow townsman. "What a coincidence, we attended the same school." Yixiaowen expressed her surprise. Having no ulterior motives, she simply wished to connect with a fellow local. To their astonishment, they had both enrolled in the same university, yet had never crossed paths in high school. After exchanging contact information, they parted ways. "Bro, not bad. Introduce me to her." Zhao Leffen appeared behind Suhan without his notice. "Aren't you being a bit indiscriminate? You think any girl will do?" Zhao Leffen, undeterred, responded candidly. "It's a matter of probability. The ones I like may not reciprocate, and those who like me, I might not fancy. And there are girls you don't like?" Lin Jinghao looked at him in disbelief, his expression incredulous. "Do you really think I'm a beast?" Zhao Leffen shrugged off the skepticism, his optimism unwavering. "Expanding your social circle increases the chances of finding true love. If you only know a couple of girls and none of them are right for you, you might as well force it." After considering his words, Suhan found a hint of wisdom in them. What a peculiar logic, an ingenious theory indeed. As Suhan turned into the stairwell, he remained oblivious to a pair of watchful eyes observing him from a distance. Even his attempt to add the young lady on WeChat did not escape her notice. "Looks like the little fellow is quite popular." On his way back, Lin Jinghao resembled a walking magnet, as numerous girls approached him for his WeChat contact. Yet, he turned them all down, citing, "I have a girlfriend." This only served to ignite Zhao Leffen's envy. "Why is it that I, too, am quite the catch, yet no one notices my charm? You may indeed be talented, but as for looks, that remains to be seen." Lin Jinghao mercilessly poked at his wounds, leaving no room for mercy. Meanwhile, Tang Shiying sat in her office, glancing at her phone intermittently. She had declined numerous friend requests, but seemed to be anticipating something. What if I missed someone and inadvertently rejected them? If that were the case, given his character, he likely wouldn't attempt to add me again. Yet, she had been vigilant in her observations and had not spotted his name among the requests. Tang, are you returning to the dormitory?" As she was lost in thought, her close friend Jiang Yanan approached her. Jiang Yanan, a beautiful girl with a gentle personality, was both Tang Shiying's roommate and confidant. Upon seeing her friend, Tang Shiying replied promptly, "I'll head back shortly. I still have some unfinished business. Should I wait for you? You can go back first." "All right, I'll go back and wait for you." Although Tang Shiying rented an apartment outside, she occasionally returned to the dormitory to retrieve some belongings. Ding! Her phone chimed. Glancing at the screen, she saw a news notification, exposed as an unmarried parent. A sense of inexplicable disappointment washed over her as she read the headline. "This foolish boy, does he expect me to confront him in person?" Ding! The phone chimed again. Growing impatient, Tang Shiying contemplated silencing the notifications. A friend request appeared. "Han, the student who owes you a meal." A smile crept across her lips. "At least he remembers that he owes me a meal." Across the room, Suhan had just put down his phone when a notification popped up. "Tang Shiying has accepted your friend request." "What are you laughing at, you fool?" Zhao Leffen remarked, observing Suhan's peculiar demeanor, suspecting he might have escaped from a mental institution. Suhan remained silent, opening Tang Shiying's moments to take a quick glance. As he had anticipated, there was nothing, just a blank line. Should I invite her for a meal? Suhan pondered, feeling uncertain as they were not well acquainted. Ultimately, he decided to wait until after military training to make a move. Look, the confession wall has been dominated by our goddess instructor," Zhao Leffen exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement, eager to dive into the phone screen. The top post on the confession wall showcased Tang Shiying standing at the podium. A photo surreptitiously taken by someone. "I adore her. Is it too late to change classes now? The ethereal goddess must be described as immortal. I envy her." It's the screenwriting class, right? I want to crash it. Count me in. Me too. The enthusiasm was palpable, as it seemed they were about to overwhelm the screenwriting class. We shall protect our instructor at all costs. The boys from Class 2, upon receiving the news, surged in, fervently commenting their intentions to safeguard the beautiful instructor. Suhan observed the barrage of comments on the screen, feeling an unexpected weight of pressure. It seemed he had quite a few competitors. That evening, as usual, Suhan logged onto the forum, signed into his account, and began writing short stories. The income from his scriptwriting was sufficient to cover his college expenses. He recalled that since entering university, he had not received any tuition from his uncle. However, every month, his uncle still deposited funds into his account. His family understood his nature. He was not one to voice his needs easily. Thus, asking for anything was akin to climbing a mountain. Because of this, his second sister, Su Ruolin, always made a point to test him during their phone calls, intentionally coaxing him to say something flattering. Dingling. Suhan glanced at his phone. It was a call from his sister. At this hour, it must be just dawn on her side. Second sister? Xiaohan, are you still residing with me? No. I have returned to my dormitory. I only went there last night when the dormitory doors closed. Have you seen my junior sister? Junior sister? The beautiful girl who went to the police station to pick you up. At the mere mention of the police station, Suhan trembled all over. In the future, could we refrain from mentioning that place? Although it is rather sacred. Oh, I have seen her. She is your instructor. She is not a bad person. Well, you should have had a taste of her personality. It's manageable. All right then, if anything arises, send me a message. Phone calls are quite expensive. Without waiting for Suhan's response, the other party had already hung up the phone. Glancing at the time, with military training scheduled for tomorrow, it would be wise to retire early. Chapter 7. No more deceitful gatherings. Assemble. Stand in line according to height. Greetings to all. I am Instructor Lee, your guide for the upcoming week of training. As he concluded his statement, applause erupted, a warm welcome to his presence. Disperse from this student as the center, maintaining an arm's length distance in all directions. At the command, the crowd swiftly complied. Basic training begins with military posture for half an hour. Should anyone fidget, an additional 10 minutes will be added. A collective sigh of discontent arose from the group. Was that not enough? Then let it be 20 minutes. The students, now silenced, understood well that any further complaints would only bring upon themselves more discomfort. The sun, seemingly exuberant these past few days, blazed down upon the little ones, leaving them devoid of any temper. Let it rain. I yearn for a downpour to nourish this tender seedling. Break time. A male student began to draw peculiar totems on the ground, muttering incantations as if invoking rain like a priest. Suhan glanced over, a smile tugging at his lips. Indeed, the boundary of science leads to mysticism. Look, here come the seniors bringing warmth. No, wait, it's refreshments. New students turn to see a dozen seniors wheeling coolers filled with bottled water towards them. Rescue has arrived. Dear juniors, you've worked hard. Come, have some water. The newcomers accepted the water, but their expressions betrayed their discontent. The senior girls were indulging in ice cream, while the boys nibbled on watermelon, flaunting their treats before the eyes of the first years. Xiaohan, I feel like lashing out. Don't hold me back. Wang Ziheng gripped Suhan, feigning an urge to charge forward. But you're the one holding on to me. Suhan pushed his hand away, fixing him with a gaze. Go ahead. I will certainly not restrain you. After a brief silence, he sought a graceful exit. Never mind. I must maintain my composure as class monitor. Besides, I fear I might injure them. My lightning whip has reached a level of mastery. I cannot strike indiscriminately. Behind them, a senior approached Lin Jinghao, extending ice cream towards him. Junior, could you add me on WeChat? I'm afraid I have a girlfriend, he replied. No worries, just consider it a friend request. My girlfriend does not approve of me having female friends. Upon hearing this, the senior ceased her advances and departed. So charming, even in rejection, he remains likable. How devoted. I'm smitten. After bidding farewell to the senior, classmates gathered around. Lin Jinghao cast a pleading glance towards Suhan and the others. I am powerless to assist. Suhan shrugged his shoulders. Wang Ziheng and Zhao Lefen offered him benevolent smiles. It seems even handsome men have their troubles, Zhao Lefen murmured softly, unsure whether to feel envy or pity. All rise. At Instructor Lee's command, everyone promptly returned to their positions. Thud. At that moment, Zhao Lefen, who was ahead of Suhan, swayed and was about to collapse to the ground. Suhan, quick-witted and agile, seized his arm just in time. What is happening? Report. Someone has fainted. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone gathered around. Step back. Allow for air circulation. The instructor hurried over to assess the situation. Wang Ziheng and Lin Jinghao, upon realizing it was Zhao Lefen, rushed over as well. Quick, take him to the infirmary. Without a moment to spare, Su Han lifted Zhao Lefen onto his back and sprinted towards the infirmary, followed closely by Wang Ziheng and Lin Jinghao. After spending days together as roommates, they had forged a bond of camaraderie. In the office, Tang Shiying, hearing that her student had fainted, promptly made her way to the infirmary. Zhao Lefen lay on the medical bed while the doctor conducted a basic examination. Low blood sugar, perhaps from sitting too long, and then rising abruptly. Upon hearing this diagnosis, Su Han and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness he is all right. After a brief period of rest, Zhao Lefen awakened, gazing at the trio with a bewildered expression. What happened? Wasn't I just turning around? Seeing him awake, Wang Ziheng playfully pinched Zhao Lefen's cheek, chuckling. You gave us quite a scare, my boy. Suddenly, I have 3 fathers? Just then, Tang Shiying entered. With her hair tied in a ponytail and dressed in a crisp white t-shirt paired with wide-leg pants, she exuded a refreshing aura. How are you feeling? Do you need to go to the hospital? Su Han, upon hearing her voice, abruptly looked up, their eyes locking, causing his heart to race. Tang Shiying's eyes flickered briefly, her expression serene. The doctor said it's low blood sugar. You won't be able to participate in the upcoming military training, Wang Ziheng dutifully informed. Thus, Zhao Lefen managed to escape the subsequent training, turning misfortune into a blessing. On the final night of military training, all the freshmen gathered together. Leaving a space in the center for performances, the students sang a rousing military anthem, followed by a demonstration of military boxing by the instructors. Oh, my beloved soldier! The audience of enamored girls couldn't contain their excitement as they watched the instructors perform. After the display, the instructors exited the stage in an orderly manner. One more. One more. The enthusiastic shouts resonated throughout the playground. Instructor Wang took the microphone and approached the stage center. At that moment, he softened his stern demeanor, revealing a smile. Next, it's your turn to perform. Feel free to showcase your talents, either individually or by dormitory. The prospect of free expression was nearly impossible. Once the instructor finished speaking, only one girl confidently took to the stage to perform a street dance, which quickly fell flat. Ultimately, they had no choice but to mandate that each dormitory present a performance to liven the atmosphere. Who was going up? Wang Ziheng inquired earnestly, looking at Su Han and Lin Jinghao with curiosity. You're the class leader. Shouldn't you take the lead? Lin Jinghao wore a fawning expression. I second that. Su Han quickly expressed his agreement, fearing that the burden of embarrassment would fall upon him. What on earth do I perform? Breaking stones with my chest? Is that even allowed? Indeed, who dares to say otherwise? Captivating countless young hearts, I stand in your support. I wholeheartedly endorse this. Lin Jinghao and Su Han harmonized in their mischievous plot to thrust the class monitor into the fray. Go for it, handsome, with your striking looks. A stroll down the runway would suffice. The class monitor proposed an idea so compelling that even Su Han could not decline. This is splendid, truly splendid. What nonsense. Lin Jinghao rolled his eyes at Su Han. You are such a fool. Just moments ago, you were so confident, and now you have changed your tune? Su Han chuckled. The crux of the matter is, I too wish to witness this. It is now your turn. Just as the trio was still deliberating, their names were suddenly called. Lin Jinghao and Wang Ziheng exchanged knowing glances and promptly pushed Su Han onto the stage. By the time Su Han processed what was happening, he found himself standing at the center of the stage. This is hardly fair. Dear student, what performance do you intend to present? Chapter 8. A grand scene of social embarrassment below the stage. The conniving Lin Jinghao and Wang Ziheng exchanged wicked smiles as they gazed at Su Han. Having ascended the stage, Su Han mused that he could not afford to be too mortified. He took the microphone and gently proclaimed, Allow me to present a song, Serious Snow. If I falter, I ask for your understanding. Numerous freshmen had already retrieved their phones, directing their cameras toward the stage, brimming with anticipation. Su Han closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and began to sing softly. The snow falls so deeply, so earnestly. It reflects the scars upon my body as I lie in the snow. In the stillness of the night, love stealthily grips my heart. Love is so sincere, yet I still hear you say it's impossible. As Su Han's gentle melody resonated, it struck a chord with countless listeners. The video swiftly found its way onto the confession wall in various forums. Ultimately, after bidding farewell to their instructors, the freshman's military training experience came to a definitive close. In the teacher's dormitory, Tang Shiying had just finished her shower when she noticed a message from Jiang Yanan. Jiang Yanan first shared a video, followed closely by a text. Is this boy in your class? Can you pass me his WeChat? She had discovered the video on the confession wall and, upon reading the comments, learned it was from the scriptwriting class. Tang Shiying clicked on the video, which featured Su-Han in military training attire singing. She settled onto the sofa, listening intently, a smile gracing her lips. He was indeed quite impressive, his emotions rich and slightly magnetic. He had once mentioned that winter was his favorite season, and his name even contained the character for cold. In the chat box, she typed a response to Jiang Yanan. He seems to be from our class. Why do you want his WeChat? The reply came almost instantaneously. Jiang Yanan, don't you find him a bit different? He has a melancholic aura and a touch of handsomeness. Upon receiving her friend's message, Tang Shiying found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Why did she feel such resistance while the other girls sought Su-Han's contact information? Moreover, Su-Han had never initiated a conversation with her after they connected on WeChat. Tang Shiying opened Su-Han's WeChat profile, finding his moments devoid of any posts. She glanced at his profile picture, which depicted a crystalline snowflake. Did he truly adore winter and snow? No wonder he seemed somewhat endearing. While lost in thought, she inadvertently tapped her phone. Buzz. The phone vibrated twice. You have patted Han and mentioned inviting him to dinner. What on earth? Tang Shiying froze, staring at the chat window. Withdraw. The thought flashed through her mind as she hastily attempted to retract her message. Unfortunately, the app's design proved inadequate for this purpose. Tapping to retract was not an option. What an unreasonable design. I must provide feedback. Should I claim it was a mere accident? Teachers inquire about students' situations, and that excuse would certainly suffice. Tang Shiying entered her bedroom, shutting the door behind her. Such an endearing person might not even notice, after all. Although Su-Han was a bit naive, he was certainly not oblivious. He was currently engrossed in writing on a forum when his phone buzzed, revealing a flurry of unread messages, including a friend request, Han Feifei. Upon seeing this name, Su-Han couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. This time, he decisively chose to refuse, as the thought of Han Feifei's hypocritical demeanor made him uncomfortable. One should not stumble in the same place twice, after all. When Su-Han saw who had sent the message, he noticed the profile picture was of a girl from behind. Upon opening the chat window, he found she had merely patted herself and said nothing further. A smile crept onto Su-Han's lips as he took the initiative to send the first message. I still owe you a meal. When are you free? After sending this, he received no immediate reply. Setting his phone aside, he went to freshen up. Meanwhile, the person on the other end rolled her eyes. Thinking the approach was rather too direct, Tang Shiying ultimately did not pass the microphone to her good friend. Glancing at the forum chat room, she noted that Han Gang was offline and decided to retire for the night. The following day, the new students, having endured a week of military training, finally welcomed a day of rest. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to foster camaraderie. At Wang Ziheng's suggestion, the 524-pronged fork prepared to embark on a team-building activity. Although termed as team building, it primarily consisted of singing and drinking, culminating in a grand scene where those who became inebriated would engage in a lively acknowledgement of father's ceremony. Su-Han, uninterested in the rest, found joy in witnessing their antics as they lay on the ground, proclaiming their fathers. He had already charged his phone and ensured ample memory space, anticipating that these big sons might deny their earlier claims once sober. Boss, 1 box per person. Wait, do we drink standing on boxes? What's the matter? Are you scared? Call me father now, and I'll let you go. Whoever falters is the grandson. Evidently, Zhao Leffen was quite boisterous with his words. Su-Han quietly observed, patiently awaiting the climactic moment. After a round, Zhao Leffen, with dazed eyes, wrapped his arms around Lin Jinghao's neck, attempting to kiss him. Get away. Don't touch me. Lin Jinghao pushed his face away with disdain. Brother Hao, I've realized you are my true love. Zhao Leffen gazed at Lin Jinghao with deep affection, nearly on the verge of tears. I beg you spare me. If you love me, don't hurt me. Wang Ziheng, overhearing this, nearly choked on his beer at the sight of their exchanged looks. Su-Han recognized the moment was ripe and activated his phone camera, stepping into the role of a professional photographer. Drink to this toast, and let us wander the world together. Cheers. Zhao Leffen seized half a bottle of liquor and poured it into his mouth. 3 seconds later, he transformed into a human fountain. Half an hour later, the 4 of them stumbled out of the restaurant, Wang Ziheng and Lin Jinghao supporting Zhao Leffen, who walked as if treading on cotton, taking uneven steps. How about we become sworn brothers? Wang Ziheng, in a fit of enthusiasm, suddenly knelt on the road. Su-han, witnessing this scene from behind, covered his face in disbelief. The dramatic scene was unfolding once more. I, Wang Ziheng, and Lin Jinghao. I, Zhao Lefen. Together. No, we're missing someone. Where's Su-han? Realizing Su-han's absence only after they had knelt, the three turned to search for him. The lights of passing vehicles illuminated the trio, and they fancied it to be the spotlight upon them. Su-han, hurry, you're the last one we need. With a resigned sigh, Su-han raised his phone and positioned himself in front of them. Listen to my command. We're commencing the father recognition ceremony. What nonsense is this? It's a brotherhood ceremony. Have you had too much to drink? Wang Ziheng, with a slurred tongue, promptly corrected Su-han's terminology, striving to appear coherent. The four brothers. United as one, shared in romantic pursuits and slumbered together. Big brother. Second brother. It was perplexing as they had transitioned from brothers to sons. After completing the ritual, Lin Jinghao and Wang Ziheng hoisted Zhao Lefen between them, continuing towards the dormitory. Su-han, with a mischievous grin, trailed behind them. He glanced at his phone. His pinned contacts revealed no new messages. Had his directness frightened her away? He had never genuinely engaged in a romantic relationship. His experience in such matters was virtually non-existent. Su-han sighed, and as he raised his gaze, a figure at the bus stop captured his attention. Chapter 9. The boy passing by the kitchen. Tang Shiying squatted by the roadside, having been too preoccupied to eat during the busy midday hours. And after enduring over an hour on the bus in the evening, she now felt dizzy, her stomach churning tumultuously, and cold sweat streaming down her body. Teacher Tang, are you feeling unwell? A familiar voice pierced through her haze, and a figure appeared before her. Raising her gaze, she beheld Su-han's delicate visage. His eyes filled with tenderness as they rested upon her pale cheeks. I'll take you to the hospital, he insisted, immediately hailing a cab from the roadside. Tang Shiying's eyes followed his retreating figure, and she waved her hand dismissively. There's no need for the hospital. It's just motion sickness. A short rest will suffice. Su-han returned to her side, brushing her hair away from her forehead and checking her temperature with his hand. You're not feverish, but you've broken out in quite a bit of sweat, he noted. His sudden movement startled Tang Shiying. She had never had a boy so close to her. And the audacity of this young man to touch her forehead was astonishing. Was this considered physical contact? Tang Shiying typically detested such interactions, particularly with boys. Yet this time she felt no aversion. No, it must have been his swift action that left her momentarily stunned, allowing him to take advantage of her surprise. Unaware of her reaction, Su-han squatted down, motioning for her to hop onto his back. Shall I carry you home? Tang Shiying froze, caught off guard. Unsure of how to respond. Noticing her silence, Su-han turned to her. What's wrong? Their gazes met, and she was the first to avert her eyes. Her cheeks flushing crimson. What should she do? Did this young man understand the implications of his actions? Soon, she would be sore from squatting. Su-han muttered under his breath, his tone tinged with a hint of self-pity, making it seem as though he was concerned for her. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, Tang Shiying gently climbed onto his back, her delicate, pale arms draping over his shoulders. Su-han felt the soft warmth radiating from her back and instinctively placed his hands behind him, carefully avoiding sensitive areas as he steadied her long legs and rose to his feet. She was surprisingly light, and her faint scent was delightful. Have you been drinking? The girl on his back suddenly spoke, her voice gentle and devoid of reproach. Su-han nodded slightly. We had a gathering at the dormitory this evening, and I had a little to drink. After a moment's contemplation, he added, I apologize if the scent is unpleasant. Regret washed over him. He shouldn't have indulged in alcohol. She likely found the smell distasteful. Now that they had gone partway, he couldn't abandon her, so he quickened his pace, determined to return her home swiftly to eliminate the lingering odor. Tang Shiying sensed his increased stride and understood his intentions, refraining from voicing any objections. As they walked, students and teachers passed by, and she realized how easily misunderstandings could arise from being seen in such a position. She had no qualms about herself. But what if this young man faced misinterpretations? Stealing a glance at him, she was surprised to find Su-han's ears flushed a deep crimson. Was he shy? How could he not be? As he bent down to carry her, his heart was a battleground of conflicting thoughts. Had he been too bold? What if she rejected him? Future encounters would surely be awkward. Beneath a facade of nonchalance, a tempest brewed within. It took merely 5 minutes for Su-han to traverse from the bus stop to the apartment. He gently placed Tang Shiying upon the sofa and turned to the entrance to don his slippers. Leaning back on the sofa, Tang Shiying half closed her eyes, feeling a bit faint, yet improved in other respects. "Teacher Tang, may I assist you in changing your shoes?" Su-Han inquired, approaching with a pair of slippers. Half squatting before her, the figure on the sofa fidgeted, uncertain. Noticing her silence, Su-Han interpreted it as acquiescence. He delicately grasped her ankle, deftly removing her athletic shoes and replacing them with the comfortable home slippers. The entire motion flowed seamlessly, like a graceful dance. Without a moment to savor the beauty of the act, he hurried away with the discarded shoes, fearing that a mere second's delay might provoke her ire. Tang Shiying, still processing the moment, felt an unexpected lightness in her feet. Raising her gaze, a blush crept onto her serene face as she beheld the silhouette of the young man retreating towards the doorway, carrying her shoes. Did he truly not mind? She touched her face, sensing warmth, perhaps from a blush or something more. What had she done? Why had she not refused him? Tang Shiying grappled with feelings of regret and shyness. She realized she could not let the moment linger and compelled herself to speak. "What time does the dormitory close?" Su-Han glanced at the clock. It was already 9:40 p.m. Was she urging him to return? Indeed, had he overstepped? Daring not to meet her gaze, he replied softly, "Oh, I'll head back immediately." With that, he turned on his heel, only to pivot back at the doorway. "I'll boil some hot water for you. 10 minutes will suffice. It won't take you that long to return." Without waiting for a response, he swiftly entered the kitchen. Tang Shiying sat on the sofa, a smile tugging at her lips. This little rascal was quite endearing. She lifted her phone, discreetly capturing a photograph of him in the kitchen and sending it to Su Ruolin. Su Ruolin replied with confusion, "What does this mean? Has my little brother moved in?" Tang Shiying instantly regretted sending the photo. How should she respond? Admitting he had carried her back was out of the question. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Passing by." Seeing those two words, Su Ruolin smiled gently. It was around 10 p.m. in China. Who in their right mind would pass through someone else's kitchen at such an hour? Wait, her little brother was a perfectly normal person. Finally, Su Ruolin typed 5 words. "Do not bully him." Catching sight of the message, Tang Shiying glanced toward the kitchen, where Su-Han was emerging with a cup of hot water. "It's a bit hot. Best to wait before drinking," he stated seriously, unable to resist teasing him. She pointed at the wall clock. Su-Han followed her gaze. 5 minutes until the dormitory closes. I must take my leave. The moment the words left his lips, he dashed out the door. Su-Han sprinted back to the dormitory, arriving just as the dormitory matron was closing the door, landing safely within the final second. As an exemplary university student, how could one dare to spend the night away from home so soon after the semester begins? Absolutely unacceptable. Su-Han returned to room 520, only to find 3 inebriated souls already lost in slumber, their snores resonating through the air. He hurriedly washed up and climbed into bed, tossing and turning. Yet sleep eluded him. Each time he closed his eyes, the image of Teacher Tang would materialize before him. He opened his phone, only to shut it again, repeating this ritual countless times until, unbeknownst to him, he finally drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, Lin Jinghao was already busy tidying up. "You're awake. Where did you go last night? Didn't you come back to sleep?" Su-Han feigned ignorance. Observing his demeanor, Lin Jinghao refrained from probing further, likely having drunk too much himself to remember. "Get up, we have class." Zhao Leffen mumbled, bleary-eyed. "It's the instructor's class meeting. I love attending class. It brings me joy." Chapter 10, May I Choose You? Teacher's Apartment. As Tang Shiying prepared to change her shoes and step outside, she inadvertently discovered a pair of men's shoes that did not belong to her on the shoe rack. This led her to recall Su-Han's hasty departure the previous night. There was no doubt, they undoubtedly belonged to that little rascal. The men's shoes were placed alongside the ones she had removed from her own feet just the night before. The memory of Su-Han fetching her slippers stirred a flutter in her heart. She found him quite endearing. In the classroom, attendance was a given for the captivating instructor's class. Even a mere glance at the enchanting goddess at the podium made the lesson worthwhile. How delightful it would be to attend the instructor's class daily. Zhao Leffen stared intently at the podium, but his dorm mates paid him no heed. It was evident he was still in slumber, lost in dreams. Tang Shiying's class occurred only once a week, and it was merely a class meeting. Were it to be held every day, the students might not appreciate it either. For them, the fear of skipping class was a form of torment. Throughout the entire lesson, Su-Han's gaze frequently collided with Tang Shiying's, prompting her to quickly avert her eyes, maintaining an outward semblance of calm. As the class drew to a close, rather than delivering a lecture, Tang Shiying informed everyone that the school would host a welcome party, requiring each class to present a performance, urging everyone to sign up enthusiastically. The students, however, displayed little enthusiasm for such activities. Ultimately, under the strong recommendation of class leader Wang Ziheng, Suhan was pulled into the mix as a filler, justified by his impressive singing at the military training evening, which had garnered considerable acclaim. Suhan glared at Wang Ziheng, repeatedly expressing his unwillingness to participate. But the latter acted as though he were oblivious. "Brother, help me out. If you don't go, I'll have to perform a chest-crushing act." Wang Ziheng pleaded softly. "Name your terms. I'll comply with anything, even if it means warming my bed." Suhan's resolve softened. After all, he was his dear son, and he could only indulge him. "You'll wash my socks for an entire semester." Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Ziheng agreed. "Deal." Suhan flashed a mischievous smile. "But wait, I have another request." "Another?" Wang Ziheng's gritted teeth elicited amusement from the others in the dorm. "Speak. Choose a girl from the class to duet with me." While the two were whispering, Tang Shiying's voice rang out. "Have you come to an agreement?" Wang Ziheng looked up, instantly betraying Suhan, who had just moments ago been his close ally. Suhan said if you pick a girl from the class to sing with him, he'll participate. Upon hearing this, the class fell silent. It was an excruciatingly awkward moment. Suhan covered his head, bowing low, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. "To have such a son is truly my blessing." Han Feifei turned her head, a triumphant smile gracing her face, convinced that Suhan's intentions were directed towards her. "Is he seeking an opportunity for a private encounter with me?" As the newly crowned campus beauty, she held confidence in her looks. The last time she had tried to add Suhan on WeChat, he had declined. Perhaps it was a tactic of subtle pursuit. Boys were fond of such strategies. In her imagination, she seemed to envision the two of them on stage, hand in hand, singing together. Tang Shiying's eyelids fluttered. She hadn't realized that this little rascal had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. "Very well. I have no objections. I wonder which girl in our class you intend to invite to sing alongside you, Suhan?" All the girls turned their gazes towards him, filled with anticipation and curiosity. Feeling the intense stares, Suhan mustered the courage to glance at the podium and declared, "I wish to choose you, Teacher Tang, if I may." Their eyes met, and in his gaze, Tang Shiying discerned hope, determination, and bravery. He must have mustered all his courage to utter such words. Instinctively inclined to refuse, she found herself silent this time. The other students in the class gasped in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Suhan would select Tang Shiying. Everyone had believed that Han Feifei was the frontrunner. When Suhan announced his choice of Teacher Tang, Han Feifei's expression soured instantly. "Cold brother. It seems you are indeed the one. I am utterly defeated," whispered his three roommates. "If the instructor agrees, breakfast is on me. I'll even wash your underwear." Everyone's eyes were fixed on Tang Shiying, awaiting her response. With an impassive expression, she stood at the podium. "For the sake of collective honor, it seems I must concede to you." Suhan exhaled a sigh of relief and nodded gently. "Then I must trouble you. I worry that I might be too nervous, and having a teacher present will help me perform better." Suhan realized he had acted rather impulsively, nearly causing a disaster, but thankfully, Tang Shiying had provided him an escape route under the pretext of collective honor. As the bell rang, Tang Shiying hastily made her exit. Indeed, it was an escape. The little rascal's bold actions had unwittingly stirred something within her. Suhan turned to his three roommates with a smile. "Don't forget what you said." Lin Jinghao quickly threw an arm around his shoulder. "Perhaps we ought to discuss this laundry business. It doesn't quite suit my status." "What status do you have? You might as well wash my socks too." Wang Ziheng retorted sharply. Suhan shot him an indignant look. "How dare you say that? You sold out your brother the moment you got on stage. I'll make sure you pay for it when we get back." "Yes, we'll make him pay." Suhan's words garnered enthusiastic support from Zhao Leffen and Lin Jinghao. "Suhan, I need to talk to you." Han Feifei suddenly appeared before the four of them. Realizing she was there for Suhan, the other three discreetly slipped away. "Whatever happened to our camaraderie?" Suhan sighed and quietly asked, "What is it?" Han Feifei looked up at him and suddenly inquired, "Why didn't you choose me?" At this moment, the classroom was empty, and the corridor was nearly deserted. Suhan felt somewhat speechless. The very person he wished to avoid had now appeared. "Why would I choose you?" Han Feifei was momentarily at a loss for words. She couldn't very well claim her beauty or her status as the school belle, with tears welling in her eyes, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. She fixed her gaze on Suhan. "Why did you reject my friend request?" Suhan was all too familiar with her demeanor. No one understood it better than he did, Her expressions, her tone, her gestures, all reminiscent of the experiences from his previous life. He exhaled sharply, his voice frigid as he remarked, "Sister, why can't I refuse? Who are you?" He was merciless, showing no regard for a young woman's dignity. The stark lesson from his past loomed before him, and he had no intention of repeating it. "I like you," Han Feifei declared, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her assertion unwavering. Su Han sighed in resignation. "If my memory serves me right, this is our first time meeting alone. Your affection seems rather insipid." His words were cutting, likely inflicting a profound wound on any girl. Tang Shiying, standing in the corridor, was taken aback by his remark. How heartless. She had intended to seek Su Han in the office, but stumbled upon this scene by chance. She acknowledged that she certainly did not eavesdrop intentionally. Chapter 11. Do you want me to sing for you? Han Feifei presents herself as the quintessential good girl, yet beneath that facade lies an inherent pride. Her overwhelming sense of superiority leads her to mistakenly believe that the world should cater to her every desire. She feels entitled to reject others while expecting unconditional compliance in return. This misplaced confidence stems not from her familial background, but rather from her striking beauty. When Su Han bluntly turned her down, it pierced Han Feifei's tender heart, causing her to depart in tears, reminiscent of a rain-laden pear blossom. Su Han took a deep breath, attempting to alleviate the oppressive emotions within him. Thoughts of the upcoming freshman welcome party quickly dispelled any lingering discontent. The prospect of sharing the stage with Tang Shiying filled him with joy. He envisioned her in a gown, certain that she would be the most exquisite presence there. "What are you pondering?" A soft voice floated in. Tang Shiying appeared at the doorway, her expression cool and detached. Upon hearing her voice, Su Han instinctively blurted out, "Ah, I was thinking of you." Though his words were softly spoken, they reached her ears. Tang Shiying took a deliberate step forward, feigning ignorance. "What did you say?" Su Han hesitated, then met her gaze. "I was considering what song to sing. Have you decided?" This time, neither averted their eyes. Locked in a gaze that intertwined their thoughts and emotions. Su Han urged himself internally, "Be bold. You must be bold. There's a song titled I Want to Sing for You. What do you think?" Tang Shiying's eyes widened, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. The naive boy truly possesses a touch of courage. Is this the latent potential of a shy young man? Noticing her silence, Su Han quickly added, "If you don't like it, we can choose another. As long as I can share the stage with you, I am open to singing anything. Even the theme from Calabash Brothers. Whatever you prefer." With that, Tang Shiying hastily departed. Had she playfully teased him twice in one morning? Was it intentional, or was he merely overly sensitive? Perhaps it was all a mere coincidence. Upon returning to the office, Jiang Yanin was seated at her desk. Tang, why is your face so flushed? Are you feverish?" Jiang Yanin rose anxiously, her slender fingers brushing against Tang Shiying's cheek. Tang Shiying pushed her hand away, feigning innocence. "No, it's just the heat." "Is it hot?" "I feel a bit chilly with the air conditioning on." Jiang Yanin observed her curiously, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate it. Not wishing to dwell on the matter, she cheerfully settled beside Tang Shiying, grasping her arm. "Shall we discuss something?" The moment Tang Shiying saw this gesture, she realized Jiang Yanin had something to say, most likely a request. Without hesitation, Jiang Yanin smiled and began. "You still haven't given me the WeChat contact of that handsome guy." Tang Shiying froze. It seems many have their eyes on that young fellow. 3 minutes later, a new member appeared in the group chat of the second screenwriting class. Jiang Yanin has joined the group chat. Tang Shiying informs her that she does not have the WeChat contacts of her students, but can add her to the group, allowing her to reach out herself. Jiang Yanin gladly accepts. In the evening, preparations for the welcoming party are in full swing. The freshmen have all taken their seats in the audience. Rumor has it that the enchanting goddess, Tang Shiying, will take the stage to perform. Indeed, who else would attend such a mundane and awkward event? It's no wonder that this year's audience is larger than in previous years. Wang Ziheng sits in the front row with his classmates from the screenwriting class. His dorm brothers and instructor are set to perform, and he must show his support. He even prepared light boards and glow sticks at his own expense. But they were confiscated at the entrance for safety reasons. Backstage, Su Han changes into the suit provided by the school. The stylist surveys him and cannot help but exclaim in admiration. He is truly a model for clothing. The oversized suit fits Su Han perfectly, accentuating his charm and exuding an aura of authority. The tailored black suit, paired with a white shirt and a brown bow tie, makes him appear exceptionally spirited. As the departing actors pass by him, they cannot help but steal a few glances. How handsome. He possesses a hint of star quality. The door swings open, and Tang Shiying emerges, freshly made up. Suhan turns to look, his gaze unwilling to waver. He has never seen such a breathtaking woman. She is adorned in a flowing white gown, intricately detailed with lace at the neckline and cinched at the waist, showcasing her flawless curves. In this moment, all the words in the world that describe beauty seem insufficient in her presence. What are you staring at? Suhan stands transfixed, unaware that Tang Shiying has already approached him. She senses a hint of intensity in the boy's gaze, yet finds it appealing. He does look rather dashing in that suit. Teacher Tang, you are truly beautiful. Suhan suddenly speaks, his eyes brimming with tenderness. He does not realize that his words might be inappropriate. It is simply his most genuine expression. Hearing such straightforward praise, Tang Shiying's cheeks flush slightly, and she turns to face the stage. It's our turn. Suhan follows closely behind Tang Shiying, assisting her with her gown as they ascend the stage. The host's voice resonates throughout the venue. Now, please enjoy a duet presented by the screenwriting class, featuring the song I Want to Sing This For You, performed by Suhan and Tang Shiying. As the host finishes speaking, thunderous applause erupts from the audience. Under the spotlight, the two stand center stage. The song's prelude begins to play softly, and the audience quiets, pulling out their phones. Suhan glances at Tang Shiying, filled with deep emotion. She meets his gaze with warmth, a softness Suhan has never witnessed before. The young man begins to sing first. I want to sing this for you. While we are still young and vibrant, let the flowers bloom freely, adorning your years and my branches. Together, let us journey forth. As the two sang with deep emotion, Tang Shiying maintained a calm demeanor. Yet she sensed Suhan gradually drawing closer to her. Her heart fluttered, and she could not resist glancing at him. His gaze was exceedingly gentle, as if it could envelop her entirely. When they reached the final line, let us be together, Suhan extended his hand, yearning to grasp Tang Shiying's, but hesitated, withdrawing it after a moment. This subtle gesture might have gone unnoticed by others, yet Tang Shiying perceived every nuance. She secretly chuckled, thinking, what a silly boy. Upon completing their performance, Suhan exhaled deeply, drenched in sweat from his nerves. Fortunately, the outcome had been favorable. The audience erupted in applause once more, with the students from Class 2 of the screenwriting department rising to cheer. Simultaneously, their singing video was shared on online platforms. As they descended from the stage, a boy, donned in a similar performance outfit, stood at the exit. Upon seeing Tang Shiying, he hurried forward to offer his assistance. Senior, your singing was magnificent, truly a celestial melody. Tang Shiying gently evaded the boy's outstretched hand, inching closer to Suhan. Unfazed, the boy persisted, Senior, wearing high heels must be inconvenient. Allow me to help you. Chapter 12. I'm not a bad person. The young man named Xiaosong was a senior student who had successfully secured a place for further studies. It was said that he had been a devoted admirer of Tang Shiying since his freshman year. As Xiaosong reached out to rest his hand on Tang Shiying's arm, she promptly pushed him away. She had always been averse to physical contact with others, especially with males. In her attempt to evade him, she slipped, and the sound of a fracture was accompanied by a pained whimper. She had twisted her ankle. Suhan swiftly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace to prevent her from falling to the ground. Tang Shiying felt herself soften. His large hand resting on her waist was reassuringly secure, leaving her without a reason to refuse his hold, nor any time to resist. Xiaosong, taken aback, hurried forward to assist her, only to be brusquely pushed aside by the young man beside her. Suhan half-squatted, supporting her long leg with one hand while the other enveloped her back, lifting her in a classic princess carry, exuding an air of undeniable strength. I will take you to the hospital. His voice was urgent, and his face was etched with concern. Xiaosong trailed closely behind. Senior, I am truly sorry. I did not mean to do that. Let me take you to the hospital. Suhan abruptly halted, casting a cold, indifferent gaze at him, a stark contrast to his previous gentleness. You would do well to keep your distance from her. Do not force me to slap you. His tone was frigid and domineering, leaving Xiaosong too intimidated to utter another word. The chill in the air was palpable to Tang Shiying, who had never felt such an intensity before. Little fellow, quite the tyrant, like a protective cub. Tang Shiying blushed and lowered her head, allowing him to hold her, stealing glances at his profile without uttering a word. As they made their way, they attracted the attention of numerous students, who wouldn't envy a young man carrying such a stunning beauty. Upon arriving at the infirmary, The doctor treated Tang Shiying's sprain and advised her to refrain from wearing high heels for the time being. Su-han, incessantly questioning the doctor, asked multiple times, "Are you certain she is all right? Is there anything to watch out for? Can she get it wet?" With a sigh, the doctor handed him the medication, indicating that they could leave, and he carried Tang Shiying back to the apartment. Unbeknownst to him, it seemed that his visits to this apartment had become increasingly frequent. No longer feeling the initial awkwardness, he had grown quite familiar with it. Su-han adeptly fetched a pair of slippers, squatting down. Tang Shiying's delicate and fair feet were exposed before him. Earlier, she had returned wearing high heels, but now she wore only a pair of transparent socks. Compared to the last time, Su-han could clearly see the shape of her feet. Tang Shiying felt slightly flustered, looking down at him as she moved her uninjured right foot. "I can manage it myself." Su-han appeared not to hear her. He gently grasped her ankle with his left hand, slowly lifting her foot to slide the slipper on her foot. His movements were tender, as if he were handling a precious piece of art. Tang Shiying's breath quickened. She had never observed a young man so closely before. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a frail girl strode in. "Tang Tang, I heard." Jiang Yanan's words faltered as she took in the scene before her, leaving her momentarily speechless. What on earth is happening? Why is there a boy here with Tang Tang? What is he doing? Crouching beside her feet with dubious intentions? "You, who are you?" Let go of Tang Tang's foot. Jiang Yanan pulled out her phone, pretending to call the police. "I'm calling the authorities. I know everyone here, and you won't get away with any wrongdoing." Jiang Yanan warily eyed the boy on the ground, raising her bag as if to strike. Su-han immediately stood up, his face flushed crimson, feeling as though he had been caught in an illicit affair. I am not a bad person," he attempted to explain, but his nervousness rendered his words incoherent. Tang Shiying glanced up, witnessing his embarrassment, and couldn't help but smile with amusement. "Little fellow, weren't you quite bold? It's all a fade." She turned to Jiang Yanan and explained, "He is a student from our class. I twisted my ankle, and he was just helping me home." Only then did Jiang Yanan lower her weapon, plopping down onto the sofa, her heart racing. "You scared me to death. I thought you were a pervert." "Oh." Her gaze fell upon the boy, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as if she had discovered a treasure. "Aren't he that charming young singer?" Tang Shiying lowered her head, feeling somewhat guilty, and refrained from meeting Jiang Yanan's gaze. Su-han, feeling shy, asked in bewilderment, "You know me?" "I don't know you personally, but I've seen your singing video on the confession wall and sent you a friend request. But it seems you didn't accept." Jiang Yanan lowered her voice as she continued, suddenly shifting her attention back to Tang Shiying, her tone playful yet accusatory. "Didn't you say you didn't know him? Why is he in your house? Don't tell me it's just a coincidence. I'm not a child." Tang Shiying, sensing the piercing scrutiny, maintained her composure and introduced them seriously. "This is my best friend, Jiang Yanan, and this is Su-han, a student from my class. Oh, and he is also the younger brother of Senior Su." She emphasized the last part while introducing Su-han, implying that it was perfectly normal for him to be here since his sister also resides in the same place. Upon hearing that he was Tang Shiying's best friend, Su-han politely greeted her. "Hello, Jiang Shuejia. So, it's about adding each other as friends? I'll scan your code." Building a good rapport with the goddess's best friend is crucial. I learned this from dramas. Tang Shiying observed their lively interaction, feeling an inexplicable sensation welling up within her. Jealous? Impossible. After a moment's reflection, she adopted a teacherly tone and said to Su-han, "You should head back now." "Thank you." Su-han was taken aback. Her tone seemed off. "Well, she can take care of me." Tang Shiying, as if anticipating Su-han's words, interrupted him directly. "Of course. She is the good friend Jiang Yanan. Farewell, Junior. Let us connect on WeChat." Jiang Yanan enthusiastically escorted Su-han to the door and waited until he entered the elevator before closing the door. She continued to mutter, "The junior is quite gentle." Su-han returned to the dormitory, where Lin Jinghao and Zhao Lefen were engrossed in a game, while Wang Ziheng, the class monitor, was still busy handling matters for the upcoming party and had yet to return. "Xiaohan, come here. Let us team up for some gaming." Upon his return, Zhao Lefen greeted him enthusiastically, eager to enlist him into the team. Gaming was not Su-han's forte. He was, after all, quite the novice. So he opted to abstain entirely. "If you are unafraid of being reported, I could accompany you for a round," he jested. "Perhaps not," came the reply. Understanding his lack of skill, the others did not press him if he chose not to engage. "Brother, have you seen the confession wall? Your name has been plastered all over it tonight." Yet, the most striking presence remained our captivating instructor. Zhao Leffen's eyes were glued to the game screen as he muttered incessantly, "With this, you have stirred envy among all the boys in the school." Though I suspect it may be more a source of resentment, Su-Han replied with a smile, remaining silent afterward as he deftly opened his computer and logged into his forum, continuing to craft his little script. Meanwhile, Tang Shiying lay quietly on her bed, gazing at the ceiling, reflecting on the events of the day. Chapter 13. Good morning, Teacher Tang. On a day devoid of morning classes, Su-Han arrived at the faculty apartment, bearing an assortment of breakfast items. Uncertain of Tang Shiying's preferences, he had brought a little of everything. However, as he stood at the door, he found himself lacking the courage to knock. After a prolonged internal struggle, he took a deep breath and finally rapped gently on the door. He knocked 3 times politely and then waited in silence. Given that Tang Shiying had an injury to her foot, it was unlikely she would answer promptly, affording him ample time to prepare himself mentally. For what exactly he was preparing, he could not say, but an inexplicable tension gripped him, perhaps stemming from a childhood fear of teachers. After waiting for approximately a minute, the door slowly opened. Tang Shiying appeared, clad in a flowing blue silk nightgown, her long black hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. To Su-Han, her bare-faced beauty was breathtaking. Devoid of makeup, she was still undeniably captivating. "Good morning, Teacher Tang." Su-Han greeted with a smile, striving to appear composed. "I brought you some breakfast. Would you like to try it?" He shook the bags in his hand for emphasis. Tang Shiying's gaze fell upon the 4 large bags he held. "Are you sure you're not here to feed pigs? One might think I consume an inordinate amount." She looked at the endearing boy before her, a mix of amusement and exasperation evident on her face. "Are you going to stand there all day?" "My foot is quite tired." Su-Han hesitated, then transferred all the bags to his right hand and stepped into the room. He gently placed his left hand on her arm and used his foot to close the door, leading her back to the sofa. "What would you like to eat?" "Milk, bread, buns." Su-Han listed the breakfast items he had brought as if reciting a menu. With a faint smile, Tang Shiying observed his earnestness and felt a sudden urge to tease him. "Are you planning to open a breakfast shop?" Su-Han scratched his head, murmuring, "I didn't know what you liked, so I thought I would bring a variety." His innocent demeanor made it difficult for Tang Shiying to continue her playful banter. "I'm not picky. I can eat anything. But thank you for bringing me breakfast. I'll return the favor later." Su-Han had intended to decline, but the words never left his lips. Tang Shiying held firm to her principles. As a teacher, she could not take advantage of her students. Moreover, refusing the offering might bring her displeasure. "How is your injury? Is it improving?" "It's not a major issue. You should eat with me." Tang Shiying pushed the buns and eggs towards Su-Han, encouraging him to take a seat. Though he had already eaten, sharing a meal with Teacher Tang was a pleasure he relished. Su-Han sat across from her, stealing glances every so often. He was uncertain of the breakfast's flavor, but his stomach felt sufficiently full. He placed the remaining items in the refrigerator and prepared hot water, setting it before Tang Shiying. He departed the apartment before Jiang Yanin arrived. Tang Shiying picked up the cup of water from the table, cradling it in her hands, her gaze momentarily lost in thought. That little fellow seemed quite nervous around her at times, yet at other moments, he displayed remarkable boldness. Why was that? Was it her stern demeanor that intimidated him, or she herself had not noticed how frequently Su-Han had begun to occupy her thoughts? As I was lost in thought, Jiang Yanin entered the room. "I brought some fruit, freshly washed for you." She headed straight to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator, which was brimming with an array of breakfast items. "Tang Tang, have you commandeered the breakfast stand? Or is there a clearance sale?" With a perplexed expression, Jiang Yanin washed the fruit and settled beside Tang Shiying, taking a fresh grape and delicately feeding it to her. "Has a junior been here?" "Which junior?" "Humph. If you won't tell me, I'll ask myself." Jiang Yanin, in a huff, pulled out her phone and messaged Su-Han. Su-Han arrived at the dormitory entrance to find Wang Ziheng chatting animatedly with a girl. He recalled that the girl was also a student from the screenwriting class too, named LV Shanqing. Upon spotting Su-Han, they greeted him warmly. "Xiaohan, are you heading back to the dorm? Let us go together." Wang Ziheng quickened his pace, throwing an arm around Su-Han's shoulders as they entered the dormitory building. "Class monitor, is there something going on with you?" Su-Han looked at Wang Ziheng, his expression filled with paternal pride, akin to a father who is pleased with his eldest son. Wang Ziheng suppressed a smile that threatened to break free, feigning nonchalance. "Nothing's happening. We just happened to meet, and we're chatting casually." He certainly wouldn't divulge to Su-Han that he had deliberately waited at the teaching building to engineer a chance encounter. After a moment's contemplation, considering they were brothers, Wang Ziheng felt it was unwise to keep secrets from him. Moreover, sharing might provide him with some advice. Lowering his voice, he inquired, "Do you think there is potential?" Just a second ago, he had claimed they merely bumped into each other, yet now he sought Su Han's opinion. Truly, no one could match him. Su Han regarded his serious demeanor and pondered for a moment. Ultimately, one must seize their own happiness. That makes sense. It was uncertain if Wang Ziheng comprehended, but his reaction was rather swift. Upon returning to the dorm, Su Han noticed Lin Jinghao regarding him with a peculiar expression, remaining silent and making him feel quite uncomfortable. "Boss, what kind of look is that? I assure you, I have no intentions towards you." Lin Jinghao flashed a mischievous grin. "You rascal, where did you run off to so early? Just out for breakfast. Nonsense. I saw you carrying 4 large bags out of the school." Lin Jinghao shook his head in disappointment. "I nearly lost my voice calling for you. And you didn't even glance back, did I? Perhaps the wind was too loud and carried away your divine calls." Indeed, Su Han had heard Lin Jinghao's voice at the entrance and had deliberately quickened his pace, fearing he might not be able to explain himself. "Are you sneaking around with someone?" "Sneaking around? How thrilling." Zhao Leffen, who had been asleep, suddenly sat up, a fiery curiosity igniting in his eyes. "Is it a senior or a junior? A widow or a sister-in-law?" The other 3 looked at this lively character as if he were foolish. Su Han seized the opportunity to open his computer, donned his headphones, and thwart Lin Jinghao's relentless inquiries. His phone screen flickered, revealing a message from Jiang Yanan, Jr. "Did you come to Tang Tang's place this morning?" Su Han stared at the screen for an extended moment before resolutely deciding to ignore it. He certainly could not admit to having been there, yet he was not adept at lying either. In her apartment, Jiang Yanan, having received no response from Su Han, set her phone aside and began to watch a television drama out of boredom. Just as she was becoming engrossed in the unfolding story, the notification sound of a message interrupted her reverie. Upon checking, she discovered it was not from the junior student but from Qiao Song. Jiang Yanan held her phone up to Tang Shiying, revealing Qiao Song's message, in which he expressed a desire to apologize in person and to see her, inquiring if he should be given her address. Tang Shiying, uninterested, declined the invitation outright. It was not that she harbored a grudge. Rather, she found Qiao Song's demeanor insincere. While he presented himself as a gentleman in public, he was secretly adept at employing deceitful tactics, having secured his graduate school recommendation through such underhanded means. Chapter 14. Sugar-coated haws or cotton candy. After class, Su Han did not return to his dormitory but instead hailed a taxi at the school gate, leaving no one aware of his intentions. It wasn't until he appeared at room 1101 of the faculty dormitory, pushing a wheelchair, that the mystery began to unravel. He had come only after confirming that Jiang Yanan was absent. Tang Shiying glanced down at the wheelchair before lifting her gaze to meet Su Han's earnest expression. "Little fellow, is it really necessary to be so dramatic?" "Su, I feel I'm not quite at the stage of needing a wheelchair yet. My injury will heal in a couple of days. This seems rather extravagant." Su Han followed her gaze, noticing that the swelling in his foot had significantly reduced. Yet he still dared not exert pressure. Tang Shiying's cheeks flushed slightly. He was looking at her feet again, and the memories of their previous encounters lingered vividly in her mind. Although her feet were quite lovely, being observed in such a manner by a boy made her somewhat uncomfortable. Su Han unfolded the wheelchair and gestured for her to sit. "This is rented. We can return it later." With his words, Tang Shiying ceased to protest and obediently settled into the wheelchair. Without further delay, she found it quite comfortable, far preferable to hopping about on one foot. Normally, Jiang Yanan would care for her, but with classes to attend, she had left Tang Shiying alone, making movement rather inconvenient. The little fellow could not always be by her side. If Su Han were privy to her thoughts, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed, as he longed to remain beside Tang Shiying at all times. "Shall I take you downstairs for a stroll? It must be rather dull to stay indoors all the time." Su Han wheeled her to the dining table and placed the bone broth he had brought on the surface. He then fetched a small bowl and spoon from the kitchen, filling a generous bowl. "It's just right to drink now. It's not too hot." He tested the temperature with his hand and set it in front of Tang Shiying. She did not move but simply gazed at him, lost in thought. Su Han tilted his head. "Is it too rich? Do you not like it?" He had intended to buy something to prepare, but admitted, "I can't cook, so No, I quite like it. Drinking." Tang Shiying interjected, a gentle smile breaking through her usually frosty demeanor. "But there is too much. I cannot finish it all. Let us share." Su Han, feeling unreserved, retrieved some utensils from the kitchen and sat across from her, beginning to eat. He carefully tore the meat from the large bone with his chopsticks, placing it in a separate bowl and pushing it toward her. Tang Shiying observed his actions from the corner of her eye. He appeared quite bold, yet became cautious in her presence. Nevertheless, he seemed earnest, albeit a bit foolish. Thus, the two of them sat at the same dining table, finishing the bone broth face to face. In his heart, Su-han resolved to learn how to cook, finding the boys on television who could do so quite endearing. As night fell, Tang Shiying allowed Su-han to push her into the small park downstairs. Having twisted her ankle, she had refrained from venturing outside, yearning for a breath of fresh air. The evening breeze tousled her hair, and a long finger playfully brushed through her disheveled locks. "Little fellow, your audacity seems to be growing. Perhaps it's time for a lesson." Su-han reveled in the gentle caress of the evening breeze, the faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils, reminiscent of the delightful scent of Tang Shiying's shampoo, a most pleasing aroma. "Do you know how old I am?" the person in the wheelchair suddenly inquired. Su-han was taken aback. "Are you referring to my age?" he asked, bewildered. "I truly don't know. Is this little fellow genuinely naive or merely pretending?" "I am 18, he replied, adding with a smile, "Isn't it said that girls are forever 18? Tang Shiying stifled a chuckle within her heart. This little one certainly possesses a sweet tongue. "It seems you are quite adept at charming young ladies." "Not at all." Su-han shook his head, glancing down yet unable to discern Tang Shiying's expression. "It's all thanks to my second sister. She advised me that when encountering pretty girls, one ought to say such things." Tang Shiying's lips curled into a smile. "Indeed, Su Shiji knows her little brother well. Have you uttered such words to many girls?" "No. Why not? There are plenty of beautiful girls in class. None are as lovely as you." Upon hearing this, Tang Shiying's face flushed instantly. What girl does not relish compliments from the opposite sex? This little one is strikingly direct. Who could resist such candor? In the park, a boy gently pushed a girl seated in a wheelchair, strolling leisurely. They resembled a devoted couple, and passers-by could not help but steal glances at the warm, romantic scene. In this fast-paced era, Su-han preferred the slow unfolding of emotions, believing that the journey from acquaintance to intimacy required time and partnership. While some experience love at first sight, he cherished the idea of enduring companionship. Love may be impulsive, yet true love remains timelessly fresh. In his previous life, Su-han had little interaction with Tang Shiying and scant knowledge of her. Thus, he believed that taking things slowly could yield a more favorable outcome. As they prepared to leave, they encountered a vendor at the park's exit, a man selling candied hawthorn and cotton candy. His enthusiastic calls captured Su-han's attention. "Teacher Tang, would you prefer candied hawthorn or cotton candy?" In his mind, he believed all girls must enjoy such treats. Tang Shiying glanced at the stand, remaining silent. She was indeed conflicted. Did she want to indulge? Yet, as a teacher, such delights seemed frivolous. Moreover, with her student beside her, she wished to maintain a semblance of dignity. Before she could make a decision, Su-han had already approached the vendor. "One of each, please. And make the cotton candy large." "Certainly." The vendor, pleased to have a customer, eagerly selected the largest cotton candy and placed the candied hawthorn in a bag, handing it to Su-han. "Take care. Enjoy and come back." Su-han expressed his gratitude and returned to Tang Shiying's side, presenting her with one of each treat. "Children make choices. We shall have both." Tang Shiying blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering, resembling a cherished child basking in affection. She felt a delightful sense of being pampered. To the outside world, she appears to treat everyone with an icy demeanor, which leads many to perceive her as difficult to approach. Although numerous suitors admire her, the frequency of her rejections has resulted in fewer individuals daring to draw near. Thus, she found herself with a cotton candy in one hand and a candied hawthorn in the other, being nudged back to the apartment by Su-han. As she opened the door, their gazes met. Should it be 6 pairs of eyes? Jiang Yanan was also present. There sat Tang Shiying in her wheelchair, clutching the candied hawthorn and cotton candy, her eyes fixed on Su-han. Ultimately, her gaze settled on the candied hawthorn. "Did you go out just to buy this for me?" she inquired. "Indeed. I anticipated your arrival and prepared it in advance," Su-han replied, as Tang Shiying reluctantly extended the candied hawthorn from her hand. She then turned her attention back to Su-han, saying, "You may head back now." Once again, she felt abandoned. Chapter 15, not a story, but an incident. As Jiang Yanan noticed Su-han preparing to leave, she grasped his arm at the doorway. "Junior, how about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? There's a newly opened hot pot restaurant that I hear is quite delightful. Suhan felt an uncomfortable closeness between them, instinctively taking a step back while casting a sidelong glance at Tang Shiying. She was pushing her wheelchair into the living room, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. Feeling awkward, Suhan scratched his head, a sudden idea sparking in his mind. Jiang, how about I bring the ingredients tomorrow, and we can enjoy hot pot at Teacher Tang's apartment? That's a splendid idea, Jiang Yanan exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Suhan's, playfully shaking him. A wave of softness enveloped him, and he dared not look down. Then tomorrow, I'll accompany you to buy the ingredients. It's settled. She then turned to Tang Shiying. Tang, you don't mind, do you? Tang Shiying remained silent, her acquiescence evident. The next day, around 9 o'clock, Suhan received a voice message from Jiang Yanan. I'm waiting for you downstairs at your dorm. Hurry down. Riding her red electric scooter, Jiang Yanan whisked Suhan off to a nearby supermarket. After wandering for an hour and a half, Suhan inquired about Tang Shiying's food preferences, to which Jiang Yanan replied, whatever I like. Tang likes too. They gathered a variety of ingredients before returning to the apartment. Due to her foot injury, Tang Shiying settled on the sofa, diligently reviewing her script. Meanwhile, Suhan and Jiang Yanan busied themselves in the kitchen, washing the ingredients. A family-style hot pot required no elaborate presentation. Simply cleaning the vegetables sufficed. Jiang Yanan gazed at the bountiful spread, unable to contain her excitement. Junior, would you like me to prepare a dipping sauce for you? I can manage, he replied. As the three of them sat down, the steaming hot pot bubbled invitingly on the table. In no time, Suhan's bowl was piled high with slices of beef and lamb. Junior, make sure to eat more, Jiang Yanan urged, adding freshly cooked meat to his bowl. Tang Shiying, who had not received any meat, shot a disapproving glare at her friend, as if to say, you're neglecting your friends for romance. Jiang Yanan, feigning ignorance, continued to smile at Suhan's profile. Junior, are you 19? She asked. Suhan, with a piece of meat in his mouth, nodded obediently. Do you prefer older sisters or younger sisters? Upon hearing this, Tang Shiying, who had been busy serving herself, paused momentarily. Her expression remained calm. Yet she had perked up her ears. After swallowing, Suhan responded softly, I like older sisters. He glanced at Tang Shiying, whose expression remained unchanged. Jiang Yanan, however, beamed with delight, promptly adding more meat to his bowl. Do you prefer gentle types or the aloof ones? Perhaps due to the hot pot. Suhan's face flushed crimson, reaching all the way to his ears. He was at a loss for words. To directly state a preference for the aloof type would surely lead Jiang Yanan to think of Tang Shiying. Yet, she was now his teacher, and he was merely a student. Was it appropriate for a student to pursue a teacher? He was more than willing, but what about her? Surely, she would have to consider her professional image. Seeing Suhan silent, Jiang Yanan continued, do you all still prefer it this way? Tang Shiying picked up some greens and placed them in Jiang Yanan's bowl. Hurry and eat. If you don't, it will get cold. Oh. Only then did Jiang Yanan remember to continue her meal, lowering her gaze at the greens in her bowl and glaring at Tang Shiying. Are you feeding a rabbit? I want to eat meat. When did you learn to be so mischievous? With the attention diverted, Suhan breathed a sigh of relief. Having narrowly escaped a predicament, was she just now rescuing him? No matter, Suhan focused on his meal. For a foodie, pursuing a goddess was important. But so was eating. Tang Shiying noticed he finished the meat in his bowl and promptly added another serving of cooked greens. A smile crept onto her lips, revealing a hint of curiosity. The little fellow didn't seem chubby, yet he had quite an appetite. Watching him eat, Tang Shiying found herself momentarily entranced. A surge of impulse washing over her. What are you doing? Jiang Yanan waved her hand in front of her eyes, bringing her back to reality. She quickly explained, I saw that the junior is almost done, so I added some more for him. Almost immediately, a generous bowl filled with well-cooked greens and slices of meat appeared before Suhan. Upon realizing that it was Tang Shiying who served him, Suhan, despite being nearly full, ate with great satisfaction. After all, this was the esteemed teacher Tang personally serving him. But wait, why did it feel like he was acting like a sycophant? As the hot pot meal came to an end, they had plenty of ingredients left, which they stored away in the refrigerator. While tidying up, Jiang Yanan pulled Suhan and Tang Shiying together for a group photo, calling it a commemoration of their first hot pot meal with the junior. She promptly posted the photo and caption on her social media, ensuring it was visible only to her closest friends. Quick, go and like it, Jiang Yanan exclaimed, beaming with joy. Unlike Tang Shiying, She was the type to wear her emotions on her sleeve, with a delightful personality to match. Not long after finishing up, she received a phone call and took her leave, entrusting Su-han to look after Tang Shiying. Su-han naturally accepted with enthusiasm. After all, it was a request from someone else, and he vowed to fulfill it diligently. Tang Shiying sat on the sofa, gazing at the photo Jiang Yanin had posted, silently saving it to her device. Just as she was about to set her phone down, a notification caught her attention. It was a photo sent by Su Ruolin, featuring the three of them together. Su Ruolin messaged, "My little brother actually had a meal with you? Did you bully him?" Tang Shiying glanced at Su-han washing fruit in the kitchen and replied nonchalantly, "Why isn't him bullying me? Clearly, it was that little rascal. He was the one who initiated it." Su Ruolin responded, "He would bully you? What stories have unfolded between you two?" Stories? The mere mention of the word made Tang Shiying's cheeks flush. It seemed as though nothing had happened, yet. After pondering for a moment, she replied, "Perhaps it was just an accident." This time, Su Ruolin did not reply immediately. Su-han emerged from the kitchen, carrying the prepared fruit. Upon seeing the beautifully cut fruit, Tang Shiying's eyes sparkled with delight. No wonder it took so long. It turns out he was slicing fruit, and the little one is quite earnest in his endeavor. She could easily envision Su-han's clumsy attempts at fruit cutting. Judging by his demeanor, it was evident he had never engaged in such a task before. "Take a seat." Tang Shiying beckoned him to sit beside her, casually handing him the script that lay on the table. "Have a look." Su-han accepted the script. After all, he was studying this field and could grasp the content to some extent. Tang Shiying chose not to disturb him, indulging in the fruit herself while patiently waiting. After 3 or 4 minutes, noticing that he had finished the first piece, she gently inquired, "What do you think?" Su-han, with a focused expression and slightly squinted eyes, appeared entirely different from his usual self. At that moment, he was deeply immersed in thought. If the emotional arc of the female lead were a touch more nuanced, it would enhance the narrative. Chapter 16. More nonsense. "And I shall strike you." Tang Shiying listened intently to Su-han's narrative, captivated by his meticulousness. She had not anticipated that the little fellow could appear so charming when he was earnest. As Su-han concluded his thoughts, he turned to face her. Their gazes locking for a fleeting moment, during which Tang Shiying felt a blush creep onto her cheeks before she averted her eyes. Su-han, seemingly oblivious to her embarrassment, set down the script and softly inquired, "Did you write this?" Tang Shiying shook her head. "It belongs to a junior who asked me to review it. However, you are absolutely right. Certain aspects are even more remarkable than I had imagined." She offered her praise generously, which brought a smile to Su-han's face. For even boys appreciate compliments. At that moment, Tang Shiying's phone vibrated on the table, and she opened the message from Su Ruolin. "My little brother has a wonderful personality and a sensitive nature, but he lacks a bit of confidence, which stems from his upbringing. Despite our efforts to support him, some things cannot be altered overnight, as you are aware. His willingness to dine at your home indicates his trust in you. He never accepts invitations to others' homes. Therefore, witnessing him share a meal with you and Yanin at home truly astonished me. Please take good care of him. I believe he is quite fond of girls like you." After digesting the message, she glanced at the boy heading towards the kitchen. It dawned on her that he had indeed mustered great courage to approach her. The memory of his cautious demeanor stirred a pang of sympathy within her. For Su-han, this weekend was a delightful reprieve. He had spent both days at the apartment, with Jiang Yanin frequently present. After several days of rest, Tang Shiying's foot had nearly healed, allowing her to walk normally once more. In anticipation of the upcoming National Day, the school had organized a basketball tournament. Although Su-han was not particularly enthusiastic about such competitions, he played reasonably well. However, Wang Ziheng, the sports student and class monitor, was brimming with excitement. He had previously represented the school in high school competitions and was determined to be a key player in this tournament. "Xiaohan, are you joining the morning run?" Wang Ziheng, clad in athletic gear, noticed Su-han donning his running shoes. Su-han had not previously had a morning running routine, but after his rebirth, he had set goals for himself, with morning runs being one of them. Su-han and Wang Ziheng descended the stairs together, making their way to the playground. Many early risers were already exercising, and as they entered the field, a familiar figure approached, greeting Wang Ziheng. It was Shanqing, the girl Su-han had encountered previously with Wang Ziheng. Her ponytail swayed as she sported a fitted athletic outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, drawing the attention of other male runners. Not wishing to intrude upon the camaraderie between the class monitor and his companion, Su-han distanced himself from the duo and began to jog at a leisurely pace. Not far behind him, 3 boys clad in black athletic were slowed their pace upon spotting Su-han. "Xiaoge, do you see that kid up ahead? Isn't he the one who threatened to slap you last time?" The man in the middle, gazing at the figure ahead, felt an immediate surge of anger. This silhouette was indeed unforgettable. How could he possibly forget? It was him. After searching for so long, he never anticipated encountering him here. With a swift motion of his hand, Xiaosong signaled his companions to follow suit. This brat needed a lesson. The trio quickened their pace, approaching Su-han without any intent to slow down or evade, and collided forcefully with him. Su-han was knocked to the ground by the sudden force from behind. Before he could utter a word, one of Xiaosong's companions spoke first. "Are you blind? Good dogs don't block the way. Haven't you heard?" The 3 stood over the fallen Su-han, showing no inclination to lend a hand. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of onlookers. Su-han twitched his lips and, upon seeing Xiaosong with his hands on his hips, understood everything. This was retribution for the incident at the welcome party. "It was you who bumped into me. If anyone is blind, it's you." His gentle demeanor did not imply he was a pushover. He would never relent when provoked. Ignoring the scrapes on his arms and knees, Su-han stood boldly before the trio, his aura unwavering. "What's the matter? Are you not satisfied, kid?" Xiaosong taunted, pressing his finger against Su-han's chest, leaning in to whisper derisively, "I did it on purpose. What can you do about it? Aren't you involved with Tang Shiying? If you have the guts." Bang! Before Xiaosong could finish his taunt, a fist the size of a sandbag struck his face, leaving him no time to react. "How dare you hit me? What is stopping me? If you keep babbling, I'll make you unrecognizable to your own mother." Su-han was truly enraged. He could tolerate insults against himself, but slandering Tang Shiying was absolutely unacceptable. "What are you waiting for? Beat him," Xiaosong bellowed, lunging at Su-han and throwing a punch at his face. His 2 companions rushed in as well. Su-han realized their numbers put him at a disadvantage, so he tackled Xiaosong to the ground, pinning him down and retaliating fiercely. He disregarded the punches raining down on him from behind. The ruckus drew all the morning joggers towards the scene. Among the crowd, Wang Ziheng, upon recognizing that Su-han was involved in the fight, frantically pushed through the throng to join in. "How dare you touch my brother?" He was an athlete, muscular and strong, easily tossing Xiaosong's 2 companions aside. They crouched on the ground, bewildered by how they ended up there. Su-han kept Xiaosong pinned down, pounding him until he curled up on the ground, clutching his head and struggling helplessly. The earlier bravado had vanished into thin air. Just then, a girl squeezed through the crowd and grabbed Su-han. "Stop fighting. If this escalates, it will be hard to handle." It was his fellow townsman, Yi Xiaowen, who had also come out for a morning jog. Su-han, realizing the situation, ceased his assault, lifting himself off the battered Xiaosong and glaring at his bruised visage with fury. Wang Ziheng stood beside him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Are you all right? Why are you still bleeding?" Su-han glanced at his wound and slowly shook his head. "It's nothing. It's just blood from the fall earlier. It's already healing." Yi Xiaowen observed his injury and stepped forward with concern. "You should still visit the infirmary. A man like you shouldn't fret over such trivial wounds." Su-han cast a glance at Xiaosong and the others, noting his swollen face, and chose to ignore him as he turned to weave through the crowd. "Were they the ones who deliberately knocked you down?" Wang Ziheng asked indignantly. He had witnessed someone fall earlier, but had not realized it was Su-han. Otherwise, he would have intervened to protect his brother. Su-han nodded, appearing remarkably unfazed. "Let's head back and change clothes. It's time for class." It was then that he recalled the first period was likely to be a class meeting. Chapter 17. The distance of a cotton swab. Su-han returned to the dormitory wearing a cap before heading to class. The 4 roommates sat in a corner, with Zhao Leffen still grumbling about Wang Ziheng for failing to protect Su-han, who had been assaulted. He was eager to seek vengeance, feeling as though his son had been harmed, bringing shame upon himself. The news of the fight on the playground quickly spread among the students, though they remained unaware of the identities of those involved. As the class bell rang, Tang Shiying entered the classroom with a meeting notebook. She surveyed the room and eventually fixed her gaze on the corner where the boy in the cap sat. Upon entering the school gate, she had already heard whispers of a fight on the playground. In the office, Jiang Yanan informed her that Xiaosong had been beaten. This immediately made her think of Su-han. Though Su-han was not the type to instigate fights, she was well aware of Xiaosong's temperament. It was undoubtedly a deliberate provocation stemming from the welcome party. Throughout the entire class, Su-han did not dare to glance at the podium, fearing that Tang Shiying would notice the bruises on his face. Tang Shiying also seemed somewhat distracted, repeating several points multiple times. Observing Su-han's demeanor, she realized that the little fellow had indeed been assaulted. Finally, the class concluded. Tang Shiying called out Su-han's name directly. "Su-han, come to my office." Upon hearing this, Su-han sighed softly. It seemed he could not avoid this confrontation. Lin Jinghao patted his shoulder, saying, "We'll wait for you outside." Wang Ziheng and Zhao Lefen nodded in agreement, concerned that Xiao Song might come looking for trouble again. This exemplified the bond among dormitory brothers. They often played the role of protectors for one another, but in crucial moments, they stood united as brothers in arms. Before Su-han could step out, a commotion erupted in the corridor, with a dozen students gathered at the entrance of Class 2 of the scriptwriting department. Leading the group was Xiao Song, also donning a cap. The boys from Su-han's class, seeing this, rushed to join the fray. "What are you doing? Looking for trouble?" Zhao Lefen had just returned to his seat when he heard Wang Ziheng exclaim that the cap-wearing guy was the one who had assaulted Su-han. He leaped onto the desk and shouted angrily, "You're the one who hit my brother, aren't you? What is the meaning of bringing all these people? Do you want to fight?" Zhao Lefen was particularly fierce, fiercely loyal to his friends, always standing behind Su-han. Wang Ziheng pushed to the front, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Song's nose, and declared, "3 of you attacked my brother alone, and now you have the audacity to come back for revenge after losing? How shameful." Upon hearing this, Xiao Song's companions felt embarrassed. They had only known that Xiao Song had been beaten, not realizing that he had lost despite outnumbering his opponent. Quite humiliating. Consequently, several individuals quietly slipped away, choosing not to associate with him any longer. Furious, Xiao Song had initially sought to regain his honor, but found himself humiliated yet again. "Bring that kid out," he demanded. "And when he comes out, what will you do?" Su-han retorted as he stepped forward, only to be restrained by Lin Jinghao, who urged him to refrain from acting impulsively. "Xiao Song, what are you causing such a ruckus for?" Tang Shiying's cold voice echoed in the corridor, instantly silencing the chaotic scene. The chilling aura she exuded rendered all who beheld her unable to meet her gaze. With each step she took, those around her instinctively retreated, her inherent low-pressure demeanor instilling a sense of trepidation. It was only now that Su-han comprehended that the moniker of the cold goddess attributed to her was well-deserved. She radiated an icy presence, commanding respect without uttering a word. As Tang Shiying approached Xiao Song, her cold stare compelled him to take a step back. Was it he who instigated this confrontation, or was she deliberately seeking trouble? Her voice, though soft, brooked no argument. Xiao Song, looking up at Tang Shiying, felt a pang of guilt. He was indeed in the wrong, yet with so many witnesses, preserving his dignity was imperative. "I was attacked, and he did it," he exclaimed, gesturing to the swelling on his face, which had become grotesquely reminiscent of a pig's head. The surrounding students struggled to stifle their laughter, a rarity for them unless they were truly unable to contain themselves. "Did the 3 of you gang up on him alone? I saw it with my own eyes." Wang Ziheng glared at him, his expression brimming with a desire to engage in further conflict, confident he would not be bested. Aware of his culpability, Xiao Song noticed that most of his companions had already departed, leaving him to mutter a harsh retort before slinking away. "Let us settle this on the basketball court. Like men, I'm afraid of you." Wang Ziheng scoffed, "In basketball, I fear no one." As the crowd dispersed, Su-han followed Tang Shiying to the office. The hat was removed. "Take off your hat." Tang Shiying spoke softly, even tenderly, a stark contrast to her earlier coldness. Su-han obediently complied, revealing the bruises on his mouth and eye. He winced as he inadvertently tugged at the wound, causing him to grimace in pain. "Can you still manage a smile?" Tang Shiying observed his goofy expression, and her previous anger dissipated in an instant. "You little rascal, you're endearingly foolish. Come, let us return. I'll tend to your injuries." Su-han silently trailed behind her toward the apartment, the scene reminiscent of that night when Tang Shiying had retrieved him from the police station. Only this time, it was daylight. Tang Shiying emerged from the bedroom with a household first aid kit, complete with iodine and cotton swabs. "Bear with it." Su-han did not respond, quietly watching her. He realized he had never been this close to her before. She was truly beautiful, her long eyelashes fluttering, momentarily making him forget his pain. They were separated by merely the length of a cotton swab. Tang Shiying felt the heat of his gaze as she meticulously applied the swab to his wound. Her heart raced, the sound of it echoing in her ears. Su-han's profile was striking, with a high nose and gentle eyes, reminiscent of a character from a romantic drama. As the swab moved upward, Brushing against the bruised corner of his eye, her warm breath enveloped his face, causing his ears to flush crimson. Su-han shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight of her exquisite features any longer. The more he tried to resist, the stronger his inner turmoil became. I can do it myself. He could no longer endure it, fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, he might explode. Su-han reached out, inadvertently brushing against Tang Shiying's delicate, fair fingers, and quickly recoiled. I can see the marks on my arms and legs. I will tend to them myself. Su-han's face flushed crimson, unable to meet Tang Shiying's gaze, akin to a child caught in mischief. Observing his fiery cheeks, which blushed all the way to his ears, Tang Shiying realized he was genuinely shy. It seemed he had indeed had little interaction with girls. Did I hurt you? No. Su-han hastily denied it. She had just been exceedingly gentle with him, a tenderness that was almost overwhelming. If other boys were to learn of his feelings, they would surely scold him. The aloof goddess showed him kindness, and he was still reluctant. What an irony. Chapter 18. The most important thing is seeing you after tending to his wounds at the apartment. Su-han returned to class. It was merely a scrape, hardly affecting his usual activities. He was not so delicate. After class, Wang Ziheng gathered the boys participating in the basketball tournament for a practice session at the court. Although Su-han initially had no intention of joining, the incident involving Xiao Song piqued his interest unexpectedly. The competitive spirit among boys can often seem rather juvenile, especially when fueled by affection for a girl, and this sentiment was particularly intense. Upon registering for the competition, Su-han seized every opportunity to practice with Wang Ziheng and Lin Jinghao, relegating Zhao Leffen to the role of cheerleader and part-time water boy. Guys, why do I feel more nervous watching you compete than if I were playing myself? Zhao Leffen remarked as the four from dormitory 520 approached the basketball court, where the official match had already commenced. Wang Ziheng patted Zhao Leffen on the shoulder, brimming with confidence. Don't worry, with me here, we're sure to win. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he added with a sheepish grin, I heard that Xiao Song's class has already been eliminated. I thought they were formidable, but it turns out they were just all talk. As the class leader, Wang Ziheng placed great importance on this basketball tournament, diligently gathering information. So it was no surprise to him that Xiao Song's team had been ousted. This revelation startled Su-han. He had meticulously prepared for the competition, anticipating the chance to confront Xiao Song on the court and teach him a lesson. It appeared that opportunity would not arise. However, their elimination was quite reasonable. Xiao Song was in his senior year, and many had already gone off for internships, leaving few willing to waste time on the tournament. Since their last confrontation, Su-han had not seen Tang Shiying for several days as he focused on preparing for the basketball match. As an instructor, Tang Shiying was not required to attend classes daily and thus did not need to be on campus. Although Su-han knew where her apartment was, it would be unwise to seek her out aimlessly. What would he say if she asked why he was there? Their frequent interactions might raise eyebrows, and should rumors arise, it would reflect poorly on her position as an instructor. Upon entering the basketball court, Su-han and his companions noticed many players warming up, with a good number of classmates gathered to watch the match. They scanned the area and made their way to the seating designated for the screenwriting class. Lin Jinghao nudged Su-han, prompting him to look ahead. Look at Wang Yi, he seems to be engrossed in conversation with the instructor. Following Lin Jinghao's gaze, Su-han spotted Wang Yi, clad in a number 24 jersey, animatedly speaking to Tang Shiying, who appeared quite pleased. However, Tang Shiying maintained a calm demeanor, her expression unchanged. Dressed in loose-fitting black athletic wear that suited her well, her high ponytail showcased her exquisite features, making her a striking presence amidst the match. Many boys couldn't help but glance her way. Despite her serene appearance, Tang Shiying felt a twinge of discontent. As the class instructor, she had experienced the pursuit of male students. After her refusals, they had wisely ceased their advances. After all, she is a teacher, and there exists an insurmountable chasm between students and teachers. They're aware of their boundaries. However, Wang Yi is evidently oblivious to such decorum. After multiple rejections from Tang Shiying, he continued unabashedly, as if nothing had happened, displaying a remarkable lack of shame. Teacher Tang, if we win the competition, may I add you on WeChat? We could dine together. Wang Yi beamed at Tang Shiying. He was tall and handsome, exuding a rugged charm, which attracted many female admirers, and several gazes were directed towards him from a distance. Tang Shiying's face, usually serious, revealed her displeasure as she instinctively took 2 steps back. We can discuss matters in the group chat. I will see your messages. As for dining together, the school does not permit teachers and students to eat alone. This was merely an excuse she concocted. The school had not expressly forbidden such interactions. Tang Shiying glanced back at the competition venue. Friendship first. Wang Ye's gaze remained fixed on Tang Shiying, still smiling. I will definitely bring the trophy back for you. He seemed to believe that girls were drawn to victors. Yet Tang Shiying truly did not care about the competition. She attended because her class was participating, and as their instructor, it was her responsibility to be present. Whether there were other motives, only she knew. Just as she was about to turn away, she spotted Su-Han approaching. Their eyes locked, and neither averted their gaze. Su-Han observed the subtle shifts in her expression, the helplessness she displayed moments ago in front of Wang Yi and the flicker of light that briefly illuminated her eyes when she looked at him. Su-Han quickened his pace to reach her side, while Lin Jinghao murmured, "Let's stay here. I'll go greet her. I still haven't thanked Teacher Tang for last time." Su-Han glanced at Lin Jinghao, who wanted to offer a word of caution but ultimately refrained. Su-Han set down his belongings and strode purposefully towards her. Wang Ziheng and Zhao Lefen watched his retreating figure, puzzled by his intentions. As Su-Han drew near, he heard Wang Ye's obsequious voice. "Teacher Tang, the competition is about to start. Can you help me keep an eye on my things?" Tang Shiying remained calm as she observed Su-Han approaching. Feeling a sense of relief within, the little fellow has finally shown up. What could be so precious that it requires Teacher Tang's personal oversight? Su-Han's tone was somewhat frosty, starkly contrasting the warmth he directed towards Tang Shiying. Wang Ye's ingratiating smile vanished in an instant as he turned to face Su-Han. "I was speaking with Teacher Tang. What right do you have to interrupt? I have something important to discuss with her." Su-Han regarded him with an impassive expression. "It is more significant than your pile of clothes." Wang Yi, taken aback by Su-Han's icy demeanor, felt his own expression shift to one of displeasure. He had heard rumors of Su-Han escorting Tang Shiying to the infirmary. Although he had not witnessed it firsthand, the whispers were undoubtedly not baseless. The entire class was aware of Wang Ye's pursuit of Tang Shiying, his intentions being so overt that even a fool could discern them. Yet, Su-Han, perhaps, remained oblivious to such matters. Wang Yi cast a disdainful glance at Su-Han before storming off in frustration. As he turned to leave, believing himself to be quite charming, he flashed a smile at Tang Shiying. How nauseating. Is he really so greasy at such a young age? Tang Shiying furrowed her delicate brows and glanced at Su-Han before asking, "What important matter do you need to discuss with me?" "Huh?" Su-Han scratched his head, completely shedding his earlier cold demeanor. He awkwardly met her gaze. "An important matter? Just seeing you is the important matter." Tang Shiying's cheeks flushed slightly. "Oh, here we go again. Why are you suddenly being so direct?" She had intended to tease him, but his straightforwardness left her momentarily at a loss. Chapter 19. Are you not feeling well? Confess honestly. Su-Han lifted his gaze to meet Tang Shiying's, a broad smile illuminating his face as he lowered his voice to inquire, "If we win the match, may we dine together?" A fleeting smile flickered in Tang Shiying's eyes. "Are you intending to bring your senior, Jiang?" "Ah, Jiang, the senior. Surely, she must be preoccupied." Su-Han did not even pause to ponder before responding. His reaction remarkably swift, as he yearned for a private meal with Tang Shiying. The matter of Jiang could be addressed another time. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yanan, who lay in the dormitory, she had unwittingly been cast aside as a third wheel. Behind him, Wang Ziheng approached. "Xiaohan, it's about to begin. Go for it." A smile graced Tang Shiying's lips as Su-Han gave a resolute nod and turned to change his attire. Tang Shiying settled into an available seat, with her female classmates gathering around her. "Teacher Tang," greeted Han Feifei, accompanied by El Shanqing, both students from her class. Tang Shiying smiled gently, nodding her acknowledgement. "Are you here to watch the match as well?" Han Feifei's expression was rather sour. She had just witnessed Su-Han and Tang Shiying conversing animatedly. Meanwhile, she had yet to add Su-Han on WeChat. Despite numerous boys vying for her attention, it was curious that she was so fixated on Su-Han, leaving one to ponder her motives. As the whistle blew, a hush enveloped the surroundings, all eyes riveted on the court. Su-Han showcased commendable skill in basketball. Coupled with days of rigorous training, he was evidently not merely a participant. Rarely seen on the court, his presence was unfamiliar to the frequent players. Notably, Wang Ziheng was impressive, scoring 3 consecutive baskets, inciting shrieks of delight from the audience, predominantly female. Once an outstanding player is recognized by the opposing team, they fortify their defenses against him. When he found himself unable to break free, he passed the ball to Su-Han. eliciting Wang Ye's dissatisfaction as he lamented the missed scoring opportunity. The moment Su-Han stepped beyond the three-point line and received the pass, he surged forward, evading two defenders, and approached the basket. Thud. The basketball found its secure resting place in the net. It was a successful shot. Wang Yi stood at the perimeter, momentarily stunned by Su-Han's explosive power. Well done, Wang Ziheng exclaimed, his excitement for his friend's success surpassing his own achievements. Tang Shiying's eyes were fixed on Su-Han. Every movement he made was etched in her memory. Nearby, the girls erupted in piercing gasps of astonishment. To their surprise, Su-Han played with an undeniable charm. Initially, they had intended to watch Lin Jinghao, but alas, he had taken a seat on the bench, leaving Su-Han to be the unexpected star of the show. Listening to the chatter of the girls around her, Tang Shiying nodded inwardly. This little fellow truly astonished her, consistently delivering unforeseen surprises. As Su-Han raced across the court, executing jump shots and three-pointers with precision, the defenders began to take heed of his actions. In a moment of sheer force, he was overwhelmed by three opponents, landing hard on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Tang Shiying's heart tightened, and she fervently hoped he would remain unscathed. She recognized that her reaction was somewhat peculiar, perhaps overly fervent. Quickly, she reassured herself, attributing her concern to a teacher's protective affection for her students. On the basketball court, Su-Han was lifted up by Wang Yi, who patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well played." Wang Yi's basketball skills surpassed those of Su-Han, a fact Su-Han readily acknowledged. In the ensuing moments, Su-Han, Wang Yi, and Wang Ziheng coordinated their efforts, launching a multifaceted offensive that left their opponents bewildered. By the end of the match, they had triumphed over their rivals by 18 points, securing a hard-fought victory. The jubilant cheers of the girls reverberated throughout the gymnasium. As the game concluded, Su-Han settled into the rest area, where Zhao Leffen handed him a bottle of water. Su-Han glanced at him, jesting, "You're increasingly adopting the demeanor of a butler." "Indeed, I concur," chimed in Lin Jinghao and Wang Ziheng, who had joined them, expressing their agreement. While the four conversed, Wang Yi strode over, calling out Su-Han's name with a sense of urgency. Su-Han looked up, meeting his puzzled gaze, and Wang Yi remarked, "I didn't expect you to be able to play basketball." Su-Han merely smiled, thinking the question redundant. Had they not just witnessed his abilities? Noticing Su-Han's silence, Wang Yi took a seat beside him, leaning in to inquire softly, "Are you quite familiar with Teacher Tang?" Su-Han turned to him, perplexed by the implication of his words. "Our instructor, everyone knows her." Wang Yi realized Su-Han was evading the question, deliberately skirting around the topic. He had observed the two engaging in a lengthy conversation earlier, and from his perspective, Tang Shiying's demeanor towards Su-Han was distinctly different, more akin to that of familiar friends than that of a teacher and student. This disparity irked him, for Tang Shiying had never shown him such warmth. Fixating on Su-Han, Wang Yi, sensing his indifference, decided to be forthright. "I intend to pursue the instructor. You are aware of this, right?" Su-Han shook his head, regarding him as if he were foolish. "What does that have to do with me?" Wang Yi was left speechless, questioning Su-Han's intellect. His intentions were glaringly apparent. Yet Su-Han remained oblivious. Was he genuinely dim-witted or merely feigning ignorance? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Yi pondered that perhaps he was the one being foolish by engaging with someone so naive. As he watched Wang Yi's retreating figure, Su-Han couldn't help but smirk, silently wishing him not to overreach, lest he face the consequences. Once Wang Yi departed, a group of girls from the audience approached, offering water to the players. Wang Ziheng accepted a bottle from El Shangqing and took a hearty gulp. He felt somewhat exasperated, having hardly played himself. Han Feifei extended her own bottle to Su-Han, who politely declined, rising to head to the changing room. Tang Shiying observed the unfolding scene from the crowd, noting that the young man seemed to be quite popular, especially among the boys. Her assessment was indeed accurate. Su-Han was making earnest efforts to integrate himself. As Su Rulin had suggested, altering certain psychological aspects was arduous, requiring time, and proving to be quite painful. In his second life, Su-Han recognized that many of his past mistakes stemmed from character flaws, and thus, he resolved to change. Once he had changed his clothes, Su-Han took out his phone and sent a text message to Tang Shiying. "I won," with a playful expression accompanying her message. Tang Shiying had just returned to her office when she received it. Observing the somewhat childish message, a smile, unnoticed by herself, graced her lips, reminiscent of a child who, after completing chores, seeks praise. Upon entering, Jiang Yanin was taken aback to find Tang Shiying grinning at her phone. This was rather unusual. Tang. Something seems off with you, she remarked. Tang Shiying quickly composed herself and looked up at Jiang Yanan. What do you mean? You were smiling at your phone. Is there something going on? Jiang Yanan, well acquainted with her best friend, recalled that she had never been in a romantic relationship during their university years. The expression she had just displayed hinted at an unexpected development. After all, women possess an innate understanding of one another. Without delay, she leaned closer to Tang Shiying, her gaze fixed intently on her. Come on, spill the beans. I merely watched a humorous video, Tang Shiying replied. Chapter 20. The beautiful sister Tang Shiying, employing her unique approach, dispelled Jiang Yanan's fanciful thoughts. After declining her invitation for dinner, she returned directly to her apartment. Tomorrow is a day of rest. She had promised the little one to share a meal together and felt the urge to prepare, although she was uncertain about what needed preparation. As Tang Shiying entered her bedroom, she opened the wardrobe and mumbled to herself, which outfit should I wear tomorrow? She pulled out a garment, assessed it against her frame, then returned it to its place. When she reached for a third piece, her fingers suddenly froze mid-air. This isn't right. Why am I suddenly so concerned about something as simple as a meal? While pondering this, a smile involuntarily crept upon her lips, suggesting she did not entirely resent this sensation. Choosing not to dwell further on her thoughts, Tang Shiying closed the wardrobe and headed for a shower. She still had work to attend to that evening, and the professional recording equipment in her bedroom marked the inception of her connection with Han Shanguing. Upon returning to the dormitory, Suhan quickly refreshed himself and made a special trip to the barber for a new hairstyle. This barbershop was rather reputable. He settled in front of his computer, opening the forum to compose his short drama narrative. After completing a piece, he was pleasantly surprised to find Yue San-rin also online. He typed a message in the dialog box and clicked send. Han Shanguing, what should I pay attention to for my first dinner alone with a girl? The person on the other end pondered the question for quite some time, appearing to lack experience as well. Yue San-rin, is it a girl you like? A smile spread across Suhan's face as he quickly replied, very fond of a beautiful sister. Within the apartment, Yue San-rin fixated on those words, touching her flushed face. The two exchanged messages for about half an hour before logging off. As the night deepened, an unexpected stillness enveloped the world. At daybreak, Suhan awoke amidst the symphony of snores in the dormitory. Glancing at the time, he seized the opportunity to wash up before the three boys in the room stirred. By the time he arrived at the apartment, Tang Shiying had already prepared breakfast, and to his surprise, there were two servings, seemingly anticipating his arrival. Suhan looked at the breakfast spread before him, then at the food he had bought, which suddenly seemed far less appealing. It smelled delicious. He took a seat at the table as Tang Shiying gestured to the chair beside her, placing a steaming bowl of 8 treasure porridge in front of him before pulling up a chair for herself. The steam from the porridge wafted gently as the pair sat face to face at the dining table, quietly enjoying their meal in a warm and tranquil atmosphere. After breakfast, Suhan took the initiative to wash the dishes while Tang Shiying returned to her bedroom to attend to work. In the living room, after tidying up, Suhan settled on the sofa and picked up a book from the table. Engrossed in a tale of unrequited love reminiscent of the story of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, time slipped away, and before he realized it, he had drifted off to sleep. In the bedroom, Tang Shiying finished her work, donned the outfit she had chosen, and stepped out. Suhan lay on the sofa, a book resting over his face, sound asleep. She quietly approached the edge of the sofa, lifted the book from his face, and gazed at him intently. Little one. Suhan furrowed his brows, his eyes tightly shut, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead as he repeatedly murmured, "Help me. Don't go." It seemed as though he had encountered something terrifying. Had he experienced a nightmare? Tang Shiying gently shook him, and Suhan suddenly grasped her hand, his eyes flying open. The striking visage of the beautiful sister was before him, prompting him to sit up instantly. Tang Shiying gazed at him with tenderness, pulling out a tissue to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. "Did you have a nightmare?" Her voice was soft, laced with concern. After a moment of hesitation, Suhan slowly replied, "I'm sorry for scaring you. I didn't mean to." His eyes were filled with remorse, chastising himself for having fallen asleep. Tang Shiying shook her head, instinctively reaching out to stroke his hair. "You did nothing wrong. Why apologize?" Suhan was momentarily taken aback by her gesture, the earlier negativity dissipating, replaced by joy and uncontainable excitement. It was then he noticed that teacher Tang had changed into a new outfit, a yellow ink splash printed shirt paired with light blue jeans, revealing her long, elegant legs before his gaze. The allure of her presence struck directly at Su-han's heart, leaving him momentarily entranced. Is it beautiful? Indeed. Su-han replied instinctively, his eyes nearly glued to her. Then how much longer will you hold my hand? Ah. Su-han froze, realizing he was still grasping her hand. Reluctantly releasing her soft, smooth palm, he suddenly became aware of his impoliteness. I apologize. Su-han hurriedly stood up, avoiding her gaze. May I use the restroom? He had broken a sweat earlier and now felt quite uncomfortable. Tang Shiying observed his endearing demeanor and nodded. I'll fetch you a towel. With that, she stepped back into the bedroom, returning with a fresh pink towel, which she handed to Su-han. He accepted it, inhaling the soothing scent of lavender, likely from the laundry detergent. Thank you. Entering the restroom, Su-han turned on the cold water and vigorously splashed his face. As the icy water cascaded over his cheeks, he began to comprehend the reality of the events that had just transpired. Meanwhile, Tang Shiying sat on the sofa, listening to the sound of running water, reflecting on Su-han's anguished expression in his dream. She seemed to understand the words that Su Ruolin had shared with her. It appeared that the young lad was striving to overcome his own challenges. As Su-han emerged from the restroom, he had fully regained his previous composure. Smiling brightly at Tang Shiying, shall we set off now? Let's go. The two exchanged shoes at the door and waited for the elevator together, with Su-han unable to resist stealing a glance at her. Teacher Tang, would you like to eat? Tang Shiying lifted her gaze to meet his, remaining silent. This left Su-han feeling somewhat uneasy, wondering if he had misspoken or if there was something on his face. He touched his cheeks, finding nothing amiss. Do you not think that teacher sounds a bit old? Tang Shiying looked at him intently, curious to hear how the young boy would respond. How would you prefer me to address you? Su-han, this time, displayed cleverness, deftly returning the question. Upon finishing his words, he gazed intently at Tang Shiying, their proximity inexplicably close as they stood side by side at the elevator's entrance. How do you address Jiang Yanan? Senior, perhaps? Su-han was not particularly fond of this term. However, one must progress gradually, and referring to her as senior could be considered a small step forward. As the elevator doors opened, they entered in succession. Upon exiting the community, their car conveniently arrived, and they promptly got in and departed. Chapter 21. It was he who lunged at me first. The two made their way to the mall. In the small plaza at the entrance of the shopping center, various children's play equipment was set up, drawing a crowd of joyful little ones. A girl clad in a pink dress was bouncing on a trampoline, her innocent and radiant smile lighting up the scene. Su-han turned his head for a glance and discovered that Tang Shiying was looking in the same direction. Glancing down at his watch, he noted it was still a bit early for lunch, especially since he had had a hearty breakfast. Senior, follow me, Su-han declared. Taking the lead, Tang Shiying paused, watching the little fellow's retreating figure, uncertain of his destination. Noticing she remained stationary, Su-han reached out to gently tug at her arm. Quickly releasing it, come on. The warmth from his firm grip sent her heart racing. Su-han approached the ticket lady, murmuring a few words. And she cast a glance at Tang Shiying, shaking her head with a hint of regret. Su-han then pointed towards the distant carousel, and the lady nodded cheerfully. It seemed they had struck some sort of deal. In a short while, Su-han returned to Tang Shiying, meeting her somewhat puzzled gaze. The trampoline is off limits, but we can ride the carousel. He pointed to the carousel, which had just opened, as the ticket lady walked over to unlock the gate. Tang Shiying was taken aback, curiously observing the little guy. Wasn't he that meant for children? There was no rule against adults joining in, was there? Su-han looked at her with innocent eyes, pulling her arm as they made their way over. The ticket lady, upon seeing them approach, discreetly stepped aside. Tang Shiying found herself led by Su-han to sit upon one of the wooden horses, and as the cheerful music began to play, the carousel started to turn slowly. She had previously observed other girls riding the carousel and thought it a bit childish. However, now that she was experiencing it herself, she seemed to understand their joy. It wasn't that she disliked it. Rather, she had no one to share such seemingly juvenile pleasures with. To others, she was perceived as aloof and uninteresting, with little beyond work to ignite her curiosity. Yet, at her core, she was still a girl. Click! The crisp sound of a camera shutter echoed, and turning her head, she saw Su-han capturing her image with his phone. Tang Shiying's cheeks flushed, and after diverting her gaze, she momentarily didn't know where to settle her eyes. The little guy's audacity had grown. How dare he take pictures without permission? Yet, despite this thought, she felt no anger, only a sense of delight. If Jiang Yanan were to see her in this moment, she would surely be astonished. Was this truly the renowned icy goddess of Haicheng University? She appeared more like a little girl. As the music drew to a close, the carousel gradually came to a halt. Su-han, still holding his phone, leaned forward on the adjacent wooden horse, showing no intention of dismounting. Tang Shiying regarded his endearing demeanor with a calm expression. Shall we go? Su-han said nothing, simply following her as they entered the mall. Senior, how about some grilled fish? Su-han suggested, pointing to a nearby grilled fish restaurant. He had indeed done his homework last night, gleaning information through subtle inquiries from senior sister Jiang about Tang Shiying's culinary preferences and drinking habits. Satisfied, he thought, this is perfect. The two found an empty table at the restaurant, placed their orders, and waited in tranquil anticipation. Senior sister, where are you from? Su-han suddenly inquired. Jiangcheng, Tang Shiying replied, not far from Haicheng. Su-han nodded. Jiangcheng and Haicheng were neighboring cities, separated by a distance of over 200 kilometers. Why the sudden question? Tang Shiying asked, her curiosity piqued. Nothing much, just wanting to know a little more. Su-han chuckled sheepishly. Tang Shiying suppressed a smile, seeking to tease him. Are you eager to learn more about Teacher Tang, or are you more interested in me? Su-han met her gaze. His eyes earnest. Aren't they one and the same? I wish to know both. Do you know how old I am? Tang Shiying blinked playfully, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Of course, Su-han replied, sincerity evident in his eyes, neither of them shying away from the intensity of their gaze. Well then, Tang Shiying nodded. That's good to hear. She had already perused Su-han's detailed profile, a benefit of being a counselor. As their conversation continued, a steaming plate of grilled fish was brought to their table. To her delight, Tang Shiying realized that the dish was prepared in her favorite flavors. Earlier, she had intentionally let Su-han place the order, hoping he would choose some of her preferred dishes. After all, senior sister Jiang had instructed him to take care of her. She wondered where he had gathered such insights. It was likely from Jiang Yanan or senior sister Su, with the former being the more probable source. As they neared the end of their meal, Tang Shiying's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she gestured for Su-han to remain silent. Junior sister Tang, I have a favor to ask. The voice on the line echoed, and Su-han froze, recognizing it instantly. Who else could it be but his second sister, Su Rulin? In that moment, he felt as if he were caught in a mischievous act, a sense of apprehension washing over him. Tang Shiying maintained a neutral expression, listening intently. Yes, I urgently need something. You might not have seen the message I sent earlier. After their conversation concluded, Tang Shiying began typing on her phone, seemingly organizing some information. After about 5 or 6 minutes, she finally set her phone down. Is it my second sister? Su-han whispered. Yes, she needs some information, and I've promised to send it to her. Tang Shiying picked a piece of fish and placed it into Su-han's bowl. Make sure to eat more. Su-han nodded, focusing on his meal. Observing him relish the food brought Tang Shiying a sense of contentment. Suddenly, her phone lit up with a thank you sticker from Su Rulin. Tang Shiying discreetly captured a photo of Su-han absorbed in his meal and sent it back. In the photo, Su-han was completely engrossed in his food. She captioned it, I was having dinner and missed your message. Su Rulin replied almost instantly, no way. Is that my little brother? Were you two on a secret date? At the mention of the word date, Tang Shiying's lips curled slightly. A date? I suppose it doesn't quite fit, does it? It is perfectly acceptable for teachers and students to dine together. Absolutely no issue, as it is not a date. Tang Shiying responded. Did you not ask me to look after him? This makes it seem flawless, devoid of any faults. I am merely assisting my senior in caring for her younger brother. A perfectly reasonable justification. Su Rulin quickly replied, I sense you harbor ulterior motives. I consider you my junior. Surely you don't wish to become my sister-in-law. Tang Shiying was left speechless by such implausible remarks. She wished to inform her that it was indeed his younger brother who had first approached her. She was merely acting in self-defense. As she set her phone down and looked up, she unexpectedly met the gentle gaze of Su-han, who was intently watching her. Chapter 22. Watching a movie? What's wrong? Tang Shiying felt a bit flustered, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. The film was utterly captivating. She wished to indulge in it a little longer. Su-han spoke candidly, entirely unperturbed by the presence of others. Tang Shiying found herself at a loss for words, charmed by the boldness of this little rascal. Previously, she had disliked such overt expressions. If another boy had uttered them, she would have felt irritation. Yet, when spoken by this young lad before her, it somehow felt less distasteful. Are you not going to eat while watching me? Su-han replied with an innocent nod. I'm full. He spoke the truth. He had just gorged himself on the delightful grilled fish. Tang Shiying retrieved some wet wipes from her bag and offered them to Suhan. "Let us go." The two of them walked side by side out of the grilled fish restaurant. Passing by a milk tea shop, Suhan purchased 2 cups of fruit tea. Jiang Yanan mentioned that the senior liked fruit tea, which coincidentally matched Suhan's taste. As Tang Shiying gazed at the cups in her hands, she increasingly felt that her friend had betrayed her. This little rascal had undoubtedly schemed. "Senior, shall we watch a movie?" Suhan suggested. Noticing the cinema on the 5th floor, Tang Shiying followed his gaze and saw several couples preparing to enter. Watching a movie? Wouldn't tea that truly constitute a date? She felt conflicted but could not bring herself to refuse. All right. Though reluctant internally, her words were refreshingly honest. At the ticket counter, Suhan intended to purchase tickets for an action film, but alas, only romantic films were available. They had to settle for a different choice. What mattered was not the film itself, but rather the company. Since it was a romance, popcorn and cola were essential to set the mood. The movie was rather niche, slightly artistic, and the audience was sparse. Suhan glanced around. Approximately 5 or 6 couples were scattered in various seats. Following Tang Shiying, Suhan found an empty seat and settled down. As the lights dimmed, silence enveloped the room, with the other couples seated in the back corners. After a moment of silence, Suhan remarked, "It probably won't be that great." Tang Shiying nodded, suppressing a smile. She wondered if the little rascal was being intentionally coy. "Shall we change seats?" Suhan sighed, glancing into the dark behind him, and lowered his voice. "Or perhaps we could switch to another movie. It has begun." Tang Shiying did not respond, but gestured for him to pay attention to the screen. Suhan ceased speaking. His profile turned toward her. The dim light caressed her features. Her fluttering eyelashes and delicate cheeks gave her an ethereal quality, as if she had stepped straight out of a painting. Especially her supple, moist lips stirred a restless feeling within him. Suhan swallowed hard, hastily diverting his gaze. In this ambience, he couldn't fathom what might transpire if he continued to look. As the film officially commenced, Suhan exhaled a sigh of relief. Leaning back in his seat, Tang Shiying stole a glance at him. His eyes sparkled in the dim light, and from the side, he did indeed resemble a movie star, particularly with those enticingly thin lips. They appeared quite delectable. Tang Shiying felt her cheeks flush. What a sinful thought. She chastised herself fiercely for harboring such thoughts, quickly reaching for the popcorn to suppress them. As her hand delved into the bucket, it unexpectedly brushed against Suhan's hand, their fingers intertwining within the popcorn container. In that fleeting moment, a subtle warmth spread across Tang Shiying's composed face, memories of their prior encounters flooding her mind. Carrying her, changing shoes, the princess Carrie. Suhan, sensing the warmth radiating from Tang Shiying's hand, swiftly withdrew, feigning casualness as he glanced away. She appeared unaffected, her gaze fixed intently on the movie screen, which seemed rather mundane for a student majoring in screenwriting. Unbeknownst to them, subtle rustling sounds emerged from the darkness of the cinema, accompanied by indescribable noises. Tang Shiying remained unfazed, her expression tranquil. Suhan, however, turned to follow the source of the sound, his face betraying a tinge of embarrassment. Tang Shiying pressed her palm against his face, redirecting his attention. "Focus on the film." Suhan blinked, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he looked at her. Suddenly, Tang Shiying leaned closer, her eyes wide with intensity. No wandering eyes. The fragrant scent enveloped Suhan, rendering him almost dazed, as he momentarily forgot to respond. He felt a warmth creeping into his ears. They were too close, and a slight tilt of his head would bring them perilously close to that soft expanse. Listening to each other's heartbeats, they found themselves resonating in sync. Suhan swallowed hard, suppressing his instinctive impulses, and managed to utter, "Senior, shall we head out?" The words, imbued with fervent warmth, brushed against Tang Shiying's delicate face, tinting her fair cheeks a rosy hue. Rising, Tang Shiying grasped Suhan's wrist and led him out. His ears burned crimson as he allowed her to pull him along, lamenting his inability to freeze time. He only wished that their path would stretch longer, allowing them to walk slowly together. With no prior experience of watching a movie with a male companion, the ambiguous atmosphere necessitated a moment of composure for Tang Shiying. Despite her icy demeanor, she was still a mortal girl, and the intimacy of their earlier encounter felt overly familiar. Throughout the film, they blushed countless times. Upon exiting the cinema, a brief silence enveloped them. "Are you going home for the holiday?" Tang Shiying suddenly inquired. Suhan was puzzled by her unexpected concern, shaking his head and replying honestly, "No, I'm not going back." He would only be visiting his uncle, who was far too busy, leaving him to languish in an empty house. His second sister used to accompany him, but she was abroad and surely wouldn't he return. During the holiday, their essay seminar related to a short play in Jiangxing. Would you be interested? The moment Tang Shiying mentioned business, her expression turned serious. Suhan was taken aback that she would consider him for such an event. "I doubt I qualify." Attending such a seminar typically required achievements or recommendations to gain entry. As a freshman, he had yet to produce any notable work, rendering him an invisible presence. "I can take you along." Though unable to access the esteemed seminar hall, engaging in dialogue with everyone proved to be rewarding. Tang Shiying decided to invite Suhan purely because of his evident talent in this domain. Having perused the short plays written by Suhan, coupled with his prior insights, she found herself pleasantly surprised. Suhan, of course, accepted the invitation with enthusiasm. Interacting with fellow authors was one aspect, but the opportunity to venture out with a lovely sister was the most compelling reason. Such a delightful opportunity was one he would not decline. With a week-long holiday, the seminar was scheduled for the 6th day, allowing him the chance to explore Jiangxing in the meantime. Chapter 23. The arrival of the holiday. As Suhan stepped into the dormitory, he was met with the mischievous gazes of Lin Jinghao and Zhao Lefen, who were watching him intently. Zhao Lefen even wore an exceedingly lewd grin. "Confess, where have you been sneaking off to behind our backs?" "A day trip to the library," Suhan hastily retorted, attempting to deflect the inquiry. "I believe you about as much as I believe in ghosts." Zhao Lefen stood up, draping an arm around Suhan's neck with a sly smirk. "Is there something going on? Spill the beans, and I shall offer my counsel." "Actually, yes. The holidays are just around the corner. Do you plan to return home?" Suhan quickly shifted the topic, knowing that nothing excited them more than the prospect of a break. Zhao Lefen sniffed the air and leaned closer, his face a mask of astonishment. "Wait a moment. That scent. Goodness, you smell of perfume. Is it a woman's fragrance?" Zhao Lefen gazed at Suhan incredulously, his mind racing. This rascal had indeed been up to no good behind their backs. "Who is it? Is it Han Feifei? I knew you were being all secretive and elusive at home. Turns out you've been secretly." Suhan was at a loss for words. How did this lead to Han Feifei? The mere mention of girls ignited Zhao Lefen's enthusiasm. Recalling the last encounter where Han Feifei confronted Suhan, he had already concocted an elaborate romantic drama in his mind. "Weren't you just saying you didn't like her?" "I was preparing to pursue her. If I had known, brother, I wouldn't have made a move." Zhao Lefen feigned seriousness, as if he could truly compete for her affections, uncertain where he derived his confidence. Suhan thought to himself that a girl like Han Feifei was far beyond Zhao Lefen's intellectual capacity. "I merely went out for a meal. It must have been a chance encounter." "A chance encounter, you say?" Zhao Lefen yanked a long strand of hair from Suhan's shoulder, holding it up before him in a manner that suggested he was ready for any excuses. "That hair is undeniably long, characteristic of a woman." Lin Jinghao, ever the spectator, stepped forward to examine the evidence, nodding earnestly. "From my experience, that is definitely a woman's hair, and it could not have been merely a coincidence." Lin Jinghao's embellishments ignited Zhao Lefen's curiosity, who, in a bizarre turn, proceeded to sniff the hair. "Indeed, it bears the same scent as you. If you do not come clean, do not blame me for making a scene." Recalling the previous incident, Suhan instinctively tightened his legs together. However, he could not divulge the truth. Not only had nothing transpired between him and Tang Shiying, even if something were to occur in the future, whether or not to inform them was a matter to ponder seriously. "I'm back." At that moment, the door swung open, and the class monitor, radiating with a bright smile, entered. Suhan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Salvation had arrived. He now needed to divert the attention swiftly to Wang Ziheng. "Ah, monitor, have you gotten new clothes? Did a girl help you pick them out? You noticed that?" Wang Ziheng replied, grinning widely, exuding an aura of sweetness. Zhao Lefen instantly redirected his attention, reaching out to feel Wang Ziheng's attire. "This is absurd. Who would let you take liberties with their cabbage?" His meaning was clear. Having cast such a wide net, he had yet to glimpse any fry. While the two elder sons in his dormitory had quietly found themselves in a predicament, unwilling to accept this, he rolled on the ground, determined to make them pay. Wang Ziheng was beside himself with excitement, his smile stretching from ear to ear. "Eldest sons, come forth and pay your respects. I am about to taste the bittersweet fruit of love. May it torment you." Zhao Lefen, consumed by envy and jealousy, wore his emotions plainly on his face. Just moments ago, he had merely questioned Su-han's hair, which had sparked suspicion yet remained bearable in his heart. However, when the class monitor returned and made an official announcement, it shattered his tender heart completely. Oh, my love-stricken mind. Let it languish in the endless abyss, left to fend for itself. Meanwhile, Lin Jinghao, sensing the moment was ripe, smiled and steered the conversation. Class monitor, which flower has been placed upon your head? You all know her. Lu Shanqing. The three chimed in unison. This caused Wang Ziheng to blush, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. By the way, were you all discussing vacation plans just now? Wang Ziheng deftly shifted the topic. What are your intentions? Going out or heading home? I've made plans with friends to go to Dali. Are you coming along? It's a splendid place for serendipitous encounters. At the mention of travel, Zhao Leffen's excitement rekindled. Such was his nature, boisterous, loyal, and the lively spirit of Dorm 520. I must return to Qingyang. My family has summoned me home. Wang Ziheng replied. I likely won't be able to go, Lin Jinghao said softly from his seat. However, I live in Haiqing, so feel free to reach out if you need anything. Xiaohan, what about you? The three turned their gaze upon Su-han, who had remained silent. I will probably stay at school, though I might spend a few days in Jiangqing. All right, let's keep in touch, Zhao Leffen declared, tossing his hair with flair. Perhaps this time I shall have unexpected gains. Take care of your kidneys. Wang Ziheng teased, glancing at his midsection. Su-han and Lin Jinghao exchanged worried looks, reflecting the same concern. This is for my future wife. No one should dare lay claim to it. You wouldn't even know where your wife is, tucked away in her mother's womb. On that note, I won't argue with you. It might just be true. As the holiday quietly approached, the sound of rolling suitcases echoed in the corridor. The once bustling dormitory now stood empty, with only Su-han left behind. Parting is always a sorrowful word, yet some farewells are eternal. While the fortunate can reunite after the holiday, when given a second chance, one naturally treasures these moments even more. Su-han opened his phone and sent a message to Tang Shiying, inquiring when she would return home. She replied with a photograph taken on the high-speed train, showcasing the scenery outside. She was already en route to Jiangqing. Upon seeing this, Su-han hurried to the train station. As he gazed at the bustling crowd at the station, he felt grateful to have secured his ticket in advance. In the waiting room, Su-han spotted a familiar figure, and simultaneously, the other party recognized him as well. Junior, are you heading home? Jiang Yanan approached him, dragging a white suitcase behind her. Su-han offered a polite smile and greeted her. Senior Jiang, are you going home? Indeed. Where are you off to? Perhaps our paths might cross. Jiang Yanan stood before Su-han, beaming with delight as she gazed at him. I am heading to Jiangqing for a little adventure. What about you, Senior Jiang? Oh, you're going to Jiangqing. I will be going there in a few days too, but I must first return to Kyoto. Upon hearing that Su-han was bound for Jiangqing, Jiang Yanan's expression brightened, though she felt a tinge of disappointment at the thought of having to return to Kyoto first. Wishing you a wonderful time. I must board my train now. Safe travels, Senior Jiang. Chapter 24. He has arrived. Su-han had secured a hotel room while in the car and received a call from his uncle. His uncle inquired whether he would return home, as he was not in Qizhou at the moment. Should Su-han decide to come back, his uncle offered to arrange for someone to meet him at the station. Su-han reassured his uncle that he would not be returning and urged him not to worry. Their conversation was straightforward yet imbued with sincerity. Having grown up in his uncle's household, the two had seen fewer opportunities to meet as his uncle's career flourished. Nevertheless, whenever possible, his uncle would visit or call to check on him. The exchange between the two men was candid and genuine. By the time Su-han arrived in Jiangqing, it was already afternoon. He took a taxi directly to the hotel he had booked. Jiangqing, a city known for tourism, was bustling with visitors, a stark contrast to other cities where people were leaving. What should have been a 40-minute journey stretched to 1.5 hours. And night had fallen by the time he reached his destination. Exhausted, Su-han checked into the hotel, enjoyed a refreshing shower, and lay on the bed, opening his phone. The dormitory group chat had already accumulated over 99 messages, a flurry of excitement unleashed with the onset of the holiday. Zhao Leffen exclaimed, Guys, I regret it. There are no girls in Dali, just boys. Wang Ziheng chimed in, I'll bring you seafood when I return. Absolutely uncontaminated. If it poisons you, I'll have no sons left. Lin Jinghao asked, Xiaohan, have you landed in Jiangqing? Su-han glanced through the messages, a smile creeping onto his lips as he replied, safely landed. His eyes fell upon the pinned chat box, and he gently tapped it. typing 3 words. Have you arrived home? Tang Shiying had just finished dinner with her parents and returned to her room, feeling drained. Upon entering her home, she had been thrust into a fierce marriage arrangement battle. The young man her mother had lined up was well established, with a stable job and a decent family background. Mom, I haven't even graduated yet. Can we discuss this after I finish my studies? She protested. People are getting married in college. By the time you finish your master's, it will be quite late. Her mother always had her reasons, and despite Tang Shiying's steadfast refusals, she ultimately faced defeat. For reasons unknown, the image of that little fellow flickered in her mind as she rejected the match. Lost in thought, her phone vibrated. Have you arrived home? The simple message banished her chaotic thoughts. She had already eaten. Tang Shiying couldn't recall when her conversations with this young man had become so frequent. In her chat interface, aside from work groups and her close friends, the only male figure was this little fellow. Suhan lay on his bed, grinning at the chat box like a fool, and quickly replied, "What delicious foods are there in Jiangzhou? Recommendations, please." This time, the response did not come swiftly, as if the other party was pondering the question seriously. After about a minute, Suhan's phone chimed with a message. "For me, the best dish is my mother's home-cooked food." Suhan smiled. Tang Shiying was absolutely right. Nowadays, the culinary offerings at tourist spots are remarkably similar, with stinky tofu and grilled squid found everywhere. A single street could encompass the nation's delicacies. Hesitating before his phone screen, Suhan mustered the courage to type a line of text, gritting his teeth as he hit send. Those few words seemed to drain all his energy. Once the message was dispatched, he promptly switched off his phone, too apprehensive to check for replies. "Will I have the opportunity to taste the dishes made by your aunt?" Tang Shiying noticed the message and smiled slyly. "Little one, do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? You want to be able to savor my mother's cooking for now." Upon reading this, Suhan felt a chill in his heart. Was this the end? Buzz. His phone vibrated once more. Reluctantly, he glanced at it and leaped from his bed at the sight. The couple in the neighboring room nearly called security, exclaiming, "What an idiot." The message read, "Come to the apartment when you return. I can cook for you." Suhan promptly took a screenshot as evidence, ensuring that there would be no denial later. That single line of text filled him with joy, allowing him to drift into a deep slumber by midnight. Whether it was the fatigue from travel or his sheer excitement, he slept soundly until dawn. Following his plans, Suhan visited a quaint ancient town. He had researched this place online. It was relatively obscure, frequented mostly by locals, and still retained a sense of authenticity. Wearing a cap and carrying a shoulder bag, he strolled along the ancient path lined with flowing streams, where a few passers-by contributed to a tranquil atmosphere. The water in the river was crystal clear, with colorful koi swimming freely. Ahead of him, 3 boys dressed similarly were intrigued by a wooden boat moored at the bank and couldn't resist investigating. "I'll stand at the bow. Can you take a photo for me?" The boy in the middle handed his phone to a friend and stepped onto the boat. However, as soon as his foot landed, the vessel tilted dangerously. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of his companion on shore, who caught him just in time, he would have tumbled into the water. Startled, the boy shook off the splashes from his shoes and, still shaken, abandoned his desire to board. Suhan chuckled softly. He wished he could inform them that the boat was intended for cleaning the river's debris. Nonetheless, outings should leave behind memorable moments, should they not? Suhan raised his phone, captivated by a peculiar statue outside a nearby CAF. As he approached, the scene inside the CAF astonished and delighted him further. There sat Tang Shiying, across from a refined young man wearing glasses. Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, he appeared quite earnest, occasionally adjusting his spectacles. "Ms. Tang, you are even more beautiful than in your photos." The boy beamed, his eyes greedily fixed on Tang Shiying, utterly entranced by her beauty. Upon glimpsing her picture, he felt an instant attraction and had even styled himself meticulously before arriving. He exuded confidence in his identity as a public servant, a position coveted by many, which only served to embellish his sense of self-worth. Tang Shiying maintained a cool demeanor, offering a polite yet tepid expression of gratitude. "Thank you." This interaction left her feeling uncomfortable. Had it not been for her mother's insistence, she would never have found herself in this situation. The man before her seemed to harbor an overwhelming sense of superiority, continuously flaunting his occupation. "If only we could be together, I wish." Just as he continued to articulate his thoughts, he noticed that the girl across from him had shifted her gaze towards the street outside. On the opposite sidewalk sat a young boy, staring intently at them from his perch. The bespectacled man did not recognize him, but judging by his attire, he appeared to be a tourist. However, Tang Shiying instantly identified him. Even through the thick glass and broad street, she could perceive the confusion in the boy's eyes. He has arrived? Chapter 25, Blind Date? Suhan sat on a bench by the street, his arms resting on his legs, hands cradling his head as he peered through the glass at the two individuals inside the CAF. To his surprise, the beautiful sister was enjoying coffee with another man. Was it a date? Who was that man to her? A pang of jealousy surged within him, though he knew he had no right to feel envious. She was a teacher, and he was merely a student. Her freedom to socialize with other men was undeniable. Yet, the discomfort brewed within him. What could he do? Confronting her would be immature, and he was certain she would not appreciate such a display. As he lifted his gaze, he accidentally locked eyes with Tang Shiying. Had she noticed him? A subtle smile graced her lips upon seeing the young boy outside, causing the bespectacled man across from her to falter in his heartbeat. Was she smiling at him? Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he realized that Tang Shiying had already risen from her seat. Apologies. I have a matter to attend to. Her words barely left her lips before she swiftly exited the CAF, leaving the bespectacled man in a state of dismay. He gulped down his coffee in frustration, the bitter taste prompting an exclamation, "How terrible!" Turning his head, he spotted Tang Shiying standing before the young boy from earlier. "What brings you here?" she inquired, looking down at Suhan, her expression calm, yet her heart inexplicably elated. Suhan tilted his head, gazing up at her. "You're so beautiful. I can't help but feel a twinge of anger, though. What a coincidence, Teacher Tang. Are you here on vacation as well?" The acidity in his tone made Tang Shiying stifle a laugh. Was this little fellow feeling jealous? It was indeed quite a coincidence. And she replied, "Well, I hope you enjoy your time here." With that, she turned to leave. Realizing the situation was slipping away, Suhan quickly stood and hurried after her, calling out, "In light of your departure, I shall forgive you. Senior, I haven't eaten yet." Tang Shiying felt a surge of delight. This little boy was indeed a master of changing faces. What a pity he wasn't learning the art of disguise. Suhan's presence was entirely unexpected. In truth, Suhan also hadn't anticipated encountering Tang Shiying here. It seemed to be fate. A curious twist of serendipity that defied explanation. He refrained from inquiring about her relationship with the bespectacled man. If she wished to share, she would do so in her own time. To pry would be impolite. "What would you like to eat?" Tang Shiying slowed her pace, and they walked side by side, resembling a couple on an outing. Suhan's unexpected appearance lifted Tang Shiying's previously suppressed spirits, dissolving any lingering discontent from her return to Jiangxing. "In your territory, you call the shots." In truth, Suhan was not hungry. He had eaten before leaving, even indulging in a couple of extra eggs. However, upon encountering Tang Shiying, his mention of dining was merely a ruse to spend more time with her. He had intended to find her, albeit earlier than anticipated. Yet, when fate presented the opportunity, he was determined to seize it. "Let us eat here." Tang Shiying pointed towards a noodle shop, and Suhan halted in his tracks. The eatery was modest in size, lacking a sign, yet it exuded cleanliness. Although it was not yet mealtime, the establishment was already bustling with patrons enjoying their bowls of noodles. Do not be deceived by its unassuming appearance. Its flavor is truly exceptional. As they spoke, the two entered the establishment, where a plump lady warmly welcomed them. Upon seeing Tang Shiying, she greeted her enthusiastically. "Is that you, Tang Tang? Have you returned to see your mother?" "Yes, I'm back for the holiday." Tang Shiying seemed quite familiar with the shopkeeper, indicating she often dined here. "The usual?" "The usual." After responding, Tang Shiying turned to Suhan and softly inquired, "What would you like to eat?" Without hesitation, Suhan replied, "The same." The shopkeeper glanced at Suhan and then back at Tang Shiying, a knowing smile spreading across her face. "Ah, dining with Tang Tang, I see." Suhan nodded affirmatively. "All right, please take a seat. It will be ready shortly." With that, the lady headed into the kitchen. The two found a corner table, and Tang Shiying began to observe Suhan's face intently. "What brings you to Jiangxing?" Suhan looked up at her, a sheepish grin on his face. "Didn't I mention the seminar? I thought I'd take the opportunity to travel." His words carried a hint of guilt, as the seminar was set to commence on the second-to-last day of the holiday, leaving 4 days until then. It appeared he was more of a guest than a participant. Tang Shiying could easily discern his underlying thoughts. "We'll have this for lunch, and I'll take you out for something delicious tonight." Suhan's smile broadened at the prospect of spending the evening with her. Before long, the noodles arrived at their table, accompanied by an array of side dishes. The flavors were exquisite, and the broth was particularly delightful, while Suhan concentrated on his meal. The shopkeeper, passing by, couldn't help but glance at him a couple of times, as his eating habits were indeed appetizing. Not only the shopkeeper, but Tang Shiying across from him also felt a sense of satisfaction watching him eat. She reached for a napkin from the table and handed it to Suhan, indicating he should wipe the grease from his mouth. Just as she prepared to retract her hand, a familiar figure entered the shop, causing Tang Shiying to freeze in surprise. The newcomer, upon spotting her, observed Tang Shiying assisting him in wiping his mouth from their perspective. The figure quickly approached them, and Tang Shiying hastily withdrew her hand and stood up, whispering, "Mom?" Suhan, still unaware of the unfolding situation, looked up at Tang Shiying, puzzled, and tilted his head to the side. A woman, bearing a resemblance to Tang Shiying, stood there with a stern expression, somewhat intimidating. Suhan quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, noodles he hadn't had the chance to chew, almost choking in the process. Had he heard correctly? Did the beautiful lady just call her mom? No wonder they looked so alike. Upon seeing Tang Shiying's mother, Suhan realized that the stunning young woman had undoubtedly inherited excellent genes. Tang Shiying's mother was strikingly beautiful, slightly shorter than Tang Shiying, yet exuding a remarkable grace. No wonder she had raised such an exceptional daughter. Suhan immediately stood up, and Tang Shiying's mother's gaze fell upon him, scrutinizing him closely. Suhan felt a twinge of unease. That piercing gaze seemed oddly familiar. Suddenly, it dawned upon me. The sensation mirrored that of my initial encounter with Tang Shiying, as I beheld my own reflection in her gaze. Is this my mother? Tang Shiying hastily introduced, "Mamo." "No, Auntie." Suhan, overwhelmed with anxiety, became utterly incoherent, his words stumbling as if dictated by his feet. "Hello, Auntie. I am Suhan." Suhan lifted his head, his flushed cheeks meeting Tang's mother's gaze. He incessantly reminded himself to remain steadfast, for first impressions hold great significance. Observing his demeanor, Tang Shiying revealed a smile. "Little fellow, let us see how you perform." Chapter 26. The invitation from Mother Tang. Mother Tang swiftly discerned the smile on Tang Shiying's face, and her daughter's reaction filled her heart with joy. It seemed that this young boy shared a unique bond with her daughter. She was intimately aware of her daughter. This was likely the first boy to elicit such a smile from her. Upon entering, Mother Tang had initially presumed that the boy seated opposite Tang Shiying was the one she had arranged a blind date with. However, as she drew closer, she realized that she had never encountered this young man before. He was handsome, with delicate features, and his radiant smile exuded warmth, particularly in the affectionate glances he cast at Tang Shiying. "Ah, you must be Su." Mother Tang immediately donned a maternal expression, her face lighting up with a tender smile as she addressed Suhan. "Hello, I am Tang's mother." Suhan felt a flutter of nervousness within him, yet he breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Mother Tang's amiable demeanor. The situation had unfolded rather unexpectedly. Encountering the mother of the beautiful girl was beyond his anticipation. "Meeting the parents already? Don't just stand there, have a seat." Mother Tang beamed at Suhan, gesturing towards the unfinished bowl of noodles. "Please continue eating." Suhan dared not take another bite. He felt as though he could hardly digest what he had already consumed, let alone eat more. "Auntie, I'm full." He nodded obediently, his shy demeanor endearing him further to Mother Tang. It appeared he would not mistreat her precious Tang. He seemed quite suitable. "Are you also from Haicheng University?" "Auntie, I am also from Haicheng University." "And how long have you known my daughter?" "We've known each other for a while." Suhan earnestly responded to each question posed by Mother Tang, fearful that a misstep might displease her. "Mom," Tang Shiying interjected, noticing her mother's inquisitive nature, and hurriedly sought to curtail her barrage of questions. Mother Tang turned her attention back to her daughter and glanced around the setting, realizing that such inquiries might be deemed impolite in this context. "Su, how long will you be staying in Jiangxing?" Suhan stole a glance at Tang Shiying before promptly responding, "I'll return after the holidays." Mother Tang's keen eyes caught the subtle interaction. As a teacher, she noticed every minute detail that others might overlook. To her, Suhan's gaze seemed to seek Tang Shiying's approval. Therefore, she concluded that her daughter must frequently tease him. "Excellent. You must come over for dinner tonight." "Ah." Mother Tang was exuberantly enthusiastic, disregarding her daughter's expression. After a moment of contemplation, she altered her decision, saying, "Today is too rushed. Let us make it tomorrow." "How does that sound? I shall prepare something special." Having a young man over for dinner required proper hospitality, especially given the special relationship he shared with her daughter. Meanwhile, Tang Shiying stood frozen, astonished that her own mother would so eagerly invite this young lad over without consulting her or considering Su-han's background. It seemed her mother had made a joyful decision, and it was evident she placed significant importance on it. Tang Shiying glanced at Su-han. The young man's wishes had been fulfilled. Surely he must be elated. And indeed, Su-han could hardly contain his excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, "I will definitely be there tomorrow. That would be a trouble for you, aunt." Upon hearing Su-han's affirmation, Tang Ma's smile blossomed even more brightly, and she repeated, "Good, good, good. It's no trouble at all. Just remember to come. I shall return to prepare." As she spoke, Tang Ma headed towards the door, momentarily forgetting the purpose of her visit. Just as she reached the entrance, a thought struck her, and she turned back, looking at Tang Shiying with a motherly admonition. "Make sure to have fun with little Su. You needn't return home to keep me company." "All right, that's settled." With a wave and a smile towards Su-han, Tang Ma added, "Enjoy yourselves." "All right. Thank you, aunt." Su-han politely replied, watching as Tang Ma made her way to the door. "Take care, aunt." Tang Shiying was momentarily taken aback, unable to distinguish whether she was indeed her mother's biological daughter. Her own mother exhibited such warmth towards the little one, while her demeanor towards her was rather indifferent. Observing Su-han's cheerful expression, she felt a sudden pang of jealousy. At that moment, Su-han's heart was a mix of joy and anxiety. He was elated to visit the beautiful older sister's home, yet apprehensive about whether Aunt truly liked him. What if she did not? Judging by Aunt's earlier demeanor, she likely did not harbor any dislike. "What are you thinking about?" Tang Shiying's voice interrupted Su-han's contemplation. Su-han blinked his bright eyes and smiled, replying, "Oh, nothing much, just feeling a bit nervous." Tang Shiying found herself increasingly powerless against his innocent demeanor. "Are you still hungry?" Su-han shook his head and, taking his phone, proceeded to settle the bill. Tang Shiying blocked his path, declaring, "This is my territory. You must listen to me." The shopkeeper, smiling warmly at the two youngsters, chimed in, "Neither of you need to pay. Tang's mother has already taken care of it." "Ah, my mom?" Tang Shiying exclaimed, somewhat astonished. It was unlike her mother's usual style. Wasn't she always advocating for her independence? The sweet mom said this is a treat for little Su. The shopkeeper added, solidifying Tang Shiying's realization. Su-han was indeed her mother's favored child. While she felt like an adopted one, perhaps she was merely a bonus for her mother's phone bill. As they exited the noodle shop, Tang Shiying received a message from her mother. "Ask little Su what he likes to eat. I forgot to ask earlier." Glancing at Su-han beside her, she typed a quick reply. "Why don't you ask me what I like to eat? You can have whatever you want." Was this really the conversation one would expect from a mother to her daughter? Tang Shiying understood that she had lost her mother's favor, usurped by the little boy standing before her. "My mom asked me to inquire what you like to eat. She will prepare it for you tomorrow." Su-han's eye sparkled. "I will eat whatever you like. Whatever you fancy, I fancy too." Tang Shiying scoffed lightly. "Well, at least you are sensible." Su-han was momentarily stunned, as if he had just heard something extraordinary, a sound that had just been uttered by the beautiful older sister. Unaware of the change in Su-han's expression, Tang Shiying continued typing her response. She sent a list of her favorite dishes directly into the chat. Tang Ma replied almost instantly, "Aren't these all your favorites?" He mentioned he likes these. Tang Shiying responded with a sense of righteousness. After all, it was the little one's request, and she had not spoken falsely. As they passed by a quaint handcrafted stall, they spotted a pair of adorable handmade rabbit pendants, which appeared utterly charming. Noticing Tang Shiying's fleeting glance, Su-han quietly purchased one after she had walked away. Walking a few paces behind her, Su-han softly inquired, "Senior, is your bag heavy? May I assist you with it?" Tang Shiying shook her head in confusion, replying, "It's not heavy. I can manage it myself. Would you mind adding a little weight?" Su-han quickened his pace to catch up with her and, without hesitation, revealed a small rabbit pendant nestled in his palm. "It truly isn't heavy. Please accept it." Chapter 27. Passing by, Tang Shiying cast a glance at Su-han's palm, where the eyes of a little white rabbit squinted into a line, its mouth curving upwards in a semblance of a grin. Though its appearance was somewhat unrefined, it retained a certain charm. Rather than inquiring whether he wanted it, she extended the bag toward him, saying, "You may hold on to it." Su-han understood immediately, reaching out to accept the bag, deftly attaching the charm and waving it in front of him a couple of times, nodding in satisfaction. Throughout their journey, Tang Shiying performed her role as a guide with great dedication, occasionally sharing insights into the history of some ancient structures. These were tales he had never encountered. Yet she seemed to possess an intricate understanding, perhaps owing to her status as a local. Her voice was melodious, and this was the first time Su-Han had the opportunity to hear her speak so extensively in a private setting, especially so close to his ear. He felt as though he could retain every word. "You appear to have a keen interest in history," Tang Shiying remarked, sensing a shift as if she were conducting a private tutoring session. "Yes," Su-Han affirmed with a nod. "Do you not find history captivating? Each brick and tile, having endured the vicissitudes of time, stands before us in flawless splendor. It's truly awe-inspiring. Humanity has left behind mere traces over generations. While historical texts are often too scant to capture the entirety of individual experiences, even a seemingly inconspicuous line may encapsulate the tumultuous changes of a century." The ebb and flow of eras. Once the topic of history arose, Su-Han's words flowed freely, shedding any shyness or restraint. Tang Shiying chose not to interrupt, embracing the role of a listener. In that moment, she perceived the brilliance of this young man, whose insights surpassed those of certain scholars on stage. "Have I perhaps spoken too much?" Su-Han suddenly realized he had become somewhat lost in his musings, awkwardly scratching his head in embarrassment. Tang Shiying offered an encouraging smile. "What you shared was wonderful. It should be just like that." At her praise, Su-Han's face flushed slightly, a typical reaction of a student receiving commendation from a teacher. "Given your passion for history, why pursue screenwriting?" Tang Shiying inquired. Su-Han paused for a moment, then replied thoughtfully. "History is vast, and I am but a speck within it, impossible to fully comprehend. Screenwriting, however, allows me to weave my interpretations of history into narratives, which could be quite engaging, don't you think?" Tang Shiying nodded in agreement, recognizing that the young lad possessed his own unique perspective. The popularity of his short plays on the forum was not without merit. Unbeknownst to them, they had meandered through the ancient city until dusk. The yellow glow of street lamps elongated their shadows as a cozy bar nearby played soothing music, and the bustling crowd began to slow their pace. Tang Shiying led Su-Han into a music restaurant, tucked away from the main thoroughfare in a less crowded alley, its entrance adorned with two illuminated characters passing by. Inside, the ambience was dimly lit, where an older gentleman cradling a guitar sat quietly on stage, serenading the audience with folk melodies. 3 or 4 tables of guests hummed along softly, some gently tapping a rhythm, all appearing utterly relaxed. Tang Shiying and Su-Han settled into an empty corner table, waiting 5 or 6 minutes without anyone approaching them. As Su-Han found himself perplexed, Tang Shiying began to elucidate. "The unwritten rule here is that whatever they choose, we shall consume." It can be like that?" Su-Han murmured softly, intrigued. He had never encountered such an establishment before. Yet it was rather fascinating, a veritable boon for those afflicted with indecision. However, upon further reflection, one had to wonder how many patrons would be drawn to such an arrangement. Much like a mystery box, it might indeed pique the interest of many. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su-Han found himself even more eager for what was to come. As the uncle on stage concluded his song, the audience responded with enthusiastic applause. Shortly thereafter, a graceful woman approached the microphone, adjusted its height, and spoke in a hushed tone. "Now, the stage is yours." With that, she descended from the stage, her radiant smile lingering in the air. At this moment, a young man seated by the entrance rose to his feet. Across from him sat a young lady whose attire suggested they were a couple enjoying a holiday together. The young man cast a glance at the girl before striding confidently toward the stage. The girl turned her body, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the boy's retreating figure, her face alight with anticipation. Upon reaching the stage, the boy chose not to pick up the guitar but instead gazed tenderly at the girl below. In a soft voice, he declared, "I wish to sing a song for my dearest girl, to tell her that no matter how she may change in the future, I shall always be by her side." After uttering these heartfelt words, he connected his phone to the sound system and began to sing softly, looking towards the city in the south, for there resides the one I love. Su-Han listened intently. The boy's emotions were palpable, and it was evident that he had prepared this moment with great care, albeit with a hint of inexperience. At that moment, the woman who had previously addressed the audience approached their table, balancing a tray. "Tang Tang, it has been quite some time since you last visited." "Indeed. Lu Jia, it has been far too long." Tang Shiying responded with a smile, eagerly accepting the tray from Lu Jia's hands. Lu Jia's gaze swiftly fell upon Su Han, her smile warm and inviting. Ah, so you've brought your boyfriend this time. Your mother must be thrilled. Before Tang Shiying could clarify, Lu Jia turned and departed. Enjoy your meal. I must attend to some matters. We shall converse later. Certainly. You take care. Tang Shiying replied politely, her demeanor noticeably softer than her usual aloofness. Is he your boyfriend? Su Han pondered, realizing that the senior had perhaps not had the opportunity to explain. He paused for a moment, glancing down at the spread on the table. 2 steaks, a plate of pasta, a vegetable salad, and 2 unfamiliar beverages. He stared vacantly at the steak before him. His second sister had often taken him for Western cuisine, yet he still felt unaccustomed to using a knife and fork. Could one use chopsticks for this? Surely, it was possible. He looked up at the beautiful sister across the table, who was already deftly cutting her steak, and felt reluctant to disturb her. Tang Shiying wielded her fork in her left hand and her knife in her right, meticulously slicing the steak into perfectly shaped pieces. Su Han's gaze lingered on her delicate hands, which, perhaps due to the effort, were adorned with a subtle rosy hue against her fair skin, a captivating sight that made him wish to grasp them. Tang Shiying, aware of his gaze, exhibited no reaction. Until she had completely sliced the steak before her, she pushed it towards Su Han and exclaimed, "You shall have this." Startled, Su Han immediately averted his gaze to the steak presented by the senior, only to realize that she had taken her untouched portion and placed it in front of him. Resuming her cutting. "Senior, I can manage this myself," Su Han said, feeling a bit embarrassed. How could he allow her to cut his steak? Surely, this was a task he ought to undertake himself. Was it not said that in one's domain, one should take charge? Tang Shiying looked up, her expression effortlessly natural, exuding the charm of a friendly older sister. Chapter 28. With me within the bustling restaurant, patrons came and went, and as they finished their meals, there were still 2 other tables occupied. On the stage, a young lady was strumming her guitar and singing, while Lu Jia approached, carrying a platter of fruit. She joined Tang Shiying at the table, her gaze fixed on Su Han, and with a cheerful tone inquired, "Have you met Tang's mother?" Su Han, seated opposite, felt a bit awkward and replied candidly, "I met her at noon." An unfamiliar sensation washed over him, akin to being scrutinized by a multitude of relatives at a family gathering, eager to uncover the details of his past and present. Tang Shiying noticed his unease and grasped Lu Jia's arm, resting her head lightly on her shoulder. "Is the shop busy lately?" she asked. Lu Jia affectionately ruffled Tang Shiying's hair and responded, "It's much the same as before, neither too good nor too bad, just right." Casting a glance at Su Han, she continued, "So, are you back with grand plans this time?" The implication was clear. Bringing her boyfriend home suggested intentions of marriage. Tang Shiying's cheeks flushed crimson as she softly retorted, "No, he is a student in my class, here for an event. And we just happened to run into each other." "A student?" Lu Jia exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she turned to Su Han. From her experience, the connection between them was unmistakably more profound than that of a mere teacher and student. "I have something to show you. Come with me," Lu Jia said, pulling Tang Shiying towards the back of the stage. Su Han felt an unexpected wave of anxiety. Lu Jia's expression upon hearing he was a student had unsettled him. The boundaries between teacher and student often carried an air of taboo, and he could sense that the bond between Tang Shiying and Lu Jia was anything but ordinary. On stage, the young woman's melodious voice resonated, yet the lyrics bore a melancholic tone, mirroring Su Han's current emotional state. At the backstage stairway, Lu Jia gazed intently at Tang Shiying, her eyes twinkling with mirth. "That young man looks at you differently." Tang Shiying did not shy away from the observation and nodded nonchalantly. "I know. And what do you think about that?" Lu Jia pressed eagerly. The question seemed to catch her off guard. She found herself at a loss for words. What did she truly feel? A sense of comfort enveloped her whenever she saw him, an emotion she had never experienced before. Noticing Tang Shiying's silence, Lu Jia chuckled knowingly. "I believe I already know the answer." "What?" Tang Shiying was puzzled by Lu Jia's insinuation, as she felt she had said nothing at all. How could she possibly know? Did she possess some sort of mind-reading ability? Let us head back. Lu Jia decided not to pursue the matter further. Understanding Tang Shiying's temperament well, few young men had the privilege of dining with her, and today, Su Han was the only one she had brought along. In the main hall, the performer on stage had shifted to a middle-aged man whose voice was deep and raspy, infusing his song with a sense of raw emotion. "What is he singing? Come down already. It's ruining my appetite." a discordant voice exclaimed. The music abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned toward the speaker. Once on stage, every individual possesses the right to express their voice, regardless of its quality. Listening attentively to the stories of others is the very least one can do as a sign of respect. The uncle's singing is quite melodious, showcasing a unique style that Soo-han truly appreciates. However, the sudden intrusion of a voice evidently discomforted everyone present. Noticing the unfriendly glances directed at him, the man nonchalantly waved his hand dismissively at the stage. Soo-han found the man somewhat familiar, though his impression was vague. Perhaps he had seen him somewhere on the street. Upon hearing the commotion, a staff member approached to politely explain the establishment's rules. The man adjusted his glasses and furrowed his brow at the staff member, exclaiming, "I am here to patronize your establishment out of courtesy. Do you not understand that the customer is always right? I apologize, sir, but if you are dissatisfied, I can waive your bill," the staff member replied calmly. "What do you mean? Do you think I cannot afford it?" The man erupted, as if his tail had been stepped on, startling the staff member into a hasty retreat. At this moment, Tang Shiying and Sister Lu emerged, the latter promptly rushing to assess the situation. Tang Shiying returned to her seat across from Soo-han, her expression serene as she blinked her captivating eyes and asked, "Shall we leave?" She felt no need to concern herself with the unfolding drama. Sister Lu would manage it adeptly. Such incidents were not uncommon in this restaurant and certainly would not be the last. Sister Lu was well versed in handling them. Soo-han gazed into her eyes with delight, her long eyelashes still stirring his heart. "Let us go." He naturally picked up her bag and stood to depart. Noticing his action, Tang Shiying hesitated, her hand poised in midair as if he had become her little attendant. As they took a couple of steps, a figure abruptly blocked their path, the overwhelming sin of alcohol causing Tang Shiying to instinctively retreat. "Hello, Ms. Tang. What a surprise to see you again." It was the very customer who had been quarreling with the staff. Soo-han recognized him as the bespectacled man from the CAF, seated opposite Tang Shiying. Tang Shiying covered her nose, her brows slightly furrowing as she stepped to the right, attempting to bypass him. The bespectacled man, displaying a lack of decorum, obstructed her way. What a serendipitous encounter. "Shall we sing a song together?" He reached out to grasp her wrist. Just as his hand was about to make contact with her sleeve, a strong hand suddenly emerged, firmly gripping his wrist. Soo-han's expression was icy as he regarded him. "What do you wish to sing? I shall accompany you." His tone was devoid of emotion, and with a sharp twist of the man's wrist, intense pain surged through him, distorting his features as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, eliciting cries of agony. "Let go. Quickly release me," the bespectacled man gasped. Soo-han fixed him with a steely glare, gritting his teeth as he inquired, "Are you sober now?" "Yes, yes." The man hunched over, unable to meet Soo-han's gaze. "That's good to hear. No need to thank me. If you wish to sing, feel free to seek me out anytime," Soo-han offered, slowly loosening his grip on the man's wrist. The bespectacled man extricated himself from Soo-han's grasp, retreating several steps without glancing back as he exited through the door. Beside him, Sister Lu, who had witnessed the entire scene, was taken aback by the sudden chill emanating from Soo-han. Was this truly the same shy and somewhat bashful young man from moments ago? Earlier, the bespectacled gentleman had intended to depart under Sister Lu's guidance, but upon turning, he caught sight of Tang Shiying. After their encounter that morning, he had been unable to shake thoughts of her, and upon this unexpected reunion, he felt a sense of destiny, yearning for her contact information. However, his excessive eagerness had rendered him rather off-putting. Soo-han gazed at Tang Shiying with palpable concern, noticing her evident fright. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp her wrist, offering reassurance with a gentle, "It's all right. I'm here for you." Chapter 29. Good night. Soo-han gently grasped Tang Shiying's wrist as they exited the dining hall. At the entrance, Sister Lu observed the pair retreating into the distance, her smile radiant as she retrieved her phone to capture the moment. A teacher-student romance, perhaps? They seemed quite compatible. As they turned the corner, Soo-han released her hand, and they walked side by side along the street. Tang Shiying cast her gaze downward at her wrist where he had just held her, feeling a warmth flush across her cheeks. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the little one, his ears nearly turning crimson. Recalling Soo-han's fierce expression from earlier, she realized it was only the second time she had witnessed such a look. The first was when Xiao Song had caused her to twist her ankle, and the little one had nearly shouted at him. They had then actually fought, resulting in a rather bruised face for him. The image of his swollen cheek flashed in her mind, and she couldn't help but smile, finding his foolishness somewhat endearing. "Sister, What are you laughing at? Suhan exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity as he gazed at Tang Shiying. Her previous laughter had been so sweet, a sight he had never witnessed before, unlocking a new facet of her personality. Ah, did I laugh? Tang Shiying turned her head, meeting Suhan's inquisitive gaze. Had she really lost control and laughed out loud? As long as she didn't admit it, the little one would remain oblivious to the fact that her laughter was directed at him. Perhaps you are mistaken, she replied playfully. Suhan smiled silently, his heart soaring with joy. Above the ancient city at night, a myriad of melodies danced through the air, exuding a sense of freedom and merriment. Suhan's attention was captured by a young girl playing guitar not far away. She appeared to be around 14 or 15, cradling her guitar as she stood in front of a quaint inn, skillfully strumming the strings. In front of her lay a guitar case, adorned with a QR code and a few scattered bills, though the amount was modest. Sister, would you like to listen to a song? Suhan suddenly inquired. Tang Shiying looked at him, puzzled, but before she could respond, he had approached the young musician. Suhan whispered a few words to her and slipped some bills into her pocket. The girl looked up at Tang Shiying, her eyes sparkling with delight. You are so beautiful, the prettiest sister I have ever seen. Beaming, Tang Shiying gently touched the girl's cheek and replied, Thank you. Suhan adjusted the guitar, familiarizing himself with its feel, and donned his signature smile as he turned to Tang Shiying. This lovely sister should be rewarded for listening to the song, or else the little one might be disappointed. Tang Shiying playfully regarded him, curious about what he was about to offer. Suhan cleared his throat, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly opened them. The melodious and crisp sound of the guitar resonated through the air. Tang Shiying watched in astonishment, initially believing he was merely jesting, but it became evident that he truly possessed talent. In a northern village resides a girl from the south, who adores wearing floral dresses while standing by the roadside. Her words are few. Suhan softly sang, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by. His gaze remained fixed upon the young lady before him, gentle and warm, never wavering. Tang Shiying pressed her lips together lightly. The brilliance in her eyes consistently focused on the boy standing in front of her. He had bestowed upon her countless surprises. As the melody concluded, Suhan gently returned the guitar to the young girl, thoughtfully adjusting the microphone back to its original height. After expressing his gratitude to her, he returned to Tang Shiying's side. Observing his eager demeanor, reminiscent of a child seeking praise, she remarked, You sang quite well. Keep up the good work. Suhan, with a hint of pride, lifted his chin slightly, feeling a sense of bliss at being complimented by the girl he admired. The two strolled along the ancient city streets, moving at a leisurely pace. Even in silence, the initial awkwardness had dissipated. I should head back, Tang Shiying announced, halting her steps and gesturing towards a courtyard within the alley. Taking the bag from Suhan's hands, she softly advised, You should return to the hotel as well. Suhan glanced at the alley and nodded. I'll see you inside before I go back. Tang Shiying did not say anything further and turned to walk into the alley. When she reached the entrance and looked back, the young lad remained in place. She entered the courtyard and pulled out her phone to send a message. Suhan's phone chimed. He glanced at it and saw her text, I'm home. Satisfied with the message, he made his way back to the hotel. Spending the entire day with Tang Shiying felt as sweet as honey, making him forget to check his phone. After washing up and lying on his bed, he finally noticed the multitude of messages on his phone. The majority were from his dorm group chat, where Zhao Leffen had shared numerous photos. Browsing through them, he realized it was overwhelming and chose not to engage further. The latest message from his second sister inquired about his holiday plans. Suhan truthfully replied that he was out having fun. She did not respond, likely busy with her own matters. Opening the pinned conversation, he carefully typed 2 words and hit send. Good night. Upon seeing this message, Tang Shiying's lips involuntarily curved upwards. It was her first time feeling joy from the simple phrase good night, and she could vividly imagine the expression on the young lad's face as he sent those words. Why are you smiling so happily? Tang's mother approached with a cup of water, having never witnessed her daughter smile so often. Tang Shiying accepted the cup and took a small sip, feeling her cheeks flush. Whether from the heat of the water or something else, she could not tell. With a tender gaze, her mother remarked, Su is from the north, isn't he? Tang Shiying looked up at her mother and nodded affirmatively. Yes, from Chizhou. All right, then make sure to get some rest, her mother said as she stood to leave. What does that mean? Tang Shiying mused, curling up on the sofa in confusion. Northern tastes differ a bit from ours. I should pay attention to that, her mother noted before retreating to her own room. Indeed, The culinary habits of the North and South exhibit some discrepancies, with the South favoring sweetness and the North leaning towards savory flavors. Even a simple bowl of soy milk could spark a culinary debate between the two regions. Tang Shiying realized that she had lost her mother's favor. The arrival of the little one had made her the apple of her mother's eye. She could not comprehend the reason behind it, having only exchanged hurried glances at noon. Was the little one truly so enchanting? She surmised that they had spent the entire day together, an unprecedented occurrence for her. Not only did her mother take him to her favorite places, but she also indulged him with her preferred delicacies. The image of the little one strumming the guitar lingered in her mind, and those eyes were undoubtedly sincere. Tang Shiying opened her phone and, with a smile, typed the words "good night." Upon seeing those two words, Su-han felt as though the very air was sweetened, sweeter than cotton candy itself. Chapter 30. The blessing of being able to eat. When Su-han awoke in the hotel, a gentle drizzle fell outside the window. Without much time to ponder, he hastily tidied himself and ventured out. That evening, he was to visit his senior's home. Though inexperienced, he understood the importance of basic etiquette. He intended to purchase some gifts in the streets. However, upon arrival, he found himself utterly at a loss, unsure of what would be appropriate. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the internet for assistance, but was immediately bombarded with advertisements. How fitting for his predicament. Frustrated by the endless recommendations, Su-han silently shut off his phone and made his way to the nearest large supermarket. Standing before the dazzling array of shelves, his gaze fell upon a friendly-looking saleswoman nearby. The middle-aged lady appeared approachable and amiable. Su-han approached her politely, articulating his needs. Upon learning that the young man was visiting his future girlfriend, she eagerly offered her expertise. This was her forte. With her enthusiastic assistance, Su-han left the store laden with gifts, heading straight to his senior's residence. As he arrived at his destination, the sky began to clear. Standing at the alley where he had parted ways with his senior the previous day, Su-han sent a message to Tang Shiying. The prospect of visiting for the first time made him somewhat anxious, especially considering his lack of experience in such matters. It felt akin to marriage. One does not acquire experience before embarking on it, and this was not a scenario suited for practice. He thought of consulting his roommates, but they seemed even less reliable. The only person he knew with experience was his uncle, yet this was a matter best kept from him for the time being. Upon receiving his message, Tang Shiying stepped outside. Su-han watched her approach from a distance, unable to suppress a smile as his heart raced. Initially nervous, he now felt a flutter of excitement. Clad in black wide-leg trousers paired with a white shirt, her flowing hair cascaded over her shoulders. A gentle breeze tousled her locks, refreshing Su-han's spirit. When Tang Shiying's gaze met his, she playfully brushed a strand of hair from her face, a faint blush appearing from her swift walk. "Are you opening a supermarket?" she inquired, astonished by the numerous bags Su-han carried, which nearly overwhelmed his small frame. With a sheepish grin, he replied, "I wasn't sure what Annie would like, so I bought a little of everything." Tang Shiying rolled her eyes, reaching out to take the bags from him. "They're not heavy. I can manage." Su-han instinctively recoiled. With a mere glance from her, he obediently relinquished the bags. A sudden sensation of being under her control washed over him. It wasn't fear of his senior, but rather a deep respect that compelled him to comply and avoid upsetting her. As Tang Shiying led the way, Su-han followed, inexplicably feeling as though he were returning to his family home. No, such peculiar thoughts were unwarranted. Shaking his head to dispel them, he realized they had reached the entrance. In the yard, upon spotting Su-han, Tang's mother rushed out with enthusiasm. "Little Su is here." Upon noticing the items he carried, she paused in surprise. "This boy is so considerate. Why bring so many things?" Tang Ma remarked as she took the items from Su-han's hands, casting a reproachful glance at Tang Shiying. "Could you not assist Xiao Su? What if it gets damaged?" Tang Shiying rolled her eyes playfully, thinking to herself, "Does this mother truly not realize who her biological child is?" Su-han quickly interjected to alleviate the tension, beaming at Tang Ma. "Auntie, this little bit won't be a burden for me. Senior's sister insisted on helping. I didn't ask her to." Tang Ma exclaimed 3 praises in quick succession, pulling Su-han toward the house. "Come on, hurry inside. Next time, don't bring anything. Annie, I wasn't sure what you would like, so I bought a few things." Su-han said politely, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. "Just tell me what you enjoy, and I shall bring it next time." "You're far too courteous. We are family," Tang Ma began, but feeling her words were somewhat misplaced, she quickly rephrased, "I lack for nothing. Just come often, and seeing you brings me joy." She spoke sincerely, feeling a connection with Su-han from their very first meeting, primarily due to her daughter's fondness for him. Sit and rest for a moment. I'll prepare something delicious for you. As Tang Ma spoke, she handed a cup of water to Su-han and turned to head to the kitchen. Tang Shiying sat on the sofa nearby, pouting as she observed the two, as if they were the true mother and son. Su-han turned to look, witnessing a side of his senior sister that was utterly charming. This was not the aloof goddess he had envisioned. She was indeed an adorable goddess. Do not stare. Tang Shiying noticed Su-han's gaze and shot him a warning look, promptly reverting to her composed demeanor. Su-han smirked, reveling in the moment, thinking, I shall continue to look. What can you do about it? Xiao Su, would you prefer savory or sweet? Tang Ma's voice rang out from the kitchen. Su-han promptly rose and made his way toward the kitchen, softly responding, Auntie, I'm fine with either. I'm not picky. Wearing an apron, Tang Ma joyfully chopped vegetables, and her smile widened upon seeing Su-han enter. Auntie, may I assist you? Su-han rolled up his sleeves, adopting an eager demeanor. Tang Ma turned to him, chuckling heartily. You can cook. Not yet, but I wish to learn. Su-han earnestly replied, his eyes fixed on Tang Ma's hands as she worked. Auntie, could you teach me? Without pausing in her task, Tang Ma proudly responded, Of course. Let me tell you, Tang loves my cooking. Yes, senior sister said your dishes are the best. Su-han eagerly offered his compliment. Auntie, your skills surpass those of a 5-star chef. Su-han's words filled Tang Ma with immense joy, further enhancing her impression of him. Tang Shiying, curious about Su-han's prolonged stay in the kitchen, stealthily approached. Just as she reached the doorway, she heard her mother's laughter. For this dish, add a little less sugar. Yes, just like that. Peeking inside, she saw Su-han standing behind her mother, adding seasonings to the pot. Her own mother had never shown such patience with her. Tang Ma was well aware of Su-han's impending visit and had made preparations in advance. After a simple yet thoughtful preparation of the meal, it was promptly served at the table. Upon witnessing the sumptuous spread laid out before him, Su-han felt a twinge of embarrassment. Auntie, this is too much, he exclaimed. Not at all. You must eat more. Tang Ma replied, cheerfully adding a piece of chicken to Su-han's bowl with the serving chopsticks. If you can't finish it, let Tang have the leftovers. Su-han, Tang Shiying observed, feeling her familial status plummet in an instant. Throughout the meal, Tang Ma continually served dishes into Su-han's bowl, while he reciprocated by serving food to his senior. Seeing Su-han's hearty appetite, Tang Ma beamed with delight. This manner of eating was indeed a sign of good fortune. Chapter 31. The elevator encounter after dinner, Tang Ma brought out some fruit and placed it before Su-han, subsequently taking a seat across from him to engage in conversation. Little Su, what do your parents do for a living? Upon hearing her mother's inquiry, Tang Shiying immediately straightened her posture. Having perused Su-han's personal information, she noted that his parental section remained blank. Everyone harbors their own secrets, a fact that Tang Shiying was acutely aware of, which is why she had never broached the subject. My parents? Su-han paused, momentarily halting his movements before he quickly regained composure and replied softly, Auntie, I have never met my parents. I have been living with my uncle since I was very young. Never met his parents? Tang Ma's expression turned to one of shock as she struggled to comprehend the implications. Had he been abandoned at a tender age? Or had they perished in an unfortunate accident? Casting a sidelong glance at her daughter, she noticed that Tang Shiying wore a composed expression, as if she had long been aware of this reality. Su-han, sensing the confusion in Tang Ma's eyes, continued to elucidate. When I was quite small, my uncle informed me that they had gone to a distant place, yet over the years, they have never returned to see me. To him, the distant place his uncle spoke of was one from which they would never return. However, my uncle treats me exceptionally well, as if I were his own son. And I have 2 sisters who are also wonderful. Su-han recounted his familial circumstances in a calm tone, devoid of significant emotional fluctuation, as if he were merely recounting an ordinary tale. Listening to Su-han's narrative, Tang Ma's eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with compassion. As a mother herself, she inherently understood the profound pain of a child growing up without parental companionship. No matter how benevolent those around him might be, they could never replicate the love of one's biological parents. Tang Ma reflected on her own life, recalling how she and Tang Shiying's father had divorced when Tang Shiying was very young, leaving her to raise their daughter alone. Although her daughter lacked paternal affection, she had been showered with an abundance of maternal love, which had allowed her to grow up healthily. Tang Shiying observed Su-han's profile and finally grasped the reason behind his daytime nightmares. The insecurity that Su Rulan mentioned stemmed from the absence of his parents. When Su-han departed from his senior's home, Tang Shiying accompanied him to the corner, watching as he boarded the vehicle before returning home. Seated on the sofa, Tang Ma fixated her gaze on her daughter as she entered, remaining silent. Feeling uneasy under her mother's scrutiny, Tang Shiying asked, "Mom, are you all right? You mustn't bully little Su. Be kinder to him, understand?" Tang Ma suddenly spoke, rising to head towards her bedroom. Tang Shiying watched her mother's retreating figure, contemplating whether to voice something, but the words faltered on her lips. It was quite evident that he was the one who had been teasing her. A sudden feeling of inexplicable confusion washed over her. After finishing her evening routine, Tang Shiying lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The recent events played through her mind like a movie, and ever since the little one had burst into her world, everything seemed to have shifted. Joyful moments are always fleeting, just like the holidays, which seem to end before they even begin. On the 6th day of the holiday, the seminar was set to take place at the Jiang City Hotel, as scheduled. Su-han sat on the sofa in the hotel lobby, awaiting the arrival of Tang Shiying. When Jiang Yanan first caught his eye, "Little Junior, you are here for the seminar too," Jiang Yanan exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise as she approached him. Su-han, upon noticing her, rose slightly and greeted her politely. "Senior Jiang, you are here as well. Are you waiting for someone, little Junior?" Jiang Yanan inquired, her gaze fixed on him with a teasing smile. "Let me guess, is it me you're waiting for?" With a light chuckle, she added, "Just kidding. You must be waiting for Tang Tang, your teacher Tang." "I am waiting for Senior Tang," Su-han replied. Did Jiang Yanan just refer to her as my teacher? Surely it was a slip of the tongue. She has always had a penchant for jokes. Jiang Yanan keenly observed that Su-han had started to address Tang Shiying as senior rather than teacher. This intrigued her, and she regarded him with curiosity, hoping to glean some insights from his expression. "Little Junior, have you been on your own in Jiangxing these past few days?" she asked, sensing a subtle change in him, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. For a girl who relished gossip, this piqued her interest. Xiaonan. The appearance of Tang Shiying interrupted their conversation. Su-han exhaled in relief, having narrowly escaped a tricky situation. He was unsure how to respond to Jiang Yanan's question. He certainly couldn't divulge that he was spending time with Tang Shiying. However, would it really matter? They were friends, and Jiang Yanan would not spread rumors at school. Upon seeing Tang Shiying, Jiang Yanan rushed over and embraced her warmly. Su-han watched with envy, wondering when he might have the opportunity to share such a moment with a senior. "Come on, let's go." Tang Shiying waved to Su-han, who quickly shouldered his bag and hurried to catch up. Perhaps due to the holiday, the number of attendees at the seminar was rather substantial. Just as they entered the elevator, a crowd surged in behind them, transforming the once spacious lift into a cramped space. With her delicate brows slightly furrowed, Tang Shiying found herself pushed into the corner as more people continued to cram in. Just when she felt overwhelmed, Su-han unexpectedly appeared before her, bracing himself against the elevator's walls to shield her from the crowd. Their eyes met, and Su-han's breath brushed against her forehead, making her shy away from gazing at him. Yet, she could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of his heart. Su-han lowered his gaze to her hair, a subtle floral fragrance wafting towards him, presumably from her shampoo. In that fleeting moment, he felt an urge to reach out and touch her smooth, beautiful hair. But he hesitated and withdrew his hand. Tang Shiying silently prayed for the elevator to reach its destination quickly. As she cautiously lifted her head, her forehead unexpectedly made contact with something soft. What was that? A blush crept onto her cheeks, a sense of bashfulness washing over her. Had her forehead just brushed against Su-han's lips? No. It must have been an accident. She vowed she had merely intended to check which floor they were on. The little one must not be overthinking, right? Su-han stood rigidly, his heart suddenly racing. It felt as though it might leap into his throat. Beside him, Jiang Yanan observed Su-han's flushed ears with great curiosity. "Junior, are you feeling too warm? Your ears are quite red." "Ah, yes, it is a bit warm." Su-han endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, hastily averting his gaze. Tang Shiying tightly grasped the hem of her clothing, daring not to move a muscle. It was only when the elevator doors opened that she quietly exhaled in relief. The two swiftly exited the elevator, each too apprehensive to steal a glance at the other. Tang Shiying walked ahead, discreetly brushing her forehead. Chapter 32, The Work of Xiao Yoli. Su-han entered the seminar venue, and standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Han Feifei, adorned in a flowing blue dress, immediately spotted him. What brought him here? Han Feifei had invested considerable time crafting her most outstanding piece to attend this seminar. This particular work had fortuitously been recognized among the top 10 excellent works online, earning her an invitation to the event as the author. What merit did Su-han possess to be present here? Could it be that he had expended a princely sum to secure a chance encounter with her, the campus belle? The thought sparked joy in Han Feifei's heart. Surely, Su-han's previous dismissal of her in class was merely a ploy to entice her attention. Akin to a game of cat and mouse. She was well aware of the tactics employed by boys in their pursuit of girls. By contriving a chance meeting here, he would make her perceive him as impressive, deserving of participation in such a seminar, and consequently, she would admire him. They could return to school together, deepening their connection along the way. Unbeknownst to her, Han Feifei had already conjured an entire romantic drama in her mind. Naturally, she envisioned herself as the leading lady. If Su-han were privy to her musings, he would undoubtedly scoff at her self-importance, exclaiming, "How self-indulgent. No wonder you study screenwriting." In truth, Su-han remained oblivious to her presence, engrossed in the display of outstanding works. Any piece featured in the seminar was undoubtedly remarkable. As he perused a work authored by Xiao Liuli, his brow furrowed in confusion. In his previous life, Han Feifei had revealed to him that her pen name was Xiao Liuli. The content of the work before him mirrored precisely that which he had posted on the forum. Had his creativity been plagiarized? In his last life, Han Feifei had, under the guise of the pen name Yueying Sanren, added him on WeChat after the National Day holiday. On the forum, those who followed Han's Hangying would know that he had only mutual follows with Yueying Sanren, and their relationship was no secret. Su-han was baffled as to how Han Feifei had discerned that he was Han's Hangying. Perhaps he would uncover the answer at this seminar. Wasn't he it splendidly written? A familiar voice resonated in his ears, and Su-han turned to find Han Feifei standing beside him. "Oh, it's you?" Su-han set aside the work in his hands, preparing to turn away. He had no desire to entangle himself with this woman. "The script you just viewed was written by me," Han Feifei asserted confidently, observing Su-han retract his hand. "Did you bring a work as well?" She remained uncertain of the reasons behind Su-han's presence at the seminar. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at him. Su-han hesitated for a moment, his gaze suddenly turning icy as he fixed his eyes on Han Feifei. "You claim that is your work, then I have a question for you." The audacity to appropriate another's creation while flaunting it so brazenly was something Su-han found quite remarkable. "Of course, ask away. I'm not afraid," Han Feifei replied boldly. She had thoroughly prepared and was well acquainted with the content. "Can you tell me, who is the inspiration behind the story?" Su-han fixed his gaze upon her, fully aware that she was unable to respond, yet he harbored no intentions of releasing her from this predicament. "A prototype? Not every script requires one." Han Feifei adamantly defended her stance. "Stories are fictional, and as a fellow screenwriter, surely you grasp this fundamental truth?" A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Su-han's lips. Her assertion held merit. Indeed, not every piece of work necessitates a prototype. However, this particular script did possess one. He refrained from contradicting Han Feifei, merely nodding in agreement before turning to depart. Engaging in debate with someone like her would be an exercise in futility. Su-han still had many uncertainties to unravel and had no intention of exposing her just yet. Not far off, Tang Shiying, who had been observing the two, furrowed her brows in confusion. How had they conversed for so long? Casting a glance at the retreating Su-han, she strode over to the spot he had just vacated. Reaching for the script he had set down, astonishment flickered across her eyes. She deliberately checked the signature. Was it not Han Shangying? Of all people. No one was more familiar with this short story than she was. It was her inaugural work recorded on an audiobook platform, which had garnered her the first wave of listeners due to its brilliance. How could it be Xiao Liuli? Clutching the script, Tang Shiying made her way directly towards the exit. Meanwhile, Su-han sat calmly on a corner bench, scanning the venue with his eyes, yet failing to spot Tang Shiying's figure. He resumed perusing the materials prepared by the organizers. Before long, two staff members clad in suits entered and approached Han Feifei. "Hello, please come with us." With a beaming smile, Han Feifei assumed she had attracted the attention of the organizers and contentedly followed the two out of the hall. In an event of this caliber, if she could garner the favor of the hosts, her future prospects would undoubtedly expand. Should her work catch the eye of a prominent figure, she could soar to new heights. Campus beauty from a certain university collaborates with a renowned director, becoming the youngest screenwriter that would surely top the trending charts. At that point, She could seize the opportunity to transition into acting in several hit dramas, solidifying her status as a new first-tier star. Han Feifei was ushered into a private conference room, where her script lay upon the table, and 4 individuals with varying expressions from the organizing committee sat opposite her. "Hello, please take a seat," initiated the middle-aged man seated at the center. "No need to be nervous. We wish to inquire about your script. Xiaolioli is your pen name, correct?" The seminar continued as scheduled. Throughout this time, Su-Han adeptly assumed the role of a learner, exhibiting keen focus whether listening to the insights of distinguished individuals or the counsel of industry veterans. Yet, by the conclusion of the seminar, he had still not glimpsed Han Feifei's presence. At the hotel entrance, Su-Han located the car he had summoned earlier and addressed Tang Shiying. "Senior, you may leave first. Aren't you coming?" Tang Shiying queried, puzzled. "I've booked a ticket for tonight to return to school. Let us go together." With that, Tang Shiying opened the car door and entered first. "I'm returning to school as well. Get in the car, Junior." Jiang Yanan called out as she noticed him standing there in a daze. The trio made their way directly to the station. Su-Han settled into the front passenger seat, stealing a discreet glance at Tang Shiying in the back through the rearview mirror. Her slightly disheveled hair cascaded onto her lovely cheeks, and her half-closed eyes fluttered with delicate lashes. Jiang Yanan, seated beside him, turned her gaze towards the swiftly passing scenery outside the window, lowering the window halfway. The breeze swept into the car, gently tousling Tang Shiying's long hair, filling the air with a subtle fragrance that enveloped Su-Han. As Tang Shiying reached up to play with the strands of hair on her face, Su-Han felt a stirring in his heart. They had arrived at the station. Chapter 33. Is it appealing? Do you wish to see more? Su-Han approached the ticket counter and changed his ticket to travel on the same train as Tang Shiying. He intentionally swapped seats with another passenger to sit beside her. Tang Shiying occupied the window seat, her gaze fixed on the fleeting landscape outside. Su-Han leaned against the back of his seat, tilting his head to admire her delicate profile. The light illuminated her face, emphasizing her fair complexion, to the extent that one could discern the fine fuzz on her skin. One could only imagine how delightful she might taste, her lips adorned with a subtle lip balm, free from any makeup, thus alleviating concerns of foundation smudging. The interior of the train was brightly lit, while the world outside had succumbed to the night. Su-Han's silhouette was mirrored in the glass. Suddenly, Tang Shiying turned her head, her enchanting eyes meeting his, prompting Su-Han to hastily avert his gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt akin to that of a thief. He had gazed upon her before, yet this time, his heart raced with a sense of trepidation. Had he seen enough? Noting his awkward demeanor, Tang Shiying feigned annoyance, inquiring playfully, haven't seen enough? What do you mean, haven't seen enough? Su-Han replied candidly. Tang Shiying's cheeks flushed. She was often teased by Su-Han, and this time, she decided to playfully provoke him. "Shall I let you see even more?" She leaned closer, her entire face inches from his. "Is it beautiful?" A faint, elegant fragrance wafted towards Su-Han, causing his face to burn with heat, his ears feeling as though they had been scalded. As he swallowed hard, their eyes locked, and he realized that if he leaned just a fraction closer, their lips would surely meet. The allure of her soft, glistening lips stirred an insatiable yearning within him. Swiftly, he diverted his gaze and murmured, "It's beautiful." Tang Shiying maintained a calm exterior, though internally, her heart raced. She distinctly perceived the slight movement of Su-Han's soft lips gravitating towards her before retreating hastily. What if he actually kissed her? She would undoubtedly slap him without hesitation. Yet, why was there a flicker of anticipation? Tang Shiying turned her gaze back to the window, feeling the weight of the moment, and closed her eyes against the seat. No matter how hard she tried to suppress her emotions, the image of Su-Han lingered in her mind. Su-Han exhaled quietly, recalling the boldness of the senior's actions, reminiscent of their previous encounter in the cinema. He adjusted his posture and shut his eyes, daring not to entertain any further thoughts. Time passed, and before he knew it, Su-Han's head had tilted and rested unconsciously on Tang Shiying's shoulder. She felt something soft resting upon her, a few strands of hair brushing against her face. Her expression shifted slightly as she playfully opened one eye to investigate. Was that the face of the boy who had been stealing glances at her? He had fallen asleep without her realizing it. Tang Shiying turned her head slightly, astonished that no other boy had dared to come so close to her before. Soon enough, she was captivated by Su-Han's pristine cheeks. His complexion appeared healthy and unblemished. The exposed ear, tinged with a hint of pink, seemed irresistibly inviting. Unable to resist, Tang Shiying reached out to touch that ear. With a gentle touch, she poked him lightly, noticing that Su-han remained unresponsive, and playfully pinched his earlobe. It was quite amusing. Tang Shiying was oblivious to the fact that her small gesture deepened the blush on Su-han's cheeks, spreading all the way to his neck. Next stop, Haicheng. As the announcement echoed through the vehicle, Su-han gradually stirred from his slumber. What's the soft thing? He opened his eyes to find strands of hair cascading before him, and suddenly jolted upright. What on earth have I done? Tang Shiying glanced at him with a blank expression, causing him to stutter in fright. Senior, I'm so sorry. I fell asleep. His face flushed crimson as he averted his gaze to the ground, only to realize that one of his hands was still clasping hers. No wonder it felt so soft and pleasant. It was the gentle hand of his senior. Should he continue holding it? His hand was starting to tingle. Tang Shiying's tone was calm, devoid of reproach. Upon hearing her words, Su-han reluctantly released her hand, wishing he could hold on a little longer. However, they had to disembark, and since she bore him no ill will, there would be other opportunities in the future. Upon exiting the bus station, he quickly hailed a cab back to campus. With the holiday drawing to a close, many students had already returned to school. After tidying up in his dormitory, Su-han lay back on his bed when suddenly his phone buzzed. Upon checking, he found a friend request from Moonlight Trio. Su-han frowned slightly. It had finally arrived. Han Feifei had used the guise of Moonlight Trio to send him a friend request. Before he could act, another message popped up in the request. The chatroom account has been temporarily suspended. Let's connect via WeChat instead. Logging into his forum, Su-han opened the Moonlight Trio profile and indeed saw the words temporarily suspended. Seeking clarity on the matter, he decisively accepted the request. Even though he was aware that the sender was a false Moonlight Trio, he had no intention of exposing her just yet. Upon seeing his acceptance, the other party quickly messaged, "Hello, Hantan Gying, I am Moonlight Trio." Su-han's lips twitched at the familiar tactic, reminiscent of past encounters. After a brief pause, he got straight to the point. How did you know my WeChat? This question had lingered in his mind for far too long. He urgently needed an answer. After sending the message, he waited in silence, but the other side took a considerable time to respond. Su-han remained unperturbed, knowing they would need to concoct a plausible excuse to appease him, something convincing enough. While he awaited a reply, Han Feifei's genuine friend request also came through. Did you report me? Reported? No wonder he hadn't seen her around after the seminar. She hadn't gone for a meeting, but rather for an inquiry. Su-han replied helplessly, I don't understand what you're talking about. Who could have reported her? It could only be one person, and only she knew what happened at the scene. That certainly wasn't Xiaolu Li's work. In the girls' dormitory, an irate Han Feifei, who had returned early, lay fuming on her bed, juggling two phones and busying herself incessantly. After being ushered into the conference room, she was subjected to a series of criticisms from 4 judges, ultimately resulting in the revocation of her eligibility to participate in the seminar and her name being placed on a blacklist. Since the original author was absent, no one held her accountable for the related matters, allowing her to narrowly escape disaster. Upon exiting, she immediately called home and, through her father's various connections, managed to reach a relevant staff member from the Forum Development Company. From this staff member, she paid a considerable sum to acquire the online address and registration information of Cold Mountain Solitude. When Han Feifei examined the materials in her hands, she was incredulously astonished to discover that the individual in question was her classmate, Su-han. Aware of the close relationship between Cold Mountain Solitude and Moonlight Trio, she conceived the idea of assuming the identity of the latter. Chapter 34. A morning encounter. Su-han opened the message from the Moonlight Trio and could not help but smile wryly. Moonlight Trio, wasn't it you who informed me about WeChat? Have you forgotten already? Truly, all men are just clumsy oafs. The message concluded with an adorable emoticon, reminiscent of a playful pout. Upon reading this message, Su-han cast his phone aside, preferring not to dwell on it. Those who regard others as fools are seldom wise themselves. Since Han Feifei chose not to speak the truth, he would seek the answers himself. Throughout the holiday, Su-han resided in a hotel, and upon returning to the dormitory, he slept soundly. Awakening the next morning, he glanced at the time, changed into his attire, and made his way to the track. Although one day of vacation remained, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered for their morning runs. As Su-han warmed up in a corner, he spotted a familiar figure. She was clad in a blue tracksuit, adorned with a brown cap, her long black ponytail swaying gracefully with each stride. Watching her silhouette, A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. When fate beckons, it is impossible to resist. This unexpected encounter infused his morning running plan with newfound motivation. He quickened his pace to follow her, opting not to intrude, but rather to silently trail behind. After completing 3 laps, he noticed her pace beginning to slow. Was she stopping? As he pondered this, she gradually came to a halt, clutching her abdomen as she exited the track. Is she unwell? His brow furrowed with concern as he hastened to catch up. Tang Shiying's complexion was pale as she removed her outer jacket and tied it around her waist. Suhan understood her sudden departure. It was likely due to the monthly visit from an uninvited relative. Senior. Suhan appeared before Tang Shiying, offering her his jacket. Hearing the familiar voice, she looked up to see a youthful face before her. Without waiting for her response, he placed the garment on the ground. Senior, please sit here and wait for me. I shall return shortly. Tang Shiying watched the young lad dash away, glancing at the jacket on the ground. Did he notice? A faint blush crept upon her cheeks as she considered the possibility of her embarrassing moment being witnessed. She had been keeping track. Yet this time it seemed to have arrived unexpectedly and with considerable discomfort. Suhan sprinted to the nearby supermarket, staring in bewilderment at the array of large Band-Aids lining the shelves. ABC, what is this? Various kinds. Which one should I buy? He was utterly inexperienced in this matter. Turning to glance at the shopkeeper, he noticed it was an elderly lady and, mustering his courage, approached her. Ma'am? I would like to buy. Could you recommend something? The shopkeeper observed his flushed face and smiled knowingly, exuding an air of nonchalance. Let me get that for you. Suhan watched gratefully as the lady moved towards the shelves, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He had no qualms about purchasing these items. He simply lacked the knowledge of which to choose. Would you like a thermos and some brown sugar? I have hot water. She inquired astutely. Without a moment's hesitation, Suhan replied, Yes, absolutely. Thank you. As she was about to leave, the aunt couldn't help but compliment. The young people nowadays truly know how to care for others. At the entrance of the playground, Tang Shiying sat on a nearby bench, cradling Suhan's jacket. Before long, she observed the little fellow rushing towards her with urgency. Her gaze fell upon him, watching as he drew closer, her eyes filled with warmth. In a fleeting moment, she found herself somewhat entranced. Senior. Suhan stood before Tang Shiying, retrieving a package from his shopping bag and placing it into her hands. You go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Tang Shiying glanced at the item in her hand, raising her eyes to meet his. Feeling utterly bashful, yet attempting to maintain a facade of composure. It was indeed a challenge for the little guy. She had seen videos of boys who were reluctant to buy such things for girls, often leading to quarrels. Clearly, he was handling it splendidly. Suhan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After Tang Shiying walked away, he plopped down on the bench. The way she had looked at him moments ago was different. Could it be that she thought he was peculiar for daring to purchase something meant for girls? Surely not. Her gaze had remained gentle. When Tang Shiying returned, Suhan presented her with a pink thermos he had just unscrewed. The temperature was just right. Taking the pink cup from him, Tang Shiying peered inside with curiosity. Brown sugar water? Who taught you this? She lifted the cup to her lips and took a delicate sip. The temperature and flavor were perfect, and she felt a quiet joy. The little guy was quite thoughtful. Suhan took back the cup and replied softly, Baidu. What else did he teach you? Tang Shiying inquired, intrigued to see what the little fellow would do next. He added, if your stomach hurts, just massage it a bit. As he spoke, Suhan reached out his hand toward Tang Shiying's abdomen. Do you want me to help you massage it? Tang Shiying shot him a glare. Do you dare? Suhan recoiled slightly, hastily retracting his hand and bending down. Senior, let me carry you back. Do you really want to? Tang Shiying hesitated for a few seconds, the memory of him carrying her previously flashing through her mind. However, it was daytime now. No way. He had just tried to touch her stomach. She couldn't let him succeed. I'll walk myself. While Suhan sulked, Tang Shiying had already taken a few steps ahead. He quickly got up, grabbed the shopping bag from the bench, and pursued her. After walking just a few meters, Tang Shiying crouched by the roadside, clutching her abdomen, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The pink thermos was presented before her, and Suhan's gentle voice rang out. Drink up. After you finish, I'll carry you back. Be good. Be good. Who are you talking to? Who should listen to you? Tang Shiying retorted, You've gotten quite bold. Haven't you? This time, she refrained from arguing. Though she was keen to see the little fellow's expression, the discomfort in her stomach made her unwilling to lift her gaze. After finishing the water in the thermos, Suhan bent down and squatted beside her. A faint blush appeared on Tang Shiying's pale face as she gently leaned against his back, a familiar sensation enveloping her. On the evening of the car sickness incident, he carried her back in a similar fashion. Sensing the warmth emanating from her back, Soo-han gently lifted her legs and slowly hoisted her up. The two of them exited the school gates, making their way towards the teacher's dormitory. Unbeknownst to them, across the street, Jiang Yanin held breakfast in her hands, gazing at the pair in disbelief. Initially uncertain, she could hardly believe that the younger student was carrying Tang Shiying. As she retrieved her phone and zoomed in on their faces, the truth became evident. Click, click. Jiang Yanin raised her phone, capturing a distant photograph of the couple. Tang, you rascal, secretly spending time with the younger student without informing me. Our friendship is over, humph. Chapter 35, A Teacher-Student Romance? Soo-han ambled along the road, carrying Tang Shiying on his back, feeling that her pain was rather excessive, and he expressed his concern. Senior, would you like to visit a hospital? I've heard that girls experience considerable discomfort during their menstrual cycle, and you seem to be in quite a bit of distress. His heart ached for her. What if there were other underlying causes? It was prudent to be cautious. No need for a hospital. The doctor's prescription is quite simple. Just drink more hot water, Tang Shiying replied softly, exuding an air of experience. Her eyes fixated on his rosy little ears, and she inexplicably twitched her fingers, appearing as if they were quite enticing to touch. The most painful moment had passed, and her squatting by the roadside was quite intentional. When the little fellow offered to carry her, she readily agreed, for to decline would be a loss of face. Upon returning to the apartment, Soo-han laid out the breakfast he had purchased downstairs on the table: tofu pudding, soup dumplings, and tea eggs. Let us eat. He rubbed his hands together, noticing that the beauty across from him had already begun her meal. Just as he sat down and picked up his spoon, he felt something was amiss and promptly turned to the kitchen. He had visited many times before and was quite familiar with the kitchen's layout. He effortlessly retrieved the kettle from the bottom shelf and began to boil water. Tang Shiying turned to glance at the kitchen. The little fellow had his back to her and appeared to be in a flurry of activity. The feeling of being cared for seemed rather pleasant. Since childhood, her mother had always told her to be independent, which had fostered her aloof demeanor. She had never experienced paternal love and found her father's occasional presence unappealing, leading to her distrust and even aversion towards boys. Yet, this little fellow's intrusion had breached her defenses, and she found herself unperturbed by his proximity. After they finished breakfast, Tang Shiying retreated to her bedroom to rest. Soo-han, meanwhile, took the opportunity to thoroughly clean the room, which had accumulated dust from a few days of vacancy. Standing in the center of the living room, he surveyed the pristine space and nodded in satisfaction. It felt somewhat like home. The thrill of clandestinely sharing a living space with his teacher was exhilarating. Soo-han glanced at the time, changed his shoes, and departed the apartment. Tang Shiying heard the sound of the door closing and paused momentarily. Had the little fellow left? She slowly exited the bedroom and scanned the living room, not seeing Soo-han, but noting that the room was indeed quite tidy. Suddenly, her phone buzzed, prompting her to quickly check it. It wasn't a message from the little fellow. Instead, Jiang Yanin's name appeared at the top of her chat list. Opening the dialogue, she was met with a startling image. It was a picture of Soo-han carrying Tang Shiying on his back as they walked together. From this angle, their actions appeared quite intimate. Jiang Yanin. Image, Jiang Yanin. Are you still my good friend? You've gone and stolen away with the junior. And look how close you are. I demand a reasonable explanation, quickly, or I shall be quite upset. Humph. Accompanying her message was an angry emoji, emphasizing her displeasure. Tang Shiying felt her cheeks flush at the sight of the photo, and as for the explanation Jiang Yanin sought, it seemed to have slipped her mind. Stealing away with the junior? It is incorrect. Clearly, the little one was the first to pounce on their own. The term steal is rather misplaced in this context. If it were theft, how could it be visible to others? Just as she was about to put down her phone and refrain from responding, Jiang Yanin directly initiated a voice call. It appeared there was no escaping this. Tang, have you forgotten your friends in favor of romance? Jiang Yanin's voice came through, filled with a feigned annoyance that only added to her charm. She was inherently a gentle girl and naturally wished well for her close friend, Tang Shiying, without harboring any genuine anger. If her friend fancied a younger student, she would certainly cheer her on wholeheartedly. Am I truly prioritizing romance over friendship? Tang Shiying retorted, feeling rather guilty. Where did you hear such scandalous talk? Indeed, I am speaking of you. I saw it with my own eyes. Yet you still refuse to admit it. Jiang Yanin scoffed. You and the younger student were so close together. Did you share a kiss? How did it feel? Tang Shiying rolled her eyes in exasperation, her stomach churning with irritation once more. Yet, Jiang Yanin had no intention of letting her off the hook, cheerfully exclaiming, "A student-teacher romance, Tang Tang. You, the unyielding one, are diving into something so grand right from the start. I, for one, find it delightful." Through the phone, Tang Shiying could envision Jiang Yanin's inquisitive expression. She decided not to engage further and promptly hung up. A student-teacher romance? She had never contemplated such a thing. Was the fictional narrative of a drama now transpiring in her own life? Tang Shiying picked up the pink thermos from her desk and retreated to her bedroom. When Su-Han returned to the apartment, carrying his purchases, the bedroom was enveloped in silence. She must have fallen asleep. Su-Han tiptoed into the kitchen, methodically organizing the ingredients he had just bought into the refrigerator. He intended to personally prepare lunch for his senior, having just returned from the supermarket with an array of ingredients. His previous lack of experience had caused a considerable delay. This achievement was only possible after seeking assistance. This external aid not only guided him in selecting the ingredients but also sent him a detailed cooking tutorial. She assured him that if he followed her instructions, his senior would surely enjoy the meal. Su-Han had complete faith in her guidance, rubbing his hands together as he embarked on his culinary endeavor. He processed the ingredients, chopping, igniting the stove, and heating the meat. Everything went relatively smoothly, although the size of the meat pieces was somewhat inconsistent, leading to concerns about his knife skills. After a couple of rounds of adjustments, he was finally satisfied. The primary concern was to prevent the larger pieces from remaining uncooked while the smaller ones fell apart. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Tang Shiying awoke groggily, her eyes fluttering open as she heard rustling sounds from outside. Her brows furrowed slightly. Had a thief entered? Considering this possibility, she immediately became alert. Grasping the thermos from her desk, barefoot, she stepped out of bed and approached the door, gently parting it to peer into the living room. No one was there. Slowly crouching down, she widened the gap of the door and caught sight of a familiar figure bustling about in the kitchen. Was that little one back? What was he so diligently engaged in? He appeared quite flustered, his movements somewhat clumsy. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, the scent of tomato-braised beef. Was he cooking? Wait, why does the scent seem somewhat familiar? Tang Shiying's lips curled into a smile as she blinked her large eyes, revealing a gaze as gentle as water. She slowly closed the door, returned to her bed, and lay down, unable to suppress her joy. She was indeed curious about what the little one was up to. Su-Han was in the kitchen, constantly glancing at the clock, meticulously noting the cooking times for each dish on his phone. Before placing any ingredient into the pot, he would take a photograph to send to his external assistant. Seeking a bit of guidance, he resembled a diligent student, leaving no room for error. The aroma of the dishes gradually wafted through the air, infusing the small home with a rich and inviting fragrance. Chapter 36, Sold by My Own Mother. Su-Han glanced at the closed bedroom door. It felt somewhat impolite to knock on the senior's door. Suddenly, Tang Shiying's phone chimed, revealing a message from the little one. "Senior, are you awake? Have you eaten?" His gaze shifted toward the entrance, as if he could penetrate the wooden door and see the little one waiting in the living room. Stepping out of the bedroom, he was greeted by an enticing aroma, which suggested that things were progressing quite well. Peering into the kitchen, he sighed in relief. There had been no explosion, and it was evident that the place had been tidied up. "You made this?" Tang Shiying asked as she sat on a stool, accepting the chopsticks Su-Han handed her. With a face full of anticipation, Su-Han nodded eagerly. "It's my first time cooking. I wonder if it's any good?" He lifted the lid of the pot, steam wafting toward him. After blowing on a piece of beef, he placed it in Tang Shiying's small bowl. "That's a bit hot." Tang Shiying noticed him pouting as he blew on the food, causing her cheeks to warm. Did he really think of her as a child? Yet, she found his demeanor rather endearing. Her eyes fell on the pot before her, her brow slightly furrowing. There was no pot like this at home. Had the little one purchased it specially? Su-Han watched her intently, waiting for her official approval. Tang Shiying, maintaining a calm demeanor, picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth, her luscious lips parting as her velvety tongue enveloped the meat. Su-Han swallowed hard, uncertain whether he was longing for the beef or something else entirely. At that moment, he found himself envious of the piece of beef. "It's quite tasty." Tang Shiying looked up at him. "But who taught you to do this?" She already had an inkling and wanted to hear Su-Han's answer to confirm her suspicion. Su-Han beamed. Receiving approval from his senior for his first attempt at cooking filled him with a sense of pride. As for who had taught him, there was no need for secrecy. His senior would surely figure it out upon tasting. He picked up some stir-fried yam and placed it in her bowl, softly replying, "My mother taught me." "Your mother?" Tang Shiying, still focused on her meal, was not surprised. "When did you two get in touch?" Su-Han did not conceal the truth. "It was impossible to hide. When I visited your home, I added your mother's contact information." Tang Shiying nodded silently, realizing the irony. A mother who would sell her own daughter to another boy. What kind of mother teaches other boys how to pursue her daughter? Nonetheless, the little one's cooking was quite commendable. The appearance might have lacked finesse, but the flavor was satisfactory. It seemed he had indeed learned from her mother. Observing her seriously enjoying her meal, Su-Han casually snapped a photo and sent it to Aunt Tang. Tang Ma replied instantly, "Well done," followed by a thumbs-up emoji. Feeling elated by Aunt Tang's praise, Su-Han couldn't help but grin broadly. With such formidable support by his side, the path ahead appeared to be increasingly promising. After finishing the meal, Tang Shiying did not retreat to her bedroom. Instead, she settled on the sofa and turned on the television. Her peripheral vision catching Su-Han washing the dishes in the kitchen, swaying slightly, as if in good spirits. Before long, Su-Han emerged with a platter of cut fruit, placing it on the table and nudging it toward Tang Shiying. Tang Shiying noticed large patches of red on Su-Han's hand. "Are you allergic?" She recalled that they had eaten yam, and the little fellow might be allergic to it. Su-Han himself was unaware of the reason behind this sudden itchiness on his hand. He had only consumed yam before and had never processed it, so he was oblivious to any potential allergies. "It was slightly itchy. Let me wash it with clean water," Tang Shiying said as she stood up to fetch the family medicine box from the bedroom. She found an anti-itch ointment inside and called Su-Han back from the kitchen, where he was rinsing his hand with cool water, palm facing up. Tang Shiying settled on the sofa while Su-Han obediently sat on a small stool in front of her, extending his hand and gazing at her with wide eyes. She squeezed the creamy ointment onto the back of his hand and gently applied it with a cotton swab. "Remember not to eat yam next time, okay?" Su-Han stared dreamily at the beautiful sister before him, lost in thought, naturally responding with "next time." Tang Shiying's hair cascaded down, brushing against his face. And just as he reached out to touch it, his hand was seized. "Don't move." Tang Shiying held Su-Han's hand on her lap, continuing to apply the ointment. Dressed in silk pajamas that glimmered smoothly, she exuded warmth that Su-Han could distinctly feel, causing him to shyly retract his fingers. "Sister, you are so gentle." Tang Shiying paused, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, only to vanish in an instant. After applying the ointment, she tidied the medicine box and returned it to the bedroom. Letting out a long sigh, she placed her hand over her heart, feeling flustered by the innocent gaze of the little fellow. Perhaps she was unaware, but their relationship had grown increasingly intimate over time. Upon returning to his dormitory, Su-Han found Zhao Leffen sprawled on the bed, sound asleep. It seemed the trip to Dali had thoroughly exhausted him. Those who chose to travel during the holidays were indeed bold. It was a true crowd, leaving one to wonder if they were there to see the sights or the people. However, there was no way around it. Everyone concentrated their vacations together. And if not now, there seemed to be no other opportunity. "Open the door. Are you not coming to greet me?" Wang Ziheng kicked the door open, entering with numerous bags. Zhao Leffen, deeply asleep, jolted awake. "My sister. Class monitor, you owe me my sister. I was about to hold her hand in my dream, and you just had to wake me up. I will not let this go. Your dad brought you some delicious food. Are you not going to come and worship it?" Wang Ziheng placed 3 thermal boxes on the floor, and a strong, briny aroma wafted through the air. As he opened the lids, an array of seafood came into view: shrimp, clams, abalone. Zhao Leffen's eyes widened in exaggerated disbelief as he stared at Wang Ziheng. "Class monitor, are you planning to wholesale seafood?" "Nonsense. I think you all look too weak. This is to replenish you." Wang Ziheng waved a raw oyster in front of Zhao Leffen. "Eating this would be a waste." He then turned to Su-Han, saying, "This is prepared for you, Shaoan. What is that smell? Who brought this in?" As Lin Jinghao stepped through the door, he was immediately overwhelmed by a pungent odor that drove him back outside. Wang Ziheng swiftly pulled him inside and gestured towards the seafood scattered on the floor, declaring, "Tonight, we shall find a place to indulge in these delights until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Wang Ziheng hailed from Qingyang, a coastal city where his family operated a seafood business. In his words, these delicacies were as commonplace as cabbage in his household, and he had long grown weary of them. That evening, they chose a restaurant near the school, requesting the owner to prepare their ingredients. In addition to the 4 from the 520 dormitory, Wang Ziheng also invited his current girlfriend, Lu Shanqing, who brought along her roommate. Han Feifei. Chapter 37. Teacher Tang's concerned Su Han sat at the farthest end from Han Feifei, hardly glancing her way except during meals or while engrossed in his phone. In contrast, Han Feifei's gaze frequently fell upon him, yet Su Han remained taciturn. After all, one's eyes are their own, and where they choose to look is entirely their prerogative. Han, how about sharing your contact information? Zhao Lefen leaned closer to Han Feifei, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out. I am at your service 24 hours a day. Previously, he had attempted to add Han Feifei as a friend in their group, only to be rebuffed. Unexpectedly presented with the chance to dine with the campus belle, Zhao Lefen felt compelled to showcase his shamelessness to win her favor. Annoyed by Zhao Lefen's incessant chatter, Han Feifei thought to herself that had Su Han not been present, she would not have come at all. You can just add me in the group. I'll approve it shortly, she replied nonchalantly, her gaze once again drifting to Su Han at the far end of the table. Upon hearing her response, Zhao Lefen felt as if he had received a royal decree and quickly began searching the group for her contact. I've added you. Please approve it. He waved his phone enthusiastically, raising his glass to toast the gathering. Su Han set down his drink, continuing to focus on his phone, while Lin Jinghao, intrigued, leaned closer. How is it progressing? He had long sensed that something was amiss with Su Han. Unlike Wang Ziheng and Zhao Lefen, Lin Jinghao was observant and perceptive. Su Han turned to him, feigning ignorance. What progress? Until he achieved a result, he would not disclose to anyone his pursuit of Tang Shiying. Lin Jinghao smiled slightly. If you prefer not to share, that's perfectly fine. However, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. He understood that every individual harbors their secrets, and mutual respect is a silent agreement among friends. As the gathering concluded, Wang Ziheng and Lu Shanqing were the first to depart, as the young couple needed some time alone. Under the influence of alcohol, a stroll around the campus, perhaps through a small grove, seemed entirely natural. Standing at the restaurant's entrance, Han Feifei turned to Su Han with a calm demeanor and asked, Su, could you accompany me back to the dormitory? Absolutely not. Su Han replied without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Lefen swiftly stepped forward, eager to make his move. Han, let me escort you home. We can discuss life along the way. I do adore conversations about dreams. Su, what is your dream? Han Feifei did not even glance at him, her attention still fixed on Su Han, who remained indifferent and turned to leave. He had just received a message from Tang Shiying, requesting him to visit her apartment. When a beautiful sister reaches out, all else must be set aside, and he hurriedly moved forward. Frustrated, Han Feifei watched Su Han depart, disregarding Zhao Lefen's offer to accompany her. She headed in the opposite direction, initially hoping to seize the moment for a private conversation with Su Han, as there were many things she wished to express. However, Su Han afforded her no opportunity. He had not approved her WeChat request and had blocked her phone number. After all, she was the new campus belle. Who would dare to treat her in such a manner? With just a beckoning gesture, other suitors would eagerly prostrate themselves before her. Recently, a persistent admirer, Lu Yuhang, has been trailing her incessantly. He is both handsome and affluent. Yet, she finds herself disinterested in him. Instead, she remains haunted by thoughts of Su Han Chan, who often challenges her. The allure of the unattainable always seems to hold greater value, evoking a sense of cherished longing, while that which is easily acquired garners no respect. Zhao Lefen cast a pleading glance at Lin Jinghao. Are you going to indulge? You can if you wish, but I refuse to be a sycophant. After delivering his retort, Lin Jinghao paid no heed to Zhao Lefen's reaction and left without a backward glance. If you want tea, then I will. Enlightened, Zhao Lefen pursued the departing Han Feifei, exclaiming, Beautiful Han, I'm coming. Su Han Chan knocked on the door of the teacher's dormitory, room 1101. Earlier that day, while grocery shopping, he had taken the key that Tang Shiying had left on the living room table, and he returned it that afternoon. Moments later, the door opened, and Tang Shiying gestured for him to enter as she stepped into the living room ahead of him. Have you been drinking? She inquired. Just a little. Su Han Chan had chewed on 2 pieces of gum en route, fearful of being judged by his senior. Had he known she wanted to see him, he would have abstained from alcohol. Allergic, and yet you still drink? Tang Shiying glared at him, her cold demeanor laced with concern. She then extended her hand, offering a round container. This ointment is to be applied before bed. You'll feel better by tomorrow. She spoke the last part softly, revealing it to be a special remedy she had obtained through a doctor's recommendation. However, seeing the little fellow's allergic reaction while indulging in alcohol irked her somewhat. With a warm smile, Su-Han accepted the ointment, feeling grateful for her concern. "Thank you, senior." His endearing grin softened Tang Shiying's irritation. "Look at you, still smiling." Su-Han glanced down to see a broken badminton racket resting on the coffee table, intriguing in its appearance. "Do you enjoy playing badminton?" he asked. Tang Shiying cast a wistful glance at the broken racket, expressing a hint of regret. "I play occasionally." Su-Han tucked the ointment into his pocket and picked up the racket, noticing an inscription, "Gold medal, first badminton tournament of Haicheng University." It was indeed a trophy, which explained its uniqueness. "What a meaningful racket," he remarked. "Yet, its value is diminished by its broken state." A fleeting glimmer of melancholy crossed Tang Shiying's eyes, quickly vanishing. But Su-Han was perceptive enough to notice. It seemed she held a special fondness for this racket. Perhaps he could do something about it. Tang Shiying chose not to dwell on the topic further and gently stated, "The vegetables in the refrigerator are from your shopping, right? Come over for lunch tomorrow. I'll cook for you." Su-Han blinked in surprise, feeling as though the sun had suddenly shone brighter. Had he truly heard her correctly? She was inviting him over for lunch and would be cooking for him. Who could envy such fortune? "You're not willing?" Tang Shiying softly inquired, noticing his silence. "Ah, of course, I am. How could I refuse?" Su-Han quickly clarified. Only a fool would decline such an invitation. Tang Shiying stifled a laugh within her heart. "Are you not just a little fool? Senior, I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow." Su-Han exclaimed as he dashed towards the door, fearing that Tang Shiying might reconsider her words at any moment. "Senior, make sure to rest early. No need to see me off. Good night." Watching the flustered Su-Han flee, Tang Shiying could not help but burst into laughter. "Oh, little one. Must you be so agitated? This is merely the beginning." As Su-Han exited the faculty dormitory, he hummed a cheerful tune while heading towards the boys' dormitory. Downstairs, he encountered the lively Zhao Lefen. "Xiao Han, let me tell you, I escorted the stunning Han back to her dormitory, and she even exchanged a few words with me along the way." Chapter 38. Unrequited love. Thank you for the 2 words. Unrequited love. Su-Han observed his bewildered friend with great curiosity, wondering what Han Feifei had said to elicit such excitement from him. What could it have been? Zhao Lefen wrapped an arm around Su-Han's shoulder, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "I asked her to dinner, and she said, 'Thank you.' When I inquired about when, she replied, 'Get lost.' Can you believe it? The great Han is so polite and even thanked me. I feel there's hope." Su-Han stared at him incredulously. "What delusional vision are you seeing this through? Hitting his affection, scolding his love, my brother. Do you not understand?" Zhao Lefen, exuding confidence, replied, "She didn't tell you to get lost, nor did she tell anyone else to. Isn't it clear that she specifically directed that word at me? She is clearly captivated by my charm and cannot extricate herself." Listening to his convoluted reasoning, Su-Han silently raised a thumb in admiration. "Brother, it's definitely you. Even the walls concede defeat to you." Zhao Lefen sighed dramatically, feigning regret. "However, I plan to decline her invitation. After all, I shall not forsake an entire ocean for her." As they arrived at the dormitory, Su-Han quietly remarked, "We're home. Are you still going on about this? Enough with the nonsense. Wash up and sleep. Dreams can encompass everything." Zhao Lefen was the first to fling open the door, leaping onto his bed to continue his previous reverie. Lin Jinghao cast a curious glance at him before turning to Su-Han. "What is wrong with him?" "Heartbroken," Su-Han replied with a casual smile. "Who did he fall for?" "He fell for the word 'get lost.'" "Ha!" The two shared a knowing laugh. Han Feifei's pride radiated from within, and no matter how she attempted to disguise it, it would inevitably be revealed. Zhao Lefen was no fool. His words were merely jest, yet under the influence of alcohol, they appeared strikingly sincere. Morning sunlight filtered through the glass, casting a warm glow on the balcony. "Xiao Han, shall we go for a morning run?" Wang Ziheng, clad in athletic gear, called out to the waking Su-Han with an invitation. Su-Han politely declined. He had no desire to be an oversized third wheel. Wang Ziheng and El Shanqing were in the throes of romance and would undoubtedly run together. He did not wish to obstruct their intimate moments. "You go ahead, I'll join later." "All right, see you at the playground." Su-Han watched Wang Ziheng leave before donning his own workout attire. He was not lying. He intended to deliver breakfast to Tang Shiying before heading to the field. Tang Shiying also had a habit of morning runs, and on a typical day, they might encounter one another at the playground. However, today, that was unlikely. Su-han placed the breakfast at the apartment door and sent Tang Shiying a message before proceeding to the playground. He refrained from knocking, considering that the senior might still be asleep. Allowing her a bit more rest could only be beneficial. Upon receiving the message, Tang Shiying opened the door and brought the breakfast inside, recognizing it as her usual fare. This little guy is quite thoughtful. He remembers so quickly. A warm smile broke through her calm demeanor as she gazed at the breakfast laid out before her. She had no classes in the morning and had promised that the little one would come for lunch, so she tidied up briefly and began to prepare the ingredients. For the moment, she was uncertain about what the little one liked to eat, but he had mentioned that whatever he favored, he would enjoy. Su-han had 2 lengthy classes that morning. Anyone who has endured an early 8 o'clock lecture knows that while the body may be present in the classroom, the soul has already drifted far away. Zhao Leffen sat beside Su-han, snoring loudly. Had he not been roused in time, he might have brought the classroom down with his resonant snores. Is class over? Zhao Leffen drowsily lifted his head, his gaze revealing a comically naive confusion. Get lost. Wang Ziheng irritably shifted away. Your drool is dripping over to my side. Sister? What sister? Zhao Leffen jolted awake, standing up abruptly. Teacher Li Jiang, who was lecturing at the front, paused upon seeing him rise. Having once been a student himself, he recognized the bewildered look on Zhao Leffen's face and understood what had transpired. Following the teacher's gaze, all the classmates turned their attention to the 4 residents of dormitory 520. Aside from the standing Zhao Leffen, the other 3 wished they could bury their heads beneath the desks. An embarrassing scene indeed. Su-han tugged at Zhao Leffen's arm, urging him to sit down quickly. Now, this student, please respond to this question. Teacher Li Jiang pointed at a passage on the screen, addressing Zhao Leffen. Zhao Leffen feigned calmness, stroking his chin and nodding knowingly. The crux of this question lies in identifying the key issues and then resolving them. Well done. Very good. This verbose rhetoric seemed to have been mastered by him. Teacher Li Jiang looked at him as if he had discovered a hidden treasure, mentally giving him a thumbs up. Impressive. Noticing that his classmates were all looking at him, Zhao Leffen deliberately straightened his posture. In that moment, he felt like a hero. Fortunately, the bell rang just in time, rescuing this valiant soul. I heard the second cafeteria is full of girls. Let's go check it out. I want to go. You all can, Su-han said, preparing to leave first. However, Zhao Leffen swiftly wrapped his arm around his neck. Wang Ziheng and Lin Jinghao exchanged complex glances at him. You, the champion of eating, seem a bit off today. Something feels amiss. Faced with the scrutiny of his companions, Su-han's mind raced. The counselor needs to see me. She asked me to come to her office. Saying this, he took the opportunity to shake off Zhao Leffen's arm draped over his shoulder and made a hasty exit. He certainly wouldn't divulge to the 3 that he was heading to the counselor's home for a meal, especially since it was their goddess herself who would be cooking. 2 individuals, sharing a lunch together, had not yet begun to eat, but their mouths were already sweetened with anticipation. Lin Jinghao watched Su-han's retreating figure. A smile in his eyes and the corners of his mouth lifted. The counselor's office is on the 3rd floor. Why is he running downstairs? This excuse was only believable to Zhao Leffen. On the way to the faculty dormitory, Su-han received friendly overtures from his roommates. Lin Jinghao, Su-han, do you want me to bring you back some food? Wang Ziheng, my insoles are still fresh. Su-han cast a glance, graciously acknowledging their well-intentioned gestures, and promptly silenced his phone. He preferred not to be disturbed while in the company of his senior. Passing by a milk tea shop, he purchased 2 cups of fruit tea and headed straight to the apartment. Standing at the door, he gazed at the beverages in his hand, suddenly hesitating, recalling that his senior had relatives visiting, and this beverage might be inappropriate for her. Just as he pondered what to do, the door swung open, revealing the stunning visage of Tang Shiying before him. Come in, she beckoned. Su-han effortlessly closed the door behind him and stepped into the room. After spending some time together, he found that the initial nervousness he felt in her presence had dissipated. The aroma of delicious food wafted through the air within the room, promising a delightful meal. Chapter 39. Washing hands and dining. Su-han's gaze settled upon the dining table, where a delightful 2-person setting awaited, complete with a carefully stewed rib dish that wafted an inviting aroma. Wash your hands. It's time to eat. Tang Shiying spoke with a rather aloof demeanor. Su-han placed the fruit tea on the table and hurried off to wash his hands. As the water flowed over his fingertips, he experienced a fleeting sensation of domestic bliss. The notion of returning home to a lovingly prepared meal, perhaps encapsulating the essence of life itself. Seated opposite Tang Shiying, Su-han savored the dishes crafted by his senior, each bite surpassing any culinary delights he had previously encountered. He relished 2 generous bowls of rice, without hesitation, though he knew better than to divulge this to his second sister, lest he face her wrath. She had a penchant for cooking during her time at home, and despite her mediocre skills, any criticism of her culinary efforts would surely result in a future meal consisting of unpalatable concoctions, all while demanding him to finish every last bite. Senior, your culinary skills surpass even those of the chef at that renowned Thai restaurant, Su-han exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration as he gave a thumbs up. Tang Shiying smiled faintly at the sight of him, with food adorning his mouth, encouraging him. If it's delicious, then eat your fill. She then filled a small bowl with soup for him. Observing him with cheeks stuffed like a little squirrel brought her a sense of fulfillment. Dining alone could suffice, but it often lacked appetite. Now, this little fellow's presence made meals enjoyable without the worry of leftovers. Senior, you should eat as well, Su-han insisted, placing a piece of lean meat into Tang Shiying's bowl. Mom said you prefer lean meat, so I've kept the fatty bits to a minimum. Throughout the meal, their conversation was sparse, as Su-han was preoccupied with the delectable food, while Tang Shiying's attention lingered on him, intentionally or not. After the meal, Su-han took it upon himself to wash the dishes, and with each visit to the apartment, his dishwashing skills had notably improved. Tang Shiying curled up on the sofa, her legs tucked beneath her, as a film played on the television, yet her gaze drifted towards the kitchen. It seemed she was growing more accustomed to the company of this little fellow. She picked up the fruit tea from the table and noted its blueberry flavor. You know too much, little one, she mused, realizing he had an uncanny awareness of her preferences. You can't drink it? Su-han's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Confused, she glanced his way, wondering why he implied she couldn't drink it. Wasn't it meant for her? With a stony expression, she set down the fruit tea, though her heart simmered with irritation. Is it for another girl? Su-han placed a cup of hot water before her, moving the fruit tea out of her reach. Witnessing this, Tang Shiying's expression reverted to its icy demeanor. You're unwell, so you shouldn't drink milk tea, Su-han stammered. At his words, her delicate pink toes fidgeted adorably, revealing her charming innocence. So that's the reason, she realized. The earlier anger dissipated like mist, her expression remaining cool as she picked up her fruit tea, determined to continue sipping it. Senior, Su-han, hands on hips and resembling an irate little dumpling, gazed at her intently, as if to say, you're being disobedient, very disobedient. Tang Shiying couldn't help but chuckle at his endearing demeanor, thinking, oh, you're just too adorable. Fruit tea is fine, but milk tea is off limits, she explained in a nonchalant tone. Su-han furrowed his brow and took out his phone. He was not well versed in such matters, but had read somewhere that girls shouldn't consume milk tea during special times. Tang Shiying remained silent, observing him quietly. The little fellow was surely consulting Baidu again. Sure enough, moments later, Su-han set his phone down, seemingly having found the answer he sought. Well, you can drink it, but not excessively. Just drink more hot water. Tang Shiying slightly elevated her chin, her eyes shimmering with a gentle light as she looked at the little one with a hint of pride. See, I win. In the afternoon, Tang Shiying had a meeting to attend, and Su-han didn't linger long. He returned to his dorm for a nap before heading to class with his 3 roommates. Upon reaching the bottom of the teaching building, they noticed a crowd gathered around the announcement board. Su-han peered in and read, Haicheng University, Badminton Tournament. Catching a glimpse of the words, he quickly took a picture of the entire poster with his phone. Wang Ziheng, standing beside him, leaned in and asked quietly, What do you think? Interested? Playing for fun is fine, but as for competing, I doubt it, Su-han replied as he followed the crowd up the stairs. It's all for fun. Do you really think professional players will participate? Wang Ziheng explained, clearly knowledgeable about such events. These competitions are designed for amateur players. Su-han pondered this and found himself in agreement. The school-organized tournaments aim to enliven the atmosphere and enrich students' extracurricular lives. The students weren't overly fixated on winning or losing. Participation was what truly mattered. After finding a vacant seat in the classroom, Su-han opened his phone and scanned the QR code, locating the registration form for the badminton tournament. He diligently inputted his information and submitted it without hesitation. Sign me up too. Wang Ziheng suddenly leaned over, scrutinizing the registration screen on Su-han's phone. Su-han glanced up at him. Aren't you a track athlete? Do you play badminton too? What kind of talk is that? Wang Ziheng ruffled Su-han's hair. Brother, I'm a versatile athlete. He had a point. Those with a natural aptitude for sports seemed to pick up any discipline swiftly. It was akin to individuals with a knack for words, who could not only craft stories but also create compelling copy and catchy slogans. The similarities across related fields were evident. Since he had already registered, it was only fitting to take it seriously. Practicing together with his roommate wouldn't be a bother at all. Suhan's immediate concern was acquiring a badminton racket. After searching online without success, he resolved to visit a physical store when time permitted. As long as it wasn't a class led by their advisor, the students were quite relaxed. And time seemed to fly by. As the ringtone echoed, the crowd eagerly surged towards the exit. Just as Su-han rose to his feet, he was obstructed by Han Fei-Fei. Su-han, may we have a word? She inquired. What is there to discuss? Speak your mind here, Su-han replied impatiently. I am rather busy. Han Fei-Fei pouted, her lips pressed together in a manner that suggested she bore some great grievance. Xiao-han, we will be waiting for you outside. Lin Jinghao observed the situation and pulled Zhao Lefen along with him as they exited. Wang Ziheng was similarly ushered out by LV Shanqing. Su-han remained silent, his expression cold as he regarded Han Fei-Fei. He himself was perplexed as to why she clung to him so tenaciously. In his previous life, he had indulged in such folly, yet in this existence, he had neither provoked her nor sought her company, deliberately maintaining his distance. Chapter 40, A Love Triangle? Just as Han Fei-Fei was about to speak, a cacophony erupted in the corridor, halting at the back door of their classroom. Turning to glance, she beheld a young man clad in luxurious brands, approaching her with a radiant smile. He cradled a bouquet of crimson roses, and the watch adorning his wrist was particularly conspicuous. Upon witnessing this, Su-han hastily retreated, distancing himself from Han Fei-Fei. Clearly, this was directed towards her, and he wished to avoid being entangled in the commotion. The young man was none other than Lu Yuhang, who had been fervently pursuing Han Fei-Fei of late. His arrival instantly captivated the attention of passing students, all of whom halted in their tracks to gaze at the Class 2 of screenwriting. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lu Yuhang approached Han Fei-Fei with charisma, presenting the roses before her and cheerfully declaring, Fei-Fei, will you be my girlfriend? Han Fei-Fei furrowed her brows slightly, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded him. After much contemplation, she had sought out Su-han to offer him an explanation, but this unexpected interruption shattered her resolve. Noticing her lack of response, Lu Yuhang pushed the flowers forward again, reiterating, be my girlfriend, and I promise to treat you well, granting you anything you desire. Agree to him. Agree to him. The onlookers, relishing the spectacle, began to cheer. Han Fei-Fei's already tumultuous emotions became exacerbated by the ruckus. Are you out of your mind? With that, she disregarded the crowd's gaze and walked away. Lu Yuhang, seemingly undeterred, pursued her into the corridor. The spectators quickly parted to create a path, eager to witness the unfolding drama up close. Seizing the opportunity, Su-han blended into the crowd, intending to slip away, but not before casting a fleeting glance at the center of the storm, the pair of Lu Yuhang and Han Fei-Fei. At the staircase, Tang Shiying, who had just concluded a meeting and was preparing to leave, heard the commotion and turned to investigate. She caught sight of Su-han's icy glare directed at Lu Yuhang. Was he angry? Was it not said that he did not harbor feelings for Han Fei-Fei? Unaware of her thoughts, Su-han maneuvered through the throng, unintentionally spotting Tang Shiying. She had just received a notebook from Qiao Song and was smiling at him while saying something. Su-han frowned. Had she accepted Qiao Song's gift? Why did she appear so pleased? He strode up to Tang Shiying, his gaze cold as he addressed Qiao Song. You are blocking my way. Qiao Song was momentarily taken aback, looking at Su-han with confusion. Are you deliberately seeking trouble? Upon noticing Tang Shiying still by his side, his rising anger swiftly extinguished. He shot Su-han a glare before storming off. Tang Shiying, observing the unusual behavior of the young boy, gestured for him to accompany her. At the classroom door, Wang Yi had long been aware of Tang Shiying's arrival. He watched as she and Su-han descended the stairs, one after the other. What are you looking at? A girl beside Wang Yi inquired in a hushed tone. Wang Yi withdrew his gaze, turning towards her. Does it concern you? The girl widened her eyes, tugging at his sleeve. I don't care about that. Will you let me be your girlfriend? Wang Yi, in a fit of displeasure, shrugged off her hand, proclaiming, You are too short. I dislike that. After uttering those words, he turned his gaze towards the direction in which Tang Shiying had departed. Why had she chosen to walk alongside Su-han? Did they truly share some undisclosed secret? Meanwhile, Su-Han followed closely behind Tang Shiying, walking in silence. His expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze somewhat brooding, and he made no effort to engage in conversation with his senior. Tang Shiying sensed something was amiss with the young man. Perhaps he was displeased after witnessing someone confess their feelings to Han Feifei, and thus remained silent. Not far behind, Zhao Lefen tugged at Lin Jinghao's sleeve, gesturing ahead with curiosity. Look, isn't that Su-Han? And who is that beautiful girl in front of him? Just by her silhouette. She appears captivating, though somewhat familiar. While Zhao Lefen struggled to recognize her, Lin Jinghao identified her in an instant. The striking figure walking ahead of Su-Han was none other than their alluring instructor. In that moment, he experienced an epiphany, realizing that the young man was quietly achieving great things. An involuntary smile of paternal pride crept across his face. My son, how brave you are. Su-Han maintained a distance of 20 meters behind Tang Shiying, and only after she entered the faculty dormitory did he return to his own quarters. He sat dejectedly on a stool, unable to suppress a sigh. Was it my mistake? She does not harbor ill feelings towards Xiao Song? Is it merely my youth that repels her? Yet, how could Xiao Song, who is undeniably a scoundrel, possess any redeeming qualities? The heart of a woman is like a needle in the ocean, impossible to decipher her thoughts. But, could it be that I have misunderstood her intentions? Frustrated, Su-Han rose abruptly and rushed to the balcony, taking a deep breath. Inside the apartment, Tang Shiying was nestled on the sofa, remaining motionless since her return. Her expression frosty. The mirror positioned in the corner reflected her image. She scrutinized her figure, her physique, her lines, her long legs. Everything was as it should be. Am I too cold? Su Rulin mentioned that he favored this version of me. Suddenly, Tang Shiying froze, contemplating her earlier thoughts. Why did she fear that the young man might not like her? Shifting her position slightly, she picked up her phone to check for messages, but found none from him. As she scrolled further, she gently opened the chat with Su Rulin and glanced at the time. It was still evening on her end, prompting her to abandon the thought of messaging her. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Tang, I'm here. The sound of knocking accompanied by Jiang Yanan's voice resonated from outside the door. Tang Shiying rose to open it, and Jiang Yanan burst into the room, plopping down onto the sofa. You must see this. The girl who was confessed to is from your class, right? She held up her phone, presenting it to Tang Shiying. The content on the school's confession wall depicted Han Feifei being confessed to by Lu Yuhang. I heard that this girl was about to confess to a junior, but this boy intercepted her. Jiang Yanan narrated with an air of gossip, as if she had witnessed the event firsthand. The junior is Su-Han. Can you believe that Han Feifei intended to confess to Su-Han? Tang Shiying's expression remained cool as she inquired, is that so? The comments all suggest that. As she spoke, Jiang Yanan thoughtfully opened the comments section for Tang Shiying to see. Typically, she refrained from engaging with such content, believing it to be largely sensationalized, with little grounding in reality. However, regarding Su-Han, her curiosity compelled her to take a glance. The comments echoed Jiang Yanan's sentiments. Insiders revealed that the campus beauty, Han, harbored feelings for their classmate Su-Han, and just as she was poised to confess, the wealthy heir Lu Yuhang made his entrance and professed his love for the beauty. Igniting quite the dramatic turn of events, my friends. Tang Shiying furrowed her brow. It was no wonder Su-Han regarded that boy with such a frosty demeanor. Jiang Yanan gazed at her intently, a smirk tugging at the corners of her mouth. Tang Tang, and you claimed there was no connection between you and the junior? Chapter 41. Frying eggs, what does it mean? Tang Shiying's expression was frosty as she returned the phone to Jiang Yanan. She felt somewhat despondent, sensing that the little one was upset because of Han Feifei. This implied that Su-Han harbored feelings for Han Feifei, and witnessing another boy confessing his affections to the girl he liked would undoubtedly dampen his spirits. Jiang Yanan sighed and spoke gently. Your expression just now clearly indicates that you care about the junior. Care? How could that be? Tang Shiying turned her face away, avoiding the gaze of her dear friend. He is a student in my class. It's only natural to pay attention. Is it really natural? Jiang Yanan smirked mischievously. Then why didn't you exhibit such an expression when I mentioned Han Feifei? She is also a student in your class. She knew her friend all too well. Only someone she truly cared about could provoke such a reaction. If she were indifferent, she wouldn't even spare a glance. What about Han Feifei? Tang Shiying asked somewhat dismissively, as if attempting to mask her concern for Su-Han. Jiang Yanan adeptly poured herself a glass of water. She certainly didn't agree. It was evident in the video. Han Feifei threw away the roses and stormed off in anger. It seems that the wealthy heir lacks the charm of the junior. As she concluded this statement, she deliberately glanced into Tang Shiying's eyes. Noticing her lack of reaction, she sat down beside her. You truly aren't smitten with the junior. Are you? Tang Shiying gazed out the window, remaining silent. Am I smitten? He seems to like another girl. Perhaps their encounter was merely a coincidence. If that were not the case, then why does my heart feel uneasy? She had never been in love and was unfamiliar with the sensation of infatuation, rendering her unable to respond. Throughout the evening, Tang Shiying repeatedly picked up her phone only to put it down again, endlessly searching for the messages she longed to see. Later, she opened the forum only to discover that her account had been suspended for 7 days, rendering it temporarily unusable. In the boys' dormitory, Suhan huddled under the covers, resembling a frightened rabbit, as the two little figures in his mind continued to bicker, conflicted and bewildered. By the time he endured the night with his panda-like eyes, waiting for the sun to rise, it seemed he had found an answer. He got up, washed up, and headed straight for the teacher's dormitory. A knock echoed through the hall. As Tang Shiying stepped into the kitchen to prepare breakfast, she curiously glanced toward the door. The only one bold enough to come at this hour was the little one. She turned and opened the door. Suhan stood at the threshold, holding breakfast, his signature goofy smile adorning his face, while his dark circles were strikingly apparent. Senior, shall we have breakfast together? He raised his arm, presenting the breakfast in his hand. I have the freshest soy milk. Tang Shiying shifted her gaze from his dark circles and accepted the breakfast from his hands. Come in. Suhan felt a surge of joy as he stepped into the room, casually closing the door behind him. Tang Shiying placed the breakfast on the table and retrieved utensils from the kitchen. You needn't buy breakfast. I can cook for myself. This implied. Does that mean I can come and enjoy the breakfast you prepare? Suhan tilted his head slightly, gazing at Tang Shiying's unadorned beauty, eagerly awaiting her response. Tang Shiying's cheeks flushed slightly, and her mood improved. Sure. A smile illuminated Suhan's face as he peeled the tea egg and placed it before her. Senior, I would like a fried egg. Tang Shiying looked up at him, astonished that the little fellow had taken the initiative to make a request. All right, wait for me a moment. With that, she turned and entered the kitchen. Two. Please, Suhan said, supporting his head with his hands. Watching her retreating figure with a mischievous grin, she had not denied him. From the refrigerator, Tang Shiying retrieved the eggs, cracked them open, heated the pan, and the tantalizing aroma of frying eggs wafted through the air. She plated the cooked egg and presented it to Suhan. It's ready to eat. You should have some too. Suhan picked up the fried egg, intending to place it in Tang Shiying's bowl. It's too oily, she protested, glancing at the already peeled tea egg in her bowl. I'll have this. Suhan quickly finished his breakfast, his eyes fixated on the beautiful senior across from him. He could never get enough of her and wished to see her every day. Tang Shiying felt a bit flustered under his gaze. She had not even washed her face upon waking, and here she was, being stared at by the little fellow. Did she not have any pride? Quickly finishing her meal, she reached for the dishes, but Suhan's hand stretched out in front of her. Let me handle it. Tang Shiying hesitated but did not refuse. Seizing the moment while he washed the dishes, she hurried to the restroom to freshen up. When she emerged, Suhan was boiling water. Senior, do you have some time? He suddenly asked. Tang Shiying, thinking he needed her assistance, approached the kitchen door. What is it? Upon hearing her behind him, Suhan slowly turned to face her. I want to go shopping. Could you accompany me? When their eyes met, Tang Shiying's heart raced unexpectedly, and her face felt warm. She instinctively averted her gaze. I'll go change clothes. I'll go with you. All right. Thank you, Senior. Suhan thought as he observed her exquisite silhouette as she walked toward the bedroom, pondering with delight that she seemed to be yielding to him. After preparing the hot water in a thermos, Suhan waited until Tang Shiying emerged, now dressed in a floral shirt paired with side-tie trousers that accentuated her tall figure. As she reached for her high heels at the door, Suhan firmly objected. No, it's dangerous. Tang Shiying, recalling the incident when she twisted her ankle in high heels, decided to heed his advice. For some reason, the little fellow seemed to have many requests today, yet she could never bring herself to refuse him. In the elevator, Suhan positioned himself protectively in front of her, and the young man who entered glanced at Tang Shiying inadvertently. Her beauty was captivating enough, and combined with her outfit, she turned heads as they walked down the street. Senior, you are exceptionally beautiful, Suhan said, his gaze unwavering, openly expressing his admiration. Tang Shiying blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering, as she purposely leaned a step closer to the little fellow, remaining silent. In the next moment, She noticed that Suhan's ears were crimson with embarrassment. The two of them took a taxi to a specialized sports equipment store. Curiously, Tang Shiying inquired, "Are you looking to buy sporting gear?" "A badminton racket," Suhan replied, leading Tang Shiying directly to the badminton section. She cast a glance at him, seemingly pondering a possibility. "Are you planning to participate in a badminton competition?" "I want to give it a try." Suhan stood before the display of badminton rackets, scrutinizing them back and forth, yet unable to discern their quality. "Do you think I can do it?" He suddenly turned to face Tang Shiying. Their eyes met, and she resolutely nodded. "I believe in you." "Then, could you help me choose a racket?" Chapter 42. The enigmatic goddess. In her secret meeting with the young heartthrob Tang, Shiying picked up a racket from the display stand, meticulously selecting it with a demeanor that exuded professionalism. To Suhan, however, they all appeared the same, as he was utterly clueless about such matters. He felt that bringing his senior along was undoubtedly the right decision. He listened quietly as Tang Shiying conversed with the staff, employing terminology he barely comprehended, resembling a humble and eager student. "What do you think of this one?" Tang Shiying inquired, waving a yellow racket before Suhan, seeking his opinion. After all, it was for her own use, and he should have a say in the matter. Without hesitation, Suhan nodded. "Yes, that's the one. The choice made by his senior must be the finest and one of a kind. Could you please wrap it up?" Tang Shiying politely requested the staff. The employee accepted the racket with both hands and turned to leave, only to be halted by Suhan's voice. "Let us get two more in different colors." "As well?" "Certainly. Please hold on," the staff member replied, her face lighting up with delight. These rackets were among the best available, and their high price meant a substantial commission for her. A customer purchasing 3 at once constituted a significant sale, naturally bringing her joy. She couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Suhan. He was rather handsome, after all. Tang Shiying looked at Suhan with curiosity, but refrained from asking further questions. Perhaps he intended to keep them as backups. They continued to browse the store for a while longer, acquiring a few additional items before heading to the service counter to settle the bill. "Allow me to take care of it. This is my gift to you," Tang Shiying said, gently intercepting Suhan's hand. Suhan understood that his senior was concerned about him being a student with limited funds. Nevertheless, he did not retract his hand, allowing the staff to scan the payment code on his phone. Tang Shiying regarded him with an impassive expression, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes. Once outside the store, Suhan quickened his pace to walk alongside her, smiling as he spoke. "I don't wish for you to gift me the racket. I would prefer a different kind of reward, if possible." Suddenly, Tang Shiying halted, shaking Suhan slightly. Watching the comical sight of the little fellow taking a step forward only to retract it brought a smile to her face, dispelling her annoyance. "You should wait for me here. Something seems off with you today. If you place in the competition, I might consider it." Achieving a notable rank in the competition was no small feat, as those who participated were either seasoned enthusiasts or individuals who had undergone specialized training. Suhan, a novice who had just acquired a racket, was still very much a beginner. His previous attempts at playing were merely for fun, devoid of any strategy or technical prowess. To catch up within a mere 20 days would require diligent practice. It was precisely because of the challenges faced that the rewards became all the more precious. The meaningful journey imbued the outcome with profound significance. Observing the earnestness on the little fellow's face, Tang Shiying couldn't help but ruffle his hair. This caught Suhan off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Was he dreaming? Had his senior just? He placed his hand over his heart, which was racing unexpectedly fast. Incredibly, she glanced back and noticed a girl not far behind, holding her phone aimed at them. Upon seeing Suhan's gaze, the girl shyly lowered her phone, pretending as if nothing had occurred. "Let's go," Tang Shiying said, stepping to the roadside to hail a taxi. She felt that her earlier actions had been somewhat ungraceful. Her hand had, inexplicably, reached out. That was not her intention. She merely found the little fellow rather endearing. The taxi pulled over, and she opened the door, entering first. Just before Suhan got into the car, he glanced back. The girl was still standing there. Could she be a student from their school? If she captured this moment, a familiar face? Tang Shiying maintained a calm demeanor as she curiously peered back at Suhan. No one. Suhan shook his head, and the vehicle proceeded toward the school. "Why did you buy so many paddles?" Tang Shiying voiced her curiosity. Suhan glanced at the paddles, pointing to the black one. "This one is for my roommate. He signed up too." He then indicated the red paddle, looking at Tang Shiying. "This one is for you. You don't mind, do you?" "Not at all," Tang Shiying replied softly. That apartment was originally rented by her and Su Rulan, so it was quite reasonable for her brother to store some items there. Su-han retrieved a pink thermos from his backpack, carefully unscrewed the lid, and offered it to Tang Shiying. She paused for a moment before reaching out to accept it. Still the brown sugar ginger tea? Tang Shiying took a gentle sip. The temperature was just right. No wonder he was popular with the girls. It felt quite comforting. Suddenly, she thought of Han Feifei and felt inexplicably unhappy. Do you think Han Feifei is pretty? Tang Shiying asked, glancing at the bewildered Su-han, who seemed puzzled by the sudden mention of Han Feifei. Did the senior know something? Her beauty had nothing to do with him. Su-han replied with a hint of coldness. The car stopped outside the faculty apartments, and the two walked into the complex, unaware of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, a photograph was prominently displayed on the school's confession wall, trending at the top. The uploader was the girl Su-han had seen just before getting into the taxi. She had captured a moment of Tang Shiying touching Su-han's hair, although it was a blurry shot from behind. The girl was a sophomore at Haicheng University and recognized Tang Shiying. Cold beauty meets charming youth. Their actions are intimately close. This is it. My youth has ended. Oh no, their backpack charms are all couple-themed. It's confirmed. I'm heartbroken. Whoever steals my goddess from me shall face my wrath. Original poster. The guy is quite handsome. Looks like a student from our school. Feel free to add more. Jiang Yanan scrolled through the comments, unconsciously displaying a motherly smile. Tang. Let's see how you will wriggle out of this one. She promptly took a screenshot and sent it. After waiting a few minutes without a response, she directly initiated a video call. As soon as Tang Shiying stepped into the apartment, her phone rang. Speak. Tang, where are you? Jiang Yanan teased, pretending to be oblivious. I heard you ran off with the younger student. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiying wished she could leap through the screen to cover her friend's mouth. At that moment, Su-han was right behind her. How embarrassing it would be if he overheard. Tang Shiying glanced back at Su-han, who was still changing his shoes. So he likely hadn't heard. She hurriedly typed a message to Jiang Yanan. Stop talking nonsense. Simultaneously, she noticed the image sent by Jiang Yanan. Enlarging it, she took a quick look. As it did not feature Su-han's face prominently, it was of no consequence. Chapter 43. Obtaining the apartment key, Su-han emerged from the kitchen, carrying a cup of hot water. As he placed it on the table, his gaze fell upon a notebook. It appeared that the senior had a fondness for this particular notebook. Perhaps it held special significance as it was a gift from Qiaosong? Are you feeling unwell? Tang Shiying observed him bending over, his eyes fixed on the table. His complexion rather pallid, which made her somewhat anxious. Su-han paused momentarily, lifted his gaze to meet Tang Shiying's, and, after a brief internal struggle, decided to voice his curiosity. Do you have a particular affinity for this notebook? Tang Shiying furrowed her brows, not quite grasping Su-han's implication. I don't have a strong attachment. I merely use it for meeting notes. It contains some important content, and I left it in the conference room yesterday. But someone kindly returned it to me. Was it Qiaosong who returned it to you? A flicker of surprise danced in Su-han's eyes as he exhaled slowly, relieved. I thought, what did you think? Tang Shiying observed his suddenly relaxed demeanor, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Did you think it was a gift from him? Su-han nodded, a sheepish grin meeting Tang Shiying's gaze as the clouds of uncertainty above him dissipated. Just as he was about to speak further, his phone rang. His roommate was calling. Xiaohan, class is starting. Should I mark you present? Wang Ziheng's boisterous voice echoed, reaching Tang Shiying's ears without omission. Arms crossed calmly over her chest, Tang Shiying regarded him with a composed expression. Who gave you the audacity to skip class in front of the counselor? Shut up, I don't want to be acquainted with you. Su-han cast a sheepish glance at Tang Shiying, acutely aware of his teacher's presence, and felt the weight of embarrassment as his class monitor called, prompting him to consider the folly of feigning attendance. I'll be there shortly, he replied hastily, ending the call. Tang Senior, I have class. I must take my leave. With a burst of energy, he dashed into the classroom, finally settling into a seat beside three of his friends just as the teacher walked in. Noting Su-han's disheveled appearance, Wang Ziheng couldn't suppress his curiosity. You are quite swift. Where did you sneak off to, away from the rest of us? Su-han shrugged off his backpack and, with a hint of annoyance, thrust it toward Wang Ziheng. Here, take it. I went to buy a badminton racket. Upon hearing the phrase badminton racket, Wang Ziheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly accepted the bag from Su-han. Instantly, he recognized that the bag was different. Realizing it contained a racket, he could hardly contain his enthusiasm as he opened it to inspect the contents, one black and one yellow racket. The black one was particularly appealing to him, and its lightweight feel was promising. As Wang Ziheng reveled in his new acquisition, Zhao Lefen's eyes widened in astonishment. Fixated on his phone screen, as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. You all must see the confession wall. The counselor has gone viral. It's absolutely sensational. At the mention of Tang Shiying, Su-Han promptly opened the confession wall to see for himself. The first image that greeted him was a photograph of Tang Shiying gently ruffling his hair. Indeed, it was captured by that girl, although it was merely a silhouette. She clearly recognized Tang Shiying. Su-Han scrolled through the comments, a frown creasing his brow. This could have repercussions for the senior. After all, she was a teacher. Beside him, Lin Jinghao glanced at Su-Han with an expression of nonchalance, as if he had known all along. Su-Han's backpack and Tang Shiying's handbag bore identical rabbit charms, something he had noticed during their last encounter. Observing Zhao Lefen's bewildered expression, Lin Jinghao felt an inexplicable joy, akin to the thrill of watching a drama in advance. However, he decided against revealing too much, not wanting to let others in on Su-Han's secret. As Su-Han emerged from the academic building, he hurried towards the faculty apartment. Tang Shiying, noticing him standing at the door, drenched in sweat, felt a pang of concern. What could have happened? Su-Han opened his mouth but fell silent, merely smiling, having forgotten to articulate his thoughts in his anxiety. Are you planning to stand there all day? Tang Shiying asked softly, sensing his hesitation to enter. Startled, Su-Han finally stepped inside and tentatively inquired, Senior, have you seen the confession wall at school? Tang Shiying settled back onto the sofa and handed him a glass of warm water. Are you worried that others will find out that the boy is you? Would you like me to clarify it for you? Her expression was icy, initially fearing something serious had transpired. Now, it appeared he was merely anxious about others' perceptions, particularly not wanting Han Feifei to know. Approaching the sofa, Su-Han lifted the glass and drank deeply, having run over in a parched state. I'm fine, but I'm primarily concerned about the potential negative impact on you. If people misunderstand your role as a teacher, it could lead to unnecessary complications. I'm all right, Tang Shiying replied with a faint smile, her gaze softening as she regarded the young man. So, you were worried about how it would affect me? Don't you care about what other girls think? It might upset them. Other girls? Su-Han blinked, widening his eyes. Who do you mean? For instance, Han Feifei. I've heard she has quite the affection for you. Tang Shiying's steady gaze bore into him. Why should I care about her? Su-Han retorted, I certainly don't have feelings for her. Is that so? Then why did you seem so downcast when she received a confession? You even glared at that boy. Tang Shiying probed, revealing her hidden queries with a calm demeanor. That was because Han Feifei cornered me in the classroom, insisting she had something to say. I have no feelings for her, Su-Han explained. When I stepped out, I saw Qiao Song delivering a notebook to you, and you were smiling at him, which irritated me. His voice dropped significantly, leaving the last thought unspoken. Tang Shiying's gaze lingered on his face, and though she had gleaned the answer, she was determined not to let him off the hook. And what else? Summoning courage, Su-Han met her beautiful eyes and pressed on. You were chatting and laughing with him. Tang Shiying realized that the young man was indeed feeling jealous. It made sense why his behavior had been somewhat peculiar that day. First, he had her fry an egg, then insisted she accompany him to buy something, testing whether she would decline. As they conversed, Tang Shiying's phone suddenly rang. After she concluded the call, she began to pack her belongings. I have an urgent matter. I need to attend a conference out of town. How many days will you be gone? Su-Han inquired with genuine concern. Tang Shiying tidied up her belongings and made her way outside, expressing her uncertainty about the other teachers who had been scheduled but suddenly had matters to attend to, leaving her to fill in. As she spoke, she produced a key and handed it to Su-Han, who received it with an incredulous gaze, as if he had been bestowed a rare treasure. The prospect of stepping into the hall was within reach. I'll see you downstairs, he offered, taking the luggage from Tang Shiying's hands. She did not refuse, allowing him to carry her belongings as they approached the elevator. Senior, do remember to reply to my messages. Tang Shiying did not respond and stepped into the elevator ahead of him. Do not skip classes. Chapter 44. Suddenly shy Su-Han sat alone on the sofa in the apartment, suddenly feeling an emptiness. The absence of the senior's sister rendered the air less sweet. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Ziheng was just about to head to the badminton court and promptly pulled Su-Han along. I found you a coach, Wang Ziheng said mysteriously, and she's a beauty. Are you sure this is for me? Su-Han questioned him, a hint of suspicion in her gaze. Wang Ziheng, with utmost seriousness, slung his bag over his shoulder and retorted gallantly, "I have a girlfriend. My heart belongs solely to her." Suhan chuckled but remained silent, thinking, "You may have her in your heart, but she might not feel the same about you, my friend. Wherever there is beauty, I must go." Zhao Lefen suddenly leaped from his bed, chasing after the two who had just reached the door, sprinting out behind them. "Goodness, your ears are sharper than a dog's nose." Wang Ziheng looked at Zhao Lefen in disbelief, patting his back as one would comfort a child. Zhao Lefen, undeterred, turned to Lin Jinghao. "Care to join us? Leaving you alone in that empty room makes me uneasy. In 3 seconds, I'll be gone from your sight." Lin Jinghao replied irritably. He preferred to stay in the dormitory, engrossed in videos and browsing forums. It was not that he was reclusive. Rather, his striking looks attracted too much attention from girls, often leading to unwanted stares. The trio arrived at the badminton court, and perhaps due to the ongoing competitions, the venue was quite bustling. Wang Ziheng scanned the area and finally settled his gaze on a corner court. "Let's head over there." Suhan followed closely behind him towards the direction he indicated. On that court, 2 girls were engaged in basic warm-up exercises. As Suhan drew nearer, she realized that one of them was her fellow townsman, Yi Xiaowen. Dressed in a pink sports outfit with a chic bob, she radiated youthful exuberance. Upon seeing Suhan, Yi Xiaowen beamed. "Suhan, you're here to play too?" Suhan courteously replied, "I didn't expect to see you here. Indeed, I signed up for the badminton competition." Yi Xiaowen paused her movements and approached Suhan and her companions, her gaze occasionally darting towards Wang Ziheng. They were classmates and familiar with each other. Thus their interaction was comfortable. Furthermore, Yi Xiaowen's lively personality made it easy to converse. "Let me introduce you." Wang Ziheng gestured to the other girl. "This is Xie Yujia, a sophomore and my fellow townsman. She's exceptionally skilled at badminton and has won awards." "Hello, everyone. I'm just playing for fun. It's all in the past." Xie Yujia greeted the group humbly. She stood about 1.7 meters tall, exuding a robust presence with a friendly demeanor. "Hello, senior." Suhan greeted politely, knowing that those who would teach her badminton deserved her utmost respect. They were, after all, akin to coaches. Wang Ziheng looked at Zhao Lefen, puzzled. "This isn't right. He is usually excited upon seeing a beauty. This isn't his style." Suhan seemed to sense something amiss, turning to glance at Zhao Lefen, who, to her astonishment, had a slight flush on his face. Noticing the 4 of them looking his way, he finally raised his head, quietly greeting Xie Yujia. "Hello, senior." Suhan and Wang Ziheng exchanged glances, both bewildered by the uncharacteristic behavior of their friend. What could be the reason? Wasn't it customary for him to exhibit excitement at the sight of a beautiful woman? Indeed, he was already acquainted with Yi Xiaowen. Thus, his lack of enthusiasm seemed entirely rational. Yet, encountering a senior, he did not even attempt to acquire her contact information. Was he intimidated? That seemed implausible. As he had always been indiscriminate in his affections, any female would suffice. The two furrowed their brows in confusion, occasionally casting sidelong glances at Zhao Lefen. "Let us warm up first, and then I will teach you some fundamental techniques," Xie Yujie commanded, brandishing her racket and instructing the trio to commence their activities. Zhao Lefen stood at the sidelines, stealing furtive glances at Xie Yujie. He himself could not fathom why, with a confidence thicker than a city wall. He felt utterly flustered upon laying eyes on her. He was reluctant to meet her gaze, and a wave of nervousness washed over him, banishing all his mischievous thoughts. His favorite strategy of casting a wide net lost its allure. Could this be the fabled phenomenon of love at first sight? Suhan swung his racket, catching a glimpse of Zhao Lefen from the corner of his eye. "Brother, it's time for you to take action." Following a brief warm-up, they transitioned to learning some basic techniques. Suhan had dabbled in badminton before, albeit at a purely amateur level, but his physical fitness had improved significantly, especially since he began his morning running regimen, enhancing both his reflexes and stamina. As they engaged in their game, Zhao Lefen transformed into a shuttlecock collector, personally handing each retrieved shuttlecock to Xie Yujia. The 4 of them formed a doubles formation on the court, with Suhan and Yi Xiaowen representing the red team, while Xie Yujia and Wang Ziheng comprised the blue team, learning through practice. Pay attention to your opponent's striking style and anticipate the landing point, Xie Yujia continuously elucidated, interspersing her explanations with professional terminology, patiently clarifying whenever she noticed Suhan and the others struggling to understand. This shot should be executed when the opponent is still unsteady after receiving a smash. Move to the net for the next strike. Observe the trajectory of the shuttlecock and watch for a downward smash. Standing on the periphery, Zhao Lefen felt a surge of excitement, igniting within him a desire to learn badminton. It was imperative that Xie Yujie be his mentor, guiding him through each step. After more than an hour of invigorating practice, they were thoroughly exhilarated. During their break, Zhao Lefen once again showcased his role as the attentive steward, providing water for everyone. "Senior, would you care for a black cow drink?" he inquired, presenting a can of functional beverage to Xie Yujie with a smile. She glanced up at him, waving her hand dismissively. "Thank you. I prefer mineral water." In response, Zhao Lefen extended another hand, revealing a bottle of Nongfu Spring. He then distributed water to Su Han, Wang Ziheng, and, of course, to Yi Xiaowen as well. Being classmates, he naturally treated everyone equally. "Why didn't you get me a black cow drink?" Wang Ziheng teased. Zhao Lefen shot him a sidelong glance. "You don't deserve it." Wang Ziheng, unfazed, responded with a mischievous grin. "I gave you an opportunity, and you let it slip away." Zhao Lefen, momentarily stunned, swiftly changed his demeanor, embracing Wang Ziheng and whispering, "I was wrong. Not just a black cow. I'd defetch you an old yellow cow if it meant you'd pass along the senior's contact information. Why don't you ask for it yourself this time?" Wang Ziheng remarked with a grin. "Is your fishing net leaking?" Zhao Lefen's face, unusually flushed, responded, "I suddenly feel quite bashful." The laughter that followed from Su Han and Wang Ziheng nearly brought them to the ground. "It seems nothing has yet made you shy. Haven't you just encountered it?" Zhao Lefen couldn't resist casting a glance at Xie Yujie. With her physique, she could undoubtedly lift Zhao Lefen effortlessly. A woman embracing a man is indeed a fashionable statement. "Come to my bed tonight, and I'll give you your senior's contact information." Wang Ziheng teased in a hushed tone. Zhao Lefen instinctively tightened his grip. Chapter 45. Time undetermined. "Senior, shall we go out for a meal?" Wang Ziheng, while packing his gear, extended an invitation to Xie Yujie. Throughout the afternoon, Xie Yujie had imparted numerous skills to them. A meal was merely a gesture of gratitude. "I have something to attend to, perhaps another time," Xie Yujie declined. She had bonded well with the four of them, yet she genuinely had commitments. Nevertheless, there would be future opportunities. Seeing her insistence, Su Han and the others did not press further. After exchanging farewells, they departed from the gymnasium. Wang Ziheng turned to the trailing Yi Xiaowen, curiosity evident in his voice. "How do you know Senior Xie?" "She is the president of our club," Yi Xiaowen replied. "Where are you all headed next?" "To eat." Before Wang Ziheng could respond, Zhao Lefen interjected, "Would you like to join us?" "Is that all right?" Yi Xiaowen inquired, her gaze directed at Wang Ziheng. "Of course, no problem." With his affirmative response, Yi Xiaowen's face lit up with excitement. Her vivacious nature contrasted with her incompatible roommates, who often conspired against her. Typically dining alone, she felt remarkably at ease in the company of these boys. They were free from petty rivalries and welcomed others into their circle with enthusiasm. Zhao Lefen led the way, shedding the shyness he had displayed in the gym, and headed straight for the second cafeteria. "Xiao Han, where did you buy your badminton racket? I want to learn how to play." Seated at the dining table, Zhao Lefen exhibited an unprecedented seriousness, resting a hand on Su Han's shoulder. Su Han swallowed his food and turned to him. "I'll send you the location. Registrations have already closed. What are you thinking?" Wang Ziheng remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Zhao Lefen retorted defiantly, "I want to." "Is it forbidden to learn if there is no competition?" It was clear to everyone that his true intention was not merely to learn badminton, but rather to pursue Senior Xie. Su Han focused on his meal, quietly listening to their banter. Indeed, it became evident that a boy with a goal is swift in action. Following Su Han's instructions, Zhao Lefen soon purchased the same badminton racket and appeared at the badminton court. From that moment on, Zhao Lefen, though not competing, exhibited even more enthusiasm for practice than Su Han and the others. He frequently dragged Su Han and Wang Ziheng to the court whenever he had free time. In the blink of an eye, Tang Shiying had been on a business trip for a week. Each day, Su Han adhered to their agreement, diligently cleaning the faculty dormitory. He cleared out everything from the refrigerator, preparing to replace it with fresh items before Tang Shiying's return. As Su Han stepped outside with a bag of trash, he messaged Tang Shiying, "Senior, when will you be back?" Upon receiving the message, Tang Shiying wished to reply, "Today." However, the reality did not permit such a response. It would likely be another 2 or 3 days before the meeting concluded. Would this meeting finish by tomorrow? She turned to Jiang Yanan beside her. Unable to contain her curiosity, "You usually don't seem anxious about meetings. Why are you so eager to return this time?" As Tang Shiying remained silent, she continued. It's likely to take another 2 days. With a calm demeanor, she was already aware of this answer, yet she reluctantly inquired. She sent a message expressing her helplessness. A few more days, the time is uncertain. Su-han, upon reading the message, disposed of the garbage he had brought from the apartment into the trash bin and let out a sigh. Uncertain time, his gaze fixated on those 4 words, filled with a profound sense of desolation. It had been a week since he last saw his senior, leaving an emptiness in his heart. He strode towards the dormitory, glancing down as he replied, "Let me know in advance when you return." In the lounge, Tang Shiying stared at her phone, while Jiang Yanin turned to observe her. She had never witnessed her aloof friend display such an expression. After a moment of watching, Jiang Yanin couldn't resist speaking up. Tang. You've also become someone controlled by your phone, or rather, by the person on the other end. What? Tang Shiying replied with an indifferent expression. I'm merely responding to a message. After saying this, her fingers danced on the screen, and she promptly turned off her phone. Merely? Jiang Yanin teased, fixating on her eyes, unwilling to let her off easily. Previously, you replied to messages at your leisure whenever you saw them. Now you check your phone every little while. Haven't you noticed? Tang Shiying paused, realizing that her frequency of checking her phone had indeed increased, often glancing at it without reason. With matters to attend to in class, she would certainly need to respond to messages. Understanding her friend's nature, Jiang Yanin simply smiled and remained silent. You can keep being stubborn, she thought. Meanwhile, upon returning to the dormitory, Su-han was immediately pulled by Zhao Leffen to the badminton court. With Wang Ziheng out on a date, Zhao Leffen felt too shy to approach Xie Yujie directly and saw Su-han as a beacon of hope. Arriving at the familiar venue, they found no sign of Xie Yujie, and Zhao Leffen took on the role of a practice partner. As he swung his racket, he occasionally stole glances towards the entrance, appearing distracted. Did you summon me here to play badminton or to wait for someone? Su-han asked, bemused, noticing that every shot he had played had struck Zhao Leffen without him reacting. Zhao Leffen picked up the shuttlecock and sent it back to Su-han with a half-hearted response. Of course, I'm here to play badminton. Someone's coming. Su-han suddenly looked towards the entrance. Who? Where? Zhao Leffen perked up, adjusting his expression and smiling broadly at the door. When he saw Yi Xiaowen approaching, his smile abruptly vanished. Noticing his change in expression, Yi Xiaowen rolled her eyes. What's with that face? Am I really that frightening? She scanned the area, failing to spot Wang Ziheng, and walked directly to Su-han's side. Is the class monitor not with you? No, he has something to attend to, Su-han replied, deliberately withholding the fact that the class monitor was on a date, knowing it would only upset her. Upon the arrival of Yi Xiaowen, Zhao Leffen relinquished his role as a mere tool, instinctively retreating to the sidelines, his gaze fixated on every individual entering through the door. Who is he waiting for? Yi Xiaowen inquired, perplexed. Su-han responded with a nonchalant smile, casually sending a shuttlecock flying. He is awaiting someone of significance to him. Your words are as good as empty, Yi Xiaowen retorted without hesitation. With her amiable disposition, she spoke her mind freely, which endeared her to the boys in Su-han's dormitory. Of course, there was another significant reason. After what felt like an eternity of Zhao Leffen staring intently at the entrance, the person he had been longing for finally made an appearance. His previously languid demeanor instantly transformed into one of alertness. Chapter 46. When the agent. After greeting Xie Yujie, Su Hanjian proceeded to conduct a one-on-one training session with Zhao Leffen in the adjacent area. Zhao Leffen cast a flirtatious glance at Su-han, proclaiming his charm would surely win her over. Su-han responded with a serene smile, remarking that he was curious to see if Zhao could endure for 10 minutes. Subsequently, Zhao Leffen became the most active figure on the court. Faced with Xie Yujie's relentless attacks, he found himself limited to running back and forth and retrieving the balls. Yet, he wore a broad smile. Senior, your shot was magnificent. Zhao Leffen praised across the net. Tell me, when will I be able to reach your level? Wiping the sweat from her brow, Xie Yujie replied softly, practice diligently, and you can achieve it. Noticing her wiping her sweat, Zhao Leffen thoughtfully retrieved a fresh towel from his bag and offered it to her. Senior, please use this. Xie Yujie paused at the sight of the pink towel. That vibrant Barbie pink is lovely, but perhaps next time, skip it. Thank you. She accepted it without refusal. Zhao Leffen beamed with delight, sensing a glimmer of hope. At the very least, he hadn't been met with disdain. Are you not going to call me to play anymore? Wang Ziheng swaggered over. He had initially been out shopping with Lu Shangqing, but his spirits plummeted when Lu brought along Han Feifei, creating an unwelcome third wheel in their little world. Lu explained that Han Feifei was a good friend, and she had come along out of boredom in the dormitory. Wang Ziheng had learned from the dorm group chat that Su Han and others were playing, so he brought them along. A group gathering would surely avoid any awkwardness. Yi Xiaowen's expression soured upon seeing her two roommates, particularly when she noticed their closeness to Wang Ziheng. Observing Lu Shangqing leaning against him, she began to contemplate an uncomfortable possibility. Turning her gaze towards Su Han, she sought answers from him. Su Han's expression was complex as he replied, "Little fellow townsman, it's not that I don't want to help you. The class monitor also needs to grow, and it's not detrimental to you." Yi Xiaowen frowned, suddenly serving the shuttlecock aimed directly at Su Han's face. Su Han chuckled helplessly, realizing he was about to become a punching bag. Ignoring the opinions of others, they engaged in a back-and-forth exchange. Each of Yi Xiaowen's hits seemed to channel all her might, causing even the shuttlecock to break on occasion. Su Han stood opposite her, diligently returning each shot, allowing her to vent her frustrations. She had experienced heartbreak, although she had never truly been in a relationship. She harbored feelings for Wang Ziheng, who remained oblivious to her affections. The term unrequited love seemed more fitting. The most frustrating aspect was Wang Ziheng's involvement with her insufferable roommate. No one understood her roommate's true nature better than she did. She was nothing but a scheming vixen. Is he blind? Yi Xiaowen muttered under her breath. While others were oblivious to her meaning, Su Han understood precisely whom she referred to. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he remarked, "One must experience blindness to discern between truth and deception." His words were directed not only at Yi Xiaowen but also at himself. In his previous life, had he not been blind as well, deceived to the point of losing everything? Han Feifei stood outside the court, observing Su Han and Yi Xiaowen playing together. Engaged in quiet conversation, her expression grave. It was no wonder Su Han was reluctant to acknowledge her. It turned out he harbored feelings for Yi Xiaowen. What made her so special? Her figure was not superior to mine, her legs were not longer, and her demeanor was rather tomboyish. Was it merely her prowess in badminton? Han Feifei noticed a shuttlecock that had fallen at her feet and bent down to pick it up. Su Han approached her, extending his hand politely, saying, "Thank you." Han Feifei's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him. "Could you teach me how to play? I learn quickly." She smiled, gesturing towards the racket. "We could play together from now on." Su Han shook his head and turned to Zhao Leffen, requesting, "Give me a new shuttlecock." Han Feifei was taken aback. Observing the unwilling expression on Su Han's face, her gaze shifting back to Yi Xiaowen. Her dislike for the girl intensified, a fleeting anger crossing her face. Unbeknownst to Yi Xiaowen, she was oblivious to Han Feifei's sentiments, and anyway, she held no fondness for either of her roommates. She had taken Su Han's earlier comments to heart, her mood improving slightly. Her temperament was such that her emotions could shift in an instant, easily transitioning from one state to another. Starving, she decided to stop playing. Yi Xiaowen walked to the sidelines, tossing a bottle of mineral water to Su Han while opening her own and drinking heartily. Su Han accepted the water, taking a sip before carefully placing his racket into his bag. This tacit understanding between them left Han Feifei's complexion pale with discontent. During the last basketball match, Su Han had refused the water she offered, yet he accepted what Yi Xiaowen provided. Her suspicions were confirmed. Their relationship was undoubtedly more than ordinary. Undeterred, Han Feifei approached Su Han, whispering, "Are you going to eat?" Su Han continued packing his belongings, puzzled by her intentions. After all, she was the campus beauty. Beloved by many, any boy on campus would surely be enamored with her. Why was she trying to attach herself to him? Seeing that Su Han remained silent, she pressed on, "Are you going to have dinner with Yi Xiaowen? Is that why you're ignoring me?" Su Han was perplexed, unsure how this related to Yi Xiaowen. He raised his head in confusion. "Yi Xiaowen and I are from the same hometown. It's not what you think. I have someone I admire. But it's not her." "Then who do you like?" Han Feifei immediately inquired. "What type of girl do you prefer?" Su Han sighed deeply, wishing to avoid the topic altogether. Tang Shiying was the one he wished to protect. He could not possibly divulge that to Han Feifei. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and looked at Yi Xiaowen. "Let us go." Turning to Zhao Leffen and Xie Yujie, he noted that with Wang Ziheng and L Shangqing joining in, they were engrossed in their game. After exchanging pleasantries, he left early. Once outside the gym, Yi Xiaowen smiled at Su Han. "Han Feifei is so beautiful. Don't you like her?" "Do you?" Su Han retorted. Yi Xiaowen shook her head repeatedly, expressing her discontent. "I don't like it, But aren't boys typically attracted to beauty? Indeed, boys are drawn to attractive individuals, yet they are not fools. There are countless beautiful girls. Can they possibly like them all? Suhan perceived that this little compatriot possessed a certain innocence, perhaps a result of her inexperience in matters of the heart. Suddenly, Yi Xiaowen gazed at him with eager eyes. Dear compatriot, I would like to treat you to a meal in exchange for a favor. What do you say? Suhan smiled, surmising the nature of the favor she sought, yet he feigned ignorance. What kind of favor? Keep an eye on the class monitor for me. He has broken up, and you must inform me immediately. Are you asking me to be a spy? Chapter 47. The language of stars. Yi Xiaowen turned her eyes and earnestly gazed at Suhan, saying, I shall reserve half of my happiness for you. Suhan was momentarily taken aback. There was something peculiar about those words. What did it mean for her happiness to be shared with him? Such a statement could easily lead to misunderstandings. 2 days later, Suhan received a message from Tang Shiying. I'm returning tomorrow. Reading the words in the chat box, he felt an overwhelming joy that nearly lifted him off his feet, were it not for the ceiling above him. His fingers danced swiftly across his phone. I've learned a new dish recently. I'll make it for you to try. Tang Shiying smiled gently, her lips curving upward as she tapped her phone. Jiang Yanan looked at her in disbelief, her voice laced with confusion. Are you messaging the junior? Tang Shiying shot her a glance before turning off her phone. No, just handling some class matters. Jiang Yanan remained skeptical. You can't possibly think I'm naive. Who handles work with such joy? Did someone give out year-end bonuses? That old man is quite mischievous, isn't he? Tang must be hiding something from me. And it undoubtedly involves a boy. The image of the junior sneaking around with Tang Shiying flashed in Jiang Yanan's mind, along with the rumors on the forum about Tang Shiying clandestinely meeting a younger man, who was clearly the junior. Jiang Yanan, feeling restless, could not hold back. So, how far have you and the junior progressed? Tang Shiying did not respond immediately. She fell into a long silence. How far had they truly come? It seemed they were not yet together, but during her recent business trip, she found herself frequently recalling the young lad's visage. On several occasions, she mistook the silhouette of strangers for his. Standing up, Tang Shiying calmly looked at Jiang Yanan. We still maintain a teacher-student relationship, but perhaps it may evolve into something else in the future. Of course, she did not voice the latter part. This left Jiang Yanan fidgeting with curiosity. But what? Have you considered the feelings of those of us who are left hanging? Ignoring Jiang Yanan's hysteria, Tang Shiying stepped into the bathroom to take a shower. Tomorrow, she would see the young lad again. He mentioned wanting to cook a new dish for himself. Although she knew those recipes were from her mother, she still felt a hint of anticipation. Jiang Yanan sat innocently in place, a knowing smile gracing her face. Someone is about to fall. However, she also thought the junior was quite exceptional, and she had entertained thoughts of him, but now it seemed there was no hope. Inside the bathroom, Tang Shiying slowly shed her garments, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, her hand brushing across her flat abdomen. Before any wicked thoughts could occupy her mind, she swiftly averted her gaze. The sound of running water filled the air, white steam enveloping the bathroom, washing away all traces of busyness. The next morning, Tang Shiying and her companions boarded the bus back to Haicheng University. Meanwhile, Suhan was not idle at school, seizing the opportunity of a free morning. He rose early and vanished from the dormitory. When the roommates awoke to find their beds empty and unoccupied, they experienced little emotional upheaval. This elusive behavior had long become their norm. Suhan, carrying a shopping bag, adeptly opened the door to the faculty apartment. He had specially purchased a bouquet of baby's breath, symbolizing longing. In less than 10 days, it felt as if a century had elapsed. Suhan placed the delicate flowers in a vase on the coffee table, surveying his handiwork with satisfaction. After tidying the room, he returned to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients he had bought. He had notably failed to purchase yam, recalling the discomfort he endured last time. Had it not been for the senior's miraculous ointment, he would have been tormented by itching for days. The sensation was unbearable, as scratching often led to skin abrasions, while abstaining only intensified the itch. Once the chicken soup was simmering, he glanced at his phone, which was filled with messages from his roommates. They primarily inquired about his whereabouts, expressing their reluctance to descend for dinner and requesting he bring food back. Suhan chuckled and sighed, feeling helpless. He replied with a message. I have important matters to attend to, fend for yourselves. To convey his apologies, he sent a humorous gif of someone playfully inviting a hit. The dormitory group chat erupted in a frenzy, bombarding him with endless critiques. A traitor to his family. Such a son is better off discarded. Kick him out of room 520, never to be employed again. Suhan glanced at the barrage of messages, tossed his phone aside, and refrained from responding. The sound of the door opening interrupted him. As he was chopping vegetables, he set down his knife and stepped outside. Tang Shiying appeared at the door, luggage in hand. She immediately spotted the little figure in a pink apron. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though it were an illusion that someone had prepared a meal. Waiting for her return home, Suhan approached with a cheerful smile, reaching for her luggage. "You're back." Their fingertips brushed, and the familiar sound enveloped her, assuring her of its reality. The little one stood before her, gazing at her with gentle eyes. Tang Shiying naturally handed her luggage to Suhan, and her fatigue dissipated. This sensation brought her comfort and security. "Rest for a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly," Suhan said, placing the luggage at her bedroom door before turning back to the kitchen. The aroma of the meal wafted through the room. Standing in the living room, Tang Shiying's gaze quickly landed on the bouquet on the table. It was beautiful, not overly extravagant, perfectly aligned with her taste. She had never purchased flowers herself. The little one had put in thought. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Suhan emerging from the kitchen with a cup of water. The temperature just right. Tang Shiying accepted the cup and took a delicate sip. "Did you buy these flowers?" Suhan, also a novice at flower purchasing, felt a blush rise to his cheeks. "Baby's breath. I saw them on my way while grocery shopping and thought they looked lovely." Tang Shiying calmly scanned the bouquet. Despite her long history of grocery shopping, she had never encountered a flower shop along the way. The nearest flower shop is also 2 kilometers away. Judging by the freshness of the blossoms, they must have been picked early in the morning. Knowing she was returning, the young lad had thoughtfully prepared flowers and cooked her favorite dishes to welcome her home. Is this still a student-teacher relationship? Such meticulous preparation seems more fitting for friends. "I'm going to stir fry. It will be ready shortly." Suhan hurried back to the kitchen. Tang Shiying settled beside the sofa, pulling out her phone to search. What does baby's breath symbolize? Longing, purity. A smile graced her lips as she gazed at the young man's silhouette in the kitchen. Suhan maintained a relatively calm demeanor, yet his heart raced intensely. He was unsure how his senior would react upon seeing the bouquet. Overwhelmed with nervousness, he momentarily forgot to distinguish between sugar and salt. Chapter 48. Too much sugar. Suhan set the dishes on the table just as Tang Shiying emerged from her room. Having changed her clothes, she glanced at the neatly arranged tableware before looking up at Suhan. "I must say, with that pink apron, you look quite the part," she remarked, finding him adorably plump in appearance. Suhan's gaze softened as he replied, "Dinner is served." Tang Shiying nodded and took a seat at the dining table, where a bowl of fresh chicken soup awaited her. "Did you really make chicken soup?" she inquired, curious about its taste. Suhan's hopeful eyes met hers. "It should be cool enough now." She picked up a spoon and took a taste, nodding in approval. "Delicious," elated by her praise. Suhan eagerly lifted his own spoon to sample the soup. It was a tad bland, though the texture was satisfactory, leaving room for improvement. After trying a bite of the fish-flavored eggplant, he couldn't resist placing the dish in front of himself. Unfortunately, it was overly sweet, making it quite difficult to swallow. Reflecting on the cooking process, he realized he had added sugar twice without any salt. Tang Shiying noticed his subtle gesture, but chose not to comment. Her curiosity piqued. She couldn't help but reach for the fish-flavored eggplant with her chopsticks. By the time Suhan noticed, she had already brought the dish to her lips. "Don't eat that," Suhan exclaimed, alarmed as he attempted to halt her action. "It's not tasty." Tang Shiying, with her lips slightly parted, disregarded his warning and popped the food into her mouth. Indeed, the little fellow had not lied. It was quite unpalatable. Noticing her brows furrowing, Suhan instinctively grabbed the water cup in front of him. "Spit it out," he urged, extending his left hand towards her mouth, signaling her to expel the food, while offering her the water cup with his right. However, instead of complying, she swallowed the food. Observing Suhan's anxious demeanor, her cheeks flushed. Was he really going to catch the food from her mouth? That gesture felt rather intimate. To mask her embarrassment, she took a sip from the water cup, then quickly realized that her own cup was still on the table. So what was this one? Was it the water Suhan had already drunk? She raised her eyes to meet his, and they shared a lingering gaze, reluctant to part, but eventually breaking away. Was this what they call an indirect kiss on television? Suhan gently took the water cup from her. "I mistakenly grabbed the wrong one in my haste," he stammered, feeling his heart race, akin to a child caught in a blunder. Fortunately, Tang Shiying said nothing further and continued to eat, showing no signs of reproach. Suhan placed his hand over his heart, attempting to calm its rapid beating. His gaze fell upon the cup before him, where he could almost discern faint traces of her lips. He licked his lips, internally chastising himself for being ridiculous, and returned to his meal. Throughout dinner, he found himself tempted to drink from that cup multiple times, yet he ultimately refrained. As for the flavors of the meal, he could no longer discern whether they were salty or sweet. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. Tang Shiying opened it before he could react. "What brings you here?" Tang Shiying inquired with a serene expression. "Have you not taken a moment to rest since your return? Is it not because I have missed you?" Jiang Yanan spoke while stepping into the room. "I came for a meal." Her words trailed off as her eyes widened in surprise, freezing in place. Su-Han greeted her with a smile. "Senior Jiang, you have arrived." Jiang Yanan's incredulous gaze shifted from Su-Han to Tang Shiying. "Could someone explain this situation to me? There is a man in my best friend's home." It appeared that the two were sharing a meal, and was this truly the aloof goddess, Tang Shiying? The spread looked quite sumptuous, and she felt a pang of hunger. "Senior Jiang, would you like to join us for dinner? I can fetch you some utensils." With that, Su-Han expertly made his way into the kitchen. Jiang Yanan watched him as though he were an oddity, contemplating how he seemed more familiar with the space than she was. Approaching Tang Shiying, she regarded her friend with curiosity. Overnight, it felt as though she barely recognized her. "Are you not going to explain?" Tang Shiying continued eating without glancing her way. "If you wish to eat, then sit down." Jiang Yanan contemplated refusing. Yet the allure of food was too great to resist. She pulled out a chair and sat beside Tang Shiying. "So, are you two cohabitating?" Tang Shiying paused mid-bite. Nearly choking on her rice, cohabitating? What a scandalous notion. "But, Senior Jiang," Su-Han returned, placing the utensils and rice before Jiang Yanan, before resuming his seat. Jiang Yanan scrutinized him. "Little one, you were asking about Tang Tang when we chatted, and now it seems you have ulterior motives." "Senior Jiang, please enjoy the soup," Su-Han replied, feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze, hastily serving her a bowl. Jiang Yanan looked down to see chicken soup. "Tang Tang, you've made chicken soup in just over an hour since returning?" After tasting it, she dismissed her own statement, realizing it was not Tang Shiying's cooking. The flavor was different. She grabbed a piece of fish-flavored eggplant with her chopsticks and was about to eat it. "Wait." Su-Han urgently stopped her. Jiang Yanan scoffed. "You don't want me to eat? How stingy." Watching her consume the eggplant, Su-Han buried his face in his hands. "Don't say I didn't warn you. You insisted on eating it." As expected, Jiang Yanan's expression quickly turned to one of distress. "Give me water. How much sugar did you put in this?" She gulped down her drink and shot an irritated glance at Tang Shiying. "Is sugar free at your place?" Su-Han poured her a cup of water and placed it before her. "Senior Jiang, this is my fault. I made it." "You made this?" Jiang Yanan gasped in surprise. "You prepared all these dishes?" Su-Han did not deny it. "Is it not to your liking? You two seem to be settling into a cozy life together." Jiang Yanan observed, a playful smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, Tang Shiying stood up and addressed Su-Han. "Aren't you supposed to be in class?" "Oh." Su-Han paused for a moment, quickly recollecting himself. "Right, I have class. I must take my leave." Having said that, he proceeded towards the door, taking out his phone. He glanced at the time. It was just past 12, and his class did not commence until 2. Su-Han stepped out of the faculty apartment, exhaling a long sigh of relief. He could hardly endure the relentless inquiries of senior sister Jiang for much longer. After the little fellow departed, Tang Shiying returned to the dining table, but her appetite had vanished. With downcast eyes, she looked at Jiang Yanan and inquired, "Is it delicious?" "Well, it's acceptable. I didn't expect that the junior could whip up something like this." Jiang Yanan replied proudly, her hands still at work. "He knew you would be back and made this especially for you, didn't he? He really likes you." Suddenly, her gaze met Tang Shiying's. "What about you?" Chapter 49. "You are different with him." Tang Shiying maintained her usual composure and retorted, "What do you mean? Have you not noticed that you treat him differently?" Jiang Yanan set down her utensils and spoke earnestly. "When other boys approach you, you instinctively distance yourself and even exhibit signs of disdain. However, with the junior, you are entirely different. You engage with him without aversion, even permitting him to visit your home. Aside from me, does anyone else know where you reside?" "Well, Senior Su also lives here, and it's quite normal for her brother to come over," Tang Shiying replied nonchalantly. "Senior Su asked me to look after him," she added. Jiang Yanan nodded, believing her words, and grinned. "In that case, I shall pursue the junior. I will rent a place outside too, to see if he would cook for me." Upon hearing this, Tang Shiying widened her eyes in astonishment. Jiang Yanan, seemingly oblivious, made her way to the living room sofa. What about the flowers? I'll take them with me later. Tang Shiying shot her a frosty glare. Go wash the dishes. She hadn't intended for Jiang Yanin to clean up, but her earlier remarks had irked her, prompting a slight punishment. It was also a lesson for her to understand that, despite wanting her flowers, such dreams were unrealistic. As Jiang Yanin was about to refuse, Tang Shiying added, if you don't wash them, you won't be welcomed here anymore. Jiang Yanin chuckled inwardly, realizing that her words had struck a chord with her friend, leading to a display of stubbornness. To continue enjoying her meals, she reluctantly rose from the sofa and headed to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Tang Shiying glanced at the flowers on the table, feeling an urge to hide them. She was genuinely concerned that Jiang Yanin might take them away. After all, they were a thoughtful gift from the little fellow. In the afternoon, after finishing his classes, Su-Han headed straight to the badminton court with his roommates. As the competition date approached, the number of participants for practice increased significantly. Fortunately, Xie Yujia was familiar with the court management and had reserved a spot for them in advance. Otherwise, they would have had to watch others play from the sidelines. Xiaohan, how about a match? Wang Ziheng brandished his racket, flexing his wrist as he looked at Su-Han. Are you brave enough to accept the challenge? Su-Han smiled calmly, feeling confident in his skills after the recent practice. Who is afraid of whom? I'll be the referee. Zhao Leffen eagerly chimed in. Sensing that a thrilling spectacle was about to unfold, Yu Xiaowen waved her hand cheerfully. I'll cheer for you. She had fully integrated into the 520 boys' dormitory, frequently engaging in their activities. This time, Lin Jinghao did not return to his dorm but accompanied them to the court, primarily to catch a glimpse of the enchanting Senior Xie, whom Zhao Leffen admired incessantly. However, Senior Xie had classes in the afternoon and would arrive later. On the court, Su-Han and Wang Ziheng stood facing each other across the net, glaring fiercely as if a dramatic showdown was imminent. Like a scene from a television drama, their eyes clashed with an intensity that could spark fire, creating an almost palpable tension in the air. Childish, are you still playing, or are you simply squabbling? Zhao Leffen remarked, unable to bear the sight any longer. Wang Ziheng shifted his posture and, in a friendly gesture, extended his middle finger towards Su-Han. Su-Han reciprocated with a quip, equally amicable. Wang Ziheng initiated the serve, and after Su-Han returned it, he unleashed a powerful smash, scoring the first point. How about that? Can you withstand 20 years of mastery? Wang Ziheng chuckled triumphantly. Su-Han gazed at him incredulously. Have you factored in the 10 months in utero? The two continued their back and forth, neither yielding an inch. Such scenes were commonplace in the gym, and no one paid particular attention to this exchange, especially with the presence of long-legged athletes and attractive young women, who would notice the antics of these eccentric old men. At that moment, an unnoticed figure entered through the door. A striking silhouette, donning a cap and carrying her gear, stealthily made her way into the gymnasium. Tang Shiying walked directly to a court where a woman, seemingly in her 40s, awaited her. Teacher Zhang, I apologize for my tardiness, Tang Shiying greeted politely. Zhang Liping smiled warmly, showing no signs of reproach. I arrived quite early. With a few swings of her racket, she inquired, did you return to school at noon? I arrived at noon, Tang Shiying replied, retrieving her racket as she stepped onto the court. Zhang Liping approached the net and quietly asked, the school's confession wall mentioned that you were in a relationship? A jolt ran through Tang Shiying's heart. No, not at all. Zhang Liping bore an understanding smile, softly probing, is it one of your students? Tang Shiying's gaze flickered at the mention, her mind fleetingly conjuring Su-Han's face. However, she maintained her composure, responding with a serene smile. How could that be? Do you believe such rumors? It's merely the students spreading baseless gossip. Internet rumors can be harmful. It's easy to fabricate, but clearing one's name requires much effort. You should consider dating as well. There is nothing wrong with a teacher-student romance, and the school has prohibited it, Zhang Liping remarked, stepping back to prepare for the serve. Tang Shiying blinked, glancing at her red racket as she moved to the backcourt. Before long, a familiar figure, brandishing a racket with flair, approached. It was Qiao Song, a student of Zhang Liping, who had originally sought her in the office. Hearing she was at the court, he borrowed a racket and directly sought her out. To his surprise, the one playing with Zhang Liping was Tang Shiying, the very person he had been pursuing, which thrilled him immensely. Tang Senior, you're here too? Qiao Song squinted. I heard you were at a meeting. Just returned? Tang Shiying, disinterested, offered a nonchalant as a response. Noticing her indifference, Qiao Song was undeterred. Tang Senior, did you delete me from your friends list? I wanted to ask you a few questions. Tang Shiying, maintaining her calm demeanor, replied. You could always ask teacher Zhang. She knows far more than I do. My capabilities are limited, and I cannot teach you. I will ask teacher Zhang, he affirmed. Xiao Song, unrelenting, inquired, I would like to discuss this with you as well. After all, you are my senior. Zhang Liping observed the two without interjecting, recognizing that matters between the youth were not her place to meddle in. She had indeed heard of Xiao Song's pursuit of Tang Shiying. It was entirely understandable that Tang Shiying, with her aloof demeanor, chose to disregard Xiao Song's advances. Xiao Song, with a forced smile, twirled the badminton racket in his hands and said, Senior Tang, your badminton skills are impressive. I would love to learn from you and perhaps join teacher Zhang for a game in the future. Tang Shiying, feeling increasingly exasperated by his persistence, failed to catch the shuttlecock that Zhang Liping had sent her way, allowing it to fall to the ground. Xiao Song swiftly retrieved it and extended it towards her, asking, Will you consider it? Chapter 50. The double standard scene. Tang Shiying instinctively took a step back, distancing herself from Xiao Song and refraining from accepting the shuttlecock he held out. Observing this, Zhang Liping hurriedly approached, aware of Tang Shiying's aversion to physical contact with boys and intent on intervening. Suddenly, a shuttlecock soared through the air, striking the back of Xiao Song's hand. Though it did not inflict much pain, his instinctive reaction caused him to retract his hand, simultaneously turning to gaze in the direction from which the shuttlecock had come. I warned you to keep your distance from her. Su Han's voice resonated, his icy gaze fixed upon Xiao Song as he advanced step by step. Upon noticing Su Han's approach, Xiao Song's expression soured, and he caught a glimpse of Tang Shiying's lips twitching slightly. This revelation only fueled his anger. Was she truly so delighted merely by the sound of his voice? Zhang Liping glanced at Tang Shiying before shifting her attention to the advancing Su Han, as if she had stumbled upon a hidden truth. She discerned Tang Shiying's unusual demeanor. This was indeed a scene rife with double standards. In her interactions with Xiao Song, Tang Shiying appeared distinctly aloof, yet the moment the young boy's voice emerged, a fleeting look of joy crossed her face, escaping Zhang Liping's notice. Tang Shiying turned towards the sound, their eyes locking across half the court. The warmth in the young boy's gaze was palpable, and she couldn't help but break into a blissful smile. What is it like to harbor feelings for someone? For her. Seeing him elicited an involuntary smile, a genuine happiness emanating from within. Su Han positioned himself beside Tang Shiying, silently regarding Xiao Song. Wang Ziheng and the others soon joined, immediately recognizing him as the individual who had clashed with Su Han previously, casting him a disapproving look. Sensing their numbers, Xiao Song straightened his back. What do you want? I merely sought to ask Senior Tang to teach me how to play. We also came to find Teacher Tang to play. She is our counselor. Isn't it perfectly normal for us to seek her out? Su Han replied innocently, his gaze unwavering. Xiao Song's lips twitched. The logic was irrefutable, leaving him at a loss for a rebuttal. Yet he continued to glare at Su Han, resenting the fact that he always appeared whenever he tried to speak with Tang Shiying, truly his nemesis. Tang Shiying, sensing the escalating tension, intervened. All right, there's no need for this. Let us just go back to playing. Her words provided Xiao Song an opportunity to extricate himself, and he seized it, departing without the harsh parting words he had previously employed. With Su Han as a constant presence, he would have to tread carefully in his future attempts to approach Tang Shiying. Su Han watched Xiao Song exit the venue before returning to his own court alongside his roommates. Lin Jinghao settled beside Su Han, offering him a bottle of water. Does that guy have feelings for Teacher Tang? I imagine there are quite a few who do. Su Han took a sip of water, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. Do you like her? Lin Jinghao inquired, an amused glint in his eyes. Su Han turned to him, smiling yet remaining silent, aware of his friend's intent to pry. He decided to keep his thoughts to himself. Su Han, a voice called from behind, abruptly breaking the moment. Both Su Han and Lin Jinghao turned to see Wang Yi, who had barely intersected their lives since their last basketball game together, uncertain of the purpose behind the other party's approach. Su Han furrowed his brow and glanced at Wang Yi. Is there something you need? Wang Yi, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, maintained a calm demeanor. I have something to ask you. Su Han exchanged a puzzled look with Lin Jinghao, both expressions steeped in confusion. If you have something to say, just say it here. Wang Ziheng interjected, rising from his seat. It's not something shameful, is it? Su Han felt somewhat exasperated. What had he done to warrant this attention? He was merely trying to play basketball. Was that too much to ask? He and Wang Yi were hardly acquainted. Since the beginning of the semester, their conversations barely totaled 10 Was this what they referred to as being caught in the crossfire? Wang Yi chose to ignore Wang Ziheng, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su Han. It's just a couple of sentences. Don't worry, I won't resort to violence. As Zhao Leffen prepared to retort, Su Han subtly pulled him back, signaling that all was well. Tang Shiying, situated across 2 courts, noticed Wang Yi standing before Su Han, her curiosity piqued by the unfolding scene. She observed as Su Han tugged at Zhao Leffen, prompting him to follow Wang Yi outside. Su Han had no desire to engage with Wang Yi. Yet the earlier incident had already drawn attention, and he wished to avoid further scrutiny. The prospect of a confrontation in public could inadvertently involve his roommates, a scenario he wished to avoid. Boss, should we follow and see what is happening? Zhao Leffen inquired, glancing at Lin Jinghao. The latter shook his head. It's fine. Wang Yi isn't reckless. If there is an issue, he won't resort to physical confrontation. He is academically accomplished and aspires for accolades. He isn't foolish. Wang Ziheng added, returning to the court. Xiaowen, serve the ball. Su Han followed Wang Yi to a staircase and halted. What is it? Let us discuss it here. He had just received a message from Tang Shiying and hadn't yet had the chance to respond. Wang Yi regarded him with a determined gaze. Are you in a romantic relationship with Instructor Tang? Su Han was momentarily taken aback by Wang Yi's forthrightness, yet he appreciated the directness. We are not in a relationship. Are you afraid to admit it? Before Su Han could finish his thought, Wang Yi interrupted him. At that moment, Tang Shiying emerged, standing just around the corner of the staircase. Concerned that Su Han and Wang Yi might escalate into a conflict, she had come to assess the situation, only to overhear their conversation. She had not intended to intrude. Now, stepping out seemed ill-timed. After hearing Su Han's words, she hesitated to make her presence known. It is true that I have feelings for Teacher Tang, but we are not in a relationship, Su Han stated earnestly. I hope you refrain from making baseless claims. It could adversely affect Teacher Tang. Wang Yi's expression stiffened, not surprised by Su Han's affections for Teacher Tang. What he had anticipated was Su Han's unwavering defense of Tang Shiying, his desire to shield her from any repercussions. On this account alone, he might have already won over a significant portion of the crowd. Many boys viewed their pursuit of girls as a badge of honor, particularly when it came to attractive females. Wang Yi stepped closer to Su Han, a hint of provocation in his tone. I intend to formally pursue Teacher Tang. That is your prerogative, Su Han replied nonchalantly. However, why do you feel the need to inform me? Many seem to hold admiration for Teacher Tang. He finds Wang Yi's behavior rather perplexing. If one wishes to pursue, why not simply do so? Your legs belong to you, after all, so why confide in me? Teacher Tang regards you differently, Wang Yi murmured. I witnessed what transpired earlier. Her gaze upon you is unlike that cast upon others. Upon hearing this, Su Han felt a flicker of joy within. The saying that the observer sees clearly may indeed hold some truth. In what way is it different? Wang Yi was about to speak, but sensing something amiss, he closed his mouth abruptly. Regardless, I have informed you. Let us engage in fair competition. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Wait. Chapter 51. Did you hear what I said? Su Han called out to Wang Yi, who was walking away. She is not a commodity. There is no such thing as competition. I like her and wish to treat her well. But that does not necessarily mean I will win her over. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi paused momentarily but continued to leave without looking back. He understood that he had encountered his most formidable rival. Su Han sighed and opened his phone to reply to a message. Just as the message was sent, a crisp ring echoed from the corner of the staircase. Is someone there? Su Han hesitated but decided to investigate. It would not be good for her if word got out that she harbored feelings for Teacher Tang. As she approached the corner, she spotted Tang Shiying, who stood frozen, staring at her phone. A blush crept across her face. Upon noticing Su Han's arrival, her beautiful eyes blinked twice, maintaining a calm demeanor that subtly betrayed her shyness. Su Han stood rooted in place. Did she hear everything I said? What did I just say? You heard me? Su Han's ears burned, and he stammered. Tang Shiying gazed at his crimson ears, her heart stirred. Suddenly stepping closer, she leaned in deliberately, her eyes softer than ever, a smile gracing her lips. What did you say? I heard some of it, but not all. Su Han felt her warm breath brushing against his face, causing him to swallow hard. Lowering his gaze, he found Tang Shiying's exquisite face mere inches from his, the loosened collar revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. He quickly averted his eyes, rubbing his nose. Summoning his courage, he asked, Did you really mean what you said about me being different? Tang Shiying felt an arm encircle her waist, drawing her closer into Su Han's embrace. Initially intending to tease him, She suddenly blushed as red as an apple. Su-han, witnessing her reaction, felt a mischievous idea take root in his mind. Teacher, was what I said true? Did you hear me? At that moment, Tang Shiying felt an intense warmth enveloping her. No boy had ever treated her this way. The closeness was so intimate that she could sense his body heat. She contemplated pushing Su-han away, but found herself reluctant to do so. It was not until the faint sound of footsteps approached that Su-han released his hold on her slender waist. Tang Shiying lowered her head and hurried away, not daring to linger for even a second. Once she confirmed that Su-han did not follow her, she touched her flushed cheeks. Little guy, you are getting bolder. Su-han wiped the sweat from his palms, his gaze lingering on Tang Shiying's retreating figure until it vanished from sight. He returned to the court, discovering that Xie Yujia had already arrived. A glance around revealed that Tang Shiying was no longer present. Had she gone back? His 3 roommates and Yu Xiaowen quickly surrounded him upon his return. What did Wang Yu say? Did he get physical? Wang Ziheng inquired anxiously. Seeing their worried expressions warmed Su-han's heart. It's nothing. He just wanted to talk. That's good. Lin Jinghao gently patted his shoulder as a gesture of comfort. Zhao Lefen leaned in closer, whispering mysteriously while casting furtive glances at Xie Yujia. Upon hearing him finish his words, the 3 exchanged knowing looks, as if they had reached a tacit understanding. As the training concluded, Su-han took the initiative to invite Xie Yujia, saying, Senior Xie, shall we have dinner together this evening? You have helped us immensely, and we would like to express our gratitude. Zhao Lefen's gaze eagerly fell upon Xie Yujia, hoping for her affirmative response. Senior, join us. Yi Xiaowen chimed in perceptively. Let's go, Senior, together. Wang Ziheng and Lin Jinghao urged in unison. Witnessing such enthusiasm from everyone, Xie Yujie decided not to decline any further and accepted the dinner invitation. Undoubtedly, the most delighted among them was Zhao Lefen. Since getting to know Xie Yujie, his entire demeanor had undergone a transformation. He occasionally displayed his playful side, yet his previously awkward image was gradually fading away. Perhaps this is the power of love, which can indeed change a person. Changing oneself for the one you love is a source of happiness in itself. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhao Lefen rummaged through his wardrobe for the most stylish clothes he could find. However, by the time he removed his final white shirt, it became evident that his aesthetic choices had fallen short. Is it too late to buy something new now? He lamented, slumping onto a chair, his earlier excitement replaced with despondency. Lin Jinghao observed him with a smirk, saying, Now you understand the benefits of having a father. He then opened his own wardrobe and began selecting suitable outfits for Zhao Lefen. Su-han and Wang Ziheng quickly joined in. As a father's commitment to his son's significant life events is unwavering, such as the bond of camaraderie in a boys' dormitory, one cannot deny that those with striking looks possess a distinct sense of style. Under Lin Jinghao's careful coordination, Zhao Lefen's appearance was elevated to a whole new level. With Wang Ziheng's hoodie, Su-han's trousers, and Lin Jinghao's little white shoes, the only item that remained Zhao Lefen's own was his underwear. It was all about the art of eclectic assembly, truly a testament to his sonship. Let us get some hair gel in there. Wang Ziheng expertly styled Zhao Lefen's hair, appearing quite professional, declaring, a man's hair must stand tall. After this dramatic transformation, Zhao Lefen felt as if he were floating while walking down the street. He was undoubtedly the most dapper of them all. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Xie Yujie and Yi Xiaowen had not yet arrived. The 4 were in no rush and settled into their seats. Zhao Lefen couldn't resist touching his hair, asking, Am I handsome? Why do I feel like so many girls are looking at me? It's an illusion, Wang Ziheng bluntly exposed. They're clearly admiring Lin Lauda. That's fine. Don't get too attached to me. My heart already belongs to someone, Zhao Lefen boldly declared, his gaze continually darting towards the entrance, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his beloved. Su-han surveyed the restaurant's ambience, appreciating its simplicity and elegance, which created a serene and comfortable atmosphere, contemplating bringing the senior along next time. As his gaze swept across a corner, his pupils jolted in disbelief. Could it be mere coincidence? Furrowing his brow, he sought confirmation that his eyes had not deceived him before casting a complex look toward Wang Ziheng. What kind of expression is that? Wang Ziheng inquired, puzzled. Su-han let out a sigh, his countenance grave as he gestured for him to look at the corner. Wang Ziheng turned his head, and his face instantly paled, his smile freezing in place. He witnessed his girlfriend, Lu Shangqing, dining intimately with another man. They were feeding each other, their gestures affectionate, while the young man occasionally pinched Lu Shangqing's cheek. Lu Shangqing appeared quite bashful, her eyes sparkling, blissfully unaware of Wang Ziheng's presence. Lin Jinghao, and Zhao Lefen sensed the unease following their gaze. Even Zhao Lefen realized the gravity of the situation. His brother had been betrayed. Zhao, let us deal with him. Chapter 52. This shop is a bit untidy. Zhao Lefen clenched his fists, ready to charge forward, but was restrained by Lin Jinghao. It's best if the class leader handles this himself. After all, it concerns matters of the heart. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lefen turned to Wang Ziheng. When it comes to fights, brothers can lend their support. However, love is a delicate affair that must be confronted by the parties involved. All others can do is offer solace. Such a woman is not worthy of your sincerity. Su Han spoke calmly. Recognizing her true nature early on is not necessarily a bad thing. The fury in Wang Ziheng's eyes gradually subsided, yet his clenched fist remained unyielding. He had invited LV Shangqing, hoping she would join him, but she had decisively declined, citing plans to go shopping with Han Feifei. Seeing LV Shangqing flirt with another man made him tremble with rage. His genuine feelings for her had been met with such betrayal. He needed to confront her directly. Wang Ziheng walked coldly toward the table where LV Shangqing was seated. Su Han and the others immediately followed, determined not to let their brother suffer. LV Shangqing soon noticed them, and when her gaze fell upon Wang Ziheng's rugged, dark features, her radiant smile vanished in an instant. She had never anticipated being caught in such a manner. Ziheng, you're here too? LV Shangqing feigned calmness, forcing a slight smile. Wang Ziheng furrowed his brow. Hearing her call his name made him feel a wave of nausea. Weren't you supposed to be shopping? Is this your roommate? He pointed accusingly at the young man across from her, glaring at LV Shangqing. The young man, sensing the tension, quickly rose, eager to play the hero. However, before he could fully stand, Su Han pressed him back down by the shoulder. You'd best stay put. Zhao Lefen shot him a fierce glare. Do you want me to knock out your front teeth? The young man, intimidated, dared not move. He had finally managed to arrange a date with this girl, and now it seemed to be slipping away. No, he thought, perhaps he could still salvage it. LV Shangqing lowered her head, showing no sign of remorse. Yes, my friend. We ran into each other and decided to have a meal. What is the big deal? You're being overly sensitive. Wang Ziheng nearly laughed in disbelief at her words, as if she thought him blind. Friends eat together and flirt. Huh? You truly are dedicated. Wang Ziheng, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. LV Shangqing's voice grew louder. Wang Ziheng, growing impatient, made a gesture to silence her and spoke with a nonchalant air. You can explain yourself to whoever you wish. I'm no longer listening. What do you mean? Wang Ziheng, we are breaking up. He spoke coldly, devoid of emotion. Remember, it's I who no longer want you. At this, LV Shangqing's expression turned to one of shock, her eyes fixed on Wang Ziheng's serious demeanor. Just because I had a meal with another guy? You want to break up? I detest being deceived. As the words fell, Wang Ziheng strode away without a backward glance. His nature is characterized by decisiveness, never indulging in procrastination. Naturally, he was unwilling to continue entangled with L Shangqing. Su Han, Zhao Lefen, and Lin Jinghao quickly followed suit, disinterested in casting another glance at L Shangqing. Upon reaching the entrance, they coincidentally encountered Xie Yujie and Yi Xiaowen, who were entering. Sensing the discordant atmosphere, Xie Yujie promptly inquired, is something amiss? Nothing serious. This place is a bit shabby. Let us find another establishment, Wang Ziheng quietly explained. Unwilling to let his own troubles impede his brother's significant affairs, the group of 6 entered a different restaurant, where the proprietor graciously provided a private room. Aware of Wang Ziheng's discontent, Su Han, Lin Jinghao, and Zhao Lefen, fully prepared to indulge in revelry, opened their hearts to accompany their brother in a drunken escapade. Xie Yujie and Yi Xiaowen shared similar temperaments, and rather than being shy, they envied the camaraderie displayed among the boys. Xie, I represent the 520 dormitory. Thank you for teaching us how to play badminton, Zhao Lefen said with a grin, his eyes glimmering as he gazed at Xie Yujie. Under the influence of alcohol, the girl before him had already made her way into his heart. You're welcome. It's a pleasure to meet you all, Xie Yujie replied politely. I am also delighted. Zhao Lefen blushed, gazing intently at Xie Yujie. Whether due to the alcohol or some other influence, both their faces flushed a rosy hue. Su Han, unsure of how long they had been drinking, noted that Xie Yujie and Yi Xiaowen had departed early. Observing the scattered green bottles, Zhao Lefen and Wang Ziheng had already taken refuge beneath the table. Su Han, still relatively sober, settled the bill and returned to the private room. Lin Jinghao was busy recording 2 rascals. Zhao Lefen, those are my shoes. Where are you aiming to spit? Zhao Leffen had taken off his shoes, cradling them like a trash bin, refusing to let go. Brazen fool, do not tempt fate, or I shall drown you in a mouthful of salt soda, Wang Ziheng proclaimed. Propping himself on a stool, leaning against the wall, gesturing animatedly, women only hinder my swiftness in drawing my sword. Behold as I cleave the heavens. Return with me, and I shall crown you as the prince, Su Han declared, pulling the two up. Lin Jinghao feigned using his phone, draping an arm around both as they made their way back. Why should he be the prince? Then I shall be the grand steward, Zhao Leffen exclaimed, nearly toppling Su Han over. The chief steward is undoubtedly yours. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Jinghao thoughtfully laid out bedding for the two, primarily concerned that they might fall from above in the night, turning the dormitory into a haunted abode. After tidying up, Su Han lay on his bed, picking up his phone to open the pinned chat. Good night. Tang Shiying had just finished her shower and returned to her bedroom. Spotting the message with a slight curl of her lips. Little one, have you forgotten to call me senior? She brushed her hand across her waist, still lingering with warmth, and recalled Su Han's actions from earlier in the day, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Little one, just you wait. Her fingers glided over her phone as she smiled and replied with 2 words before turning to her computer desk. She still has recording work to complete, and her forum account has been reactivated, allowing her to continue exploring the works of Hanshan Guing. Recently, Hanshan Guing has launched a new script centered around campus stories, departing from the usual intrigues of historical dramas to delve into the sweet and trivial aspects of daily life. As the sun rises in the east, Su Han awakens and glances down, discovering Prince Heng's head stuck in a basin, yet Zhao Leffen is nowhere to be seen. I distinctly remember bringing him back last night. Su Han hastily leaps from the bed and searches all around, even beneath it, but finds nothing. The door is latched, making it impossible for him to have exited. The restroom. Su Han flings open the bathroom door to find Zhao Leffen's entire head submerged in the toilet, cradling a shoe in his arms. The pristine white shoe has long lost its original hue. I wonder if Lin Jinghao would be furious upon seeing this, especially since he is yet to wear it. Rise and shine. It's time for class. Chapter 53, Hand in Hand. Within the classroom, Su Han's gaze remained fixated on Tang Shiying, who stood at the podium with an air of confidence. You, repeat what I just said. Tang Shiying suddenly directed her attention towards Su Han, an aura of authority emanating from her. Under the scrutiny of the small figure, she felt an inexplicable sensation, compelling her to put him in an awkward position. Su Han smiled, rising to his feet amidst the sympathetic expressions of Zhao Leffen and Wang Ziheng. Little Han, good luck, he muttered, glancing at the question on the blackboard, his brow furrowing slightly. To be honest, I really didn't hear it. Teacher, I don't know. His response was delivered with an air of conviction, a hint of apology etched on his face. While his body was present, his mind had long since wandered elsewhere. As expected, Wang Ziheng and Zhao Leffen bowed their heads, silently praying to avoid being called next. Tang Shiying maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally, she reveled in delight. Casting a triumphant glance at Su Han. Little fellow, let us see if you dare to act up again. If you don't know, just stand there. Come to my office after class. Su Han accepted with enthusiasm. For others, being summoned to the teacher's office might seem ominous, but he welcomed it. Subsequently, Tang Shiying refrained from questioning anyone else. After class, Su Han trailed behind Tang Shiying like a devoted follower as they entered her office. With another class on the horizon, he was in no rush to return. The more time spent with Tang Shiying, the more he cherished it. At that moment, the office was devoid of other teachers, leaving only the two of them. Tang Shiying settled into her swivel chair, retrieving a document from her drawer and placing it before Su Han. Take a look at this when you return. Su Han's gaze fell upon her delicate hands holding the document, her fingers pale and slender, igniting a desire to hold her hand. A smile crept onto Su Han's lips. Teacher, you are quite strict. I've stood for a whole class, and my legs are numb. Tang Shiying met his gaze, a faint smile gracing her features. She withdrew her hand, moving the document aside. Since you call me teacher, I must be a bit stricter. Her voice was soft, as if she feared being overheard. Su Han reached for the document, inadvertently brushing against her hand. The warmth of her skin contrasted sharply with the coolness of his own. He quickly retracted his hand, clutching the document. I will study diligently. Tang Shiying pulled back her hand, feeling its warmth intensify. However, why was the little fellow's hand so cold? It was only autumn. After class, let us go to the supermarket, then head back. To the supermarket? Suhan barely had time to inquire before footsteps approached, followed by the ringing of the class bell. I'll head to class first. Suhan smiled as he exited. As the flush faded from Tang Shiying's cheeks, the cooling weather still left her feeling a bit warm. Watching Suhan's departing figure, she felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. Upon returning to the classroom, the teacher entered just ahead of Suhan. Sit down, class is starting. The thought of Tang Shiying inviting him to the supermarket made the entire class pass in a blur. I'll be at the school gate. As Suhan gazed at the message sent by Tang Shiying, he hastily handed his belongings to Lin Jinghao and set off towards his destination. Xiao Hanzai, where are you off to this time? To sever ties. He disregarded his roommate's teasing, relishing the brisk autumn breeze, his pace quickening with each step. Upon exiting the school gates, Suhan spotted a graceful silhouette in the distance. She stood beneath a tree, resembling a scene from a literary work. He slowed his pace, wishing to admire her presence for a moment longer without intruding. Tang Shiying noticed his arrival, gently tousling her hair at the corners of her eyes. She had donned a long coat, which accentuated her elegant demeanor. Let me carry that for you, Suhan offered, reaching for the bag in her hand, which she willingly relinquished. Aren't you going to call me senior? She inquired, blinking her eyes and regarding him with calmness. I don't wish to. Suhan replied softly while holding the bag. Do you prefer to call teachers? Tang Shiying asked curiously. Suhan shook his head, casting a glance at her. I don't want to address them as such. I fear them. Fear teachers? Tang Shiying chuckled inwardly. No wonder the young lad had seemed so nervous when they first met. Suhan lowered his gaze. I was often reprimanded by teachers in my childhood. It left its mark. Perhaps you were too mischievous as a child? Tang Shiying observed, walking closely beside him. No, I was simply too foolish. Suhan's expression grew somber as he recalled the past. Sensing his discomfort, Tang Shiying shifted the topic. What would you like to eat? I will cook for you at noon as a token of gratitude. Gratitude for what? Suhan asked, his clear eyes fixed on her. Tang Shiying quickly glanced at him. For helping me with dinner yesterday and tidying up. That was unnecessary, Suhan muttered, pulling aside the curtain at the supermarket entrance to let her pass. The school was merely a 5-minute walk from the store. Tang Shiying led Suhan into the ingredients section of the supermarket. What do you feel like eating? Suhan glanced around before focusing back on her. I'm not picky, just make whatever you excel at. Tang Shiying regarded him, convinced by the gentleness in his eyes that he spoke the truth. Sweet and sour ribs? Sounds perfect. Suhan nodded without hesitation, pushing the shopping cart forward. Is that all? Tang Shiying asked softly, eyeing the tomatoes. Being with you is inherently good, Suhan said, producing a bag and extending it toward her. Tang Shiying paused, realizing that the young man was once again expressing his affection in public. After purchasing the ingredients, they wandered through other aisles, picking up milk and snacks before heading towards the exit with their shopping bags. I'll take that, Tang Shiying said, reaching for the bag in Suhan's hand. Suhan looked at her, his empty left hand grasping her wrist. But I am a boy. Tang Shiying gazed at her wrist, firmly grasped by Suhan. Feeling the warmth emanating from his palm, his hand, albeit slightly cool, was undeniably attractive, with long fingers and impeccably groomed nails. Thus, her wrist was held by this little fellow as they exited the supermarket. As they strolled along the road, Suhan sensed something amiss and was about to release his grip. However, Tang Shiying reached out and clasped his hand, their palms pressing together, instantly igniting a shared warmth. Suhan lowered his head, his ears suddenly flushed crimson. Had they truly held hands? Was she, the senior, taking the initiative? He gently squeezed her hand, fearful she might slip away, and to confirm the reality of the moment. For reasons unknown to her, Tang Shiying desired to be led by this young lad. Chapter 54. Your responsibility is to eat. It's time to cook. Upon hearing Tang Shiying's reminder, Suhan reluctantly released his grip. Tang Shiying entered the kitchen with the ingredients, acutely aware of the rhythmic thumping of her own heart. When Suhan offered his assistance, she firmly declined. Your job is to eat. Suhan was ushered back to the living room, where he settled onto the sofa, propping his head on one hand as he watched Tang Shiying busily at work in the kitchen. Her movements were deft and skilled, a clear indication of her frequent culinary endeavors, contrasting sharply with Suhan's own haphazard attempts at cooking. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of the meal wafted through the room. It smells delightful. Suhan approached the kitchen doorway, peering inside. Moments later, she called, make sure to eat plenty. Without pausing her tasks, Tang Shiying plated the sweet and sour ribs, instructing, take it out, but be careful not to burn yourself. As Suhan stepped forward and met her gaze, he felt an unusual softness emanating from her. He reached for the plate and placed it on the dining table, then turned to switch off the rice cooker. Just as he was about to prepare the rice, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he walked to the balcony to answer the call. "Uncle, Xiaohan, how have you been lately?" His uncle's concerned voice resonated through the receiver. "I'm doing well. Regarding the matter you mentioned last time, I asked a friend to look into it. There was a leak of registration information within their company." His uncle's tone remained calm. "What prompted you to investigate this suddenly? Is someone troubling you?" "No, I was just inquiring for a friend," Suhan denied, not wanting his uncle to worry about him. After all, he felt capable of handling such minor issues. "How is your health? Don't overexert yourself," Suhan inquired. The two conversed for 5 or 6 minutes before ending the call. Upon returning to the living room, he found that the stove had been turned off. Tang Shiying approached the dining table, carrying a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and commanded, "Wash your hands. It's time to eat." Her words evoked a sudden sense of familiarity, reminiscent of an old married couple. The meal was consumed in silence, with Tang Shiying deliberately avoiding Suhan's gaze. On the way back, she instinctively reached for Suhan's hand, causing her heart to flutter. Not allowing him to help in the kitchen was also a means to maintain her composure. Suhan contemplated speaking, but felt it was inappropriate and remained silent. Nonetheless, the dishes prepared by his senior were indeed delectable, devoid of the frequent blunders he encountered. Beautiful, culinary adept, and highly capable, she was truly a treasure. Reflecting on this, Suhan couldn't help but glance at the enchanting woman seated across from him. After finishing the meal, he voluntarily tidied the table, carrying the dishes into the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a platter of cut fruits, placing them in the living room. Tang Shiying glanced back at the sound of running water, realizing he had become an indispensable part of this household. Suhan didn't linger for long, deciding to leave the apartment, sensing that Tang Shiying needed her space. As time passed, and with Suhan's intensified practice, the long-awaited badminton tournament approached. Before the competition, the organizers delivered a series of extravagant speeches and grand encouragements. Suhan's match was scheduled for the following day. Should fortune favor him and he escape elimination, he would grace the finals on the 3rd day. The first day of competition primarily featured the women's events. Nevertheless, Suhan's dormitory quartet made an appearance at the venue. Yi Xiaowen and Xie Yujie were both competitors, and as friends, their presence was to be expected. Zhao Lefen would not miss the opportunity to showcase himself either. His backpack was already stocked with energy drinks, chocolates, towels, and a portable supply station. Suhan was bound to attend, especially since the beautiful sister would also be competing, while others might remain oblivious. He was keenly aware of this fact. The audience within the venue was sparse, largely comprising badminton enthusiasts and friends of the participants. As university students, spending their free time gaming and pursuing romance took precedence. They were indifferent to a competition that held no relevance for them. At this moment, athletes, referees, and student council staff had all taken their positions. Suhan scanned the venue, but failed to locate the individual he sought. He knew Tang Shiying would be competing, though the exact time eluded him. And so it began. Wang Ziheng called out a reminder. Suhan turned his gaze toward the court ahead, where Yi Xiaowen's match had commenced. She donned a gradient gray short-sleeve shirt, paired with gray shorts over her fitness leggings, and sported white athletic shoes, having already scored the first point. Observing this, Wang Ziheng noted, Yi Xiaowen has quite an impressive physique. He then raised his phone to capture several photographs. Is that covert photography? Lin Jinghao inquired softly, eyeing him. What do you mean by covert? Wang Ziheng hastily clarified. She asked me to take a few pictures of her during the match and send them to her. Oh, I see. Lin Jinghao replied with a mischievous grin. Nodding in understanding, Wang Ziheng, however, chose to ignore him. Since his breakup with Lu Shangqing, his demeanor had shifted somewhat. He had become more reticent. Suhan, standing nearby, chuckled silently, turning his attention back to Yi Xiaowen, who was gradually falling behind. Xie Shuejia was up next on court 3. Zhao Lefen, brimming with excitement, leaped to his feet. This fellow was even more dramatic than Wang Ziheng, promptly activating his phone's recording feature, aimed squarely at Xie Yujia. Go for it, Xie Shuejia. Zhao Lefen's voice boomed, reaching Xie Yujia's ears. She glanced over with a smile, replying, thanks. Xie Yujia's prowess ensured her advancement to the finals was well within reach. Even male competitors might struggle to secure a victory against her. Thus, Suhan had gleaned numerous practical insights from her. Half an hour later, Yi Xiaowen unfavorably lost her match. Grab a bottle of water for Xiaowen, Wang Ziheng exclaimed, rummaging through Zhao Leffen's backpack to retrieve a sports drink, which he promptly opened and extended towards her. Here, take a sip. Thank you. Yi Xiaowen accepted the water without hesitation, displaying no signs of disappointment from her defeat. I still performed quite well, pushing it to the third set. She tightened the cap and took a seat beside Wang Zhiheng. That's splendid, Su Han encouraged with a smile. Lin Jinghao and Wang Zhiheng nodded in agreement, affirming that merely standing on the competition stage constituted a victory. You're more formidable than me, Zhao Leffen remarked, his gaze unwavering from Xie Yujia, speaking without turning his head. Xie Yujia dominated the match with an overwhelming advantage, swiftly dispatching her opponent and advancing to the next round. The third arena soon welcomed a new group of competitors. At last, Su Han caught sight of Tang Shiying. Is that Teacher Tang? Wang Zhiheng inquired, uncertain. As the class monitor, he had encountered Tang Shiying more frequently than anyone else, so recognizing her was hardly surprising. Meanwhile, many spectators in the audience took note of the striking senior walking towards the third court. The Icy Goddess. Chapter 55. Today's spicy hot pot is exceptionally delicious. Tang Shiying approached the sidelines of court number 3, removed her duckbill cap, and shed her outer garment. Her exquisite and enchanting visage was now fully exposed to the gaze of the onlookers. In the audience, all eyes were riveted upon her. Could it truly be Senior Tang? The aura of the cold and elegant goddess remained undiminished. No, she is now a teacher. To be her student is a privilege that inspires both happiness and envy. It is said she is quite strict, having once made her students stand for an entire class. Since becoming a counselor, Tang Shiying had rarely been seen on campus. To encounter her here elicited expressions of astonishment. It had not been previously announced that she would participate in the badminton tournament. However, those acquainted with the badminton competition at Haicheng University knew well that she was the gold medalist of the inaugural women's division. News of Tang Shiying's participation in the tournament swiftly spread across the campus, drawing numerous students who sought to catch a glimpse of her. Many newcomers had merely heard tales of her and had yet to behold her true beauty. They were eager to witness the captivating goddess who had dominated the confession wall for the past 4 years. The venue grew increasingly crowded as the seating filled up. Some individuals opted to stand by the court to watch. Among the audience, a particularly boisterous individual was fervently cheering. His voice startled those nearby, causing them to distance themselves, fearing he might faint and collapse upon them. A truly mortifying public spectacle. Yi Xiaowen tugged at Su Han's sleeve, her eyes wide with indignation. I didn't see you cheer for me so loudly during my match. She rose onto her toes, attempting to glimpse the action on the court, but all she could see were heads. Everyone had stood, and she could not ascertain the unfolding events. Had they considered the feelings of those of us who are vertically challenged? Su Han cast a glance her way, but continued to fixate on Tang Shiying. At that moment, she executed a stunning smash, scoring yet another point. Beautiful. Su Han waved his hand, his voice echoing throughout the venue. No one more exhilarated than he. Who is this person? He appears as if possessed by a rabid dog. Is it truly necessary to be this animated in the presence of a goddess? Wang Ziheng scratched the back of his head, casting a disgruntled look at Su Han. Just then, Su Han's exuberant gesture inadvertently struck Wang Ziheng on the back of the head. I suspect you did that on purpose, seeking revenge, aren't you? It was an accident. Blame your oversized cranium. Su Han chuckled in response. Wang Ziheng did not take offense. After all, he was his own son. Could he truly reprimand him? How come I never noticed your enthusiasm for Teacher Tang before? Because there was never an opportunity. Su Han retorted confidently, not even glancing in his direction. The competition continued to unfold with fervor. Tang Shiying's opponent was no slouch, and they had reached the third game. During a brief respite, Tang Shiying approached the sidelines, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and took a gentle sip. As she nonchalantly raised her gaze, her eyes swept across the audience, landing on a particular direction. There were many people gathered there, yet she instantly spotted the cherubic, goofy smile of a little one. Observing the child's enthusiastic cheering, she mused inwardly, such a silly little thing. The match resumed. Tang Shiying, without any unexpected turn of events, triumphed in the match and successfully advanced to the knockout stage. Witnessing her remarkable prowess on the court sparked curiosity among the many spectators present. One might ponder, what kind of young man would captivate the interest of such a girl? As Tang Shiying exited the arena, the crowd gradually dispersed. Zhao Leffen had long since vanished, And after the conclusion of the match, Su Han-chan had not seen him again. Yi Xiaowen also donned her gear and departed the court, having been diligently preparing for the competition and now in need of a well-deserved rest. She aimed to rejuvenate herself. For tomorrow, it would be their turn. Wang Ziheng rose, stretching his limbs with an eager demeanor. After observing the women's match, he felt an awakening of his competitive spirit, almost wishing to engage in a fierce contest immediately. Time to wash up and sleep. All right. Wang Ziheng quickly snapped back to reality at Lin Jinghao's reminder, and the trio made their way toward the exit of the venue. Su Han-chan scanned every corner of the court, persistently searching for Tang Shiying's silhouette. She seemed to have vanished into thin air. Following closely behind Wang Ziheng and Lin Jinghao, Su Han-chan headed to the first dining hall. Upon reaching the entrance, his phone buzzed with a notification, and upon reading the message, he turned on his heel and left. I'm heading to the first dining hall. Lin Jinghao and Wang Ziheng exchanged puzzled glances, swiftly concluding that this young man was keeping something from them. I feel the first dining hall might be pleasant as well. Shall we go there to eat? Wang Ziheng inquired softly. As long as Lin Jinghao agreed, he would lead the way. Lin Jinghao, however, had his own judgment regarding Su Han-chan's situation, understanding that his desire for solitude was justified. Let us not go. We can grab takeout and eat back home, Lin Jinghao stated as he stepped into the dining hall. Wang Ziheng quickly followed, realizing that the first dining hall was not an absolute necessity. The girls from the second dining hall were equally beckoning to him. Su Han-chan briskly made his way to the first dining hall. Having received a message from Tang Shiying, come to the first dining hall for a meal. After the match, Tang Shiying had returned to her apartment to shower and change her clothes. Once she was ready, she felt disinclined to cook and decided to dine at the school cafeteria instead. In a corner of the first dining hall, clad in a blue tracksuit, Tang Shiying sat quietly at a table. It was lunchtime, and many students were bustling about, yet they paid little attention to her inconspicuous spot. Su Han-chan, blending in with the crowd, entered the first dining hall and immediately spotted Tang Shiying with a single glance. He quickly approached and seated himself across from her. Tang Shiying looked up, meeting Su Han-chan's gaze, and pushed a bowl of spicy hot pot toward him. She had thoughtfully prepared a meal for him in advance, an honor even her closest friend Jiang Yanan had never received. What brings you to the cafeteria? Su Han-chan inquired as he retrieved a pink thermos, gently unscrewing the lid and placing it before Tang Shiying. I haven't used this cup. Tang Shiying's fingers moved slightly as she regarded the thermos, then lifted her gaze to Su Han-chan. Not wanting to cook for myself, I opted to eat out. She was aware that this was a special preparation by Su Han-chan for her, and she should have waited for him at the court. Next time, he must be waited for. He should not be left searching for her. Tang Shiying lifted her thermos and took a generous sip. The temperature was just right. He always exhibited such attentiveness. Su Han savored the spicy hot pot before him, finding it exceptionally delectable. When did the culinary standards of the first cafeteria suddenly elevate? At Haicheng University, the first cafeteria has long been synonymous with unpalatable fare. Su Han and his companions had only ventured there a few times at the beginning of the semester, never wishing to endure such torment again. It was truly a case of inedible cuisine, an affront to the very notion of dining. The second cafeteria, however, was a different story, boasting 2 floors filled with a plethora of choices. Its proximity to the female dormitory was a significant advantage, offering a feast for the senses, prompting the boys to make the extra effort to indulge. Nevertheless, today a spicy hot pot at the first cafeteria seemed to have altered Su Han's perception. It appears it is not entirely devoid of merit. Chapter 56. The good person card. Su Han returned to the dormitory, only to find Lin Jinghao sprawled on his bed, idly scrolling through short videos. Where's the class monitor? He inquired. He went to a meeting, came the reply. As the class monitor in university, his schedule was indeed quite hectic, with many matters requiring his attention. Su Han was somewhat surprised that Zhao Leffen had yet to return. Could it be that he had already ventured into the trials of love? I'm back, Zhao Leffen announced, entering the room before Su Han could even take a seat. This phenomenon certainly bore some truth to the saying, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Did you escort Senior Xia back to her dorm? Lin Jinghao asked, putting down his phone and regarding Zhao Leffen with curiosity, eager to detect any signs of change. Zhao Leffen nodded lethargically. She even gave me a card. Are you two exchanging gifts now? Lin Jinghao perked up instantly, sitting upright, his ears pricked with interest, as though he were waiting on a small stool. What kind of card is it? A shopping card or maybe a haircut card? A good person card, Zhao Lefen replied flatly. Lin Jinghao doubled over with laughter, clutching his stomach as he lay back on the bed, cackling like a goose. A good person card. One can't even purchase that. Su Han, mid-sip of water, inadvertently sprayed it out. He attempted to suppress his amusement, but ultimately failed. Zhao Lefen, undeterred by their antics, climbed onto his bed with a contemplative air, needing to ponder. The words exchanged with Xie Yuji earlier did not seem like a rejection. She likely thought well of him. It was not the typical sentiment of "you are a good person," but Zhao Lefen decided to message Xie Yuji, noting that she had not deleted him, and she quickly replied. The dormitory soon fell into a tranquil silence. Su Han resolved to take a nap, as tomorrow heralded a competition, and rest was paramount. He aspired to secure the gold medal in the badminton tournament, a modest goal he had set for himself. The reason behind this ambition was known only to him. Senior Xie had also mentioned that should he place, she would reward him, a prospect Su Han found quite exciting. What reward he desired, however, remained a mystery for the time being. The matches on the court continued with fervor. Without any preferred athletes to watch, they refrained from observing the competition. Upon awakening, Su Han glanced out the window and saw that night had fallen. He picked up his phone to check the time. Is it already past 7? He had undoubtedly overslept. Noticing Zhao Lefen still deep in slumber, he hurled a pillow at him. Aren't you feeling emo? You've fallen asleep so easily. Is the good person card that easily acquired? Zhao Lefen pulled the blanket aside, not bothering to lift his eyelids. Has the match begun? Let us go cheer for Senior Xie. Cheer for what? Love Tiger Oil. As Zhao Lefen groggily opened his eyes to the pitch-black night outside, he paused for a moment. Xiaohan, is it dawn yet? Let me sleep again. Su Han, already leaping off his bed, replied, You've slept too long. I need to stretch a bit, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. The playground at night remained lively, with individuals clutching guitars surrounded by young men and women. As if it were a miniature concert, couples strolled hand in hand, basking in the warmth of the evening, occasionally pausing before the stalls set up by seniors. One gazes at the intriguing trinkets. The prelude to youth, this moment feels particularly serene. Youth should indeed embody such tranquility. Hey, are you here too? Yi Xiaowen suddenly appeared behind Su Han, playfully tapping his shoulder. Su Han slowed his pace and glanced at her. Who else is around? Look, it's the class monitor. Yi Xiaowen tilted her head, gesturing for Su Han to look over. Not far away, the figure of Wang Ziheng could be seen jogging. Does the class monitor know you like him? Su Han whispered. Yi Xiaowen placed a palm over her mouth, scanning the surroundings, her demeanor somewhat endearing. I don't know. Do you think he would like me? After saying this, she looked at Su Han with hopeful eyes, yearning for affirmation. In her mind, boys seemed to prefer demure girls. Clearly, she did not fit that mold. Others often referred to her as a tomboy. She wondered if any boys would be attracted to her type. He will like you. Su Han, as if reading her thoughts, smiled and said, Just be yourself. You are truly one of a kind. Every individual is unique, and whether others like you or not is inconsequential. What belongs to you is the finest in the world. Yi Xiaowen beamed with a whimsical smile. You are absolutely right. I think so too. While the two shared laughter, a pair of eyes on the lawn was fixed on them. What are you looking at? Lu Shanxing followed Han Feifei's gaze and spotted Su Han and Yi Xiaowen running. Do you think Su Han likes Yi Xiaowen? Or is she intentionally clinging to him? Han Feifei spoke out of turn, feeling inexplicably uneasy at the sight of another girl besides Su Han. After all, she was the school belle. Why was he so indifferent toward her, laughing so merrily with a tomboy? Lu Shanxing glanced at the pair once more. Aren't they from the same hometown? It doesn't seem like they are in a romantic relationship. Han Feifei walked towards Su Han, unwilling to concede. Ever since discovering the true identity of Han Shangguing, her curiosity about Su Han had only intensified. I heard you were participating in the badminton tournament? Han Feifei walked alongside Su Han, speaking softly. I will come to watch your match tomorrow. No need. Thank you. Su Han politely declined, noticeably quickening his pace. Han Feifei's expression remained calm, but inwardly, she felt a twinge of resentment. She had been rejected once more. Others had invited her out, yet she did not go. Yet, when she approached Su Han, she felt ignored. Was she truly so unappealing in his eyes? She wanted to clarify the matter regarding the conference's plagiarism, but knew she couldn't reveal that she was aware of Han Shangguing's identity. Su Han Han Feifei tried to say something more. Suddenly, Su Han halted, looking at Yi Xiaowen. I'll head back now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Yi Xiaowen waved her hand and turned to leave as well. Xiaowen, are you quite acquainted with Su Han? Lu Shanxing interjected, her gaze piercing. Yi Xiaowen, who was a head shorter, instinctively took a step back and replied, "What business is it of yours?" She still harbored resentment towards Lu Shangqing. Although she had parted ways with Wang Ziheng, it had also caused pain to the class monitor. Such a person did not deserve her courtesy. "People like you deserve to be friendless," Lu Shangqing scolded, her expression darkening. "Whether I have friends or not is none of your concern." Yi Xiaowen was equally resolute. "Having never lost a verbal duel, even in solitude, I would much prefer it over associating with a phony like you. Who dares claim I have no friends?" Wang Ziheng strode over confidently, declaring, "I am her friend." Chapter 57. It was not intentional. The appearance of Wang Ziheng rendered the previously arrogant Lu Shangqing momentarily speechless. He approached Yi Xiaowen, his gaze fixed coldly on Lu Shangqing, ignoring her entirely. Upon seeing Wang Ziheng come to her aid, Yi Xiaowen couldn't help but feel a flicker of pride. "Look, I have friends too. Do you still wish to bully me?" "Humph." Lu Shangqing lowered her head, avoiding Wang Ziheng's gaze. The reason for their breakup primarily lay with her. Although she believed she was not at fault, she still lied to Wang Ziheng. "I'll walk you back," Wang Ziheng declared, leading Yi Xiaowen away from the playground. Following the class leader, Yi Xiaowen nervously clenched the hem of her shirt, her cheeks betraying a shy expression. What was happening? After all, I am a girl. This was the first time a boy, especially her beloved class leader, offered to escort her back to the dormitory. Previously, when she observed couples downstairs, she found it puzzling. Wasn't it just a few steps? Such pretentiousness. Now, she truly understood the joy of such moments. Wang Ziheng walked ahead in silence. He had only approached after receiving news from Su Han. To his surprise, he overheard Lu Shangqing claim that Xiaowen had no friends. His irritation towards Lu Shangqing was palpable, and he certainly would not agree with her assertion about his friend. In comparison, Xiaowen's temperament was far more pleasant than hers. As Yi Xiaowen was about to enter the dormitory, she clenched her fist, suddenly pivoted, and looked up at Wang Ziheng. "Thank you. Good luck in your competition tomorrow." Wang Ziheng smiled faintly. "I will do my best." The men's competition took place as scheduled the following day. Su Han strode into court number 2, placing his gear by the sidelines and commencing a brief warm-up. Wang Ziheng was assigned to court number 5, making them neighbors of sorts, occasionally exchanging flirtatious glances. Only those from their dormitory understood the underlying message. "Son, give it your all. Don't embarrass me." Lin Jinghao and Zhao Lefen, seated in the stands, had even unfurled a banner, something Wang Ziheng had prepared the previous afternoon. Not only did it feature a banner, but there was also a large flag, the kind that one would wave on their shoulder. The flag was specifically made for Tang Shiying, thanks in part to Su Han's input. "You are the class leader, so you should carry the flag for the instructor. This is an opportunity, you must seize it. Being chosen as class leader means you need to shine during critical moments. Indeed, I will bear the flag for the instructor." Wang Ziheng was quite eager. "You do it, and I'll help you carry it. After all, we are brothers." Under Su Han's sincere guidance, everything fell into place seamlessly. Lin Jinghao and Zhao Lefen held the ends of the banner while Yi Xiaowen and Xie Yujie stood in the middle, forming a picturesque scene. "If we can't win, I'm still your father." The spectators gazed at the words on the banner, dumbfounded. Is this even allowed? Truly a fighter among oddities. The opponents of Su Han and Wang Ziheng wore displeased expressions. What on earth did that mean? If I win, do I gain another father? If that is the case, this competition is not a do-or-die situation. As the whistle of the match echoed, the spectators' attention returned to the court. Su Han was participating in a one-on-one competition for the first time, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He lost 3 points right at the start. His opponent, while not significantly superior in skill, had the advantage of a steadier mindset. "Calm your breath, don't rush." His coach, Xie Yujie, quickly discerned the issue and offered timely encouragement. She held a firm belief in Su Han's potential, noting his quick reflexes and strong comprehension. Winning the match should not pose a problem. Upon hearing her reminder, Su Han took a deep breath and began to adjust his rhythm. Leveraging the serve, he regained control, swiftly leveling the score. In the audience, Tang Shiying, adorned with a brown cap, observed Su Han score 2 consecutive points and turned to glance at Xie Yujie. Could it be her? Last year's badminton tournament had seen her narrowly defeated by Xie Yujie by a mere 3 points. No wonder the young lad had progressed so rapidly. It seemed he had found an attractive coach. This thought stirred a peculiar pang of jealousy within her. Wait. He chose her as his coach. When did I become so petty? On the court, Su Han fought hard to secure the first game. As they switched sides to commence the second game, his opponent, Wang Ziheng, had breezed through with ease. In his own words, he was brimming with athletic prowess and destined to clinch the championship. Wang Ziheng playfully wiggled his hips at Su Han, boasting, "Whoever loses treats to dinner tonight. I certainly won't be the one to lose." Su Han chuckled, casting his gaze toward the stands where Zhao Leffen was energetically waving, "Don't embarrass me." His fellow townsfolk, including Yi Xiaowen, also cheered him on. With the referee's call, Su Han returned to the court, ready to embark on the second round. The white shuttlecock danced and spiraled through the air like a dove descending from the heavens. Su Han's fluid movements allowed him to navigate the court adeptly, effortlessly neutralizing his opponent's attacks. In the stands, Han Feifei and El Shangqing remained silent, though several boys approached to flirt, all of whom she declined. Her focus remained fixed on court number 2, increasingly recognizing Su Han's exceptional talent. The phrase capable in both intellect and strength aptly described him. He could craft compelling scripts while excelling in sports, and he was quite handsome. With no ambiguous relationships surrounding him, being his girlfriend would undoubtedly provide a sense of security. Suddenly, Han Feifei sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Watch out." El Shangqing, startled, turned to her. What happened? On the court, Su Han's opponent had lost grip of his racket, sending it hurtling towards Su Han's face. He widened his eyes in instinctive terror, raising his left arm to shield himself. "What the hell? Are you playing badminton or trying to hurt someone?" Zhao Leffen dropped the banner he was holding and leaped from the stands. Lin Jinghao, Yi Xiaowen, and Xie Yujie followed closely behind, their faces etched with anger as they rushed onto the court. In a corner, the girl in the cap hurried down the stands, pushing through the crowd, her face filled with concern. Su Han felt a sharp pain as though his arm had been struck violently by some object, leaving him momentarily numb. Almost immediately, the racket rebounded twice upon the court, followed by gasps of astonishment from the audience. "Did you do that on purpose?" Zhao Leffen shouted, his eyes wide with fury. "I didn't mean to. My hand just slipped," the boy exclaimed, his tone fraught with anxiety. Su Han moved his arm aside, noting that a crowd had gathered around him. "Are you all right?" Lin Jinghao asked, steadying his arm while assessing the situation. A vivid crimson mark was starkly visible on his skin, accompanied by faint bruising. Su Han attempted to move his arm, confirming he was uninjured. "I'm fine." He turned to Zhao Leffen, who was still gripping the collar of another. "He didn't do it on purpose. Let him go." Chapter 58, Calling Annie? Su Han flexed his joints and tightened his grip on the racket. "Let's continue the match," he declared. "Or perhaps we should visit the infirmary." Tang Shiying stepped out from the crowd, her tone laden with concern. Upon hearing her gentle voice, Su Han abruptly lifted his head, the faint pain he had felt dissipating instantly. Their gazes locked, neither willing to look away, unconcerned by the presence of others around them. "I'm truly fine. I can still play," Su Han insisted stubbornly, offering Tang Shiying a reassuring glance. "Move aside." Wang Ziheng entered the court with medical personnel. After an examination confirmed that no bones were injured, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you still going to play?" Tang Shiying inquired. Her brow furrowed with doubt as she looked at Su Han. Upon seeing the little one nod vigorously, she opted against pressing further. As the crowd dispersed, the match resumed. And this minor incident did not disrupt the progress of the event. "When did Director Tang arrive?" "I thought she had no match today," Yi Xiaowen remarked, lifting the banner and gazing towards Tang Shiying. Lin Jinghao wore an inscrutable smile, as if he held all the answers. "No match means she can come watch the game." Zhao Leffen, uninterested in such matters, continued to cheer for Su Han and Wang Ziheng. Had Su Han not insisted, he was fine earlier, he would have dared to dislocate that fellow's arm. Han Feifei stood at the periphery, wanting to express her concern but unable to squeeze through. To be precise, it was Su Han who had disregarded her. Tang Shiying settled in the front row of the audience, determined to be closer to the little one, ensuring he would see her at a glance and be the first to reach him. Su Han lived up to expectations, triumphing in the match and advancing to the knockout stage alongside Wang Ziheng. "You, come with me to the infirmary." Tang Shiying rose, observing Su Han as he exited the court, her expression calm. Naturally, she felt joy at his victory, yet anxiety over his injury lingered. Thus, she resolved to be somewhat stern with him. After all, he had not heeded her warnings. Su Han obediently grabbed his backpack and followed Tang Shiying out. Wang Ziheng approached the audience area, sensing something amiss. "Why do I feel that Director Tang is particularly harsh on Xiaohan? Did he upset her?" His gaze sought answers in Lin Jinghao's expression. Although Tang Shiying was typically strict, she usually showed some leniency towards her students. Yet, her demeanor earlier seemed quite angered. Lin Jinghao rolled up the banner and stuffed it into his bag, shaking his head in resignation. You're the class monitor, and you don't know? How should I? Let us head back. There's a knockout match this afternoon. With that, the group of 5 departed the court, heading straight to the cafeteria. Nothing was deemed more important than a good meal. Su-Han accompanied Tang Shiying to the infirmary. Throughout the journey, she remained silent, not harboring any anger, but rather worrying if her earlier demeanor had frightened him. The doctor prescribed some spray and soon dismissed them, confirming it was merely a minor skin injury. Shall we go for a meal? Su-Han tilted his head, his pair of eyes gazing at the beautiful sister. Tang Shiying's lips curled slightly as she pointed to his arm. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Su-Han replied with a silly grin. If it doesn't hurt, then you may leave. Tang Shiying's voice was cool as she stepped ahead. Su-Han felt he had misspoken, yet he brazenly followed behind. Does it hurt now? Tang Shiying realized the little fellow was deliberately teasing her, but she did not look back, continuing her way to the faculty dormitory. Su-Han had dined at the dormitory earlier. The once clear skies suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and rain began to pour. It seemed as if the heavens conspired to prevent his departure. Since it was fate, he decided to stay and keep the senior company. It wasn't that he wished to linger. Rather, the rain made leaving impossible. This reasoning seemed ample, difficult to refute. Not a problem. Come here, apply some medicine. Tang Shiying called out to Su-Han, who was leaning on the balcony. In the next moment, the little fellow hurried over and sat beside her. Tang Shiying gently grasped his wrist, directing the spray nozzle at the bruised marks on his arm, and pressed the button. Su-Han felt a cool sensation, causing his arm to twitch slightly. Now you feel the pain? Tang Shiying inquired softly, her movements growing gentler. Sister, you are so gentle. Su-Han gazed at her intently, allowing her to hold his arm. Strands of hair brushed against his skin, and time seemed to freeze. What did you call me? Tang Shiying felt a flush of warmth on her face upon hearing his words. Did the little fellow just call her sister and compliment her gentleness? Others often described her as aloof, stern, and beautiful, yet this little one said she was gentle. Unbeknownst to her, Su-Han wanted to call her cute as well, but he had refrained from saying it, feeling it might be too forward. Sister, Su-Han said earnestly, unable to resist reaching out to tuck a stray hair behind her ear. He watched his hand move as if it were beyond his control. What am I doing? Am I losing my mind? He admitted it was entirely unintentional. He was simply unable to help himself. The bothersome strands obscured the beautiful sister's exquisite features. They had no place there. Tang Shiying's eyes widened in surprise, her motions faltering as she dared not raise her gaze to the little fellow. She continued to tend to the wounds on his arm. The sound of her heartbeat echoed in her ears. It was so loud that she worried Su-Han might hear it. Soft strands of hair fell on his hand, allowing her to feel the warmth radiating from his fingertips. Unlike the coolness of their previous hand-holding, now his hand was warm, even hot. Do you want to call me sister? Tang Shiying spoke softly. If you don't like it, I can choose another title. Su-Han turned to fetch a cup of water. What title? Tang Shiying raised her head in curiosity, eager to know what else the little fellow wished to call her. Auntie. Su-Han took a sip of water to mask his audacity, fearing for the safety of his arm. Indeed, the pain swiftly surged through him. A pair of soft hands gently grasped his arm. Do you still want this arm? Tang Shiying's voice was calm, her expression a blend of amusement and mockery as she gazed at him. It felt as though she might pull his arm off in the next moment, transforming Su-Han into a true one-armed hero. Yes, I must. After all, wouldn't that make her his aunt? No, sister, beautiful sister. Su-Han felt as though fate had tightened its grip around his throat, yet his heart soared with joy. The beautiful sister had begun to jest with him, and he faced no objection when he referred to her as sister. Tang Shiying felt little bubbles of delight rising within her, and they were pink. The term sister sounded rather delightful indeed. Chapter 59. Bearing the flag for you. The autumn rain fell incessantly outside. Su-Han held an umbrella, walking alongside Tang Shiying on their way to the badminton court. Due to the rain, the streets were nearly deserted, and the two shared an umbrella, strolling closely together in the downpour, reminiscent of the night they first met. On that occasion, Tang Shiying had found Su-Han at an internet CAF, indulging in instant noodles, and brought him back to her apartment. However, they had kept their distance back then, both drenched in rain. This time, they walked closely enough that they could brush against each other's clothing. Inside the gymnasium, the audience was sparse. Rainy days were ideally suited for slumber, and the college students were not inclined to forego this opportunity. Exceptions existed, of course, such as the friends of the competitors. Zhao Lefen and Lin Jinghao had long since settled into their seats in the stands. Wang Ziheng had already taken to the court, commencing his warm-up. As the gym doors swung open, Tang Shiying and Su Han entered sequentially. Everyone around them was engrossed in their preparations, naturally oblivious to their arrival together. As they entered, Su Han deliberately slowed his pace, waiting until a few minutes after Tang Shiying had entered before he too stepped into the arena. The elimination rounds for both the men's and women's categories were underway, ultimately determining the top two competitors for the final match scheduled for the following day. Unfortunately for Wang Ziheng, he had drawn the previous champion, who dominated the match, leading to a swift conclusion within half an hour. His athletic prowess faded in the face of undeniable superiority. Though he had lost, he held his head high. Wang Ziheng graciously shook hands with his opponent, descending from the court with a sense of reluctance. In the stands, Yi Xiaowen extended a long-held bottle of mineral water, smiling as she offered consolation. Securing 6th place in your first competition means you'll surely claim first next time. Wang Ziheng accepted the water, gulping nearly half the bottle in satisfaction as he settled beside her. I thought I would be eliminated in the first round. Turning his gaze toward court number 5, he observed that Su Han's match was still ongoing, and it appeared to be quite a struggle. Meanwhile, Xie Yujia had completed her match. In contrast to Wang Ziheng, she had advanced smoothly to the finals, securing her place in the top 2. Her opponent in the finals would be none other than Tang Shiying. Upon realizing this outcome, the group fell into a contemplative silence. What a predicament! Their teacher and coach were set to face off against one another. Who should they cheer for tomorrow? Supporting Xie Yujia would mean neglecting teacher Tang, their counselor, who determined their graduation eligibility. Conversely, Xie Yujia was their closest friend and their coach. Without her, neither Wang Ziheng nor Su Han would have even participated in the competition. Zhao Lefen, unfazed by the dilemma, unreservedly declared his support for Xie Yujia. After all, this was about his future happiness. Failing a class was acceptable, but losing a girlfriend was not, and that was non-negotiable. Wang Ziheng found himself torn, caught between his instructor, who had appointed him as class leader, and his hometown acquaintance, who was also his coach. Yi Xiaowen found amusement in his conflicted expression. You can cheer for both. Wang Ziheng's eyes lit up, realizing that her suggestion held merit. This is not akin to choosing a girlfriend. It is a matter of binary selection. Yi Xiaowen's gaze fell upon Tang Shiying. Earlier, on her way here, she had observed Su Han and Tang Shiying sharing the same umbrella, trailing them from a distance like a little spy. Her intuition hinted that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Tang Shiying, who typically departed after competitions, was now seated in the front row of the audience. Her eyes were fixed on the little fellow in court number 5, where Su Han was still dashing about, attempting to rescue the ball. As the final shot landed, Su Han was eliminated. Despite his utmost effort, he fell just short, skill not matching that of his competitors. In a last-minute bid for success, he managed only a 4th-place finish. The coveted golden racket remained out of reach, along with the reward from the beautiful sister. Su Han's motivation for participating in the badminton tournament had been precisely that golden racket. From the way Tang Shiying gazed at the broken racket, it was evident that she held a deep affection for it, or that it bore special significance. It seemed he would disappoint his sister. Upon descending from the court, Su Han's first sight was Tang Shiying in the audience, prompting an instinctive rush towards her. A quick glance at his roommates above made him temper his enthusiasm and approach her instead. Were you waiting for me? Su Han inquired with a smile, striving to appear less exhilarated. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, quickly masked, yet Tang Shiying discerned it. The little fellow was unwilling to accept defeat. Nevertheless, she appeared genuinely pleased to see him. Yes, I've been waiting for you. A subtle smile graced Tang Shiying's lips, evoking an enchanting allure. Su Han was momentarily entranced, gazing at her in disbelief. The phrase stunningly beautiful seemed to fit her perfectly in this context. Teacher Tang. Wang Ziheng's voice echoed. Lin Jinghao and others approached to greet her. Teacher Tang, congratulations on reaching the finals. Yi Xiaowen chimed in with a smile. Tang Shiying responded with serene composure. When her gaze met Xie Yujia's, they exchanged a subtle smile. Senior Tang, see you in the finals. I won't hold back. See you in the finals. Following the rain, the sun broke through the clouds, casting a gentle halo of light. Stepping out of the venue, a refreshing breeze enveloped them, dispelling all fatigue. Wang Ziheng, noticing Su Han lagging behind, assumed he was still disheartened over the recent loss. Victory and defeat are commonplace in competition, Losing a match is nothing to dwell on. Ah, yes. Su-han was momentarily taken aback. He was not preoccupied with the loss. A defeat is simply that, a defeat. No amount of reflection could alter it. It is better to let the conclusion pave the way for a new beginning. On the day of the finals, Su-han roused his still slumbering roommates, heading straight to the competition venue. Along the way, the four of them attracted considerable attention. The banner Wang Ziheng carried was particularly eye-catching. Emblazoned in bold yellow letters on a red background, Tang Shiying, victory is certain. Su-han and the others made a concerted effort to distance themselves, almost as if they had not acquainted written across their faces. Wang Ziheng was undoubtedly a social butterfly, completely unfazed by the gazes directed at him, occasionally waving the silver flagpole in his hand. He raised the crimson flag high above his head and strode into the venue with an air of flamboyance, instantly becoming the center of attention. His entrance stirred quite a commotion, as many spectators speculated that he had come to pursue Tang Shiying, admiring his audacity. "Teacher Tang, Class 2 of the screenwriters. We are here to cheer for you." Upon hearing this, the crowd's curiosity was quelled. It turned out he was merely a student from Tang Shiying's class, which rendered the spectacle less surprising. Tang Shiying's eyes flickered with astonishment at the sight of the extravagant flag. As their gazes met, Su-han seemed to convey, "This is not my doing. I merely provided the idea." The execution was in the hands of Wang Ziheng. The slogan was conceived by Lin Jinghao, and the flagpole was assembled by Zhao Leffen. "I shall settle the score with you shortly." Chapter 60. Is he being supported? Su-han seized the grand flag from Wang Ziheng's hands, standing in the audience and fervently waving it. The roar of cheers echoed throughout the arena. "You reckless lad. Have you no shame?" Wang Ziheng shifted his position with a look of disdain, as it was now his turn to find fault with others. How had he not noticed Su-han's voice was so thunderous before? Zhao Leffen, standing nearby, did not hold back either, fervently cheering for Xie Yujia. Had he known, he too should have brought a grand flag. Shouting like this, it lacked any real momentum. Su-han waved the flag vigorously, overshadowing him entirely. Lin Jinghao observed silently, wearing a knowing expression, resembling a man holding a script. "You think your little schemes can escape my notice?" On the court, the match between Tang Shiying and Xie Yujia had become intensely competitive. The two were neck and neck, with only a 1-point difference. As the shuttlecock sped toward the boundary, Tang Shiying swiftly moved her body. Based on her experience, this shot would not go out, but rather skim the line. Just as the shuttlecock was about to touch the ground, her racket made a precise catch, sending it back into play. Xie Yujia, seeing this, rushed to the net, but was a moment too late. The shuttlecock grazed the net, landed on the ground, bounced lightly twice, and lay still on her side. The shot she had just played was remarkably clever. She had assumed Tang Shiying would not be able to retrieve it and had been overly confident. Competitive sports are merciless. Even the slightest mistake can obliterate all one's efforts. Sometimes, fortune is indeed a part of skill. As the whistle blew, signaling the end of the badminton tournament, Tang Shiying turned to glance at the little fellow waving the flag madly, his voice nearly hoarse from shouting. The little guy seemed even more exhilarated than she was for winning the match. As Tang Shiying ascended the podium, Su-han effortlessly took the bag of shuttlecocks from her hands and slung it behind him. His movements were natural and displayed a certain familiarity. Tang Shiying, without hesitation, handed the bag to him. Clearly, she had grown accustomed to his presence. She could always see him upon turning her head. This subtle gesture would hardly draw anyone's attention amidst the crowd. However, Wang Yi, who had been watching the two intently from the throng, observed this scene in its entirety. For reasons he could not articulate, he felt that Tang Shiying's demeanor towards Su-han was distinctly different. In what way was it different? He could not say. With other boys, she would maintain her distance, even when conversing with students, but with Su-han, it was not the same. They had been quite close just moments ago. During the exchange of the bag, their fingertips had even brushed against one another, yet Tang Shiying displayed no signs of displeasure. Given that it was a teacher-student relationship, why was it not he who held her affection? His own qualifications were not inferior to Su-han's. He was equally handsome, and his family background far surpassed his. He was a freshman who drove himself to school and had even joined the student council. If he wished, starting his own business would pose no challenge. His father possessed that capability. Being born into privilege is a skill, and fortunately, he was adept at it. Tang Shiying stood on the podium, receiving the new gold medal badminton racket, and cast a glance at Su-han. "Little fellow, this is what you wanted to reclaim, isn't it? I could just as easily have brought it back." She had not intended to participate in this badminton tournament, considering her role as a teacher made competing with her students unnecessary. However, upon hearing that Su-han would be competing, she understood his motivation. It was undoubtedly due to the broken gold medal racket resting on the coffee table, which had clearly weighed on his mind. Su-han transformed into a photographer in the audience, fervently snapping pictures of the podium with his phone, akin to an adoring fan. "Do you even know how to enable beauty mode?" Yi Xiaowen remarked, slightly exasperated by the photos he was taking. "When photographing girls, you need to activate the beauty filter." "What on earth are you capturing? Beauty filter?" Su-han was rather oblivious to such nuances, as he simply opened the camera and clicked away. "Let me help you." Yi Xiaowen took his phone, tapped around a couple of times, and said, "See? Next time, make sure to activate this." Indeed, it was evident that girls possessed a deeper understanding of such matters. It was a specialization in their own right. Su-han raised his phone again and took another picture. Examining it closely, he found that Tang Shiying appeared more beautiful without the filter. The technology of beautification seemed to add nothing to her elegance, rather making it somewhat superfluous. Ignoring Yi Xiaowen's advice, he reverted to the original camera mode. In this way, her graceful demeanor was more pronounced. "Junior." Su-han felt a gentle tap on his back and turned to see Jiang Yanin smiling at him. "Sister Jiang?" He was not surprised to see her. After all, she was a close friend of Tang Shiying. It was quite natural for her to attend the competition. "You looked incredibly cool waving the flag just now." Jiang Yanin glanced at his backpack, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "You promised to have a meal with me last time." "Ah, when?" Su-han's face was a canvas of confusion. He had no recollection of such an event. Jiang Yanin surveyed the surroundings, took hold of his arm, and whispered, "Now, let's go." Before Su-han could fully process what was happening, he was pulled away by Jiang Yanin. "Sister Jiang, Sister Tang." Su-han pondered about Tang Shiying, feeling it was rather impolite to leave without greeting her. Yet Jiang Yanin was unconcerned. "Don't mind her. She'll be just fine." "Be anxious?" Su-han found himself increasingly perplexed by her words. Did the elder sister have something urgent to attend to? Should he return to assist her? Observing Su-han being led away, Wang Ziheng stood in astonishment, his eyes wide. "Xiaohan, you know Sister Jiang?" Jiang Yanin was a prodigy from the film academy, transitioning from screenwriter to director, making her one of the youngest in the industry. It was said that she had participated in the production of numerous popular dramas and was even an executive director. Wang Ziheng often frequented the office and was naturally aware of such matters. However, he had never heard Su-han mention knowing Jiang Yanin before, and their interactions appeared quite familiar. "I've never heard him mention it," Lin Jinghao replied quietly. Zhao Leffen approached, remarking, "That fellow has been acting rather mysteriously of late. Could it be that he is romantically involved with Sister Jiang?" As he spoke, he squinted slightly, adopting an air of scholarly profundity, and ostentatiously gestured with his fingers, proclaiming, "I sense that something is amiss. Could it be that he is being kept by someone? Just look at him. He's not unattractive and possesses all the attributes of a kept man. Physically, he seems more than adequate. Enough of that." Lin Jinghao retorted dismissively. He firmly believed that he had not misjudged his script. Even if he had erred, there would surely be some misunderstanding involved. Turning his gaze toward the podium, he noticed Xie Yujia approaching them, trophy and certificate in hand. Upon seeing this, Zhao Leffen ceased his theatrics and hurried to greet her. Chapter 61. A taste of the hairy egg. Tang Shiying surveyed the surroundings but found no trace of the little fellow. She gradually approached Wang Ziheng. Before he could utter a word, Lin Jinghao interjected, "Congratulations, Teacher Tang. Sister Jiang has asked Xiaohan to attend to something and will return shortly." He glanced back at the entrance as he spoke. "Sister Jiang?" Tang Shiying quickly grasped the crux of the conversation. She had suspected that the little one wouldn't wander off on his own. It was Jiang Yanin who was behind this mischief. Her expression remained calm, seemingly unperturbed. After lightly nodding in acknowledgement to those around, she navigated through the crowd and exited the venue. Upon stepping outside, she spotted Su-han rushing towards her, panting and grinning as he stood before her. Tang Shiying let out a cold huff, disregarding him as she continued walking ahead. The knowledge that Su-han had been summoned by Jiang Yanin inexplicably dampened her spirits, despite her understanding that Jiang Yanin's intentions were deliberate. She was certain that nothing would happen to the little fellow. Yet, a slight emotional turmoil lingered within her. Perhaps this was simply a manifestation of a girl's whims. She had never felt this way before. However, when she saw the little fellow sprinting towards her, her discontent vanished in an instant. Aware that she must not display her feelings too overtly nor engage him immediately, she maintained her usual aloof demeanor. Suhan sensed something was amiss, yet cheerfully congratulated her. Congratulations. Sister, you are the champion. His genuine joy for Tang Shiying was tinged with a hint of disappointment, as he himself had not secured a place in the rankings. Nevertheless, her victory brought him solace. Have you thought about what reward you'd like? Tang Shiying observed him and decided against teasing him further, slowing her pace to walk alongside him. Reward? Suhan appeared perplexed, unsure of her meaning. Who told you that fourth place ISNTA ranking? Tang Shiying looked at him nonchalantly. He paused for a moment, his gaze softening as he met her eyes. Is there a reward for fourth place? Have you decided how to tell me? Upon finishing her sentence, without waiting for Suhan's response, she extended the golden trophy racket towards him. This is for you. It doesn't conflict with the notion of a reward. Suhan quickly shook his head, feeling a mix of surprise and honor. This is your favorite. How could I accept it? It would merely gather dust with me. It deserves to be with someone who truly needs it. In your hands. It will fulfill its true potential. Suhan gently declined. I would be happier if you kept it. The sincerity in his eyes left Tang Shiying with no resistance. She wondered where he had learned such charm, knowing precisely how to sway her. Only he could do this. Having won the championship, we should celebrate, shouldn't we? Suhan seized the moment and boldly proposed a dinner invitation. Uncertain if Tang Shiying would accept, he summoned the courage to voice his thoughts. I'll change my clothes and meet you in the evening. Tang Shiying stepped forward towards the teacher's dormitory. Suhan realized that his invitation had been successful. It was only reasonable for a teacher who had won the championship to celebrate with her student. As for why it is Suhan and not someone else, there is no need for others to speak out. If one must inquire, the answer is simple. Suhan is the younger brother of his own senior sister, who requested his assistance in looking after her. This explanation is quite reasonable, is it not? That evening, Suhan appeared punctually beneath the teacher's apartment building. Before long, Tang Shiying emerged from the elevator. She donned a mid-length, solid-colored coat, paired with a white shirt and loose blue jeans, complemented by a pair of white sneakers. Her cascading black hair flowed down her back, showcasing her distinctive charm. Suhan gazed intently, his eyes wandering to places they ought not to. Tang Shiying noticed his gaze and instinctively tugged at her coat to shield her chest, meeting the little fellow's gaze head-on. Suhan hurriedly averted his eyes, awkwardly touching his nose. This was hardly his fault. It was merely his eyes acting against his will, not to mention the alluring figure of the beautiful sister was irresistible. Let us be on our way. Suhan, understanding the situation, stepped aside and opened a ride-hailing app on his phone. Before he could speak, Tang Shiying interjected. To the Fuan night market. Suhan tapped his phone to set the destination, surprised to discover that the seemingly aloof senior sister also enjoyed the down-to-earth charm of such places. The Fuan night market is the largest and most renowned night market in Haicheng, sprawling over 70,000 square meters, equivalent to 10 football fields. Here, one can find anything imaginable and even things one cannot conceive of, an embodiment of abundance. You can eat to your heart's content, and the only concern is whether you'll have an upset stomach the following day. Standing at the entrance of the night market, Suhan began to feel a pang of regret. The throngs of people and bustling traffic created an atmosphere of overwhelming chaos. He turned to Tang Shiying and softly suggested, "Shall we find another place?" A variety of individuals passed by, and Suhan felt that the beautiful sister should not be amid such pandemonium. What's wrong? Are you not accustomed to this? Tang Shiying looked up at him, her expression serene. Suhan shook his head, worry etched on his face as he gazed at her. It's too chaotic for you. I'm fine, Tang Shiying replied with a calm smile, reaching out to grasp Suhan's hand, turning to face the entrance. Don't get lost. Suhan froze momentarily, his eyes dropping to their intertwined hands. She had initiated this contact. He shifted his fingers and gently reciprocated her hold. Her hand was soft and delightful to grasp. The two strolled side by side into the night market, the throng of people drawing them closer together. A faint blush appeared on Tang Shiying's cheeks. She was reluctant to admit that the rapid heartbeat she heard belonged to her. Was it the little fellows? The crowd was too dense, and the noise too cacophonous. She was certain it was indeed her own. Suhan found the scene before him surreal. Holding hands while wandering through a night market seemed reserved for couples. There was an unsettling sense that something was amiss with the senior sister, as if he had begun to be led by her. Tang Shiying's shoulder bag slipped unexpectedly, landing upon their joined hands. She reached out with her other hand to adjust it, but Suhan took it first, loosening his grip. just as disappointment crept in. Her hand found its way back into his palm once more. However, this time, he entwined his fingers with hers, their hands now perfectly clasped together. The heartbeat, which was just beginning to settle, surged once more, seemingly quickening its pace. She longed to touch her flushed cheeks, yet refrained from making any unnecessary movements. Soo-han draped her bag around her neck, resting it against her chest, and cast a sidelong glance at Tang Shiying. The kaleidoscopic lights danced upon her face, flickering in and out, obscuring her expression. Should they indulge in chicken feet, stinky tofu, or perhaps something else? Let us first sample the marinated eggs. Tang Shiying feigned composure, determined not to reveal her inner turmoil to the young one. Taking the initiative to grasp the child's hand required a surge of courage. In that moment, she seemed to grasp the emotions Soo-han experienced each time he sought her out. He too must have hesitated for a considerable while before knocking on that door. Fortunately, their fingers were intertwined at last. Chapter 62. I will win again, spicy egg? Soo-han gazed at Tang Shiying with a hint of surprise. Her demeanor seemed wholly at odds with such a statement. However, he was certain he had not misheard. Come on, let us eat. Soo-han, in high spirits, took her hand and led the way. He appreciated Tang Shiying articulating her desires. It alleviated the need for him to guess, creating a comfortable rapport between them. From the moment she clasped his hand, it was as if she was signaling that their relationship could transcend the boundaries of teacher and student. Tang Shiying relished the little one's grip, traversing countless food stalls from east to west. They indulged in a variety of treats, stinky tofu, boneless chicken feet. After sampling all their desired delights, they found themselves satiated. Exiting the food area, they ventured into the entertainment zone, filled with an array of ring toss and shooting games. Beloved by all ages. Though these activities often required considerable effort with little reward, they still provided enjoyment and served as a means of stress relief. Soo-han glanced at the inexpensive trinkets laid out on the ground and asked the vendor for a bundle of colorful rings. He selected one and handed it to Tang Shiying. How about a little competition? He proposed. With a gentle smile, she accepted the ring, declaring, I will win. Not necessarily. Soo-han retorted, lifting his chin defiantly like a spirited child. I'm quite formidable too. He would never admit that he had never succeeded in the ring toss, often receiving a consolation prize from the vendor out of pity, earning him the nickname the Prince of Empty Rings. This was Tang Shiying's first experience with such a game. Previously, she had merely observed others play, finding it unremarkable. However, this time was different. Holding the ring, she emulated the players around her, aiming for her desired prize and tossing the ring. After several attempts that resulted in failure, her competitive spirit ignited. Her expression grew earnest, resembling a soldier determined to accomplish a mission. Soo-han remained silent, quietly handing her more rings. He enjoyed watching the beautiful elder sister so intensely focused. Tang Shiying's gaze sharpened as she concentrated on a porcelain figurine of a machine cat, presumably a piggy bank. She calculated the optimal angle and force for her throw. In the next moment, the plastic ring flew from her fingers, striking the porcelain object, only to bounce away predictably. The anticipation on her face faded into mild disappointment. She had meticulously calculated her throw. It must have been the ring's size that was at fault. A conspiracy? A tax on intelligence? After some contemplation, she settled on this conclusion, convinced it could not be due to her lack of skill. Before long, they had exhausted all the rings. Soo-han called for the vendor, but was halted by Tang Shiying, who leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Let South try another place." Soo-han suddenly found the usually aloof teacher Tang irresistibly charming. How had he failed to notice this before? He grasped her hand, and they continued onward, both seemingly accustomed to this mode of interaction. Upon spotting a balloon shooting game ahead, Soo-han paused, asking, "Shall we compete again? Let the competition begin. I fear nothing." Tang Shiying scoffed coldly. This revelation momentarily left Soo-han in a daze, akin to discovering a new world, the proud and temperamental senior. How multifaceted can a girl truly be? Soo-han found himself utterly flustered in the ring toss game. Yet, he possessed an innate talent for shooting. Boys, after all, have a natural acuity for such things. He picked up the gun and, after casually firing a couple of shots, immediately discerned the weapon's accuracy. In his youth, this skill had shielded him from bullying. Otherwise, given his personality, he would surely have made headlines. Tang Shiying fumbled with the toy gun for a considerable time, realizing it did not quite suit her. Although she mimicked Soo-han's actions, pulling the bolt, aiming, the moment she pulled the trigger, the plastic bullet seemed to vanish. Abruptly, she set the toy gun aside. her gaze fixated on Su-han. He loaded the pellets into the gun with the poise of a soldier from a television drama, holding the toy firearm steady before swiftly firing the pellets within. Tang Shiying observed impassively, noting that he looked rather impressive. However, she had seen online that these guns were modified, making accurate shots rather difficult. Pop! The sound of bursting balloons echoed. Tang Shiying turned to see the balloons stuck to the board bursting one after another with Su-han's actions. Wait a moment, had the little guy somehow cheated? How could he be so accurate? Even the stall owner regarded Su-han with newfound respect. There is a certain skill involved in these toys, he thought. This seemingly student-like youth was hitting every target, and it seemed he was bound to incur a loss. After firing the final shot, Su-han turned to Tang Shiying with a smile. So, does this mean I've won? Tang Shiying regarded him in silence. Was the little guy showing off? According to the rules, if one hit all the targets, they could choose any plush toy at will. Which one would you like? The amiable stall owner inquired. Su-han fixed his gaze on Tang Shiying and pointed to a plush toy hidden at the back of the stall. Uncertain of her preferences, he relinquished the choice to her. Tang Shiying glanced behind the stall owner and immediately spotted a yellow Pikachu. That one. The stall owner reluctantly retrieved the Pikachu, placing it before Tang Shiying with a sigh. We hope to see you again. I never said I was leaving. Su-han said as he picked up the toy gun once more, startling the owner. You're back for more? Instead of reloading, Su-han extended the toy gun toward Tang Shiying. Clutching the 1-meter-long Pikachu, she appeared particularly adorable, puzzled by the little one's intentions. What do you mean? You try. Su-han urged. Me? Tang Shiying pointed to herself, the Pikachu bobbing with her gesture. I want to hit anything. You can do it. Su-han offered her a resolute look. Tang Shiying regarded the little guy, uncertain of his motives, yet she was more than willing to give it another try. She handed the Pikachu in her hand to Su-han, simultaneously accepting the toy gun, turning her gaze towards the balloon affixed to the panel. She felt Su-han's presence behind her, whispering a few words in a tone audible only to the two of them. Tang Shiying's expression shifted, as if a light bulb had gone off in her mind, instantly filling her with confidence. The proprietor, noticing it was a young girl playing, refrained from further comments. As long as it wasn't Su-han attempting to win, everything was acceptable. The thought of losing 2 large toys in a single evening was truly unbearable, a source of considerable distress. You are too close to me. A rosy hue crept across Tang Shiying's fair neck, her voice quivering slightly. The little one leaned against her, the warmth of his breath brushing against her neck, igniting a flush that made her ears burn. Upon hearing her words, Su-han quickly took a couple of steps back. He hadn't intended to invade her space, he merely wished to share a quiet word. Yet, the fragrance emanating from his senior was undeniably delightful. Chapter 63. Your heart beats so fast. Following Su-han's guidance, Tang Shiying adjusted her stance and pulled the trigger. Result: 7 hits out of 10. Upon witnessing this achievement, her eyes sparkled like twinkling stars as she gazed at Su-han. Did I hit it? Su-han clapped his hands in delight. Incredible! The boss, who had just been anxious, visibly relaxed, relieved that it was not his prized possession at stake. He casually picked up a palm-sized Pikachu plush and handed it to Tang Shiying as a consolation prize. Holding the small Pikachu, Tang Shiying turned to Su-han and found him looking back at her. Shall we swap? Su-han offered, extending a larger Pikachu from his own hands. His intention for Tang Shiying to take the shot herself was to ensure she felt a sense of ownership in her victory, making her heart light and himself content. The fact that she had won a gift for him would delight him for days to come. Tang Shiying saw through his subtle intentions and softly replied, Yes, I want to shoot this one. A girl, noticing the large Pikachu Tang Shiying cradled, pulled her boyfriend toward the booth. The boss, immediately brightening, began to welcome customers, exclaiming, This is quite easy to win. Just look at that girl who walked away with a big doll. However, by the time he sought out the two, Su-han and Tang Shiying had already walked far away. The bustling and noisy night market continued unabated. Su-han kept Tang Shiying close as they made their way outward. The air grew increasingly greasy, prompting them to quicken their pace. Finally, they emerged. Su-han held Tang Shiying's hand as they stood on the sidewalk, waiting for their ride, which had yet to arrive. A black sedan whizzed past, and Su-han watched in horror as its tires rolled over a milk carton, splattering the remnants across the street. Instinctively, he turned swiftly to shield Tang Shiying. The white liquid splashed onto him, soaking his back and trousers. Onlookers gasped in shock. What on earth? How rude. Su-han glanced down at Tang Shiying pressed close to him. Just then, she lifted her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering beautifully. They stood momentarily entranced by one another. Suhan, captivated by her glistening lips, gulped nervously and averted his eyes. "Did I scare you?" he murmured, still clutching her soft hand tightly, unwilling to let go. The shouts from moments ago faded into the distance. In that moment, the world around them felt like it belonged solely to the two of them. Tang Shiying observed as the boy's Adam's apple moved, and she felt the warm breeze from afar. As winter approached, it promised to be a warm one. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she took a step forward, resting her face against Suhan's shoulder. Noticing his ears turn a deep shade of crimson, she gently retreated. She could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of his heart. "Your heart beats so fast." Tang Shiying's innocent remark caused Suhan's face to flush a deep red, akin to a ripe tomato. With a gentle poke, one might coax water to emerge. Suhan sensed that Tang Shiying was acting rather strangely. It seemed as though she was playfully teasing him throughout the day. Was it intentional? Before he could formulate a response, their ride arrived. Throughout the journey back to school, neither spoke a word, maintaining a distance of one person between them. Upon reaching the teacher's apartment building, Suhan observed as Tang Shiying ascended the steps, deciding to halt and watch her enter before returning to his dormitory. "I'll bring your clothes tomorrow. I'll help you wash them," she called out from the stairs. Turning to him with a reminder, "Perhaps I should wash them myself," Suhan replied, gazing up at her. Unable to suppress a smile that radiated joy akin to the sweetness of honey, his lips nearly stretching to his heels. The surreal experiences of the night left him feeling as if he were in a dream. If it were indeed a dream, Tang Shiying stood before him, the warmth of their hand holding still palpable, rendering it all so vivid. "Thank you for your Pikachu," Tang Shiying said with a smile. "It's adorable." With that, she turned and left, leaving behind a dazed fool who stood there grinning like an idiot. An elderly passerby glanced back, mistaking the boy's demeanor for something amiss. Considering the prevalence of depression nowadays, what has society done to its youth? Poor child. Suhan returned to his dorm with a broad grin. Zhao Leffen looked at him as though he were a simpleton, hesitant to intrude. "Did you hit your head?" he asked, moving to Lin Jinghao's side and draping an arm around his shoulder. "Is Xiaohan enchanted? There's a saying back in my hometown, shut up." Lin Jinghao pushed him away in disdain. "That's a smile of happiness. You with your nice guy card wouldn't understand it for now." Zhao Leffen couldn't discern it. But Lin Jinghao seemed to have grasped a certain possibility. Someone in their dorm might be on the verge of finding love, and this individual was undoubtedly significant. Upon contemplating this, Lin Jinghao couldn't help but feel a swell of joy for himself, as a proud father would. Observing Zhao Leffen's retreat, he remarked, "Crazy. Is this contagious? I'll eventually trade in my nice guy card." "For what? Sawasti ka?" Lin Jinghao teased. "Don't speak. I have a phobia of fools." Zhao Leffen suddenly felt disheartened. True empathy was a rarity in this world, even between a son and his father. No, he had to message his senior, Xie, for he would not allow the lonely rain to fall upon him alone. "Are you there?" Suhan hummed a tune as he finished washing up, then opened his computer to access the forum. Recently, his new script had garnered considerable attention, with views skyrocketing. Many details resonated with a significant audience. It was his first foray into the realm of campus-themed storytelling, and achieving such success was rather unexpected. Each time he updated, the first comment would invariably come from a user named Yuang Sanren. Seated before his computer, Suhan's fingers danced across the keyboard, and before he realized it, the night had deepened. Perhaps it was the buoyancy of his spirits that inspired him. In one fervent breath, he produced a remarkable volume of creative work spanning 3 days. Glancing at his phone, he noticed a message in the pinned dialog box, sent an hour prior. "Beautiful sister, come have breakfast, no need to buy anything." A smile graced Suhan's lips, invigorating his desire to continue creating. However, he first needed to respond. "Sister, good night." After 5 or 6 minutes, a reply arrived. "Good night." Tang Shiying lay in bed, clutching her beloved Pikachu tightly, her long, snow-white legs draped over it. She adored this toy, as it was the most delightful gift she had ever received, her very first. Upon receiving a notification of an update from the forum, she eagerly clicked to delve into it. The latest chapter of Ing Luo Xueqing, authored by Han Shan Guing, had been released. Chapter 64, Elopement? Tang Shiying gazed eagerly at Suhan across the dining table, her cheeks stuffed like a little hamster that had pilfered a treat. The simple dish of tomato and egg noodles had transformed into an exquisite culinary delight for her. Suhan realized that the breakfast prepared by the senior was extraordinarily delectable. far surpassing anything one could purchase from outside. Initially indifferent to instant noodles, he found himself devouring 2 large bowls. Next time when cooking porridge, what will you drink? Tang Shiying inquired, pulling out a tissue to wipe away the soup that lingered at the corner of Suhan's mouth. Suhan paused, setting down his chopsticks to meet her gaze. I will drink whatever you make. The type of porridge is inconsequential. What matters is who prepares it. As long as it is made by you, senior, I will relish it. After breakfast in the apartment, Suhan hurried to class. Sitting beside Lin Jinghao, he sensed something was amiss with his friend. As the leader of their dormitory, Lin Jinghao was usually as composed as a seasoned veteran. Rational and steady were his defining traits. What's wrong? Suhan inquired in a hushed tone, spreading his textbooks across the desk. Sigh. Lin Jinghao lamented, his face etched with melancholy, opening his mouth but unable to articulate his thoughts. It was not that he was unwilling to share, but rather he struggled to find the right words, not wanting to burden his friends with his troubles. Just say it, Suhan urged, glancing towards the door to confirm the teacher had not yet arrived, then refocused on Lin Jinghao. We're brothers. There's nothing you can't say. What? Are you afraid they'll mock you? Zhao Lefen and Wang Ziheng also turned their attention to him, having long sensed their leader's distress, regardless of how they probed. Lin Jinghao remained tight-lipped, which only added to their unease. 3 heads are better than 1. Let us tackle this together. Wang Ziheng's voice resonated with a low intensity. Observing the concern etched on Su Han and the others' faces, Lin Jinghao furrowed his brow and rubbed his face. My girlfriend wants to break up with me. He and his girlfriend had been together since high school, marking their 4th year as a couple. However, they had known each other since childhood, having grown up as childhood sweethearts. When it came time for college, they had agreed to apply to Haicheng University together, yet due to her unsatisfactory exam results, she ended up at a 2nd-tier institution in Jiangcheng. Lin Jinghao was in Haicheng, while she was in Jiangcheng. The hardships of a long-distance relationship were burdens he bore alone. Watching other couples on campus walk hand in hand, who wouldn't he feel envious? While other girls could have their boyfriends appear right by their side to offer comfort, those in long-distance relationships could only express their yearning through cold texts. The chasm between frigid words and warm embraces was insurmountable. Suhan glanced at the date on his phone and continued to observe Lin Jinghao. What are your thoughts? Parting ways may be the best choice for her, and I am willing to support her decision, Lin Jinghao said hoarsely, his face devoid of color. But I truly love her and do not wish to lose her. There are countless ways to love, and letting go is one of them, a truth he understood all too well. Loving her does not necessarily entail possession. Witnessing her happiness is, in itself, a form of love. To admire a flower does not require one to pluck it. This is the essence of the matter. If one wishes to avoid regrets, one should meet her face to face. Suhan spoke earnestly. Even if they ultimately part ways, it would still conclude the chapter with a sense of completeness. Lin Jinghao's eyes glistened with unshed tears as his gaze swept over Suhan and the others, granting him immense courage. We will accompany you. Wang Ziheng nodded solemnly, assuring him. With that, he rose to his feet, preparing to head outside. I will request leave. As the class monitor, he held a certain degree of influence in front of the instructor. He was the most suitable person to handle this matter. Should I wear a suit? I see them doing that on television, Zhao Lefen remarked inexplicably, exuding an air of determination to confront someone. Suhan looked at him, exasperated. We are not going to snatch a bride. True enough. Zhao Lefen chuckled awkwardly, admitting he had immersed himself too deeply in the scenario, yearning to experience the thrill of a wedding heist. 10 minutes later, Wang Ziheng entered the classroom with a leave request. After explaining the situation to the teacher, he ushered the 3 of them out. Upon exiting the school gates, the quartet hailed a taxi directly to the high-speed train station. Lin Jinghao sat in the middle of the back seat, his countenance dark and somewhat morbid. Suhan, seated beside him, cast a glance but remained silent. He understood that this journey was meant to help Lin Jinghao unravel his emotional turmoil. In a previous life, Suhan had witnessed him imprison himself in darkness for 2 long years. Reflecting on it now, Lin Jinghao's devotion was unparalleled. Perhaps the bond of childhood sweethearts had seeped into his very bones. With his striking looks, countless girls would eagerly vie for the opportunity to bear his children, should he choose to pursue them. Who could have imagined that even the campus heartthrob would face heartbreak? If this were to reach the ears of the girls at Haicheng University, it would undoubtedly create quite a stir. Upon their arrival, the timing coincided perfectly with the midday break. Lin Jinghao sent a message to the girl from outside the school gates, but she did not respond. He had gone out of his way to purchase sunflowers, her favorite, and brought his friends to the dormitory building. Lin Jinghao attempted to call her, dialing more than a dozen times. Just as he was about to concede defeat, the call was finally answered. Xiaoro, I'm outside your dormitory. Let us meet. He endeavored to maintain his composure, his gaze hopeful as he awaited her emergence from the dormitory exit. He fervently wished that the next person to step out would be the girl he cherished most. Liang Xiaoro, upon glancing at the numerous missed calls, furrowed her brows. Learning that Lin Jinghao was downstairs placed her in a quandary. She understood that they could never return to what they once had. Yet, after so many years of shared emotions, she felt compelled to give him an explanation. Ultimately, it was she who had wronged him, leaving him disappointed. After much hesitation, Liang Xiaoro stepped out of the girls' dormitory and spotted Lin Jinghao at the entrance. Gazing at the boy who once brimmed with vitality, now so visibly burdened by sorrow, her heart ached. The little Lin brother who had once sheltered her in his palms had ultimately been pushed away by her own hands. Xiaoro. Lin Jinghao caught sight of the girl and managed to summon a faint smile from his pale visage as he approached her. My purpose in coming here is not to seek reconciliation, but rather to bring closure to our relationship. Those who wish to depart cannot be retained. It is far better to release them willingly, thus preserving dignity for both parties involved. Su Han and his companions observed the pair from a distance, unable to discern their words. It was evident that they had once shared a profound affection for one another. Even a strikingly handsome man like Lin Jinghao could face a breakup. Does this mean I stand no chance? Zhao Leffen, overtaken by negative emotions, uttered a statement that was uncharacteristic of him. The once self-assured charmer, confident in his ability to attract, had succumbed to insecurity. Yet, one must acknowledge that emotional connection and physical appearance are not inherently linked. Su Han replied softly. As Lin Jinghao gently patted Liang Xiaoro's back, she burst into tears. Chapter 65. Couple photos. Our love commenced with a single bouquet of roses. Let us bid farewell with sunflowers. Lin Jinghao extended his hand, presenting the sunflower to Liang Xiaoro. This was his final farewell. The girl wept softly, repeatedly using the back of her hand to wipe away the tears that fell. She felt remorse. The moment she laid eyes on Lin Jinghao, her resolve to part ways began to waver. Those who have loved one another, regardless of the passage of time, inevitably recall the beautiful moments they shared upon reuniting. Lin Jinghao produced a tissue and offered it to Liang Xiaoro. In the past, he would have tenderly wiped away her tears with his own hands. This time, however, he was acutely aware that he no longer held that privilege. Their relationship had, at this moment, transitioned. The closest title they could now bear to each other was merely friends. I am leaving. Lin Jinghao displayed a final smile, turning away without a second glance at Liang Xiaoro's remorseful expression. This was the last gesture of gentleness he could offer her. Su Han and the others observed this scene and approached him, wrapping their arms around his shoulders as they headed out of the school. On the journey back to Haiqing, although Lin Jinghao felt a sense of loss, he was considerably more relaxed than when he had arrived. Some emotions can only reveal their true beauty when released. Bottling them up only leads to self-inflicted pain. What he needed now was time. Time and new love are the most effective remedies for a wounded heart. It remained to be seen how he would choose to proceed. Days swiftly passed, and the air began to carry the essence of winter. Let's go for hot pot tonight, suggested Zhao Leffen, glancing at the three others as they walked back from class. Wang Ziheng was the first to raise his hand in agreement, his excited gaze fixed on Lin Jinghao. During this period, they had all been striving to bring joy to their friend. As the elder brother figure, he had been deeply invested in this endeavor. Lin Jinghao, however, maintained a stoic expression, nodding mechanically. He was not one to lose himself in romantic notions. Rather, he found it difficult to forget the emotions tied to so many years of affection. Having grown up together and officially been a couple for 4 years, forgetting was no simple task. Human memory does not function like a computer, where one can select and delete specific content. Memories linger. Every street he walked down or every object he encountered would evoke reminders of the moments they had shared. Lin Jinghao was striving to suppress these recollections of the past. He noticed his friend's earnest intentions and recognized that he should endeavor to move on. Upon reaching the dormitory, Su Han received a message and halted. Please bring my book back. I have something to attend to. He thrust the book into Wang Ziheng's hands and turned to leave. Send me the location tonight. Su Han headed towards the faculty apartment. He had just received word from Tang Shiying, who indicated she needed to discuss something with him. He did not inquire further. After all, anything concerning a beautiful sister was inherently his concern. A lovesick fool? No, this was a fervent devotion to love. before Su-han could reach the apartment. He spotted Tang Shiying emerging from the building. Dressed in a sleek black short coat paired with wide-legged trousers, her cascading black hair flowed gracefully over her shoulders, dancing lightly with each step she took. "Let us go." As Tang Shiying beheld the little fellow gazing at her with an endearing simplicity, a serene expression graced her face, and a flicker of joy stirred within her. Why did he seem increasingly adorable with each passing glance? What an intriguing phenomenon. He appeared quite easy to tease. Unbeknownst to Su-han, she mused silently, trailing behind her as they ventured outward. Surely, she wouldn't consider selling him. The senior should hold some affection for him, right? "Are you not curious where we are headed?" Tang Shiying slowed her pace, seemingly awaiting the little one to walk alongside her. Su-han grasped her intent, quickening his steps to match hers, and cheerfully remarked, "As long as it's with you, I'm willing to go anywhere." A barely perceptible smile graced Tang Shiying's lips. The little fellow's courage was indeed growing. He dared to openly express such sentiments in her presence. Yet, it sounded rather pleasant. The sister enjoyed hearing such words and encouraged him to speak more. "We're going hiking tomorrow. Would you like to join?" Tang Shiying paused at the roadside, glancing at her phone. Her ride had yet to arrive. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-han responded, "Do you enjoy hiking, sister?" Tang Shiying was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time Su-han had addressed her as such face-to-face. It brought an indescribable joy. As for hiking, she couldn't claim to be particularly fond of it. She had merely read online that it was an excellent way to gauge compatibility with a male companion. Thus, she wished to take the little fellow along for a trial. Primarily, however, she simply desired to hike. He was not necessarily required to accompany her. She silently affirmed to herself that her intentions were purely to hike, inviting Su-han along merely as an afterthought. "Yes, just occasionally," she replied, feigning calmness, ensuring that the little one remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. Su-han, believing her entirely, nodded earnestly. It was unreasonable for such a beautiful sister, with her exquisite figure, to refrain from hiking. Unintentionally, his gaze fell upon her slender waist, and he felt an inexplicable urge to embrace her from behind. It must feel quite delightful. The last time they had encountered a similar situation on the staircase, his nervousness had overshadowed the sensation, and he suddenly yearned for another experience. "What are you thinking about?" Tang Shiying turned to Su-han, noticing his gaze fixed on her waist. Hearing her voice, Su-han lifted his head, meeting her inquisitive eyes. Oh, it's nothing. Let me help you with your bag." He reached out to take the satchel from her shoulder, diverting his attention to the passing vehicles on the road. "How clever of me. If the beautiful sister knew, I might be accused of being a rogue." Tang Shiying led Su-han to a large shopping mall in the city center. Compared to the mall near their school, this one was significantly larger. Perhaps it was the Friday afternoon rush, but the mall was teeming with customers. Couples strolled hand in hand, savoring their precious moments together. As they passed a bubble tea shop, Su-han stepped forward, gazing up at the shop's offerings. "Sir, we've just launched a new couple's fruit tea. And we're running a promotion. Buy one, get one free. Would you care to try it?" The shop assistant enthusiastically recommended the new product. Su-han hesitated momentarily. He wasn't particularly fond of trying new things, especially those that were heavily promoted. He was the type who would stick to a flavor he enjoyed, indulging in it repeatedly. This way, one need not be tormented by indecision during the selection process. However, the shopkeeper mentioned that it was a couple's item, which piqued his interest. He glanced back at Tang Shiying, noting her lack of response, and decided, "All right, I'll go with this." "Excellent," the shop assistant replied courteously. "If you both could take a photo together, we would be delighted to offer you 2 cups, which are also part of the couple's collection. Free cups with milk tea? Does this owner not fear losing everything?" The promotion lasts only 3 days and is limited to the first 3 customers, the assistant continued to explain. Su-han's immediate reaction was to decline. Sipping on a couple's fruit tea was sufficient, and there was no way he would pose for a photo with the senior. The beautiful senior would certainly refuse. Would he use this for the photo? Chapter 66, A Touch of Sweetness. As Su-han was about to decline the request for a photograph, Tang Shiying pointed at the instant camera on the counter and suddenly inquired, "Shall we use this?" The shop assistant cheerfully picked up the camera, saying, "Once taken, the photo can be printed immediately without much delay." "All right, could you please take a picture for us?" Tang Shiying replied with a calm demeanor and polite tone. Su-han blinked at her, looking somewhat foolish, still in disbelief that this was actually happening. "Come a bit closer." The assistant aimed the instant camera at the two and gently pressed the shutter. Suhan received the photo handed to him by the assistant and scrutinized it closely. Why do I look so silly? The senior is much more attractive. You take this. Tang Shiying snatched the photo from his hand and offered him the couple's water cup gifted by the assistant. Observing the image of the two of them, a slight smile played at the corners of her lips. The assistant watched as Suhan and Tang Shiying walked away, beaming with delight. What are you looking at? Her companion, busy making milk tea, asked in confusion. That guy was so handsome, and the sister next to him is not only beautiful but also exudes elegance. I wish I could be like that. A bit sweet, she added, glancing back once more, though the couple had long since vanished from her sight. Her companion rolled her eyes. Single dog, stop looking at such things. It's not good for you. Who do you look down upon? Tomorrow, I will find myself a handsome guy. You should find a cucumber instead. Meanwhile, Suhan and Tang Shiying entered an outdoor gear store. A simple mountain hike required no extravagant equipment. Tang Shiying planned to buy a jacket and a pair of shoes, and primarily, to purchase a set for the little one. Suhan gazed at the array of clothing before him, utterly inexperienced with such items. He felt overwhelmed by the multitude of options, unable to discern their differences. Hiking, skiing, running. His brow furrowed, akin to the myriad shades of red and lipsticks, all seemingly the same yet categorized into countless variations. His gaze fell upon Tang Shiying, who was meticulously selecting styles and checking prices, appearing quite professional. Watching her profile, a smile crept onto Suhan's lips. It was a refreshing experience to shop for clothing with his senior for the first time. Tang Shiying picked up a pair of purple hiking shoes and asked Suhan, "Do you think these are nice?" She was unsure why she felt compelled to seek the little one's opinion, as she had always made decisions on her own in the past. Perhaps she believed that boys had a better understanding of such matters. Suhan stepped closer, glanced at the shoe's design, and nodded. They look great. You look good in anything, sister. Hearing this, Tang Shiying was overjoyed, although she already knew it without him saying. Hearing it from the little one felt different. She nonchalantly set down the purple shoes and picked up a pair of black ones, glancing at Suhan's athletic shoes. What size do you wear? 43. Suhan replied instinctively. Black, does that work for you? Tang Shiying asked softly. Black silk? Suhan nodded. That works. Tang Shiying selected 2 pairs of black shoes in the same style but different sizes, then turned her attention to the nearby mountaineering apparel section. Suhan patiently followed beside her, hands carrying her chosen items. Upon noticing them, a cheerful saleswoman approached, enthusiastically pointing out a black mountaineering jacket and introducing it as the latest model of the year, suitable for both men and women. The saleswoman's demeanor was amiable, her face adorned with a bright smile. Outdoor gear typically transcends gender distinctions, varying only by size. Tang Shiying reached for the jacket and turned to Suhan, asking, "What do you think?" Suhan glanced at it. It appeared quite appealing, with exquisite craftsmanship. It exuded a sense of vitality, aligning well with youthful aesthetics. On her, it also accentuated her icy elegance. "It suits you perfectly," Suhan said with a smile. Tang Shiying responded with a faint smile. "You should try it on." Suhan, puzzled, thought it should be her turn. "Give it to me." Tang Shiying effortlessly took the shopping bag from his hands. Without hesitation, Suhan removed his outer jacket and donned the garment she had handed him. "This looks fantastic on you," the saleswoman complimented. "It complements your complexion beautifully. And the fit is just right." Upon hearing the words boyfriend, Tang Shiying did not bother to clarify. She tugged at the hem of Suhan's jacket to smooth it out, scrutinizing him closely. What a pity it would be if this little fellow were merely a clothes hanger. No matter the attire, he can pull it off effortlessly, never appearing slovenly. His broad shoulders suggest he can bear a burden. This one it is. Your girlfriend is truly kind to you," the saleswoman added enthusiastically. Suhan's heart swelled with joy. This saleswoman was undoubtedly a top seller. If there were awards to bestow, he would certainly give her one. In an instant, he felt inclined to purchase a couple more items, simply due to the saleswoman's eloquence. The crucial point was that Tang Shiying did not refute her. "Which one do you want?" Suhan looked at Tang Shiying, his eyes filled with tenderness. Tang Shiying selected another jacket of the same style and handed it to the saleswoman, saying, "Could you please package these for us?" "Certainly. Please follow me." The saleswoman received the jacket and led them to the counter. Upon exiting the store, Suhan appeared somewhat dispirited, lacking the earlier vigor. Tang Shiying glanced at him, understanding that he was still mulling over the payment. "Don't you like the jacket I picked for you?" "Of course I do," Suhan replied, a silly grin on his face. "I suddenly feel like I'm being pampered by a wealthy woman." This remark elicited a laugh from Tang Shiying. "How does that make you feel?" "Well, Suhan rolled his eyes, reminiscing about the earlier moments. It feels quite nice. And how long do you plan to be pampered? She suddenly noticed how thick-skinned he had become. Tang Shiying regarded him briefly, then quickly averted her gaze, recognizing his potential as a kept man. Let us see how you behave. Strangely, when she uttered those words, she felt no sense of shame. What psychological state drives one to engage in a relationship where they financially support their students? It seems rather exhilarating. Suhan paused, clearly taken aback by such a response. What is it like to be in a dependent relationship? She had never truly experienced it. The scenes from dramas, where slaps are exchanged, came to her mind, and she instinctively touched her own face. Drink or not, slap. Perhaps it would be best to avoid such scenarios. However, Teacher Tang likely wouldn't resort to such violence, would she? After dining outside, they returned to the school, following the location sent by Wang Ziheng. Suhan headed straight to join them for hot pot. Zhao Leffen, slightly inebriated, raised his glass, the white mist enveloping his face, giving him an ethereal, almost transcendent appearance. There is hardly anything that a hearty hot pot cannot remedy. If not, one could always add another bottle of erguo too. Throughout the evening, Lin Jinghao spoke little. Yet he was the one who consumed the most. The usually composed individual had finally let his guard down. Chapter 67. Do you believe in light? Teacher's apartment. Tang Shiying, with her hair cascading down, opened the door for Suhan upon hearing a knock. Wait a moment, I still have some work to finish, she said, gesturing towards the food on the table. Help yourself. Tang Shiying looked at him, her eyes shimmering like a clear lake. Suhan, unhurried, nodded, take your time. A smile graced Tang Shiying's lips as she turned to enter her bedroom. I'll get it done now. You don't need to worry about me. It's not the first time you've come here. Suhan felt at ease. He visited the apartment almost daily, and the familiarity had grown between them. As Tang Shiying closed the bedroom door, Suhan settled back onto the sofa. He took out his phone and glanced at the various group messages, deeming most of them irrelevant. Opening the dormitory group chat, he noticed Zhao Leffen inquiring about his whereabouts. Suhan replied, wandering the world. Zhao Leffen quickly responded, do you believe I could send you 10,000 miles away with just a fart? Exiting the chat, he saw a fresh message from Yi Xiaowen. Is Wang Ziheng in the dorm? Suhan replied, message him. I'm not in the dorm. The chat box indicated that she was typing. After a moment of silence, noticing she had not replied further, Suhan set his phone down and headed to the kitchen. Tang Shiying sat in front of the recording equipment, intently studying her script. This was an audio segment she had previously recorded, but a flaw had unexpectedly arisen, necessitating a re-recording. The request was urgent, compelling her to complete the recording promptly. The process was familiar to her and wouldn't take long. Clearing her throat, she activated the recording device, adjusting herself into the appropriate posture. Soon, a vivid audio drama was brought to life, and once she confirmed it was flawless, she saved and sent it off in one fluid motion. Tang Shiying stretched lazily and exited the bedroom, heading straight for the bathroom. Suhan felt a gentle breeze behind him, infused with a faint scent of shampoo. What a sight! When he turned to look, he only saw the bedroom door that Tang Shiying had left ajar. Hey, Suhan, come here for a moment. Tang Shiying's trembling voice called from the bathroom, laced with a hint of fear. Rushing to the door, Suhan asked, what's wrong? There's a cockroach. Tang Shiying stood frozen in place, her gaze fixated on the dark creature scuttling in the corner. Her eyes widened. If looks could kill, that creature would have been obliterated. Without overthinking, Suhan gently knocked on the bathroom door. Open up, let me take a look. Cockroaches at this time of year. Perhaps it was due to the southern climate. Tang Shiying shuffled her feet and unlocked the door. Come in. As soon as the words left her lips, she dared not move again. Despite considering herself rather brave, she had an aversion to such creatures, and the sight of a cockroach sent shivers down her spine. Suhan pushed the door open and immediately noticed Tang Shiying's pale complexion. It was evident that she truly loathed this creature. He finally understood that she, too, had her fears. Where is it? Tang Shiying lifted her gaze towards him, extending a finger to point at the corner behind her, too timid to glance back. She had applied the cockroach extermination spray, but could not fathom why they still persisted. Are you capable of handling this? She questioned. Of course I am, he retorted, brimming with youthful vigor. Such words should not be thrown about carelessly. Without allowing her to finish, Suhan interjected, you should step outside for a moment. I'll handle it, and then you can return. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to engage in a fierce battle, eager to prove his mettle. Tang Shiying had no desire to linger, promptly stepping out of the restroom. The presence of a solitary male and female in such confined quarters was undeniably awkward. Observing the senior's hasty retreat, Suhan found her endearing and could not help but smile. Hearing the sound, Tang Shiying scoffed, "You little rascal, dare you mock me? Hurry up." Suhan responded affirmatively, seizing a broom from the entrance and charging at the dark creature. "Nowhere to flee, Valbeast. You shall meet your end at my hands. Take this." His childlike exuberance and competitive spirit surged forth as he vowed to triumph over the cockroach. Light, after all, is eternally present. From a distance, Tang Shiying watched him, unable to suppress a chuckle. What a juvenile. This little one is adorably excessive. No wonder it is said that boys remain boys until the end. After a flurry of strikes, Suhan finally dispatched the lone cockroach into the toilet. And as he pressed the flush, it met its wicked demise. He washed his hands and reported back to Tang Shiying. "The battle is won. You may come out now," she urged softly, still a tad anxious. Otherwise, she would not have summoned him for assistance. "Oh," Suhan understood and exited the restroom. "If you are fearful, I can stay here to watch over you." "What?" Tang Shiying was taken aback. Does this little rascal even comprehend what he is saying? Is he seeking a reprimand? "No. I meant, if you need anything, call me from the living room." Suhan quickly clarified, having inadvertently blurted out his words, clearly unintentional. He hastily shut the door and retreated, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped. The look in the senior's eyes moments ago had been quite fierce. He grabbed a glass of water from the table, gulping it down. Once he felt a sense of calm settle over him, he turned towards the balcony. The clothes he had purchased yesterday were now freshly laundered by the senior. As he gathered them and made his way back to the living room, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to change his shoes and dash out the door. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Tang Shiying furrowed her brows slightly. "Has the little one left? Did we not agree to go hiking?" Stepping out, she surveyed the empty room and felt an inexplicable wave of melancholy wash over her. Glancing at her phone, she found no messages from him. Where could he have gone without a word? Indeed, just as her irritation began to mount, a knock resonated at the door. Upon opening it, she found Suhan standing there with a black plastic bag in hand. With a cool gaze, she inquired, "Where have you been?" Suhan grinned sheepishly. "I went to buy some medicine for the cockroach, so it won't bother us again." As he spoke, he made his way towards the restroom. Cockroaches, indeed, are rather detestable creatures. One cannot possibly remain confined within the apartment at all times. It would be prudent to purchase some pest control products to prevent them from re-emerging and startling his senior. Tang Shiying observed his endearing demeanor, and the icy demeanor on her face dissipated in an instant. "Do you not possess a key?" she inquired. "During your last business trip, you provided the little one with a key. However, the little one still insists on knocking every time they visit. When you are home, it feels inappropriate for me to enter unannounced," Suhan replied in a low voice. This is merely basic courtesy, after all. Their relationship has not yet reached that level of intimacy. There was one thing he did not mention. He genuinely relished the moment when Tang Shiying opened the door for him. A gentle knock upon the door, and suddenly, a beautiful sister appears before him. Such a sensation brings him great joy. Let's tidy up and set off. Chapter 68. Climbing the mountain at the foot of Anshan, Han's gaze traversed the road, lifting to behold the small hill before him. Anshan. Rather than label it merely as a mountain, Han preferred to describe it as a park. The broad stone path leading to the summit stretched from the entrance, with the marks of human development conspicuously apparent. At the pinnacle stood a modest structure, resembling a small temple in its architectural adornment. Nonetheless, this hill, situated in the heart of Haicheng, could be considered the highest natural elevation in the area. Upon entering the foot of the mountain, Han observed numerous climbers, identifiable by their attire as enthusiasts of urban hiking. He procured 2 tickets at the booth and, alongside Tang Shiying, joined the throng ascending the mountain. Utilizing his student ID for a half-price ticket, he felt it had finally served its purpose. "Let us hydrate," Han remarked, retrieving a pink thermos from his backpack. He unscrewed the lid and offered it to Tang Shiying, exclaiming, "It's not hot." Leaning against the railing, they allowed space for others to pass. Tang Shiying accepted the thermos, took a delicate sip, and returned it, asking, "Would you like some?" "I'll stick to this," Han replied, gesturing towards the bottled water nestled in his side pocket. He had little fondness for warm water, preferring to wait until it was thoroughly cool, believing it more refreshing. After a brief respite, they resumed their ascent, planning to witness the sunset atop the mountain before descending, with ample time at their disposal. At the observation platform midway up, Yu Xiaowen was capturing photographs of the scenery below with her phone. The silhouettes of Han and Tang Shiying appeared within her frame. She zoomed in incredulously until their faces were distinctly visible. It was not a trick of the eye. She had indeed recognized them. One was a fellow local, and the other her tutor, both familiar figures. Beside her, Xie, noticing her wide-eyed expression and silly grin, inquired, "What is going on? Have you spotted your boyfriend with another girl?" Even more sensational than that. "I think I've uncovered a monumental secret," Yi Xiaowen exclaimed, her excitement barely contained, her delight surpassing even that of being in a romance herself. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to Xie, "Senior, I still don't have a boyfriend." A rare blush crept onto her cheeks as she spoke. She harbored feelings for Wang Ziheng, yet remained uncertain of his sentiments. Her intention for climbing the mountain today had been to enlist Han's assistance in inviting Wang Ziheng along. However, after messaging Han and discovering he was not in his dormitory, she refrained from contacting Wang Ziheng. Despite her vivacious nature, she was still a girl. And it was only natural to overthink in the presence of someone she admired. Shyness was inherent to her character. Nonetheless, witnessing Han and Tang Shiying together was an unexpected boon, particularly as they donned matching jackets and shoes, their gestures suggesting an intimate camaraderie. Gossiping was second nature to girls, though some were more outspoken while others preferred to silently observe. Yi Xiaowen belonged to the latter category. She captured a photograph and opened the chat with Han, sending him a message, "Treat me to milk tea." As Suhan spent time with his senior, his phone remained in silent mode, only vibrating occasionally, which he paid no heed to. Upon reaching the viewing platform, they discovered that Yi Xiaowen and Xie had already departed. "Let us take a break," Suhan suggested as he approached a bench, wiping it down with a tissue and gesturing for Tang Shiying to sit. He settled beside her and retrieved some prepared chocolates, tearing open the wrapper. "Let us replenish our energy." Tang Shiying paused for a moment, taken aback by his thoughtful gesture, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such care. "I can manage myself." Sitting on the bench, she casually accepted the chocolate he offered and took a bite. Gazing at the mountains and forests below, an inexplicable sense of accomplishment washed over her. This was indeed the essence of hiking. Unable to resist, Suhan glanced at his phone and opened the message from Yi Xiaowen. The image depicted him and his senior ascending, with no inappropriate actions evident. As he perused the message, Suhan surveyed his surroundings, suddenly sensing an unsettling feeling of being watched. Perhaps someone was observing him from a distance? Suhan texted back, "Where did you get this?" Yu Xiaowen replied almost immediately, "I took it myself, right at the viewing platform." Suhan instinctively looked around once more, and a familiar figure came into view, though it was not Yi Xiaowen. Wang Yi? Upon seeing him approach, Suhan's expression soured. How did this guy appear so suddenly? Wang Yi evidently noticed them as he strode over. Suhan quickly messaged Yi Xiaowen, urging her not to share the photo with anyone. He need not elaborate, she would understand, being astute enough to gain admission to Haicheng University. Wang Yi, catching sight of Suhan, initially overlooked Tang Shiying, who was engrossed in replying to messages and had yet to notice his presence. "Miss Tang, what a coincidence." Wang Yi greeted with a smile. "Do you often hike?" Upon hearing his voice, Tang Shiying looked up to find Wang Yi standing cheerily beside her. It was indeed quite a coincidence. She responded politely, but chose not to elaborate further. It was then that Wang Yi noticed they were dressed in matching outfits and shoes. "Are you two together?" The thought crossed his mind, stirring an indescribable feeling within him. Despite having messaged Tang Shiying multiple times without a response, why did Suhan seem to have such fortune? Yet, observing their demeanor, it appeared they were not a couple, interacting more like ordinary friends. "Ms. Tang, are you with Suhan?" he inquired, his gaze shifting back and forth between them, like a scanner seeking to uncover any hints of their relationship. "What a coincidence!" Suhan interjected. "We met at the base and decided to hike together." He was well aware of Wang Yi's intentions, yet he felt it imperative to prioritize Tang Shiying's status. She was a teacher, and any frivolous gossip that reached the ears of the school administration could adversely affect her. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Wang Yi responded with a smile. "Then let us climb together. There is still a distance to the summit, and since I am alone as well, we can encourage each other along the way." He could hardly believe the coincidence mentioned by Suhan. What are the odds that two people would venture out in matching attire? As if he were a simpleton. However, climbing with them would allow him to ascertain how far they had progressed, facilitating his ambush along the route. He had no need for anyone to cheer him on. Suhan, with an impassive expression, declined. Moreover, he was a male. Competing for the attention of the beautiful sister was paramount. Am I foolish, not simple-minded? After all, it was a rare opportunity to be alone with the lovely sister. What was he doing intruding? Upon hearing Su-han's words, Wang Yi cast his gaze towards Tang Shiying. If she consented, he could assertively join their intimate duo. Chapter 69. The childish contest. Tang Shiying remained silent and continued her ascent toward the mountain's peak. As a teacher, she could not outright dismiss her students' requests. However, acquiescing would betray her own principles. Wang Yi, perceiving her silence as tacit consent, eagerly followed after her, determined to present his finest self before her. Unfortunately, he was oblivious to the fact that Tang Shiying regarded him merely as one of her students. Su-han, shall we have a little competition? Wang Yi interjected, positioning himself in front of Su-han with a hint of provocation flickering across his face. Su-han frowned, looking at him quizzically. A competition about what? Wang Yi smirked, his lips curling into a cold smile. Naturally, a race to the summit. Let us see who can reach the top in the shortest time possible. He was a member of the mountaineering club and had been climbing mountains since high school, participating in expeditions during every winter and summer break. To him, this modest hill was merely an appetizer. Su-han found the suggestion amusing, realizing how juvenile Wang Yi was. Nevertheless, the proposal had its merits. Tang Shiying, leading the way, listened to their exchange without reacting. Observing Wang Yi's confident demeanor, Su-han contemplated for a few moments before glancing at his phone and sending a message. Perceiving Su-han's disregard, Wang Yi's eyes glinted with dissatisfaction. Are you afraid? Passers-by, witnessing their playful rivalry, couldn't help but glance over. Youthful exuberance was commendable, though they wondered if things might escalate into a scuffle. The onlookers, relishing the spectacle, were eager for the drama. Is this a form of provocation? Su-han scoffed, tucking his phone back into his pocket. I'm more than willing to engage. Truth be told, he did not believe he would lose. While Wang Yi frequently climbed renowned peaks, Su-han lived a mere 40 kilometers from the 5 great mountains and would venture out to climb once or twice a year, usually accompanying friends. He was indifferent to the outcome. He simply wished to curtail Wang Yi's arrogance. Su-han glanced upward and met Tang Shiying's gaze, which seemed to convey a message, such childishness. He sighed, let us begin. Upon hearing Su-han's agreement, Wang Yi eagerly readied himself. Teacher Tang, will you be our referee? Tang Shiying, maintaining a stoic expression, did not turn back but continued her ascent, as if she had not heard him. Noticing her silence, Wang Yi shifted his gaze back to Su-han. I won't let you win. Then I thank you in advance. You'd better give it your all. Su-han responded with a smile and promptly took off running. Seeing this, Wang Yi, unwilling to lag behind, adopted a serious demeanor and sprinted up the hill. You little brat, that's not fair. I didn't say go yet. I did. Su-han replied with a grin, bounding up 2 steps at a time. Wang Yi, displaying impressive speed from his training, quickly outpaced Su-han, leading the way. As Su-han watched him pull ahead, he abruptly halted, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Forget you. As he watched Wang Yi sprint away, eventually disappearing into the throng of climbers, he waited for less than a minute before Tang Shiying approached. Amused to see the little one waiting for her, she thought to herself, aren't you supposed to be competing? She had come to accompany him on the hike. He was far too immature, and so she decided to indulge him in a game. Su-han chuckled and continued walking alongside the beautiful sister. From the outset, he had no intention of racing Wang Yi. Just as he pondered how to extricate himself from the boy, Wang Yi proposed the competition. Su-han found the suggestion appealing and readily agreed, feeling as though he had been offered a pillow when drowsy. Quite delightful. Wang Yi was indeed rather endearing. The corners of Tang Shiying's lips lifted slightly. The little fellow was just as childish as he accused others of being. He was somewhat naive, but thankfully not foolish. Are you tired, sister? Su-han inquired, noticing the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, clinging to her delicate skin. He took out a tissue and gently wiped her brow. Not tired. Tang Shiying did not resist his gesture, slowing her pace while avoiding his gaze. To passers-by, their actions seemed like the normal interactions of a couple, nothing remarkable. Let us see who reaches the top first. Tang Shiying's competitive spirit ignited, and she quickened her pace, bounding up the mountain like a spirited child. For someone who maintained a daily morning run, this level of exertion was not particularly challenging. With the little one by her side, she felt unusually at ease. It was a pleasant feeling to have someone willing to share in her passions. Su-han watched as the beautiful sister dashed ahead, momentarily taken aback. Then, a knowing smile spread across his face. Who was the childish one here? Clearly, the senior was the cuter of the two. Breathless, Wang Yi finally reached the summit and hesitantly turned back to look. Not a trace of Su Han was in sight, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He had exerted all his strength. There was no way he could catch up. After sitting under a tree for a while, still no sign of Su Han appeared. A thought crossed his mind. Had he been played? Perhaps Su Han never intended to race him. It seemed he merely wanted to distract him. Such cunning. Why couldn't there be a bit more sincerity? He felt like a fool, exhausting himself for a meaningless victory, only to find it utterly worthless. Moreover, he hadn't even been informed of any reward for winning or punishment for losing. What a naive fool he was. Realization struck him just as he saw Su Han and Tang Shiying entering the temple at the mountainous peak. Were they going to seek a fortune? Perhaps luck would be in store for them. Su Han stood at the entrance, extending his hand toward Tang Shiying, only to withdraw it at the last moment. Though he longed to hold her hand, he hesitated, as she had not taken the initiative, and especially in front of the temple, he felt a need for basic respect. Regardless of beliefs. Are you going in? Tang Shiying asked, her eyes curious as they met his. Su Han shook his head and, locking eyes with her, spoke softly. Encountering you is already my greatest fortune. This was his heartfelt sentiment. Fate had not been unkind to him, granting him a second chance. Every experience had led to this most beautiful meeting. In Tang Shiying's clear gaze, she beheld her own reflection, imbued with boundless affection and the purest sentiments known to the world. The fluttering in her heart grew ever more pronounced, to the extent that amidst the clamor of the crowd, she could distinctly hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Let us depart, Tang Shiying declared, turning to walk towards the opposite side of the temple. Encountering you is indeed a fortuitous omen. Meeting you has exhausted all my good fortune. Therefore, there is no need for further supplication. The best is already at hand. Yi Xiaowen, witnessing this scene amidst the throng, captured another photograph of the two. This time, they walked side by side, in close proximity, yet without holding hands. My dear fellow villager, that calls for 2 cups of milk tea, she mused, a smile of delight gracing her lips, feeling a sense of serendipity. The dynamic between teacher and student had reached a sweetness that surpassed the norm. Chapter 70. A witness beneath the setting sun. At the summit, there lies a place known as Guanyin Peak. On clear days, one can distinctly witness the rise and fall of the sun. The afterglow of the setting sun unfolds across the horizon, painting the sky in a kaleidoscope of hues. Tang Shiying stood upon the stone slab, gazing at the slowly descending evening glow. Close your eyes. What? Su Han, taken aback, was uncertain if she was addressing him. It sounded like the voice of a senior, yet her gaze remained fixed on the distant sunset. Tang Shiying turned to face him, the rays of the sunset reflecting in her eyes as they exchanged a glance. The familiar voice resonated again. Close your eyes. She looked up at Su Han, her voice barely above a whisper. Su Han, bewildered, complied and shut his eyes, pondering what the senior intended. Surely, she wouldn't push him off the edge. A scene from a television drama flickered through his mind. Do you think I have a chance? I feel like the odds are quite favorable. Please don't do anything foolish. In the next moment, a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He recognized this scent all too well. It was the subtle aroma of the senior. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, an improbable possibility. He yearned to open his eyes and discern what the senior was doing. Yet he was still instructed to keep them shut. The more curious he became, the more thoughts surged within him, leaving him with a dizzying sensation. Tang Shiying stepped closer, a blush adorning her cheeks as she gently rose on her toes. Her warm breath brushed against the boy's face. She pressed her lips softly against his forehead, quickly retreating. Too timid to linger for even a second. She feared being discovered by Su Han, for she knew she could not escape if he did. This is what you owe me, she murmured softly, ensuring the boy heard her. The last encounter in the elevator, when his forehead had accidentally brushed against hers, was vividly etched in her memory. Su Han stood frozen in place, bewildered. What had just transpired? Was he dreaming? Or had he been transported to another realm? The sensation of her soft lips grazing his forehead, warm and moist, was unmistakably real. It was only when her voice floated into his ears that he recognized the truth. The beautiful senior had kissed him on the forehead. A warmth surged through him, spreading from his ears to the rest of his body. At that moment, he was reluctant to open his eyes. He feared that upon doing so, he would find only illusions, mere bubbles of fantasy. Time to go before it gets dark. Tang Shiying's voice echoed from behind as she prepared to descend the mountain. Her face burned with embarrassment, Her earlier actions had been audacious. What kind of girl takes the initiative? Yet, she did not regret it. She ought to let this simpleton know her true feelings. In a relationship, both parties must reciprocate. Since the boy had summoned the courage to take the first step towards her, it was only natural for her to follow suit. After all, she was certain that the person destined for her future had already arrived. Suhan opened his eyes, but the exquisite visage was nowhere to be found. He turned around to see Tang Shiying not far behind him. He touched his flushed earlobe, grinning as he walked towards her. That was rather foolish. The beautiful sister's lips are so soft. Yi Xiaowen concealed herself behind a tree, observing the two figures gradually retreating. As she perused the album to review the photos she had just captured, the sun on the horizon descended slowly, and in the afterglow, the enchanting goddess rose on her tiptoes to gently kiss the handsome young man's forehead. Exquisite and captivating, this could easily be deemed a masterpiece of photography. If exhibited, it might even secure an award. The excitement radiating from her visage surged beyond the horizon, soaring into the sky. My dear fellow villager, this photograph will sustain me for a lifetime. Yi Xiaowen chuckled maniacally. How utterly delightful. What a celestial maneuver. When might I, too, experience the sweetness of romance? Upon this thought, her smile vanished in an instant. The plight of a single soul bore down heavily. What is this? Laughing one moment and crying the next. Xia Yujia approached slowly. She had been elsewhere and remained oblivious to the affair between Su Han and Tang Shiying, thus unable to comprehend Yi Xiaowen's current emotions. Let us return. Yi Xiaowen cheerfully grasped her arm, and the two strolled down the mountain, casting aside the earlier melancholy of singleness. Su Han had just finished washing up upon receiving the photo sent by Yi Xiaowen. At first astonished, he soon felt exhilarated upon viewing the two in the picture. Fortunately, it was Yi Xiaowen who had captured it. Had it been Wang Yi, it could have led to some minor troubles. How do you plan to repay me? Yi Xiaowen inquired. Shall I treat you to a meal? Su Han replied. A meal is a given, but there must be an additional condition. Yi Xiaowen countered. Shall we invite the class monitor? Su Han suggested. Yi Xiaowen sent a you know me gif. Dear fellow villager, be mindful of your role. Su Han was taken aback. Yi Xiaowen quickly replied, matchmaker. Su Han stared at those three words for a long while before turning to Wang Ziheng, who was engrossed in a game. For your lifelong affair, a father's worries are endless. Do not look at me with that foolish gaze. Wang Ziheng shot him a glare. I would rather bend than break. Su Han smiled serenely. I hope you remain so resolute forever. After saving the photo sent by Yi Xiaowen, he forwarded it to the beautiful sister. Upon returning to the apartment, Tang Shiying found her dear friend Jiang Yanin waiting at the door. How long have you been here? Just arrived. I was about to message you. Jiang Yanin tilted her head, curiously surveying her. Did you go out to play? With whom? Is it with a junior? A rapid-fire series of inquiries. Seeing her silence, Jiang Yanin deduced, with her astute intellect, that she must have guessed correctly. Are you together with the junior? The more Tang Shiying remained mute, the more her curiosity intensified. Are you still interested in dining? Tang Shiying replied coolly. Jiang Yanin immediately seated herself at the dining table, resolutely declaring one word, eat. Once the dishes were served, she picked up a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, yet couldn't resist glancing towards her friend across the table. If you feel too shy, I shall speak to the junior for you. Can a meal truly silence your tongue? Tang Shiying shot her a glance. Jiang Yanin was unfazed, having grown accustomed to such behavior. However, she sensed that her best friend was slightly off, exhibiting a warmth that was unusual. Upon receiving the photograph sent by Su Han, Tang Shiying couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It was impeccably captured. Reflecting on her own actions still stirred a flutter within her heart. Yet, this flutter was merely a transient emotion, much like affection, which often fades away. The little one instilled in her the courage to face each day with vigor. The following morning, Tang Shiying did not indulge in laziness due to the previous day's hike. Instead, she continued her routine morning run. However, she found no trace of Su Han on the playground. Perhaps he had worn himself out yesterday. Taking a day to rest was quite reasonable. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 71. Choose one? After completing her morning jog, Tang Shiying was preparing to leave the playground when she happened to brush past Wang Ziheng. She glanced back at the boy's silhouette. He was the class monitor and also Su Han's roommate. Perhaps due to the cap she wore, he did not immediately recognize her. Tang teacher? Wang Ziheng suddenly halted 3 meters away, uncertainly calling out. Tang Shiying paused her steps and turned to look back. Upon confirming her identity, Wang Ziheng approached with a smile. Tang teacher, you are also here for a morning run? He had been jogging every day, but had never seen Tang Shiying before. However, given her attire, she indeed did not attract much attention. Tang Shiying responded with a soft nodding calmly, acknowledging him. She was quite content with this class monitor. He handled matters with composure and had rarely caused her any trouble. The affairs of the class were well organized under his management, which greatly reassured her. I need to help Su-Han request a leave. Wang Ziheng maintained a polite distance of 2 steps as he spoke. Hearing that he was about to assist the boy in taking leave, Tang Shiying felt perplexed and a bit worried. Su-Han had not mentioned needing anything when they returned together yesterday. Why the sudden need for leave? She checked her phone, finding no messages from him. Is he unwell? Tang Shiying inquired with a neutral tone. He has a fever. We only discovered it this morning. He is still lying in the dormitory, Wang Ziheng replied, concern evident on his face. Has he taken any medicine? Why hasn't he gone to the infirmary? Tang Shiying quickly asked. He has taken medicine. But the infirmary hasn't opened yet, Wang Ziheng answered candidly. He sensed a change in her tone, assuming it was merely a reflection of a teacher's concern for her students. A perfectly normal sentiment. All right, I will fill out a leave note when I return to the office, Tang Shiying stated before leaving without looking back. In the dormitory, Su-Han lay weakly on his bed, lacking even the strength to speak. Fiancee, now that you are grown, how can you kick off your blankets while sleeping? Zhao Leffen, holding a cup of water, offered it to him. Are you performing martial arts in your dreams? Su-Han opened his mouth, allowing the water to flow down his throat. He himself was unsure of what had happened. He simply woke up to find himself bare. The blanket that had been neatly arranged the night before now lay on the floor. You are remarkably selfless, sacrificing the blanket for the floor while freezing yourself and catching a cold. In the 520 dormitory, one of the 4 prominent characters must surely include you. I am just curious, what did you dream about last night? Zhao Leffen placed the cup on the table, a mischievous grin on his face as he looked at Su-Han. This fellow had returned the previous night in an unusually excited state, almost as if he had consumed something sweet. They had even wondered if Su-Han had experienced some sort of stimulation. When questioned about any good news, he remained tight-lipped. And now, karma had come back around. Su-Han certainly would not divulge to them that the beautiful counselor had taken the initiative to kiss his roommate. Such a tale sounded far too fantastical. Speak of it, and my roommate would isolate him as a lunatic. I dreamed of transforming into Superman, rescuing you from the restroom, only for you to insist on me adopting you as my son, a proposition I vehemently declined. I refused to associate with the inept. Su-Han's voice was hoarse as he spoke. Get lost. Burn in hell, you deserve it. Zhao Leffen spat in disdain. Lin Jinghao glanced at the time. Observing the two with a bemused expression, let us head to the infirmary. It should be open at this hour. Su-Han nodded, changed his clothes, and was about to step outside when a message from a beautiful sister pinged on his phone. Come downstairs. Upon seeing the message, he declined his roommate's offer to escort him to the infirmary and directly descended to the dormitory entrance. There stood Tang Shiying, clad in athletic attire. Suddenly, he felt a surge of vitality. No amount of ibuprofen could rival the invigorating power of love. With this, I could endure for another 3 hours. Tang Shiying, noticing the pallor of the young lad's cheeks, felt a pang of sympathy. Even in such a state, he gazed at her with a silly grin. Are you foolish? To the infirmary. She turned and strode away, her ponytail swaying behind her. After the doctor examined him, Su-Han was hooked up to N4 and prescribed medication, leaving the two in the infusion room. You can go about your business. Su-Han looked up at Tang Shiying, his right hand, where the needle was inserted, motionless. In his recollections, the last time he had received an injection was many years ago. The fewer experiences with this procedure, the better. Tang Shiying glanced at the 4 bag above, the liquid flowing through the tube into the boy's body. I'll go buy breakfast, she announced, turning to leave but pausing at the door to ask, is kanji acceptable? Absolutely, Su-Han replied without hesitation, regardless of what the beautiful sister suggested. He would always respond affirmatively, for he was enamored with her. Shortly after, Lin Jinghao and the others peeked into the infusion room. Upon seeing Su-Han receiving N4, they hastened over. Still alive? Zhao Leffen inquired even before reaching his side, offering his friendly condolences. Lin Jinghao waved the breakfast he held in front of Su-Han. See? I still care for you. Steamed buns, your favorite. I've spoken to the instructor on your behalf. Take good care of yourself. Wang Ziheng whispered softly. Su-Han was at a loss for words. I merely have a fever. It's not as if I'm on the verge of death. Suddenly, He recalled that when Tang Shiying returned, encountering these three would be somewhat awkward. All right. You all can go about your business. He needed to swiftly disperse these three distractions. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain later. When a son is ill, a father must accompany him. Zhao Leffen seized the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. I appreciate your sentiment. Thank you for being there for me. Before Su Han could finish his words, he saw Tang Shiying entering with breakfast in hand. Upon noticing Wang Ziheng and the others, her expression remained neutral, betraying no signs of surprise. The trio in the dormitory fell silent at her entrance, their movements frozen in place. The most dreaded silence enveloped the room. They were oblivious to why Tang Shiying was present. A mere coincidence? It was still Lin Jinghao who reacted swiftly, taking the initiative to greet her. Teacher Tang. Tang Shiying nodded gently, acknowledging her companions. Before Wang Ziheng and Zhao Leffen could utter a word, Lin Jinghao extended his hand, ushering the two of them out. Suddenly recalling their class, he exclaimed, "We have a lesson to attend. We must take our leave." Wang Ziheng and Zhao Leffen, bewildered, were propelled out of the infirmary. Inside the infusion room, Tang Shiying sat beside Su Han, placing the breakfast she had purchased in front of him. Which one would you like to eat? The implication was clear. One was from her roommate, and the other was personally chosen for him. He was to select his preference. Be sure to choose what you enjoy. It matters not who bought it. Millet porridge. Su Han replied without hesitation. Was there even a need for deliberation? To hesitate for a second would be an affront to his roommate. My hand. I'm afraid to move it. How about? Chapter 72. Trapped inside, Su Han glanced at his hand, which had been pricked by needles. Tentatively, he extended his left hand to reach for the millet porridge. He yearned to drink it, truly. Unfortunately, his hands seemed rather uncooperative. He suddenly found himself envious of those who were accustomed to writing with their left hand. They surely did not face such troubles. Tang Shiying observed his expression and scooped up some porridge with a spoon, gently blowing on it before bringing it to Su Han's lips. He was momentarily taken aback. Although he longed for the beautiful sister to feed him, he felt a pang of anxiety at that moment. What was more, she was concerned he might burn himself, having blown on the porridge. Was he truly not mistaken? Just then, as Su Han opened his mouth to speak, the spoon, filled with warm porridge, was tipped into his mouth. Eat without talking, Tang Shiying said with a slightly domineering tone, followed by another spoonful. Su Han had no time to hesitate. He simply opened his mouth and drank. The taste of the millet porridge was rather average, too watery. But, since it was being fed to him by the lovely sister, it still tasted quite sweet. As he consumed the porridge, his gaze remained fixed on Tang Shiying's face. Her rosy cheeks were somewhat alluring. He imagined they must be quite fragrant. At that moment, Su Han silently made a certain decision in his heart. How could anyone bear to part with such a beautiful and virtuous girl? It's not too hot anymore. I'll do it myself, he declared, reaching for the paper bowl of porridge from Tang Shiying's hands. Without using the spoon, he began to drink on his own. Tang Shiying said nothing, quietly watching as the little fellow finished. Is it delicious? Not as good as yours, Su Han replied honestly. When they had breakfast at the apartment, Tang Shiying had made millet porridge that was far superior to this. However, Su Han's favorite was still the century egg and lean pork congee. Its flavor was unparalleled. Tang Shiying tidied up the plastic bags in front of her, feeling a swell of delight at his response. You sure know how to flatter me. Have you thought about the reward I promised you from the last competition? Tang Shiying inquired softly. The little fellow had placed fourth in the badminton tournament, and she had promised him a reward, though he had yet to bring it up. She was not one to go back on her word. If she promised to give it, she would certainly keep her promise. Su Han's lips curled into a slight smile. I want to hear you sing, just for me. Aside from their duet at the welcoming party, he had yet to hear Tang Shiying sing solo. He had listened to her recordings on the audiobook app, and her voice was enchanting, brimming with imagination, a delightful auditory experience. Tang Shiying nodded nonchalantly, indicating her agreement. I'll remember that. And you? What reward do you desire? Su Han hastened the speed of the four infusion, seemingly casually inquiring. Me? Tang Shiying blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. I don't need anything. I came in fourth. You should be rewarded since you came in first. Su Han insisted earnestly, you deserve a reward. Tang Shiying stood up, looking down at him, her mouth opening slightly before she swallowed her words. Ultimately, she rephrased, how about you make me a meal? Her moment of hesitation flickered briefly, yet was astutely captured by Su Han. This was not the reward she genuinely desired. So, what was it that she truly yearned for? At that moment, Su-han found himself at a loss. I can cook for you anytime. I would willingly do it for a lifetime. All right. Tang Shiying's voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to Su-han. She intended for only him to hear. For a lifetime, remember what you said, little one. After Su-han emerged from the infirmary, he was directly escorted back to the teacher's apartment by Tang Shiying. You can stay here until you recover from your cold. She indicated the vacant bedroom. The one you used to occupy. It should feel familiar. She referred to the room belonging to Su-han's second sister, Su-rulan, who had not relinquished the property after going abroad, partly so Su-han could stay there. However, considering that it was a shared accommodation with a female, and given Tang Shiying's nature, she had refrained from mentioning it. And what happens after you recover from the cold? Su-han inquired softly as he entered the living room. If having a cold meant he could remain here, he would gladly endure it indefinitely, sharing the space with the beautiful sister. The thought was rather delightful. Tang Shiying, hearing his words, offered no reply, but instead busied herself tidying his bed before stepping out. I have a meeting to attend. You should rest for a while. I will prepare lunch upon my return. Without waiting for Su-han to respond, the sound of the apartment door opening and closing followed. Su-han, unreserved, flopped onto the bed and succumbed to deep slumber. He was perplexed as to why, despite having a fever, he felt so achy all over. Primarily, it was his stuffy nose that caused him considerable discomfort. During his slumber, he was roused several times, struggling to breathe. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. Just as he was in the depths of sleep, a sudden knock at the door jolted him awake. Su-han glanced at the clock, realizing it had been less than 10 minutes since he last stirred. Why did it feel as though an eternity had passed? Had his sister forgotten her keys? With a sense of confusion, Su-han stumbled to the door. Sister. Ah, auntie. Upon seeing the figure outside, he stood frozen, for it was none other than Tang Shiying's mother. Auntie. Tang Ma, upon recognizing Su-han at the door, hesitated for a few seconds before quickly processing the situation. Little Su is here? Auntie, please come in. Su-han took the items from Tang Ma's hands, stepping aside to invite her in. Little did he expect that just as he was about to settle in, Tang Ma would arrive. This was a disaster. Nothing had occurred between him and Tang Shiying, yet he felt as though he had been caught in an affair. Tang isn't here? Tang Ma displayed little surprise at Su-han's presence. Her mindset was relatively open. She held a favorable opinion of him, as they had maintained contact since her last visit. She has gone to a meeting and will return shortly. Su-han brought a cup of water from the kitchen and placed it before Tang Ma. Auntie, please have some water. Tang Shiying had not mentioned that her mother would be coming. He found himself somewhat taken aback. Auntie, you haven't had your meal yet, right? Allow me to prepare something for you. With that, Su-han turned to head towards the kitchen. No need to rush, just sit down and chat with me. Mama Tang said, patting the spot beside her and smiling as she looked at Su-han. You seem a bit off color. Are you feeling all right? Noticing Su-han's pale complexion and somewhat chapped lips, Mama Tang couldn't help but express her concern. Su-han settled onto the sofa, offering a faint smile. It's just a slight cold. I'm perfectly fine. He maintained a respectful distance from Mama Tang, primarily to avoid transmitting any illness to her. Auntie, I don't live here. I just caught a cold today, and Teacher Tang asked me to rest here for a while. After all, being a young man, it was best to clarify the situation, especially considering she was essentially like a mother to him. He even referred to her as Teacher Tang. Chapter 73, Living Together? Su-han found himself momentarily speechless at a remark from Tang's mother. He had grown accustomed to referring to Tang Shiying as teacher in public, and it had become second nature to him. In the presence of Tang's mother, he naturally uttered the term without realizing anything amiss. It was a habit, Su-han explained, sheepishly scratching his head. Tang's mother harbored no ill intentions. She simply felt that such a title sounded somewhat distant between couples. In her mind, the two were already a couple. However, this designation might hold a unique significance for them, perhaps. After all, the youth of today are quite playful. While engaging in conversation with Tang's mother, Su-han also sent a message to Tang Shiying. Currently in a meeting, Tang Shiying received the message and expressed her surprise, stating she was unaware of her mother's visit and that she hadn't informed her. Well, this was an unexpected incursion from a future mother-in-law. Fortunately, the two had previously met. Otherwise, it could have been far more awkward. Auntie, I'll go buy some ingredients. You must try my cooking for lunch. Su-han exclaimed as he prepared to rise, but was halted by Tang's mother. Let Tang fetch it. Aren't you feeling unwell? Just rest. A warm smile remained on Tang's mother's face as she conversed gently with Su-han. Do you often cook? Upon hearing this, Suhan realized he had inadvertently dug himself into a hole again. He had just asserted that they didn't live together, and now he was mentioning cooking, which clearly implied he spent a good deal of time here. The dormitory didn't allow cooking. No, I just come over occasionally. It's mostly teacher Tang who does the cooking. For a moment, he completely forgot how unpleasant a cold could be. Tang's mother nodded in satisfaction, took a sip from her water cup, and walked toward the kitchen. It's better to cook together. It fosters emotional connection. Suhan followed her, standing at the kitchen entrance, proudly detailing the kitchen's layout as if it were his own home, clearly familiar with it. Observing the vibrant atmosphere of the kitchen, Tang's mother was assured that Suhan was not lying. This young man would likely not mistreat her daughter, based on her years of experience. She was confident in her judgment. Annie, I'm not very skilled at making tomato beef brisket. Could you teach me again? Suhan skillfully opened the refrigerator, surveying the ingredients within, and spoke softly. He needed to change the subject, and cooking was indeed a splendid direction. Tang's mother possessed considerable culinary knowledge. Every time he sought her advice, he received enthusiastic assistance. Surely, she would prefer teaching him in person? Of course, no problem. As expected, upon the mention of cooking, Tang's mother rolled up her sleeves and prepared to start. It was perfectly timed with lunchtime. Do you have a clay pot? Yes. Seeing her eagerness, Suhan stepped forward, opened the lower cabinet, and retrieved the clay pot he had personally purchased for his first attempt at cooking for Tang Shiying. It seemed he had only used it once. Auntie, let me handle this. You can guide me from the side. Suhan cleaned the ingredients and was ready to begin. However, Tang's mother took the ingredients from his hands. Let me do it. You just watch closely. As she spoke, she tied on her apron and began to slice the meat. The pieces, of uniform size, obediently yielded to her knife. Suhan, witnessing this scene, recalled his own attempts at cutting meat, which resulted in uneven, oddly shaped pieces. And he instantly felt the disparity. Little Sue, he thought. Tang has never had boys around her. I am genuinely pleased that she allows you to remain by her side. Tang Ma said earnestly. She is not fond of interacting with boys. And this is partly my doing. Lacking a father figure since childhood, she perceives all boys as potential threats. Suhan listened quietly, nodding occasionally, though he did not fully grasp the intricacies of this situation. Yet, he was eager to understand, especially if it pertained to his sister. Tang Ma continued. Her willingness to spend time with you indicates that she truly likes you. I know my daughter well. She may appear somewhat aloof, but that is merely a defense mechanism. You must treat her kindly and never bully her. As she spoke, her hands remained busy. After cleaning the knife, she began to slice tomatoes, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I know you are a good boy. I have no worries about the two of you together. Suhan, standing behind Tang Ma, nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Auntie, I will take good care of her. I could never bear to mistreat her. He spoke from the heart. The moment he realized Tang Shiying harbored feelings for him, he had pledged his very existence to her. The sound of the door opening announced Tang Shiying's return. As she entered, carrying items in her arms, Suhan approached to relieve her of the burden. Auntie is in the kitchen, he informed her. Tang Shiying changed into her slippers and walked to the kitchen door, where she found her mother cooking. Mom, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I would have picked you up, she exclaimed. I am quite familiar with the area. There was no need for you to come, Tang Ma replied, glancing back at her beloved daughter. There seemed to be little change in her. Perhaps she had gained a slight amount of weight. However, this subtle transformation was imperceptible to anyone but her mother. After all, in a mother's eyes, one is forever too thin. Tang Shiying gazed at her mother with a beaming smile, playfully resting against her back like a child. Aren't you two grown up to be acting like a little kid? Tang Ma feigned disapproval, yet her tone was soft and affectionate. As she watched the flames flicker beneath the clay pot, she continued, Little Sue mentioned you were craving tomato beef brisket, and I just happened to catch him preparing it. So I offered him a few pointers. Suhan, listening from behind, felt a surge of gratitude. This was no future mother-in-law, but rather a second mother to him. Tang Shiying turned to glance at him, noticing his dazed expression, and calmly inquired, Have you taken your medicine? No, I haven't tea. Suhan stammered, feeling somewhat foolish. Well, you can take it after dinner. You should go and rest for a while, Tang Shiying suggested. Suhan understood that the mother and daughter had much to discuss. After politely greeting Tang Ma, he retreated to his bedroom. Tang Ma turned to her daughter. Does this mean you two are cohabitating? Not at all. Tang Shiying quickly denied. He was running a fever, and out of concern for contagiousness in the dormitory, we allowed him to stay here for a couple of days. There is nothing going on between us. Nothing at all, Tang's mother inquired, glancing back with a hint of skepticism. Then why haven't you brought home other students who are ill? Tang Shiying found herself at a loss for words. Her mother knew her too well. The mother and daughter chatted as they prepared lunch in the kitchen, and soon enough, the meal was ready. As they gathered around the table, Tang Shiying sat beside Su-Han, while Tang's mother occupied the seat opposite them. This marked the first occasion that Su-Han and Tang Shiying dined side by side, as they had previously always faced each other. Su, make sure to eat plenty of vegetables to bolster your immunity, Tang's mother encouraged, persistently serving him with a communal pair of chopsticks. And this pig's trotter, I specifically brought it from Jiangxing for you. Do enjoy it. Thank you, Auntie. Chapter 74. What is your relationship? In front of Su-Han lay a bowl brimming with food. Suddenly, he sensed a palpable aura of menace beside him. Glancing over, he discovered Tang Shiying fixated on the pig trotters in his bowl, her absolute favorite, which her mother had denied her in favor of this little one. Noticing her gaze, Su-Han, with a cheerful smile, softly inquired, Sister, would you like a taste? Humph. Tang Shiying huffed, turning away with an air of proud disdain, refusing to meet his eyes. The little one was acutely aware of her mother's presence nearby, which rendered her reluctant to act against him. So, someone else got your back, huh? Su-Han had initially intended to offer her some, but fearing he might inadvertently pass on his own misfortune, he contentedly began to eat on his own, casting a teasing glance her way, as if to say, it's simply delectable. Su, do you plan to stay in Haicheng or return to Qizhou? Tang Ma asked, placing a piece of beef into Su-Han's bowl. Thank you, Auntie, Su-Han replied, casting a tender look at the girl beside him, who was engrossed in her meal. Wherever sister goes, I shall follow. This sentiment echoed with a certain sincerity reminiscent of the whimsical character, but his earnestness shone through. Clearly, Tang Ma was quite pleased with his response. Having keenly noticed the shift in his address, it seemed she was no longer merely teacher Tang, but had indeed earned the title of sister. Such double standards. As the meal progressed, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Like the previous visit to the Tang household, Su-Han found himself indulging to the point of being stuffed. He soon grasped the purpose of Tang Ma's visit. In 3 days, it would be Tang Shiying's birthday. With commitments on the actual day, she had come early, initially worried that her daughter might be alone on her special day. Now, with Su-Han by her side, her concerns were significantly eased. Su-Han, elated yet slightly chagrined, lamented his ignorance regarding his sister's birthday. Had it not been for Tang Ma's arrival, he might have overlooked it entirely, a thought that he could hardly forgive himself for. A quick glance at the calendar confirmed that November 21st was rapidly approaching. After enjoying lunch, Tang Ma returned to Jiangxing in the afternoon. Tang Shiying accompanied her mother to the station, and upon her return, found Su-Han deep in slumber after taking his medicine. The bedroom door stood ajar, and she peeked inside, remarking, Little one, do you not close the door while sleeping? Aren't you afraid of being taken away? In this room, aside from herself, it seemed no one else was present. I only came to refill his water, not intending to intrude, Tang Shiying murmured softly to herself as she entered the bedroom. Though there was no one else around, her words seemed to linger in the air, directed at an unseen audience. She retrieved an empty cup from the cupboard, filled it with warm water, and returned it to its place. Having completed her tasks and preparing to leave, she inexplicably found herself halted, her gaze drawn to Su-Han's peaceful visage. His delicate features appeared somewhat worn at that moment, yet a stray lock of hair cascading across his forehead imparted an air of effortless elegance. Leaning down, Tang Shiying extended her index finger and gently brushed the tip against Su-Han's nose. So smooth. She whispered, Little one, when did you? Her voice barely rose above a whisper, and she herself was uncertain whether the last words had escaped her lips. Only the sight of Su-Han, with his eyes closed and a slightly crinkled nose, suggests a hint of discomfort as his eyelids twitch ever so slightly. Observing this, Tang Shiying tiptoed out of the bedroom, delicately closing the door behind her. By the time Su-Han awakened, the horizon outside had already been stained with shades of deep indigo. With the arrival of winter, the night descended with unusual fervor. Are you still feverish? Tang Shiying inquired, pouring freshly made millet porridge into a bowl. Turning around, she was greeted by the sight of the little one, still in a daze, emerging from the depths of slumber. Su-Han, momentarily bewildered, stared at his beautiful sister walking out of the kitchen. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes, and upon confirming his wakefulness, a smile broke across his face. The fever's gone. Did you make millet porridge for me, sister? He approached the dining table, eager to savor a taste, exclaiming, I could smell its fragrance even in my dreams. Just as Su-Han reached out, a delicate, fair hand gently swatted his away. Tang Shiying cast a nonchalant glance at him, instructing, "Go wash your hands." Su-Han chuckled and scampered off to wash his hands, displaying none of the signs of illness. Earlier in the morning, he had declared the porridge she prepared to be delicious, and here she was, making it for him again in the evening. How blissful this was. It would surely evoke envy in anyone. After enjoying dinner at the apartment, Su-Han returned to the dormitory. Although he longed to stay the night, he was still a student, and such indulgences were not yet permissible. In the dorm, Wang Ziheng had yet to return. This fellow had been coming back later and later as of late. Lin Jinghao glanced at Su-Han with concern, asking, "How are you feeling? You look radiant. Certainly not like someone suffering from a cold." Su-Han, noticing Lin Jinghao's cheerful demeanor, understood that his friend was on the mend, and he felt genuinely happy for him. "I must thank you for those dumplings. Eating the buns you bought worked wonders, far more effective than any elixir. You've gone astray." Lin Jinghao pointed at Su-Han. Feigning ignorance, "Your little secret is unlikely to remain concealed for much longer." Upon hearing this, Su-Han was taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. They had all seen Tang Shiying in the infirmary. Even the dimmest of minds would draw connections. There was no escaping this scrutiny. Indeed, Zhao Leifa paused his game, casting a disdainful look in Su-Han's direction. "I haven't stolen or done anything wrong, so why do I feel so guilty? Isn't it perfectly normal for a female teacher to visit a sick male student?" Just as Zhao Leifa was about to retort, the dormitory door swung open, and Wang Ziheng returned as well. Su-Han glanced back, sensing a conspiratorial air among them. Resigned, he seated himself on his stool, adopting an expression of innocence as he regarded the trio. They strategically moved their chairs, encircling him with a shared understanding, gazing at him as if he were an extraterrestrial, yet saying nothing. "Are you inviting me to dinner?" Su-Han feigned a smile, his gaze flitting across their faces. "Invite you for what? You deceitful scoundrel." Zhao Leifa burst out, unable to contain himself. "Deceitful? What do you mean?" Su-Han retorted. "Keep pretending. My innocent, naive heart has been ruthlessly trampled upon." "Oh, the pain." Zhao Leifa clasped his chest, appearing as if he were on the verge of a fatal collapse. The other three exchanged speechless glances with him. Wang Ziheng rolled his eyes in exasperation, exclaiming, "Could you speak plainly? I am merely expressing my heartfelt sentiments." Su-Han found the scene amusing, noting that despite his own silence, Zhao Leifa and Wang Ziheng had begun to bicker amongst themselves. Was it not foolish to act as though they were in a drama? Fortunately, Lin Jinghao, exhibiting a clearer perspective, swiftly intervened to halt their absurd antics. The trio's attention then returned to Su-Han. "What is your relationship with Teacher Tang?" Wang Ziheng inquired, leaning forward with a stern expression. "She is my elder sister's junior, and it is my sister who requested her to look after me." Su-Han revealed the pompous rationale without reservation. Chapter 75. It is my illusion. Tang Shiying nestled on the sofa, gazing at a tedious television program. After the little one had departed, an inexplicable sense of loneliness enveloped her. She had grown accustomed to his presence, but what did he truly mean? Hadn't she made her feelings abundantly clear? Just as her thoughts spiraled, a knock resonated at the door, prompting her to instinctively glance at the clock. At this hour, the only visitor could be her dear friend, Jiang Yanin. "Is there anything to eat? I'm famished." Upon entering, Jiang Yanin wasted no time, diving straight into the kitchen in search of sustenance, as if she were in her own home. "What about Andy?" "She has returned to Jiangqing." Tang Shiying returned to her previous spot on the sofa, manipulating the remote control with a growing sense of disinterest. She suddenly realized how exceptionally dull the current drama was. Even mindless internet series seemed to possess greater intrigue. Jiang Yanin emerged from the kitchen, bearing a bowl of food, her face adorned with curiosity. "Since when did you start watching television?" In her recollection, Tang Shiying hardly ever indulged in such pastimes at home. Perhaps it was due to their profession. They could predict the outcomes of most dramas after merely watching the beginning. Only exceptionally unique themes warranted their earnest study, akin to a chef who, after a day of culinary work, had no desire to cook at home. Jiang Yanin's unusual behavior piqued her interest. Tang Shiying observed her friend, who sat beside her with a bowl of congee. "Aren't you going to warm that up? It's cold. You might upset your stomach." Though she was often aloof with outsiders, she maintained a warmth towards this friend, the only one she had throughout her 4 years in university. Jiang Yanin swallowed a mouthful of porridge with satisfaction. "It's warm enough. The temperature is just right. Why are you making congee so late?" "I felt like it." Tang Shiying turned her gaze back to the television, where a romantic scene unfolded. The male lead was confessing his feelings to the female lead. Remarkably, she did not switch the channel, watching with unprecedented interest. The female protagonist stood by a lake, while nearby, a friend raised a phone, poised to capture the moment. Unbeknownst to her, the male lead, holding vibrant roses, quietly approached from behind. When she finally turned around, she was taken aback to find him on one knee. And they embraced in joyous excitement, her face radiating happiness. Tang Shiying observed the scene with a calm demeanor, her gaze somewhat lost in thought. A hand wielding chopsticks waved in front of her eyes. Jiang Yanan widened her eyes, sensing something was amiss with her friend. Are you daydreaming? No, Tang Shiying replied, picking up a cup from the table for a sip of water. As she stared at the cup, she realized it was one of the couple mugs she shared with the little one, a memento from their photo session at the milk tea shop. Are you thinking about the junior? Jiang Yanan set down her bowl, contently stroking her belly, reclining on the sofa, momentarily shedding her ladylike demeanor. Tang Shiying, ignoring her, continued. If you truly like someone, it doesn't necessarily require a confession from the boy. A girl taking the initiative can be quite admirable. Suddenly, Tang Shiying turned her head towards her with a fervent gaze, startling her. What did you say? Jiang Yanan shifted her position, moving to the opposite end of the sofa to create distance, muttering, let's pretend I said nothing. She was still quite concerned for her own safety. After all, they were on the 11th floor. Given that Tang Shiying was not fond of interacting with boys, suggesting that she should confess her feelings seemed utterly absurd. Surely, she must be out of her mind. However, the confession scene she had just witnessed on television had seemed so sincere. Was there truly nothing more than a teacher-student relationship with the junior? A fleeting thought crossed Tang Shiying's mind. For a brief moment, she even questioned herself. Perhaps the little fellow did not actually harbor any feelings for her. His actions may have been mere coincidences, just because she encountered a boy who did not repel her. She mistakenly believed he liked her. It was merely an illusion. Tang Shiying recalled Su-han's words at the stairway of the badminton court. They were not deceitful. That night, Jiang Yanan stayed over at the apartment. Tang Shiying's mind was in disarray, and she was unsure when she finally fell asleep. Upon waking early the next morning, she noticed the mist outside. A chilling breeze seeped through the window's crevices into the room. Glancing at her phone, she saw that the little fellow had sent her a message half an hour prior. It's cold. Make sure to dress warmly. Stepping out of her bedroom, she found no sign of Su-han in the living room. Aren't you coming for breakfast? Just as she was about to reply, her phone lit up with a new message. There's porridge in the pot. Just heat it up to enjoy. Only then did Tang Shiying check the time. Realizing it was already 9:30, it seemed the little fellow had come and gone. As she entered the kitchen, she was greeted by the sight of steaming sweet porridge, exuding a delightful aroma. The peeled tea eggs lay quietly in a small white bowl. Observing all this, a smile crept onto Tang Shiying's lips. A wave of warmth coursed through her, dispelling the cold. This winter didn't tea seem as harsh as those in years past. What kind of student would forego sleeping in to prepare breakfast for their teacher? It appeared her student was indeed one of a kind. Tang Shiying's fingers swiftly glided across the screen, and after hitting send, she began to sip her porridge. No need to heat it. It's already quite hot. When Su-han received the beautiful sister's message, he was standing outside a clothing store in the city center, which specialized in horseface skirts and related products. He looked down at the chat interface, reading her message. I like the porridge you made. He quickly replied, I like it too. Su-han stepped into the store, having done his homework beforehand regarding the styles of horseface skirts. With the beautiful sister's birthday approaching, he had little time to prepare. Hello. Do you need any assistance? A salesgirl in a gray business suit and high heels approached him with enthusiasm. After Su-han expressed his requirements, the staff led him to the product display area and began a detailed introduction. After perusing a dozen options in one breath, he finally discovered what he sought. How long will this particular piece take? Your taste is impeccable. This style is the latest release. And my establishment is the only one in the entire coastal city that offers it. It will take at least 7 days. Upon hearing this, Su-han furrowed his brow. 7 days felt excessively long. 2 days. He extended 2 fingers, directing a resolute gaze at the shop assistant. Only this piece befits the grace of such a beautiful lady. The shop assistant hesitated strategically for 3 seconds. An additional fee will be necessary. No problem, but I do have a slight request. Su-han articulated his needs, and the assistant readily acquiesced. The designs are already prepared. Minor adjustments to his specifications would be quite manageable. After agreeing on a timeline with the vendor, Su-han departed and ventured elsewhere. Chapter 76. The Absurd Coincidence. Upon returning to school, Su-han went directly to the medical room, where he was required to receive intravenous therapy for 3 days. This was the second day. Feeling that his fever had subsided, he initially considered foregoing the treatment. But the beautiful nurse would not hear of it. Naturally, he had no intention of displeasing her. Moreover, this was ultimately for his own good. To prevent the recurrence of a cold, his roommates were off to class, and Tang Shiying had her own matters to attend to. In the infusion room, Su-han found himself alone, perusing a forum on his phone, engrossed in a short story. Just as he was contemplating the narrative, a notification popped up. Yi Xiaowen, hey, fellow townsman, I heard you were unwell. I'll bring you a boiled egg after class to cheer you up. With one hand tethered to the floor, Su-han replied with a single hand, an egg? I would much prefer chicken. Yi Xiaowen responded almost instantly, what? Are you inviting me for hot pot chicken? Don't forget to include the class monitor. Su-han rolled his eyes, bemused that she seemed to take him for a matchmaker. Ironically, it was customary for the matchmaker to be treated, yet here he was, expected to provide a meal for his role in their connection. When Yi Xiaowen arrived at the infusion room, she held 2 vacuum-packed marinated eggs, indeed, the kind that came in sets of 3 for 2. The tea eggs were sold out. The vendor assured her that these were just as good. She cheerfully took a seat on the adjacent bench, tore open the packaging, and handed one to Su-han while consuming the other herself. She had only purchased 2, yet had secretly devoured 2 more on her way. I appreciate your kindness, Su-han remarked, turning to her, the innocence of a young girl evident in her demeanor. Have you never had these before? She inquired. Never. This is my first time, he admitted. Yi Xiaowen's cheeks were stuffed full, her cheeks puffed like a chipmunk's. Before university, my family never allowed me to eat snacks. She glanced up at the 4 bag, and then back at Su-han. Are you hungry? Su-han shook his head. I ate before coming. Good. I was worried you looked quite forlorn here. Yi Xiaowen spoke candidly, her straightforwardness refreshing. Su-han found her forthright nature appealing, preferring it to those who spoke sweetly yet schemed behind backs. From their previous conversations, he had learned that her father held a prominent commercial position in Qizhou, with branches sprawling across various locations. The image of a future female CEO on television came to mind, yet she was nothing like that stereotype. Her demeanor was refreshingly unpretentious. Why don't you just tell the class monitor you like him? Su-han asked, curiosity piqued. Shoo. Yi Xiaowen looked toward the door as if she were a thief. I'm a girl. I must learn to be reserved. Don't you understand? Speaking of Wang Ziheng, she opened up about her feelings. Don't you think he is handsome? Especially when he expressed his ambition to become class monitor. The confidence he exuded made it clear to me that he had to be mine. I never anticipated that this fool would be deceived by Lu Shangqing first. How foolish. However, this experience may serve to sharpen his awareness, allowing him to appreciate my worth. With that, she raised her chin defiantly, embodying an indomitable spirit. Su-han listened quietly, gaining a deeper understanding of her character. What is the situation between you and Teacher Tang? Yi Xiaowen suddenly shifted the focus onto him, catching him off guard. This girl's thoughts leaped too swiftly. What situation? Su-han inquired softly. Yi Xiaowen pouted in disdain. I saw with my own eyes that the two of you. Her words trailed off as Su-han swiftly raised a hand to silence her, preventing further elaboration. I admire Teacher Tang, but it must remain confidential, Su-han whispered. To any onlooker, they appeared akin to 2 mischievous thieves plotting something, fearful of being overheard. At that moment, a shadowy figure crept in from outside. Wang Ziheng crouched at the door, and upon realizing Teacher Tang was absent, he strode confidently towards Su-han. His presence did not surprise him, as he and Yi Xiaowen were already quite familiar with each other. You came empty-handed? Su-han teased. Wang Ziheng looked puzzled, glancing at his hands. Haven't you eaten? Not at all, Su-han replied succinctly. How about treating me to hot pot chicken later? Hot pot chicken was indeed an enticing prospect. Since Yi Xiaowen expressed interest, it would be more fitting for her future boyfriend to foot the bill rather than him, the patient. A win-win situation. As a matchmaker, he found himself surprisingly adept. If the local aunties discovered this, they would surely be out of work. Wang Ziheng glanced at the nearly empty medicine bottle and readily agreed. The reason was simple. It was the heart-wrenching sight of his son being unwell that compelled a father to acquiesce to anything. The sentiment was one of caring that transcended mere biology. The hot pot chicken establishment was not far from the school. A right turn upon exiting the campus placed them in the heart of the commercial street. Due to the chilly weather upon their arrival, for tables were already occupied within the restaurant. The DCOR was quite rudimentary, almost non-existent. Aside from basic dining amenities, the unfinished walls caught the eye, exuding a raw, war-torn aesthetic reminiscent of Syria. As the owner explained, the renovations were abruptly halted when the contractor ran off with his sister-in-law. Though Suhan had never dined there, he had heard that the food was quite delightful and popular among students. He resolved to sample it first before bringing Tang Shiying along to avoid any pitfalls. The trio gathered around a table, entrusting the task of ordering to the only female present, Xiaowen. Suhan was astonished to notice that she appeared shy, uttering only a few words and avoiding Wang Ziheng's gaze. "Come on, little countryman, don't be timid." Wang Ziheng remained unperturbed, engaging more with Suhan. After ending his relationship with Lu Shanqing, he had become considerably more composed. It is remarkable how one's character can evolve through life's experiences. Fortunately, the essence of who he was still remained intact. Suhan observed the dynamics between the two and decided to exert his matchmaking prowess. He leaned in slightly and said, "Class monitor, you should take a seat across from me. It would do to be so close. What if I inadvertently pass on my call to you? We cannot afford any disruptions in class affairs." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaowen discreetly glanced at Suhan, silently commending him in her heart. "You truly are the one for the task. This male matchmaker seems to have chosen well." Meanwhile, Wang Ziheng, still perplexed, was unexpectedly pushed from his seat by Suhan. Yi Xiaowen, ever cooperative, shifted her position inward to accommodate the class monitor, lowering her head in modesty as she nervously fidgeted with her fingers, too shy to look up. Suhan, sitting opposite them, secretly rejoiced. "Class monitor, you go for morning runs daily. Why not join Xiaowen?" "Indeed, we have crossed paths before," Wang Ziheng replied, his voice suddenly dropping in volume. Lately, during his morning runs, he had frequently encountered Yi Xiaowen, and they had taken to jogging together. While the first couple of meetings might have seemed coincidental, encountering her again on that particular day felt rather extraordinary. Chapter 77. A sudden reappearance. Suhan sensed that Wang Ziheng and Yi Xiaowen required some private space, so he took the initiative to leave after dinner. Before departing, he entrusted the class monitor with a formidable task to escort the little compatriot back to the dormitory. Instead of returning directly to his room, he made his way to the faculty apartment. Tang Shiying had just emerged from her shower when she heard a knock at the door. Setting down her hairdryer, she opened the door to find the cherubic face of the little fellow smiling at her. What a silly sight. The fragrant aroma of the shower gel wafted over Suhan, invigorating him. Tang Shiying's damp hair cascaded messily behind her, and a faint blush graced her cheeks. The term lotus emerging from water perfectly encapsulated the beauty of the sister before him. Suhan was momentarily taken aback before stepping into the room. He observed as Tang Shiying reached for the hairdryer. Placing his belongings in the kitchen, he approached her. "Sister, may I help you dry your hair?" He was uncertain if she would acquiesce, so he refrained from extending his hand, merely watching her. Tang Shiying hesitated for a moment before handing him the hairdryer and taking a seat on a nearby stool. Aside from her mother drying her hair during childhood, this was the first time someone had offered to assist her, especially a boy. The proficiency in drying her hair mattered little. What was significant was the gesture from this endearing youth. Her long, dark hair flowed gracefully. Suhan switched on the hairdryer, his fingers gently gliding through her strands. So soft and delicate. Tang Shiying felt his meticulous touch, cautious as if she might be hurt. While drying the beautiful sister's hair, Suhan retreated to the kitchen to prepare the pig trotters he had brought, setting them on the dining table. "How about trying this pig trotter? My mother mentioned that you enjoy them." He had brought some along during his journey. He was aware that the flavors here might not compare favorably to those in Jiancheng. Tang Shiying picked up a piece and offered it to him, tasting it herself. Aside from being slightly salty, it seemed devoid of any other merits. Suhan noticed this flaw as well and promptly resolved to avoid this establishment in the future. The proprietress had boasted about the quality of her food when he purchased it. Of course, what business owner would claim their offerings were subpar? After spending some time in the apartment, Suhan decided it was time to head back to the dormitory. "I'll be leaving now. Remember to take your medicine," Tang Shiying reminded him, not lifting her gaze, lost in her own thoughts. "Could you remind me again later? I fear I might forget once I return," Suhan replied while changing his shoes. He truly wished to express that without seeing her, he would forget her. He was deliberately seeking a reason to engage in conversation. Tang Shiying remained silent, only hearing the sound of the door opening and closing behind him. Once the little fellow left, her heart felt a void. A flicker of reluctance passed through her eyes as she turned toward the doorway. Suddenly, Suhan's head peeked out from beside the shoe cabinet. Sister, see you tomorrow. Tang Shiying was taken aback yet elated. The little fellow was becoming increasingly mischievous. Weren't you leaving? I forgot something. Suhan feigned a sigh of exasperation. I really am leaving now. Having uttered those words, Suhan truly departed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Ziheng had yet to arrive, and it was uncertain whether he had escorted Yi Xiaowen back. Lin Jinghao had nestled himself within his blanket, resembling a silkworm cocoon, and poked his head out. Aren't you with the class monitor? He must have gone to see Yi Xiaowen off. Suhan replied as he settled back into his chair. Adeptly powering on his computer, Wang Ziheng made a timely return, just as the dormitory door closed behind him, greeted with enthusiastic applause from Zhao Lefen and Lin Jinghao. Their excitement was not born from his charm, but rather from their desire to hear a tale. Zhao Lefen gazed at him eagerly, exclaiming dramatically, "This is outrageous. Brother Xiaowen, have you not spared him?" Wang Ziheng maintained a tranquil demeanor, smiling as he took his seat, choosing not to elaborate. Having learned from past experiences, he approached love with a newfound rationality. Without a clear outcome, he had no intention of divulging anything to his peers. Suhan empathized with his sentiments, continuing to update his script on the forum. He had always possessed a keen interest in the written word, and his previous short play had garnered modest success. Furthermore, his recent academic pursuits allowed him to channel greater inspiration into his work. His new script, Shadows on Snow, diverged significantly from his earlier style, receiving a variety of responses. Naturally, there were both supporters and detractors. He acknowledged the former with a like and responded to the latter with a small red flower. Upon completing his new plot, Suhan closed his laptop, only to discover unread messages on his phone. For someone with a hint of obsessive-compulsive tendencies, the presence of a little red dot was intolerable. Yi Xiaowen had bombarded his chat with an array of emojis. Suhan, are you aiming for the heavens? Yi Xiaowen, can I be with Wang Ziheng? Suhan, is there anyone else on your mind? This girl did not seem to be one consumed by romantic notions. How had it suddenly come to this? What kind of enchantment had the class monitor cast upon her? Yi Xiaowen, I am growing fonder of him. Being in his embrace brings me such a sense of security. Suhan was momentarily taken aback by the message. How swiftly had these two become so intimate? He and Tang Shiying had only held hands, and that was initiated by her. How pitiable, how lamentable, how infuriating. Suhan, so, you are already in each other's arms? Who embraced whom first? Yi Xiaowen, it wasn't intentional. On the way back, I nearly tripped, and he pulled me, which led me to collide into his arms. Do you believe me when I say it was unintentional? Suhan, I trust you about as much as I trust a twist of dough. After sending the message, Suhan turned to glance at Wang Ziheng, who lay on his bed, engrossed in his phone, his expression obscured. It was a look that was difficult to interpret. In the next moment, he received a message from Wang Ziheng. Even with a meter between us, you still text me? The campus network doesn't charge, you know? Wang Ziheng, come on, let us talk in the hallway. Suhan, it's cold. Wang Ziheng, should I crawl into your blanket instead? Suhan, you wait outside first. Turning away, Wang Ziheng draped himself in a blanket and stepped outside. Though they shared a dormitory, the two managed to make their encounter seem clandestine. At the end of the corridor, two figures wrapped in blankets huddled together. Wang Ziheng gazed at Suhan, pondering for a moment before inquiring, Are you well acquainted with Yi Xiaowen? Suhan stamped his foot in response. We hail from the same hometown, though we were not familiar in high school. Let us dispense with the gradual approach and delve straight into the matter. It is rather chilly. Noticing Wang Ziheng's silence, Suhan pressed further. Do you harbor feelings for her? Wang Ziheng, lacking in confidence, nodded slightly. I am merely concerned. The past is behind us. Suhan comprehended his thoughts and gently reassured him. One cannot perpetually dwell in the past. Wang Ziheng squinted slightly, adopting a contemplative demeanor. Let us wait a little longer. I wish to ascertain my feelings. He was reluctant to repeat previous mistakes, and even more so, he did not wish to cause pain to another girl. Allow me to inform you that Yi Xiaowen has feelings for you as well. She confided this to me directly. The rest is for you to decide. Chapter 78, November 21st. Suhan, cocooned in his blanket, lay back on the bed and sent a message to Yi Xiaowen. He thinks highly of you too. Being a matchmaker is truly no easy task. Tossing his phone aside, he reflected on how he had successfully tied the red thread for others, yet wondered about his own fate. Time sped by, and November 21st arrived quietly. The biting cold wind and the overcast sky seemed to express their discontent with the arrival of winter. After class, Suhan hurried to the clothing store where his custom-made horse-face skirt was ready. With the beautifully wrapped garment in hand, he then ventured to a quaint carpenter's workshop. There, he crafted a wooden comb himself, inscribing a line of text in his own somewhat crooked handwriting. Upon returning to the school, he picked up the cake he had ordered. Tang Shiying was occupied with classes during the day and had a meeting in the afternoon, which provided Suhan ample time for preparation. After dropping off his items at the faculty dormitory, he made a trip to the supermarket. It was his sister's birthday, and he was determined to cook for her personally. He also needed to purchase decorations to adorn the room. Although he knew she might not require them, the essence of celebration was essential. As he carried bags of groceries, flowers, and other supplies back home, he encountered a familiar face on the way. Jiang Shueijia, Jr.? Jiang Yanan looked curiously at Suhan, her gaze falling upon the items he held. Why are you buying so much? And flowers too? It seemed she had stumbled upon a secret, or at least entertained a notion. Are you going to Tang Tang's house? Are the flowers for her? Is it possible? Not at all. I'm not confessing anything. Suhan glanced at the flowers in his arms, a blush creeping onto his face. Jiang Shueijia, today is Teacher Tang's birthday. Did you not know? Ah. Jiang Yanan paused, taken aback. To her surprise, she had indeed been unaware. However, she couldn't let the junior know of her ignorance. As Tang Tang's closest friend, forgetting her birthday would be utterly unacceptable. Of course I know. I was just about to go find her. She went to a meeting. Noticing her flustered demeanor, Suhan chose to remain silent about it. Nevertheless, he didn't want to waste Jiang Shueijia's goodwill. Then let us go together. It'll be a surprise for Teacher Tang, he suggested, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Since she was aware, it was only fitting to enlist her as a willing accomplice. Decorating the room was undoubtedly a task better suited for a girl. This thought, however, must remain unspoken, lest he find himself in trouble. After all, he still owed her a meal for their last outing, which he had completely forgotten. Let us go. Jiang Yanan redirected her path, willingly heading towards the faculty dormitory. It seemed this junior truly had a genuine affection for Tang Tang. At the entrance of the apartment, Jiang Yanan watched in astonishment as Suhan inserted the key into the lock and opened the door, as if returning to his own home. She and Tang Shiying, despite their long-standing friendship, did not possess a key to this place. Yet this junior did? It was over. Tang Tang had truly succumbed. She was no longer her own Tang Tang, destined to belong to the junior sooner or later. Ultimately, it was a misplaced affection. Feelings had faded, hadn't they, sister? Jiang Shueijia, why not come and cook? Suhan said deliberately. Jiang Yanan glanced at him, firmly refusing. Mooch meals are my specialty. This response was entirely predictable. Can I blow up balloons? Suhan placed the balloons and streamers from the bag on the living room table. What about the pump? They're ISNT one. You want me to blow them up with my mouth? Under Jiang Yanan's astonished gaze, Suhan began to decorate the room. Banners hung on the wall directly opposite the door, complemented by several colorful twinkling lights. 2 rows of round lights extended from the entrance all the way to the living room. You could add a red carpet, and it would be like a bridal chamber. Jiang Yanan observed the junior's decorations, her face flushing with embarrassment. 18 balloons had already been inflated, leaving her utterly exhausted. Suhan surveyed the room's decor, feeling somewhat unrefined. His pleading gaze landed back on Jiang Yanan. Jiang Shueijia, with your artistic sensibility, could you offer some suggestions? In certain aspects, a girl's aesthetic indeed surpasses that of boys. In the ensuing time, under Jiang Yanan's guidance, Suhan undertook a sweeping reform of the previous arrangement. The scene before them was undoubtedly striking, utilizing the same materials. The new layout had elevated the ambience significantly. If the earlier setup could be described as cavernous, the current one could only be encapsulated in 2 words: romantic. All right. Tang Tang will surely love this. Jiang Yanan placed her hands on her hips, tilting her head to admire her creation. Directing the junior was far easier than blowing up balloons. Suhan approached her with a gift box, standing before her. Jiang Shueijia, could you help me place this in Teacher Tang's bedroom? That was the beautiful sister's private space. Without her explicit permission, one could not enter freely. Jiang Yanan looked at him in surprise and accepted the gift box with delight. Junior, you owe me a meal now. Suhan nodded repeatedly. I definitely won't forget this time. With that, Jiang Yanan stepped towards Tang Shiying's bedroom. The door was closed but not locked, turning the doorknob. It opened with a gentle click. She placed the gift box neatly on the bed, ensuring it would be visible upon entry. Had it been any other boy asking her to deliver a gift to Tang Tang, she would have refused without a second thought. The junior was different. She could see that Tang Shiying genuinely had a special regard for him, even if she wouldn't admit it. This time, it also made her understand why the junior was distinct. There was a sense of boundaries and propriety. Unlike other boys who coveted Tang Shiying's beauty, the junior was more inclined to venture into her heart, like a gift being presented. He could effortlessly enter the bedroom and place the beautifully wrapped box down without raising any suspicion. Yet, he refrained from doing so. His affection for Tang Shiying was profound, accompanied by a genuine respect that transcended mere words. Everything was meticulously prepared. Su-han stepped into the kitchen, commencing the culinary preparations for the impending dinner, eagerly awaiting the return of the lovely sister. Meanwhile, Tang Shiying remained in the conference room, quietly absorbing the discourse of her superiors. The day had been relentless, causing her to forget that it was her birthday. With her mother absent, she had never truly celebrated this occasion. In her earlier years at home, her mother would prepare her favorite dishes for the celebration. However, since entering university, her birthdays had been consumed by either work or classes, leaving no time to return home. Consequently, it had been 4 or 5 years since she had properly celebrated her birthday. Would this occasion also slip by unnoticed? Chapter 79. Birthday in the teacher's apartment. Su-han was diligently preparing the ingredients. Glancing at the time, he anticipated that Tang Shiying would be returning shortly. "Junior, I'll head back now," Jiang Yanin called out with a smile, waving at the boy in the kitchen. "Wishing you success. Go for it." Heading back, Su-han paused his task, turned off the faucet, and turned to look at her. "Sister Jiang, aren't you coming with us? I specifically added 2 more dishes." With Jiang Yanin present, surely his sister would be pleased. Setting aside the vegetables he was washing, he walked to the doorway. Jiang Yanin was already changing her shoes, preparing to leave. "I wouldn't want to intrude on your world with Tang Tang. However, do not mistreat her. If Tang Shiying could truly be with the junior, I would genuinely feel happy for them. My best friend is exceptional and deserves the finest gentleman to cherish her." Seeing that she was indeed leaving, Su-han refrained from further insistence. Perhaps Sister Jiang had her own considerations. "I'll treat you to a meal later. I'll definitely remember this time," Jiang Yanin said as she reached the door, her hand on the doorknob. "Just a meal isn't sufficient. I'm moving soon, so bring your friends to help me." Moving? Su-han was aware that she was also a graduate student. Unlike Tang Shiying, she was not a counselor and had already begun her professional career. Moving was indeed quite normal. "Of course, no problem at all," he replied without hesitation. "I rent a place just downstairs, room 1001 in this building. I'll be able to hear all the commotion you two make." As Jiang Yanin spoke, she closed the door behind her. Su-han stood bewildered. Commotion? With whom? What commotion could there be? He shrugged off his confusion and returned to the kitchen to continue his preparations. Though the number of dishes was limited, it still required some time for him as a novice. The sound of keys clinking outside announced Tang Shiying's return. Su-han switched off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. Footsteps echoed as the door closed, and the small night lights scattered across the room flickered to life. Tang Shiying set down her handbag, momentarily pausing, a look of astonishment flashing across her face. As she entered the living room and noticed the cake on the table, everything became clear to her. "Sister, happy birthday." Su-han's gentle voice resonated. Bathed in the twinkling lights, Tang Shiying saw the little one standing beside her. His bright eyes sparkled like stars, reflecting her own image. Taking in the scene before her, she parted her lips, wishing to express something, but the words caught in her throat, silent. "Dinner will be ready soon," Su-han announced, turning on the lights in the living room, which instantly brightened the entire space. Lights, balloons, flowers, and warm wishes surrounded them. Tang Shiying maintained a calm facade, yet her heart surged with emotion. Had all this been prepared specifically for her by the little one? Meeting Su-han's tender gaze, a smile graced her lips. "Thank you, little one. No need to thank me, sister." The two individuals gazed into one another's eyes, witnessing reflections of themselves within. "You are in me, and I am in you. Let us wash our hands and have a meal." Su-han entered the kitchen, bringing forth the dishes he had prepared to the dining table. He then unveiled the cake, placing it at the center and inserting candles shaped like the number 18. Tang Shiying took her seat at the table, observing the 4 dishes and a soup before her. Among them was the garlic shrimp that her mother prepared for her every birthday. Su-han noticed her gaze and smiled, explaining, "This is my first attempt. I hope it meets your expectations." Upon hearing this, Tang Shiying raised her eyes to him, saying, "As long as it's made by you, I shall relish it." Who could have imagined that this little fellow, who had only recently learned to cook scrambled eggs with tomatoes, could now present a banquet of her favorite dishes? The sincerity and effort he had invested were not something she could overlook. "Shall we light the candles and make a wish?" Suhan inquired. Flicking the ignition of the lighter, and a flame flickered to life. Tang Shiying's gaze remained fixed on the young man. 3 seconds later, she blew out the lit candles. Her wish lay before her, within reach, and whether it would come true was solely in her hands. No matter how romantic a wish may be, it ultimately remains a plea. Countless individuals beseech the heavens daily. How many wishes truly come to fruition? This little fellow was different. He could hear her heart's desire, and only he could fulfill it. Furthermore, she, Tang Shiying, would aid him in realizing his wishes. Suhan quietly observed her, placing the first slice of cake before her. "Let us eat." Tang Shiying peeled a shrimp and placed it in the small bowl before Suhan. The young man's culinary skills had indeed progressed remarkably. He had mastered the balance of seasoning. At this rate, he might even surpass her own capabilities. Throughout the meal, she savored the dishes he had prepared. Yet a considerable amount remained uneaten. After photographing the spread and sending it to her mother, she captioned it, "The dishes this year are exceptionally delicious." Tang Ma responded instantly, "Happy birthday, my dear. Little Sue is wonderful. Don't forget you still have a mother." What mother teaches other boys how to court her daughter? Truly, she was a devoted mother. Suhan tidied the dining table, declining the beautiful sister's offer for assistance. "How could I let the star of today do the dishes? It must be my duty. Anyone who dares to contest shall face my wrath." Tang Shiying walked over to the sofa, feeling quite pleased as she admired the fresh flowers in the vase. This time, vibrant tulips adorned the arrangement, symbolizing innocence and purity. Glancing at the young man's silhouette, she picked up her handbag and made her way to the bedroom. She reached out to switch on the light, illuminating the dark room. Before her lay a delicately wrapped red gift box. Tang Shiying stepped closer and slowly opened the box. A piece of red fabric emerged. As she pulled it out, the light revealed a stunning garment embroidered with a magnificent phoenix soaring through the skies. Embroidery? Tang Shiying fully unveiled the garment, revealing a golden threaded skirt adorned with exquisite floral designs. Golden threads and silver lines, and exquisite embroidery craftsmanship. Tang Shiying was captivated, utterly entranced by its beauty. Within the gift box lay a white high-collared printed blouse, embellished at the neckline with a whimsically embroidered character for shadow. It was evidently crafted by the little one, clumsy in technique. She changed into the garment and was about to set the gift box aside when she noticed a small wooden box nestled inside. A nesting doll? Curiosity piqued. Tang Shiying opened the wooden box, and a fragrant waft of sandalwood enveloped her senses. A wooden comb? She picked it up for inspection, noticing it bore an uneven inscription, "To win a person's heart, never part in old age." Tang Shiying's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. The handwriting was truly unsightly. "Little one, is this your confession?" Standing before the mirror, she gazed at the enchanting reflection within. She possessed far more grace and vigor than the esteemed ladies of ancient times. "Little one, your taste is indeed remarkable." Chapter 80, It snowed Tang Shiying. Adorned in a traditional horse-faced skirt, gracefully emerged from her bedroom, quietly appearing in the living room. Suhan was still occupied in the kitchen, leaving her with only the sight of his diligent back. "Little Sue." Upon hearing her voice, Suhan turned to face the source. A fairy, as if sprung from the canvas of a painting, stood before him, exuding an air of nobility. Her complexion was cool, her posture regal, draped in a vibrant red garment, surveying the world around her. "Thank you for your gift." However, Tang Shiying pondered for a moment, but the latter part of her sentence remained unspoken. To voice it now would surely dampen the little one's spirits. She resolved to make amends later. In love, reciprocity is paramount. Is it beautiful? Not merely beautiful. It was simply breathtaking. Suhan dried his hands and stepped out of the kitchen. The phrases sinking fish and falling geese, moon hiding and flowers shaming, seemed woefully inadequate to describe his sister's allure. Truly, his gaze remained transfixed upon her, reluctant to shift even for a moment. He longed to embrace her, yet hesitated, not wanting to tarnish that exquisite beauty. Returning to her room, Tang Shiying changed her attire, meticulously organizing it before placing it in the wardrobe. Her thoughts were tumultuous and restless. How could the little one be so gentle? So what was he waiting for? Suhan sat on the sofa in the living room, enveloped in the warmth of the air conditioning, which divided the chilly world outside from the comfort within. Glancing at the closed bedroom door, he checked the time on his phone. It was already time to return to his dormitory. Noticing that Tang Shiying had not emerged, he reasoned that she must have been too weary and had already taken her rest. Rising quietly, he tiptoed towards the door, wishing to bid his sister good night in person. It seemed he would have to seek another opportunity. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Tang Shiying opened her bedroom door and stepped out. Her expression remained calm as she gazed toward the entrance, only to find Su-han's figure had vanished. Was he truly leaving just like that? She had just changed her clothes and was prepared to say something to the little one. Didn't he even bother to say goodbye? An unusual emotion surged within her, one she struggled to articulate. Tang Shiying sank into the sofa, occupying the very spot Su-han had just vacated, still warm with his lingering presence. Habitually, she cast a glance towards the kitchen, but the familiar silhouette was nowhere to be seen. In the hushed solitude of the room, only a solitary beauty remained. As she sat lost in thought, her phone on the table chimed with a message from Jiang Yanan. Tang Tang, happy birthday. Tang Shiying tapped a few times on the screen, replying with a simple thank you. Su-han departed from the faculty apartment, making his way back to the dormitory. Under the streetlights, a small shadow trailed alongside him with each step he took. Other pedestrians hurried along the path, tightly bundled in their coats against the brisk air. A damp chill loomed overhead like a dark cloud, suggesting rain was imminent. Many cities in the north had already welcomed the first snow, arriving earlier this year than in years past. As Su-han stepped through the school gates, a cascade of water droplets fell onto the tips of his hair. Feeling the refreshing chill of the rain, he quickened his pace. Upon reaching the stairs of the dormitory, as one foot landed on the steps, he looked up, only to realize that it was not rain. Was it snowing? Flurries of snowflakes danced through the air, and Su-han halted, retrieving his phone from his pocket to check the time. Indeed, it was the season when the southern region first welcomed the initial snowfall. He extended his hand, allowing the crystalline snowflakes to settle in his palm, while retracting his foot from the steps. Without hesitation, he opened the chat interface on his phone. Selecting the pinned conversation labeled Beautiful Sister, Tang Shiying heard the soft rustling sounds from outside her window. She leisurely approached the balcony and glanced through the glass. Captivated by the snowflakes illuminated by the lights, she couldn't resist pulling the window open. A gust of icy wind swept into the room, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Extending her delicate, fair hand, she savored the dampness and coolness of the falling snow. It was snowing. Suddenly, her phone on the sofa buzzed, but she chose to ignore it. At that moment, she simply wished to relish this fleeting beauty. As a girl from the south, she did not possess the same obsession with snow as others might. However, recently, she had encountered a little fellow who adored the snow. He had remarked that the desolation of winter was merely a preparation for spring's vitality. He wrote on a forum, "It is said that on the day of the first snow, those who confess their love will grow old together." He also mentioned, in an instant, an idea surged through her cold heart like a current. The first snow? A confession? Growing old together. Tang Shiying abruptly turned, dashing back to the living room, seizing her neglected phone. The video call from little fellow had gone unanswered. He had already informed her. Tang Shiying grabbed her phone, quickly dialing back. 3 seconds later, the screen revealed a little fellow sprinting joyfully, grinning at her. "Sister, it's snowing. Let us meet. Right now?" Without a second thought, Tang Shiying grabbed her coat and rushed out the door. In that moment, a spark ignited upon the barren land that had been frozen for millennia. It would melt away all the glaciers and chill, nurturing new branches to grow. Su-han retraced his steps, bursting out of the campus. This time, his shadow under the streetlights seemed to run faster than he did. On the street beneath the apartment building, a man and a woman hurried towards each other from opposite ends. Su-han gazed at the figure approaching him, gradually becoming clearer in the glow of the streetlight. His previously racing heart suddenly quieted. She was here. Su-han took a deep breath, attempting to appear less anxious, yet found it nearly impossible. What should he say? How should he express himself? A confession, right? He suddenly felt a pang of regret. He should have prepared a gift, and, before he could gather his thoughts, Tang Shiying was already standing before him. She smiled at him with a warmth he had never witnessed before, her once cold features softened by tenderness. Teacher Tang. As Su-han began to speak, he quickly realized his mistake. How foolish of him. On television, others professed their feelings on one knee. He raised his gaze to meet Tang Shiying's eyes, earnest and gentle. In that moment of connection, Su-han felt compelled to kneel. Tang Shiying stepped forward, grasping his arm firmly. Warm hands encircled Su-han's waist as she looked up at him, saying, "Do not kneel. If kneeling is to be done, it should be at the wedding." Her voice was soft, devoid of the previous chill. They stood closely, able to hear each other's heartbeats. Su-han opened his mouth, summoning all his strength to exclaim, "Sister Tang Shiying, I like you. Do you like me? He could hear the frantic pounding of his heart, and the sweat from his palms dripped down to the ground. He was overwhelmed with anxiety. Chapter 81. The nurturing system. Tang Shiying gazed at the anxious yet earnest Su-han. In that moment, his eyes were filled solely with her, sparkling brightly under the streetlights. Resembling a galaxy strewn across the night sky, the little fellow was still adorably naive. However, this was a visage he only wore in her presence. Those eyes could not deceive. I should have brought a gift, the little boy murmured. Tang Shiying gently pulled him closer, her hands exerting a tender pressure. You are the finest gift I have received in over 20 years. Now, you ought to embrace me. Su-han slowly extended his arms, obediently drawing Tang Shiying into his embrace. The falling snowflakes, laden with blessings, cascaded upon the two of them as if time itself wished to freeze in that moment. Let us return. Tang Shiying felt the warmth radiating from the little boy, reluctant to part ways. Yet, the snowfall intensified. If they lingered any longer, they might very well be transformed into snowmen. May I hold your hand? Su-han's voice was barely a whisper. This was his first time proactively requesting such an intimacy. Having just shared an embrace with his sister, perhaps it signified her acceptance of his unspoken affection. Holding hands with a girlfriend seemed only fitting. Tang Shiying extended her hand, allowing the little one to clasp it within her palm. Why has your hand suddenly grown so warm? In their previous encounters, the gentle brush of their fingers had been a refreshing sensation. This time, however, it felt delightfully warm. Is it due to nervousness? Su-han chuckled softly and replied, I was born in winter. I tend to radiate warmth during this season. In truth, such a notion was mere fabrication. Yet it was a fact that his palms grew warm come winter. Then you must be a little furnace. Tang Shiying inquired with curiosity. Having had little interaction with boys, she was unfamiliar with such matters. Nevertheless, she chose to believe his words. Sister, why not draw a little closer? A little furnace is quite comforting, Su-han teased. Absolutely not. Hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, they strolled through the snow back to the faculty dormitory. Once indoors, the air conditioning enveloped them in warmth, and closing the door seemed to transport them to two distinct realms. In the southern cities devoid of heating, air conditioning truly felt like a treasure. The dazzling lights in the living room illuminated the figures before them. Su-han finally comprehended that everything that had transpired moments ago was indeed real. A wave of inexplicable nervousness surged within him, preventing him from daring to meet Tang Shiying's gaze. The earlier excitement had led to this delayed realization. The small hand he held was soft and tender, a delightful sensation. Su-han's fingertips twitched, gently squeezing Tang Shiying's delicate hand. The reality of the moment was palpable, and soon, a blush crept across his cheeks. This marked their official hand-holding. Prior instances had been initiated by Tang Shiying. This time, it was Su-han who had taken the initiative after confessing his feelings. By the way, sister, you haven't yet said whether you agree or not. How long shall we hold hands? Tang Shiying spoke softly, avoiding the little boy's gaze. Perhaps due to the room's warmth, a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Her entire face had taken on a rosy hue, making her irresistibly alluring. He longed to take a gentle bite. Just a small one would suffice. Su-han reluctantly released his grip, his palm still warm from her lingering presence. You haven't answered my question yet. He called out to her retreating figure with a playful innocence. Tang Shiying donned her cotton coat, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. What a little fool, she thought, deciding to tease him a bit. What if I refuse? Refuse? Su-han's spirits dampened slightly as he settled onto the sofa. Then I shall confess my feelings again. If once isn't enough, then twice, and if that fails, there's always a next time. As long as it's you, that's all that matters. Whether you agree or not, I will always be by your side. Tang Shiying cast him a silent glance before stepping into the adjacent bedroom. You'll stay here tonight. She retrieved fresh sheets and a duvet from the cupboard and made the bed for him. By this hour, the dormitory had already locked its doors, leaving Su-han with no option but to stay. He had slept in this room on several occasions, so it felt familiar. In the dead of night, separated by only a wall, the young couple lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, sleep eluding them. Su-han picked up his phone, then put it down, repeating the cycle in a mix of excitement and anxiety. He had finally expressed his feelings to the beautiful sister. Under the gentle snowfall, they had embraced, held hands, and engaged in all the tender acts of a couple. Yet, she had not disclosed whether she liked him in return. Her silence could be interpreted as acceptance, perhaps. After all, she was a girl and could be shy too. Su-han reassured himself, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Suddenly, amidst his tossing and turning, A notification chimed from his phone. "Good night, my boyfriend," Tang Shiying had messaged. Suhan's eyes widened as he stared at the screen, increasing the brightness to its maximum, which was almost blinding. This was real. His face lit up with joy and excitement, akin to a field of blooming peach blossoms. With careful fingers, he typed back, "Good night, my girlfriend." That night, he fell asleep clutching his phone, a wide grin plastered on his face. Thankfully, he was not in the dormitory. Otherwise, others might think he had lost his mind. Such is the nature of a boy when he finally captures the heart of the girl he admires, allowing his genuine emotions to surface. When he awoke, a delicate layer of white blanketed the earth, the result of a night of snowfall. However, as the sun emerged, this soft cover would soon melt away. Compared to the snow in the north, the snow in the south appeared much gentler. Suhan, still groggy, exited the bedroom only to find no sign of his sister. Upon entering the bathroom, he realized he had forgotten his toiletries. It seemed he had no choice but to return to the dormitory for his wash. Glancing at the neatly arranged toiletries beside him, all belonging to the beautiful sister, he wished for the day when his toothbrush would sit there too, perhaps in a matching couple's design. As he turned on the faucet, preparing to wash his face, the apartment door swung open, and Tang Shiying entered, carrying breakfast and shopping bags. "I bought you some toiletries," she announced, placing the bag on the bathroom shelf before changing her shoes and heading into the living room. Hearing her voice, Suhan stepped out to greet her. He picked up the shopping bag from the shelf and cast a glance inside. There were toothbrushes, toothpaste, facial cleanser, everything he could think of, and even some unexpected items. His sister was indeed attentive. "Finish tidying up and come to eat." Tang Shiying's voice resonated from the kitchen. She had intended to prepare breakfast herself, but upon realizing there was no toothbrush for the little one while washing up, she went downstairs to buy one. The weather was slightly chilly, so she conveniently brought back breakfast from downstairs. They had the little fellow's favorite soup dumplings, which was quite fortuitous. Suhan sat at the dining table, skillfully peeling a tea egg and placing it into the bowl of the girl across from him. She was dressed in a fluffy home sleepwear adorned with a pink strawberry bear pattern, looking exceedingly adorable. Were it not for the first-hand sight, one might not imagine that the aloof and elegant Tang teacher, who exuded a high-cold demeanor in public, would also have an affinity for such charming attire. Out of the corner of her eye, Tang Shiying observed the little one, and watching him eat filled her with an inexplicable sense of fulfillment akin to raising a son. A nurturing dynamic? It was not entirely out of the question. It did sound like a pleasant notion. She wondered why such peculiar thoughts had arisen, and promptly lowered her head to continue her meal. Chapter 82. A night away from home, Suhan departed from the apartment, making his way directly to the lecture hall. University students harbor nothing but disdain for the early morning classes, particularly in winter when the warmth of the bed is abruptly interrupted by the necessity of attending lectures. Upon entering the classroom, he spotted his 3 roommates seated in the back row, their gazes laden with hostility. As soon as Suhan took his seat, Zhao Leffen draped an arm around his shoulder, rendering him immobile. "You rascal, you actually remembered to come back. Have you taken to staying out at night? You better provide me with a reasonable explanation." Zhao Leffen's voice was somewhat loud, drawing the attention of students in the 2 rows ahead, who instinctively turned to glance back. Suhan wished he could remove his sock and stuff it in Zhao Leffen's mouth. "Who are you calling a rascal?" Fortunately, the timely arrival of the teacher spared Suhan from his roommate's interrogation, albeit temporarily. While he could evade the lecture, the inevitable confrontation awaited him upon his return to the dormitory. After class, Suhan was escorted back by the trio, who exhibited a stance of confess for leniency, resist for severity. His recent peculiar behavior had evidently piqued the interest of his 3 overzealous roommates. They were determined to extract the truth, leaving no room for retreat. Within the dormitory, the trio surrounded Suhan menacingly, cornering him on his chair, as if preparing to bind him. "Will you confess willingly, or shall we resort to more extreme measures?" Zhao Leffen declared, preparing to remove Suhan's shoes. The dormitory's first form of torture, tickling the soles, with a strict prohibition against laughter. I'll talk. Suhan struggled, retracting his feet. He was utterly defenseless against this particular tactic, feeling as though it was aimed specifically at him. Among the 4, he was the most ticklish. Lin Jinghao crossed his arms, watching with an amused expression. This form of dormitory punishment was his brainchild. He now recognized it as a truly brilliant invention. "How am I so clever?" Suhan smiled and gestured for the trio to lean in closer. They obligingly brought their ears near, as if eager to uncover some scandalous secret. I've started dating. Suhan's voice was barely above a whisper, hardly louder than a mosquito's buzz, as he felt a hint of disbelief wash over him. What? You? What did you say? Zhao Lefen recoiled slightly, incredulously reaching to feel Suhan's forehead, as if to confirm he wasn't delirious. Xiaohan, you're not feverish, are you? Or perhaps a bit confused. Wang Ziheng's face displayed a mix of astonishment, though not as exaggerated as Zhao Lefen's. His curiosity was piqued. Who was the object of Suhan's affection? After all, they were acquainted with most of the girls in his circle, and none seemed particularly close to him. Is it a boy or a girl? Have you lost your senses while running? Zhao Lefen continued, but his voice trailed off as he took a step back, regarding Suhan with an impudent glimmer in his eyes. Could it possibly be a boy? Suhan was at a loss for words. If Tang Shiying were to discover that, in the eyes of his classmates, she had been mistaken for a boy, he couldn't imagine her reaction. What do you think? Suhan teasingly raised an eyebrow at Lin Jinghao, his expression somewhat mischievous, provoking a desire to give him a good punch. Are you fooling around? Zhao Lefen and Wang Ziheng turned their heads in unison. You too? Lin Laodao wore a mischievous grin, his expression suddenly stiffening. What do you mean by that? I am a pure man. He had assumed the role of an observer, merely waiting for the opportune moment to fuel Suhan's flames. Little did he expect that this fellow would bring the battle to his own doorstep. Well then, he should not be surprised if I am less than courteous. Lin Jinghao's lips curled into a smirk. I certainly did not go out last night. Nor did I stay out late. Suhan realized he could not escape and could only speak the truth. It must be a girl. A beautiful one. Who is it? Zhao Lefen's face was a canvas of curiosity. It turns out, boys also have a penchant for gossip. Suhan regarded them seriously, his tone growing grave. You must keep this confidential. He understood that if this matter were to leak, it would adversely affect the lovely sister. After all, the three of them shared a teacher-student relationship. The trio nodded in unison. Tang Shiying. Suhan enunciated clearly. This name seemed somewhat familiar. As if he had heard it before? Zhao Lefen queried in confusion, looking foolishly towards Lin Jinghao and Wang Ziheng, seeking answers from them. Lin Jinghao remained relatively composed. He had anticipated this outcome. He wore an expression of having known all along. Wang Ziheng stood there dumbfounded for several seconds, his incredulous gaze fixed on Suhan. It's not a coincidence, is it? A teacher and a student, the drama is too intense. Coincidence? Coincide with whom? Zhao Lefen's mind had yet to catch up. Tang Laoshi. Wang Ziheng gazed at him, exasperation etched across his face. Don't tell me I know you. Oh, Tang Laoshi. As Zhao Lefen spoke, he was about to return to his seat. In that fleeting moment of turning, the reflexes of his feet finally caught up with his brain. Wait, who are you talking about? Who are you dating? Are you joking? He finally grasped the crux of the matter. Suhan was in a relationship, and it was with a girl named Tang Shiying. This girl was their counselor, the enchanting goddess of Haicheng University. It was a relationship, not merely a pursuit. In other words, Suhan and Tang Shiying were together? Zhao Lefen stepped forward, glaring at Suhan as if he were about to devour him. Are you sure you aren't feverish? A brother who sleeps beside you every day has secretly gotten a girlfriend. Our school's enchanting goddess, the beautiful teacher we all admire. Zhao Lefen was on the verge of madness. He looked at Suhan, who wore a silly grin, as if he were a fool on the street. Why is it you? Speak up. Suhan was reticent. He had been grinning foolishly all day. It felt like a dream. If he hadn't awakened that morning to find Tang Shiying sitting right in front of him, he would truly think it was all an illusion. Fortunately, the dream had ended, and she was still there. Suhan rose, disregarding the trio's dagger-like gazes, donned his coat, and left the dormitory. He was determined to find the beautiful sister. Even if he did nothing else, simply seeing her would suffice to brighten his entire day. Just 2 hours apart felt like an eternity had passed. Is this the sensation of love? Suhan arrived at the apartment and, receiving no response at the door, took out his key and let himself in. The beautiful sister was not home. She must have had some business to attend to. He meticulously cleared away the decorations, including balloons and banners, that he had arranged the previous night. After thoroughly tidying up the room, he finally settled contentedly onto the sofa. This little abode was increasingly infused with the warmth of domesticity. He casually picked up a book from the small round table and began to read. In Tang Shiying's room, there were always a few books present, likely her personal favorites. They spanned a variety of genres, foreign classics, ancient texts, and modern literature, without a fixed category. The book in Suhan's hands was 100 Years of Solitude. He had read it in the past, but it had been quite some time. and the specific details seemed to elude him. After perusing a dozen pages, the crisp sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from outside. Chapter 83. Among the three, one must be the third wheel. As Su-Han approached the door, it swung open just in time. Tang Shiying entered, carrying some items, followed closely by another girl. Sister Jiang? Upon noticing Su-Han in the room, Jiang Yanin paused momentarily, then regained her composure, a curious smile gracing her lips. Hey, what transpired between you two this evening? If only I had moved here sooner, I might have caught a glimpse of the commotion. Su-Han casually took the items from Tang Shiying's hands and retrieved a pair of slippers from the shelf, placing them at her feet. He then carried his own belongings into the living room, exuding the demeanor of a host. Junior, why didn't you bring me my slippers? Jiang Yanin called out playfully to Su-Han's retreating figure. Su-Han halted, sheepishly ruffling his hair. The previous gesture had felt instinctual, and he hadn't sensed anything amiss. Her teasing left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Sister Jiang, I wasn't sure which pair you wanted to wear. The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. What did he mean by knowing which pair she wanted before bringing them? He slowly turned to gaze at Tang Shiying, curious about her reaction. Would she be upset? Having changed her shoes, Tang Shiying fixed her gaze on Jiang Yanin and spoke coolly. Aren't you barefoot? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yanin pouted slightly, sensibly slipping on the slippers from the shelf while muttering, Tang, what is the situation between you and the junior? Just a man and a woman alone in a room? Tang Shiying redirected her attention back to the living room. Observing the small figure diligently organizing the items he had brought back, he exuded the aura of a devoted homemaker, appearing quite reliable. Ignoring Jiang Yanin's inquiry, she strode purposefully into the living room. A serene smile crept across her face as she surveyed the tidied room. Having someone at home did indeed seem rather pleasant. Jiang Yanin quietly settled onto the sofa, her eyes flitting between the two, attempting to validate her suspicions. The atmosphere felt slightly off, yet she couldn't pinpoint the source of the disquiet. If their dynamic remained as it had been before? Certainly not. There was a newfound intimacy. However, it was not quite the closeness of a couple. After analyzing the situation with her astute mind for quite some time, she concluded that it was her presence that rendered their interactions somewhat peculiar. It seemed the third wheel was oblivious to her existence. Tang Shiying, watching the young man in the kitchen, couldn't help but smile as she walked over. Let me handle it. Her tone, previously cold, softened as she reached to untie the apron wrapped around Su-Han. He hesitated momentarily, about to decline, when she added, Why don't you assist me? All right. Su-Han readily agreed. This marked the first occasion they would cook together. He stepped to the side, creating space for Tang Shiying to join him. The kitchen was small, necessitating their close proximity. Though Su-Han's cooking speed was not particularly brisk, it was more than sufficient for assisting. Slicing the tomatoes and whisking the eggs. The process was seamless. Tang Shiying took charge of the cooking, and soon the tantalizing aroma of the dishes began to waft through the air. It smells divine, Su-Han remarked with a smile. Observing his beautiful sister as she cooked was indeed a delight. Her movements were graceful and efficient, wielding the iron ladle. Tang Shiying stirred the pot a couple of times before turning to him. Then you should eat more. The boy's bright, clear eyes rested upon her, resembling a crystal-clear spring. Su-Han chuckled. Are you planning to take care of me? Well, I'm not difficult to support, as long as I have food. I'm content. The words sounded a bit awkward once spoken, and regrettably, there was no taking them back. Tang Shiying turned off the heat and spoke softly. What if someone else wants to take care of you? Su-Han retrieved a plate from the cupboard and placed it beside him, grinning foolishly. I only want you to take care of me. Tang Shiying's lips curled into a slight smile as she served the braised pork into the plate. Then, she carefully picked up a piece, blew on it gently, and offered it to Su-Han's lips. Upon witnessing this gesture, his face flushed. After all, she was his girlfriend. Why should he feel shy? Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth to accept the morsel, though it had been cooled slightly. The freshly cooked meat was still somewhat hot. He exhaled to cool it down, his expression revealing a hint of discomfort. Tang Shiying observed his endearing demeanor and extended her hand towards him, mimicking the time he had placed his hand near her lips. It's too hot. Spit it out. Su-Han lowered his gaze to her delicate palm, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed the braised pork. He opened his mouth, grinning foolishly. I'm done. It was delicious. His tongue felt slightly numb from the heat, and a tear escaped from the corner of his eye, such as a natural physiological reaction. Tang Shiying looked at him, wanting to reach out and pat his head, but held back. She walked outside to fetch a glass of warm water and offered it to him. What are you two up to? Jiang Yanan could no longer sit still and approached the kitchen door. As a guest, she was quite hungry. Tang Shiying handed over the prepared braised pork. It's ready. Let us eat. Jiang Yanan accepted the plate, and the enticing aroma wafted over, causing her stomach to audibly protest. She wore a greedy expression, eagerly anticipating the delectable dish. At the dining table, Tang Shiying and Su Han sat facing each other. Jiang Yanan, sitting beside them, felt a wave of confusion. This atmosphere felt rather unusual. It was different from the last time when the three of them enjoyed hot pot together. Were they hiding something? Had the younger boy confessed yesterday? Why hadn't Tang mentioned it? A series of question marks lit up in her mind, swirling around until they formed a dizzying circle. Let us eat. Su Han served a bowl of rice in front of Tang Shiying and then filled one for himself. Tang Shiying picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of the tender, marbled braised pork, and placed it in the little fellow's bowl. Eat more. Jiang Yanan stared in astonishment at her dear friend, sinking into deep skepticism. What was going on? The tone Tang had just used, was that affection? It is impossible, absolutely unfathomable. Jiang Yanan resolutely dismissed her unrealistic thoughts. Even if the junior successfully confessed his feelings, it was inconceivable that Tang could change so swiftly. After all, she is a goddess of elegance. The snow has melted. Yet it had only fallen last night, hadn't it? While she stood there, mouth agape and still in shock, Tang Shiying glanced at the little one. You've served a bit too much rice. Su Han cast a fleeting glance, a few grains still clinging to the corner of his mouth, rendering him somewhat endearing. It's fine. If you can't finish it, I'll help. With that, he slightly rose and took half of Tang Shiying's rice, transferring it to his own bowl. This act left not only Jiang Yanan beside him momentarily speechless, but even Tang Shiying herself was taken aback. She had intended to advise the little one to serve her less rice next time, yet he had nonchalantly consumed what she had left behind. Chapter 84. The enduring affection. Jiang Yanan's gaze flitted from Tang Shiying to Su Han, her eyes brimming with incredulity. The world felt utterly absurd. It was merely a snowfall last night. Why did it suddenly seem as if this 5-year friendship had become unfamiliar? Su Han, having finished his meal, gazed at the sister across from him with a silly grin. Teacher Tang appeared increasingly enchanting. She was now his girlfriend. Let others envy them. Occasionally, Tang Shiying lifted her head, their eyes meeting. Jiang Yanan, witnessing the scene, felt her diabetes nearly flare up. Unable to contain herself, she finally spoke. Tang, you and the junior? Yes, we are together. Tang Shiying replied earnestly, her expression serious. So, please do not harbor any intentions towards him. He is mine. Jiang Yanan recalled how the little fellow had once requested to exchange WeChat with her, although she had not obliged. She understood that her dear friend was merely teasing her. Regardless, the little fellow was now hers. From now on, it would always be so. The braised pork in Jiang Yanan's mouth suddenly lost its allure. Tang was truly in a relationship, and with her own student no less. If others were to find out, wouldn't Haiqing University tremble? The cold and beautiful goddess indeed possessed two distinct personas in front of the junior. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have believed it in her lifetime. We are together. He is mine. The mere utterance of these words from Tang was enough to leave one astounded. Her gaze landed on Su Han, who had not once diverted his eyes from Tang Shiying. So, you two are playing this game, are you? Su Han's heart was already soaring upon hearing Tang Shiying's words. The beautiful sister had publicly acknowledged their relationship, sharing the news with his closest friend, which filled him with a profound sense of security. He had received the official endorsement. After finishing their meal, Jiang Yanan could not swallow another morsel, to be precise. She was already stuffed. Without looking back, she departed from the apartment. Remaining any longer would likely lead to indigestion. Su Han and Tang Shiying sat at opposite ends of the sofa, separated by an almost imperceptible distance. Did you review the materials I provided you last time? Tang Shiying inquired softly. Su Han instinctively shifted closer. I finished reading them, although some parts were difficult to comprehend. The materials Tang Shiying had given him were internal documents, filled with insights from esteemed figures. Given his current level, it was entirely normal not to grasp everything. Familiarizing oneself in advance was never a disadvantage. If one aspired to enter the screenwriting profession, learning from previous exemplary theories could only be beneficial. If you don't understand, read it a few more times. Tang Shiying spoke in a tone reminiscent of a teacher educating a student, causing Su Han, who had initially intended to move closer, to hesitate. This female teacher was somewhat intimidating. Tang Shiying found it amusing to glance at him, patting the space beside her. "Come sit here." Suhan complied, moving to her side and offering her a peeled orange. Seeing that she did not extend her hand, Suhan directly took a segment of orange and brought it to the girl's lips. "Ah." He opened his mouth slightly, as if coaxing a child, signaling her to open hers. A flicker of something unusual passed through Tang Shiying's eyes. Was this little fellow trying to soothe her? Suddenly, she felt a sense of childlike innocence. She parted her crimson lips and accepted the orange segment from his fingertip. Suhan felt a wave of softness enveloping his finger before it quickly retreated, leaving a trace of moist warmth. His hand lingered in the air, still savoring that sensation. Indeed, it was incredibly soft. It must be sweet. Suhan gazed at his 2 fingers, inexplicably tempted to taste them. Soon, however, reason prevailed. He inwardly scolded himself for being perverse. After all, she was his girlfriend. Surely, a kiss would be permissible? What was he thinking? Tang Shiying tilted her head, regarding him with curiosity. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Now, he appeared lost in thought. Suhan looked up and met her large, blinking eyes. How could someone be so enchanting? Fortunately, she was his girlfriend. He lowered his voice and asked, "May I hug you?" Upon hearing his request, Tang Shiying set her phone down in silence, surveying him with an expression that the little fellow could not comprehend. Indeed, they were truly together. She was quite fond of this little guy, despite his somewhat foolish appearance. To want a hug and still seek her consent. However, it was her first experience with romance. Suhan, observing her impassive demeanor, was unsure of how to react. Surely, he could embrace his girlfriend without hesitation. They had embraced just the night before. But what if he upset her? Should they sit while embracing? Tang Shiying spoke softly, opening her arms. Suhan's heart suddenly raced as he stood from the sofa. The girl promptly stood on the couch, looking down at him. He stood on the ground, gazing up at the girl with open arms, happiness bubbling within him. Suhan reached out, his hands gliding around Tang Shiying's slender waist, a subtle fragrance enveloping him. He enveloped the stunning girl in his embrace. Suhan could distinctly hear her heartbeat, racing just as fast as his own. They were tightly pressed together, sharing in each other's warmth. Tang Shiying could clearly see Suhan's flushed ears. He was still so shy. But she was no different, her face flushed with warmth. Had they not been embracing, she would have wanted to touch her own burning cheeks. Should they hold each other indefinitely? Yes. Suhan obediently nodded. At that moment, he felt a touch of greed, longing for the scent of the beautiful girl and her soft form. He endeavored to memorize this moment, terrified that if he let go, everything would vanish. They had no idea how long they had been in each other's embrace until they reluctantly parted. Finally, they returned to their seats on the sofa. Tang Shiying draped her legs over the lap of the little one seated before her, asking, "How dare you?" "What?" Suhan, taken aback by this bewildering remark, found himself at a loss for words. "When we first met, you didn't even dare to look up at me. How could you possibly have the audacity to approach me now?" Tang Shiying inquired with curiosity, playfully swinging her legs. Suhan met her gaze with earnestness, declaring, "I like you. Such affection can make one reckless. Liking is a feeling, and feelings can fade." Tang Shiying held out an orange, bringing it to the little one's lips. "My love for you will endure." Suhan gazed at her face, affirming, "My fondness for you is genuine, and my love is true. The heart that loves will never wane." Tang Shiying quietly regarded him, her eyes reflecting nothing but her own image. Leaning her cheek against his neck, she whispered softly, a sound so faint that only the little one could hear. Chapter 85. Ticket snatching. Upon returning to the dormitory, Suhan discovered that Wang Ziheng was, as expected, still absent. However, what surprised him even more was the absence of Zhao Lethan. Lin Jinghao, the sole occupant of the room, glanced at Suhan and leisurely remarked, "Have you heard that Director Zhang is coming to Haiqing to give a lecture?" "Director Zhang? Which elder are you referring to?" Suhan asked, momentarily bewildered. He was still basking in the euphoria of his recent confession, rendering him somewhat lightheaded. It was only natural for him to be momentarily at a loss. Those in love, regardless of gender, often find their intellect diminished. Lin Jinghao, having experienced this himself, understood. Director Zhang Jima. Upon hearing this, Suhan instinctively withdrew his hand from the computer. His surprise evident as he turned to Lin Jinghao. "Director Zhang? Can we attend? How did you find out?" "The notification was posted in the group. Didn't you see? The spots are limited, and you have to snatch tickets." Lin Jinghao scrolled through his phone, sending the link directly to Su-Han. Su-Han opened the link to find that the lecture was scheduled for Saturday at the Grand Hall on the top floor of the Haicheng Grand Hotel. The event was free, but only 120 spots were available, with 5 universities in Haicheng competing for these limited slots. The challenge was akin to navigating through a hellish trial. The school wholeheartedly supported students participating in such activities, as it provided an opportunity to gain insights into market trends. If one were fortunate enough to make connections with influential figures, it could potentially launch their academic careers. This was, after all, a point of pride for the university. Tickets would be released at midnight, and it was uncertain how many would be sleepless that night. A fierce battle of speed was on the verge of commencing. With the clock striking 10, there remained a little over 2 hours of idle time. Some were already growing restless. Lin Jinghao wandered around the dormitory, phone in hand, in search of the best internet signal. Securing tickets was not solely about speed. Internet connectivity was equally crucial. For them, this was a familiar routine, rushing for elective courses, scrambling for train tickets home, and vying for various event tickets. A lifetime of snatching as university students. Su-Han, too, was not idle. He opened his phone, ready to spring into action. Whether they would gain knowledge was uncertain, but broadening their horizons was vital. Understanding the prevailing trends was essential. Whether they could ride the wave remained to be seen, but they must first identify the right moment. Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere of impending conflict began to permeate the 520 dormitory. Such scenes were mirrored in other dormitories as well. Before long, Zhao Leffen returned, humming a tune, his badminton bag slung over his shoulder, attempting to draw the attention of Su-Han and Lin Jinghao with a playful display. He purposely made a commotion, craving their acknowledgement. Despite his efforts, the two remained engrossed in their phones, oblivious to his presence. Don't you notice anything different about me? Zhao Leffen clapped his hands. Finally, Su-Han and Lin Jinghao turned to him. Aside from the mischievous expression on his face, they failed to discern any notable change. Senior Xie invited me to play badminton, Zhao Leffen exclaimed, a hint of excitement mixed with bashfulness in his voice. He had been consistently communicating with Xie Yujia, and although he still wore the friendly guise, there was a sign of progress. Lin Jinghao occasionally glanced at his phone, apprehensive of missing something, and spoke with slight irritation. What else is there? What more? Zhao Leffen chuckled as he settled beside him. Lin Jinghao, expressing his disdain, shifted to the side. Is a game of basketball really enough to excite you? Zhao Leffen retorted playfully. Seeing you now excites me even more. He pinned Lin Jinghao down on the bed, urging him playfully. Get off. How disgusting. By the time Wang Ziheng returned, the two were already rolling on the floor. What new game are you two playing? Have you switched to offline mode? He deftly avoided their playful tussle and approached Su-Han, gazing at him as if to inquire. What is going on? Su-Han shrugged, signifying his exasperation. Childish. After half an hour, the dormitory finally settled into tranquility, each of the four engrossed in their own pursuits. Su-Han typed away at his keyboard, updating the latest narrative developments. Notably, his previous script had been selected by an audiobook platform for audio recording. However, the voice actors were still in discussions, with no specific candidates confirmed yet. Being chosen by the platform offered a greater compensation than individual offers. If the response was favorable, there would be prospects for further collaboration. As midnight approached, the dormitory felt exceptionally serene, and the expressions of the four inadvertently turned serious. A fierce battle was about to commence. Oh no, I lagged. My fingers are clumsy. I didn't manage to grab it. Neither did I. Su-Han helplessly tossed his phone aside. Moments ago, he had only seen a spinning circle on the screen, indicating that he could not get in. Ultimately, it displayed, sold out. I got it. Lin Jinghao exclaimed joyfully as he rose from the bed, waving his phone. Who else? There was no denying it. Luck was indeed a part of skill. Among the four in the dormitory, they had not suffered a complete defeat. The morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the floor of the dormitory. Time for a morning run. Su-Han and Wang Ziheng headed toward the playground together. Only the truly resolute could rise for a morning run in winter. Su-Han found it challenging, but with Wang Ziheng urging him on, they mutually supervised each other. Su-Han's eyes scanned the playground, and he was surprised to discover a young girl accompanying Tang Shiying. Who else could it be but Yi Xiaowen? She was slightly shorter than Tang Shiying, standing beside her in a distinctly youthful demeanor. Teacher Tang. Yi Xiaowen quickened her pace, stammering as she spoke. They had encountered each other at the entrance of the playground. She had initially been waiting for Wang Ziheng, but had unexpectedly run into Tang Shiying first. Upon hearing her call, Tang Shiying remained silent, her expression composed as she looked at her. Is there something you need? Yi Xiaowen hesitated for a moment. She was unsure how to broach the question she had in mind. If they were ordinary friends, she could simply ask directly. But this was her teacher. There was a degree of hesitation. In an unusual moment of thoughtfulness, she smiled and said, Teacher Tang, you are truly beautiful. Thank you. You are quite adorable as well. Tang Shiying replied calmly. Yi Xiaowen was unexpectedly praised for her cuteness, displaying a rare shyness. Teacher Tang, Suhan and I are fellow townsfolk. He is exceptionally kind. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiying felt a stir in her heart. So, the little one has an ally? However, the child had also confided in her before. The last time they watched the sunset, the photos were inadvertently captured by Yi Xiaowen. She must be aware of their relationship, albeit not in detail. Good morning, Teacher Tang. Suhan's voice came from behind, as he took the initiative to greet the two. Good morning, Xiaowen. Upon seeing Suhan, Yi Xiaowen bypassed him. Glancing back, the little fellow has arrived. The class leader must be here as well. I'll take my leave. With that, she deliberately slowed her pace. Waiting to walk alongside Wang Ziheng, inadvertently creating an opportunity for Suhan. It seems even girls can be swayed by appearances. Suhan jogged alongside Tang Shiying, tilting his head to glance at her. It felt as though an eternity had passed since they last saw each other, despite it being merely a night. Chapter 86. The classroom commotion. Tang Shiying and Suhan left the playground in succession. The two of them shared a meal at a breakfast shop outside the faculty dormitory before parting ways. Suhan returned to his dormitory to change clothes and headed straight to the teaching building with his roommate. In the classroom, students were abuzz discussing the ticket-snatching incident from the previous night. You didn't get a ticket either? How wonderful. Neither did I. Our entire dormitory is out of luck. So close. The chatter continued until Tang Shiying ascended the podium, at which point it abruptly ceased. All right, I have a few matters to address. Her cool voice resonated through the classroom, silencing the clamor. All eyes turned to the podium. Suhan's face lit up with a smile as he exchanged glances with his sister on stage, separated by 5 rows of seats. Naturally, no one paid attention to their interaction, though some sensed that Teacher Tang might have smiled slightly. Lin Jinghao murmured, You little girlfriend slave? What? Suhan turned his head, having been lost in thought, and missed his words. Xiao Hanzi, you're in trouble. I just saw Wang Yi delivering breakfast to Teacher Tang in the office. Wang Ziheng leaned closer, covering his mouth with his hand as he whispered. Suhan shot him a glare and glanced toward Wang Ye's position. Is that for real? I saw it with my own eyes, but Teacher Tang didn't accept it. Suhan narrowed his eyes. This guy is still trying to steal my girl. He better not overstep. After class, as Tang Shiying prepared to leave, Wang Yi stood beside her, speaking earnestly. Upon witnessing this scene, Suhan stood up, prepared to confront him. Well, trying that tactic, are you? But just as he rose, he was blocked by Han Feifei. Suhan, I heard you didn't snag a ticket for the lecture. I happen to have 2 extra. Let us go together? Han Feifei extended her invitation enthusiastically. Upon mentioning the ticket, many were eager to assist her. Han Feifei had learned from Zhao Leffen that only Lin Jinghao from their dormitory had secured a ticket. She sought to capitalize on this opportunity to grow closer to Suhan. Through her observations over time, she realized that Suhan was indeed different from the others. Perhaps it was his innate superiority that rendered her indifferent to the boys who trailed behind her, yet she found herself distinctly intrigued by Suhan, who ignored her. Suhan cast a cool glance at her, his tone indifferent. Thank you, but I do not require it. Though he was keen to attend the lecture, he decided against going with Han Feifei. The lessons from his past life were still vivid. He would not willingly walk into the jaws of a tiger. Falling into the same pit twice would be foolish. He was eager to find Tang Shiying and had no time for further conversation. Please move aside. I need to exit. Tang Shiying noticed Suhan being obstructed and cast a calm glance in his direction. Beside her, Wang Yi softly remarked, Teacher Tang, I recently wrote a script. Could you help me review it? Tang Shiying maintained her composure, but the shift in her gaze was perceptibly noted by Wang Yi. In that direction stood Suhan. Was she concerned about him? Seeing Suhan and Han Feifei together again made Tang Shiying feel a surge of anger. She contemplated approaching them to gauge the little one's mood, which seemed rather displeased. However, Wang Yi was incessantly questioning her beside him. As a teacher, she felt compelled to address the reasonable inquiries of her students. Suhan emerged from the space vacated by Han Feifei, only to encounter another boy head-on. Upon seeing the newcomer, his lips twitched involuntarily, a chill coursing through him. Wang Haichao? This very man had conspired with Han Feifei to ruin his past life. The moment Su Han laid eyes on him, his fists clenched tightly. Wang Haichao brushed past him, approaching Han Feifei with a sycophantic grin. Feifei, shall we have lunch together? I messaged you. Why didn't you reply? Han Feifei furrowed her brows upon hearing his voice. Who are you calling? Our relationship hasn't reached that level yet. She felt quite vexed, having only requested his assistance in securing a ticket. To her dismay, he had come directly to her class, using such an intimate address that would undoubtedly provoke Su Han's ire. Wang Haichao, momentarily taken aback, sensed the tension in the air and turned to look at Su Han. He had observed their exchange and surmised that Su Han must have irritated the campus belle. It was his time to shine. Placing a hand on Su Han's shoulder to prevent him from leaving, he said, "Hey you." Before he could finish, Su Han reacted first. He seized the hand resting on his shoulder, twisting it forcefully behind Wang Haichao's back. If he had not retained some rationality, he would have been inclined to dislocate the arm entirely. Are you mad? It hurts. Let go. Wang Haichao was taken aback. He had not anticipated Su Han to strike first. Witnessing this, the three boys from the dormitory immediately surrounded them. Let us see what is going on, Zhao Leffen exclaimed. Rolling up his sleeves, ready for a brawl. Han Feifei shot a disapproving glare at Wang Haichao. Are you out of your mind? This is our class. What are you causing a ruckus for? We have no relation. Wang Haichao's expression darkened. Retaliation was futile with Su Han's group outnumbering him. If a fight ensued, he would only end up on the receiving end of the blows. Moreover, this was on their territory, which could be construed as instigating trouble. What is happening here? Tang Shiying's icy voice cut through the air, a chill emanating from her presence. She glanced at Su Han, her heart sinking. She had never seen the little one wear such an expression. It was evident he was truly upset. Wang Ziheng interjected swiftly. This guy barged into our class and attempted to provoke a fight. Su Han was merely acting in self-defense. There is no way we would let our brother be bullied in our own class. Tang Shiying directed a fierce glare at Wang Haichao. Which major are you from? Wang Haichao lowered his head, too intimidated to meet her gaze. Just a little shoulder pat. It was nothing. I'm from the directing class. You two to the office. Tang Shiying's gaze softened as she looked at the little one. Their eyes met, and the hostility on Su Han's face vanished in an instant. He obediently followed her out, pondering whether trouble had truly been stirred. Have I troubled my sister again? When Han Feifei was trying to restrain him, Su Han was making a concerted effort to manage his emotions. The moment Wang Haichao appeared, the flames of fury ignited within him, the catalyst being the hand resting on his shoulder. The reason behind Su Han's sudden outburst is known only to him. Others, however, hold a different perspective. Su Han, did you act out because of Feifei? A hero saving a damsel in distress. How charming. The two girls beside Han Feifei chattered excitedly, their imaginations running wild. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinghao and the others marveled at the girl's capacity for embellishment. Little Han, you seem eager to keep your distance from this campus beauty. Can't you see that? Moreover, while others might be oblivious, they are acutely aware of Su Han's current emotional state. His heart belongs solely to the aloof teacher Tang. As for the reason behind Su Han's intense reaction, they have their own speculations. Witnessing Wang Ye's persistence towards teacher Tang, little Han's anger flared, and that unfortunate boy happened to be caught in the crossfire. Unbeknownst to Han Feifei, upon hearing the girl's remarks, she hurriedly made her way to the office. Chapter 87. You are quite nice, aren't you? Inside the office, Tang Shiying sat on a stool, her icy gaze fixed upon Wang Haichao. Shall I assist you in contacting your instructor? She inquired, reaching for the phone on the desk, ready to dial. Upon noticing this, Wang Haichao quickly interjected, Teacher Tang. It is my fault, I apologize. He certainly did not wish for his instructor to be informed, as it could potentially complicate other matters, leading to even greater trouble. For him, maintaining face was of little consequence. What mattered was the scholarship. If he received a reprimand, it would be an unwise trade-off. And you? Tang Shiying turned her gaze towards Su Han, her expression composed and frosty, embodying the demeanor of a stern instructor. Su Han displayed a smug expression. Relishing his advantage, I accept his apology. Wang Haichao shot him a furtive glance, his teeth gritting in annoyance. What nonsense is this? I never intended to apologize to you. Fine, you are both adults. The implications are clear, and there is no need for me to elaborate. I trust you understand. I do not wish for a repeat of this incident. Tang Shiying maintained a professional air, her expression stern. As long as you refrain from causing trouble. There will be no next time, Su-han replied without a moment's hesitation. I will not cause trouble again, Wang Haichao conceded. Only after speaking did he realize he had inadvertently implicated himself once more. Tang Shiying, noticing his reaction, waved her hand dismissively. You may leave for now. Just as Wang Haichao was about to turn away, Han Feifei burst into the room, exclaiming, Teacher Tang, this matter is not Su-han's fault. It is my shortcoming. Su-han stood frozen, his smile faltering. This is futile. I should have kept my mouth shut. Just when the issue seemed resolved, an unexpected interjection disrupted the proceedings. Tang Shiying shot a piercing glare at the young girl, her expression filled with reproach. You certainly have some nerve. Even the school beauty has come to plead on your behalf. You better consider how to explain yourself. Han Feifei urgently recounted the events, placing all the blame upon herself. After finishing, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Tang Shiying, sensing something amiss, stood and inquired, Are you feeling unwell? Han Feifei pointed to her foot, explaining that in her haste, she had missed a step on the staircase and twisted it. Tang Shiying pushed a stool toward her, indicating for her to sit down. Both Wang Haichao and Su-han turned their attention to her. Let us go to the infirmary. Tang Shiying crouched down to examine her ankle. Su-han nudged Wang Haichao with his elbow, whispering, Here is your chance to shine. Wang Haichao paused in confusion, giving him a bewildered glance before quickly catching on. You were quite nice, aren't you? Han Feifei's eyes glistened with tears, clearly in pain, as she cast a pleading look toward Su-han, hoping he would feel sympathy and escort her to the infirmary. Su-han met her gaze, then turned to Wang Haichao, saying, Could you please escort classmate Han to the infirmary? You are more robust. Han Feifei was taken aback by his words. What did he mean? Did he find her overweight? Was it necessary to seek out someone stronger? Wang Haichao was indeed quite proactive, expressing gratitude towards Su-han several times in his heart. The opportunity to associate with the campus belle was something others could only dream of, yet this fellow readily offered it up. Thank you. However, Su-han did not intentionally provide him with this opportunity. He simply preferred not to be in the company of Han Feifei, let alone spend time alone with her. Moreover, if he were to take her home, Tang Shiying would certainly be displeased. At that point, no amount of effort would clear his name. He couldn't just have successfully confessed and then be cast out of his home, could he? Tang Shiying rose from her seat and took a couple of steps to the side. Then it will be troublesome for you, Wang. I will have our class monitor accompany you shortly. It's no trouble, no need for a substitute, Wang Haichao replied cheerfully as he moved to assist Han Feifei. Su-han, could you accompany me? Han Feifei's pitiful voice echoed, her gaze fixed on Su-han, showing no intention of leaving. Su-han furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why she insisted on clinging to him. He had already rejected her numerous times, and his words had not been gentle. Did she still consider him a fool? I'll call LV Shanqing to keep you company, Su-han declared, bidding farewell to Tang Shiying before decisively turning to leave. He returned to the classroom and informed LV Shanqing, who promptly headed to the office. During class, Su-han sent a message to Tang Shiying. Sister, let me explain. Sister, focus on your studies. Tang Shiying set her phone down, a faint smile creeping onto her lips. Little one, are you sweating? Oh my. What has our Tang so amused? Jiang Yanin stealthily appeared, pulling a chair beside her. From 2 miles away, I can smell something. What scent? The fragrance of love. Tang Shiying turned her face slightly, concealing her shyness. You can get tickets for the lecture, right? She had learned from Han Feifei that the little one had failed to secure a ticket. Since he wished to attend, she certainly wanted to fulfill that desire. She called Jiang Yanin because she was one of the organizers of the lecture and had means of entry. Didn't you say you didn't want to go when I asked you before? Jiang Yanin looked at her curiously. What made you change your mind now? Noticing her silence, she whispered, Is it for the younger student? If you don't have any, I'll ask someone else, Tang Shiying replied, unwilling to be manipulated by her, and stood to leave. She had originally planned to take the little one directly. Professor Zhang Liping was an invited guest, and she would accompany him in her capacity as an assistant. Now that she saw another girl offering him tickets, she certainly could not fall behind. What if he accepted someone else's ticket? A small sense of competitiveness stirred within her. Jiang Yanin pulled out 4 tickets, waving them in the air. Here. All ready for him. Everyone in their dormitory has won. These are internal tickets in the best positions. Tang Shiying reached out to take the tickets. Why are you so generous this time? I also need the younger student's help, Jiang Yanin replied. I'm about to move, and I promised him I'd have his friends assist me. One cannot simply accept assistance without reciprocation, Jiang Yanin remarked as she rose to her feet. strolling alongside Tang Shiying towards the exit. Aside from the junior, I am not well acquainted with the others. It is essential to maintain a degree of politeness. Then allow me to express my gratitude on his behalf. Tang Shiying meticulously placed the tickets into her bag. Jiang Yanin rolled her eyes playfully. Exuding a charming mischievousness, you can already speak for him? Is your next step to take charge of his affairs? Her tone brimmed with jest. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiying quickened her pace, distancing herself from Jiang Yanin, choosing to ignore her. For the sake of the tickets, I shall permit you this moment of joy. After class, Su-Han handed his textbooks to Lin Jinghao and made his way directly to the faculty dormitory. He purchased Tang Shiying's favorite fruit tea outside the community before arriving at room 1101. I was mistaken. What was the error? I should not have resorted to physical confrontation. Nor should I have caused you distress. Indeed, Tang Shiying accepted the fruit tea Su-Han offered. Let us dine. Chapter 88. You have committed a foul. Su-Han stood in the center of the dormitory, holding 4 lecture tickets aloft, waving them twice above his head. Wow, little Han, where did you get these? Zhao Leffen exclaimed, incredulity illuminating his eyes as he sprang from his bed, eager to snatch them away. You got for tickets? They can't be fake, right? Su-Han bristled at the implication, replying, do you even know how to speak? What do you mean by fake? These were personally given by Teacher Tang. Given by Teacher Tang? Wang Ziheng approached, a hint of skepticism in his voice. I sense you were trying to show off. With 4 tickets secured, Lin Jinghao informed Yi Xiaowen, who had also failed to acquire a ticket, and they decided to attend together. Su-Han recalled his earlier promise to treat Senior Jiang to dinner, a plan that had lingered for too long and seemed rather impolite. He promptly sent a message to Jiang Yanin. Senior Jiang, are you free tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner. When Jiang Yanin received the message, she was walking towards the mentor's office with Tang Shiying. Tang, the junior asked me out for dinner. Should I accept? Would you like to join? Tang Shiying glanced at her with a calm demeanor, asking, are you certain he invited you alone? Prior to messaging Jiang Yanin, Su-Han had ensured she was available, only reaching out after confirming her free time. Once Jiang Yanin completed her tasks, she promptly replied to Su-Han, and they arranged to meet at the faculty apartment. Upon arriving at the faculty complex, Su-Han refrained from going upstairs, choosing instead to wait at the entrance. After a brief moment, Tang Shiying and Jiang Yanin emerged together. Junior, what delectable dish do you plan to treat me to? Jiang Yanin asked, her cheerful demeanor evident. What would you like to eat, Senior Jiang? Su-Han inquired, his gaze lingering on Tang Shiying, unconsciously leaning in her direction. Hot pot, it pairs perfectly with this weather, Jiang Yanin suggested, having a particular fondness for lamb hot pot from her Kyoto origins. No problem, she affirmed, and the trio set off towards the street across. Initially intending to visit a shopping mall, Jiang Yanin opted for a hot pot restaurant on the commercial street instead, reasoning that it would suffice for a student like Su-Han, who shouldn't be burdened with excessive expenses. Upon arriving at the hot pot venue, they found the hall already bustling with patrons. As long as the food was decent and reasonably priced, establishments near the university tended to thrive. As they entered, the waiter greeted them warmly. How many in your party? 3, Su-Han replied courteously. Guided by the waiter, they ascended to the second floor. Unlike the lively first floor, the second was quieter, with only a couple of tables occupied. They settled at a window-side table, where the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the outside world. Jiang Yanin and Tang Shiying took a seat on one side, leaving Su-Han to sit opposite them. In the realm of hot pot, the essence lies in speed, swift service, and rapid cooking. Su-Han watched the lamb slices swirling in the bubbling broth, his chopsticks poised in eager anticipation. Ah, Junior, do you also enjoy sesame sauce? Jiang Yanin inquired with curiosity. Generally, those from the south prefer oil dips, while it is more common in the north to utilize sesame sauce as a condiment. I am accustomed to it, Su-Han remarked, selecting lamb and placing it into Tang Shiying's bowl. Unsurprisingly, she had prepared an oil dip. Indeed, many individuals in the north also favor oil dips. It ultimately depends on personal preference. The 3 of them relished a steaming meal, eating with great enthusiasm. Su-Han's stomach was quite full, as Tang Shiying continuously served him meat, leaving no room in his bowl. After the meal, Jiang Yanin took her leave first. The streetlights shone brightly, and she preferred not to be caught in the middle of the two. Among the trio, one must be single, with time still on their side. Tang Shiying did not rush back to the dormitory, but instead strolled with Su-Han towards the school. Sister, are your hands cold? My pocket is rather warm, Su-Han said, slipping his hands into the pockets of his padded coat to see if they could fit too. He then took Tang Shiying's hand and placed it alongside his in the pocket. The two drew closely together. Tang Shiying smiled slightly, remaining silent, only feeling the warmth emanating from his palm. The little fellow was indeed correct. His hands were much warmer in the winter. Upon reaching the school gate, Su-Han paused. Shall we enter? Let's go. Tang Shiying seemed to sense his concern. It's nothing to be seen. I don't mind. Having decided to be with the little fellow, she felt it her duty to provide him with the utmost sense of security. She never cared for others' opinions and saw no need to conceal their relationship. The weather was slightly cool, yet it did not dampen the fervor of the campus couples. As Su-Han and Tang Shiying walked, other couples frequently passed by, engrossed in their own happiness, not sparing them a glance. Within the school, there lay a small park, with a pond humorously dubbed Lover's Lake by the students. Around this lake, four newly constructed pavilions hosted couples, each nestled together beneath the roofs. At the far end of the park, the benches in front of a small grove were also fully occupied. Su-Han thought to himself, these people are unfazed by the cold. He had heard from Zhao Leffen that the grove was quite lively at night. Their dormitory had previously embarked on an adventurous exploration there. It was indeed thrilling, yet they hadn't seen much. The tales from the Grave Robbers Chronicles were far more intriguing. Tang Shiying's peripheral vision caught sight of a couple on a bench. Entwined in affection, she quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The essence of youth wafted through the air. Although this was her first romantic experience, she understood certain things. The reason for their campus stroll was that she had observed other couples taking evening walks together, and she too wished to partake in this experience. Primarily to allow the little fellow to enjoy it as well. She would do what any other girlfriend would do. Let us head back, Su-Han whispered. The grove is just ahead. In the event of any awkward sounds or sights. Not going to explore? Tang Shiying's voice was soft, audible only to the little fellow beside her. Su-Han grasped her hand, soft and smooth. Being with you feels the same, regardless of the place. Your presence brings me immense joy. They exchanged a knowing smile. When two hearts genuinely connect, mere proximity can evoke profound happiness, even in silence. As they walked along the roadside, the light elongated their shadows. Su-Han reached up to touch Tang Shiying's head, and their shadow was adorned with a pair of ears. Sister, you've grown rabbit ears. Tang Shiying glanced at the shadow on the ground, finding the little one quite childish. Immediately, she dashed ahead, stepping on the little one's shadow. Where do you think you're going? Su-Han leaned closer, resting his small head on her shoulder. A monster with two heads. The breath of his words brushed against Tang Shiying's neck, causing her to blush deeply. Little one, you've broken the rules. Chapter 89. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. As Su-Han felt the warm breath escaping from Tang Shiying, her heart raced, and she dared not move. You're on my hair, she remarked. Upon hearing this, Su-Han quickly shifted his head aside, taking a step back. Instinctively, he reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear, revealing her exquisite profile. Her fair cheeks, tinged with a hint of crimson, made Su-Han swallow hard. A hug? No hugs. Tang Shiying crossed her arms defiantly and strode ahead. The little one was too gentle, leaving her momentarily stunned. Su-Han accompanied Tang Shiying to the entrance of the faculty apartment building, where they exchanged goodnights and waved farewell. In the campus grounds, boys lingered beneath the girls' dormitory, and the sight of him and the beautiful sister at the entrance formed a picturesque scene. Passers-by cast curious glances in their direction, but said nothing, which made Su-Han feel slightly embarrassed. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found the three of them gathered together, animatedly discussing something. What are you up to? Su-Han inquired, observing that they were neither gaming nor reading novels, but instead engaged in a serious discussion. Something was off. Were these really the same three people he knew? Fiancee, our class monitor, is about to fall in love again. Zhao Leffen's words flew out faster than Wang Zihang's. Su-Han, filled with curiosity, leaned closer to the trio and saw Wang Zihang searching for information. How to confess to the girl you like. What on earth? Su-Han feigned ignorance. Who is the monitor planning to confess to? Who else? Your fellow townsman, Lin Jinghao replied, sporting a look of amused anticipation. But you've been in a relationship before. Shouldn't you have some experience? Zhao Leffen questioned, puzzled. Why are you even asking Baidu? What can it teach you? Apart from ads? I could do better. Are you sure? Lin Jinghao and Su-Han spoke in unison, their expressions betraying skepticism. Regardless of the outcome, all three in the dorm had experienced love at least once, unlike Zhao Leffen, who had never had a single chance. His pursuit of Senior Xie remained at the level of mere friends, clutching onto a good guy card. Wang Ziheng's previous relationship with Lu Shangqing was a muddled affair, initiated by her pursuit without any real understanding of one another, leaving him unaware of what true affection entailed. This time, however, he felt distinctly different. His connection with Yi Xiaowen was palpable. Xiao Hanzi, I really need your help with this. All three turned their gazes towards Su Han. At this moment, he was considered the most experienced among the four in matters of the heart. Su Han scanned the group, reminiscing about the night he confessed to Tang Shiying. Each confession was unique and should leave a lasting impression. Wang Ziheng nodded thoughtfully, closing his search tab, awaiting Su Han's next words. After a prolonged silence, he still did not speak. Continue? What is next? Su Han appeared pensive, exuding an air of profundity. Then, he remarked that one must demonstrate sincerity. The form is merely a process, while genuine affection is the true secret weapon. Love has never possessed a concrete definition. For some, it begins with a bouquet of flowers, while others merely require a heartfelt declaration online. Those who are truly in love care more about the attitude towards a shared journey. Wang Ziheng nodded, seemingly grasping the essence of this wisdom. It sounded quite plausible. A strategist within the dormitory, he offered Wang Ziheng various suggestions. Ultimately, the course of action would depend on his own decisions. Clearly, he was exercising much more caution this time. What kind of gifts do girls generally prefer? Wang Ziheng inquired softly, his gaze flitting among the other three. Zhao Leffen rolled his eyes, a look of innocence adorning his face. I wish to know as well. His attention shifted to Lin Jinghao. Although he had previously dated, he only knew what his ex-girlfriend liked. The preferences of other girls remained a mystery to him. Su Han endeavored to recall the gifts he had previously bestowed. It seemed that what Tang Shiying liked did not necessarily align with what Yi Xiaowen would appreciate. Moreover, the essence of a gift lies in the sentiment behind it. How about I ask for your sake? He swiftly sent a message to the beautiful sister, recognizing that girls understand each other best. Little guy, sister, what gifts do girls generally like? The reply arrived promptly. Sister, which girl are you buying a gift for? Reading those words sent a chill down his spine. He sensed the ire from the other side. Su Han hastily clarified, realizing that miscommunication could entangle him as well. Little guy, it's not for me. It's for the class monitor who wishes to buy a gift for his crush, and I'm just inquiring. Tang Shiying pondered over the message from little guy. While it is true that a girl's preferences are shaped by her personality, commonalities do exist. Drawing from her understanding, she suggested several items and added a final note. Sister, sincerity is the true secret weapon. Little guy, what gifts do you like, sister? Sister, Su Han. Little guy? I'm here. Tang Shiying smiled at the three question marks, her lips curving upward, still so naive. Sister, fool. Little guy, sister, a kiss. Kissing emoji, sister. Refused. Slashes at the incoming kiss. Tang Shiying observed the somewhat childish exchange. Her heart lightened with mirth. Little guy's audacity was indeed growing. Before she could respond further, an incoming voice call interrupted. The contact read, someone else's mom. Upon answering, a familiar voice resonated through the receiver. Tang Tang. Have you been busy lately? This familiar opening line was accompanied by a noticeable absence of her mother's usual insistence on her finding a partner. Tang Shiying softly replied, not busy. How have you been? I'm doing well. Every day, I engage in a battle of wits with the school kids. It's immensely enjoyable. Tang's mother spoke with a tone of ease, revealing her deep passion for her work. As a high school teacher, her days were fulfilling. Surrounded by a lively group of youngsters made her feel rejuvenated. Take care of yourself. I will visit you whenever I have the time, Tang Shiying advised with genuine concern. The journey from Haiqing to Jiangxing is not overly distant. However, she must fulfill her duties as a counselor and attend to various other responsibilities. Her time is far from free, as she may be called upon at any moment to address pressing matters. Is Xiaosu not around? How are the two of you faring? Tang Ma inquired, her tone softening considerably. A smile graced the corners of Tang Shiying's lips as she earnestly replied, we are together now. Really? Tang Ma responded with a hint of excitement, a light chuckle escaping her lips. She had anticipated a blossoming relationship between the two, but had not expected to hear such words directly from her daughter, and so openly at that. Indeed, it is true. Tang Ma exclaimed with delight. Next time I visit, I shall either come to see you both or bring Xiaosu back to Jiangxing. Yes, I understand. Chapter 90. Are you still thinking about next time? On Wednesday afternoon, Su Han, accompanied by his 3 dormitory mates, assisted Jiang Yanin in relocating her belongings to the faculty apartment. The senior warmly invited them to share her first meal in her new home. After dining, Yi Xiaowen and Wang Ziheng squeezed into the kitchen to lend a hand with the dishes. "Be careful not to break it," Wang Ziheng cautioned, holding a plate and observing Yi Xiaowen's clumsy movements with concern. It was evident she had never engaged in household chores before and was utterly inexperienced at washing dishes. Yi Xiaowen playfully pouted and made a face at him. How could she possibly know how to wash dishes? At home, she was a little princess accustomed to having everything done for her. Yet, seeing the seriousness in the class leader's demeanor ignited a spark of motivation within her. After all, anything could be learned with effort. Thus, 2 figures, a tall one and a short one, bumbled about in the kitchen, tackling unfamiliar domestic tasks. Yet neither felt any aversion to the situation. "Can you cook?" Yi Xiaowen inquired softly, poking Wang Ziheng's arm with a finger. She didn't know why she felt compelled to ask this question, but it was on her mind. Perhaps it was influenced by the dynamic between Su Han and Tang Shiying. Having witnessed their interactions while cooking together, the sight of 2 people collaborating in the kitchen, washing dishes, and engaging in various activities together. Wang Ziheng, still focused on his task, replied without lifting his head, "No, not really." After a moment's thought, he added, "But it should be quite easy to learn." He then turned on the faucet, and the sound of rushing water seemed to cloak something unspoken. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaowen couldn't help but smile inwardly, her heart fluttering with excitement. Her father had mentioned buying her a flat in Jiang City, a proposition she had previously declined. However, it seemed that perhaps it was time to reconsider. Unbeknownst to Wang Ziheng, she was lost in her thoughts as he finished rinsing the last plate and placed it back in its designated spot. After tidying up, they bid farewell and departed. "Sister, I'll see them off," Su Han said to Tang Shiying, trailing behind the group. Jiang Yanin halted mid-step, and the others turned to look at Su Han. "You, what did you just call her?" Confused, Su Han glanced at the 5 individuals before him and realized the slip of his tongue. "Ah, I meant senior." The term sister was something he only used in private, and no one else knew. Jiang Yanin turned to look at Tang Shiying in the living room, who had already moved away from her previous position. It wasn't until the sound of the door closing echoed that Tang Shiying let out a long sigh, as if she had committed a misdeed and had just been caught. Without lingering, she headed directly back to her own home upstairs. Su Han, along with his 3 dormitory mates and Yi Xiaowen, descended the stairs and casually disposed of their trash in the bin. As they watched their departure, he returned upstairs. Earlier, he had been at Jiang Yanin's home, and now he was back at his and the beautiful sister's residence. Standing at the door of his room, Su Han felt an inexplicable thrill, as if he were secretly engaging in something mischievous, stealthily hidden from others. "Are you not going back?" Tang Shiying gazed at the little fellow who had just returned, deliberately asking, "Ah, am I supposed to go back?" Su Han wore a perplexed expression. "Then you should return." Observing the child's conflicted countenance, Tang Shiying could not help but chuckle at his adorably naive demeanor. Su Han stood rooted in place, pondering whether to leave or stay. "If you go back, who will assist me in putting up the curtains?" Tang Shiying rose from the sofa and pointed towards the corner where her package lay. It contained the new curtains she had purchased, both for the bedroom and the balcony. The current curtains were outdated and did not suit the style of the younger generation. While helping Jiang Yanin select her curtains, she had taken the opportunity to choose a set for herself as well. Bending down, Su Han carefully opened the package with scissors and extracted the curtains within. Following the instructions, he swiftly replaced the curtains on the balcony. Next came the bedroom. Pausing at the threshold, Su Han hesitated. He had never entered Tang Shiying's bedroom before. In his view, it was impolite to enter a girl's room casually. However, now that teacher Tang was his girlfriend, she had permitted him to enter. Inside the room, a large bed was adorned with 2 pillows and a Pikachu plush toy that she had brought back last time. It seemed that she, like many other girls, enjoyed cuddling something while sleeping. On the adjacent desk lay a computer and a set of recording equipment, indicating that this was her workspace, appearing quite professional. As Su Han followed Tang Shiying into the bedroom, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, her scent, which was delightful. He climbed onto a stool and slowly removed the old curtains, replacing them with the new ones. As he turned to jump down from the stool, his foot slipped, and he landed precariously on the edge of the bed, nearly toppling over. Upon witnessing this, Tang Shiying tossed the old curtains aside and hurried over to check on him. "Are you all right?" Her voice was soft, laced with concern, as she reached out to help the little fellow up. Suhan rolled over, lying down to look at her, his long black hair brushing against his face. Sister, you smell so good. He grasped Tang Shiying's hand, preventing her from withdrawing. Tang Shiying felt her balance falter, and she found herself leaning onto the little fellow. Their bodies were pressed closely together, and a flush instantly spread across her cheeks. Suhan reveled in the softness before him, gazing at the beautiful sister mere inches away. Her fair neck was tantalizingly close, prompting him to swallow hard. She was truly exquisite. Tang Shiying could distinctly hear the rapid beating of their hearts. As she contemplated rising, it felt as though she were magnetically drawn to him. Sister, may I? The little fellow's gentle voice whispered in her ear, sending a tingling sensation down her neck. One hand braced against the bed while the other rested just above his chest. Suhan was uncertain of his next move. Instinctively, his lips brushed against her delicate neck, leaving a soft mark. The girl before him felt soft and pliant, resting upon him. Tang Shiying sensed the gentle kiss upon her neck, fleeting yet electrifying, before swiftly retreating. This caused her previously rigid body to soften instantly. Her entire face began to flush with an alarming heat. Suhan sensed something amiss and hurriedly withdrew. Turning Tang Shiying onto the bed, he quickly regained his composure, rising to his feet and averting his gaze from her. I need to wash my face, he stammered, hastily exiting the bedroom and rushing toward the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, he splashed cold water onto his flushed face. Reflecting on his earlier actions, it truly was unintentional. Tang Shiying reached up to touch the spot where the little rascal had kissed her. It felt slightly warm. Such audacity from the little one. She lingered in the bedroom for quite a while, waiting until she had completely calmed down before picking up an old curtain from the floor and stepping outside. Suhan approached with his head bowed. Sister, I won't dare next time. His voice was barely a whisper, lacking the boldness he had displayed moments before. Next time? Tang Shiying fixed her gaze on Suhan's eyes, noticing his silly demeanor, and felt no inclination to scold him. She couldn't bear to. Pretending to be angry, she crossed her arms and said lightly, You still wish for a next time? Yes. Chapter 91. Associate Professor Liu. Upon hearing the simple utterance of Tang Shiying felt a warm blush creep across her cheeks. This little one remained so unabashedly honest. For a fleeting moment, an atmosphere laden with ambiguity enveloped them. Observing the situation, Suhan spoke softly, I think I'll head back now. He understood that lingering any longer might render both of them somewhat uncomfortable. Although they were now a couple, such moments remained unfamiliar territory for either of them. As Suhan descended the stairs, a gust of cold air jolted him back to reality. He glanced up at the 11th floor, his expression one of peculiar curiosity. I hope my sister isn't upset. While walking, he accidentally kicked a stone, which he sent skittering all the way to the base of the dormitory. It was only as he approached the stairs that he nudged the stone into the adjacent grass. Sitting before his computer, he sent a message to Tang Shiying. Sister, are you angry? Sister, I'm indeed upset, the kind that cannot be easily soothed. Animation. Humph. Little one, then allow me to tell you a story. Tang Shiying smirked at the received message. Amused, do you truly believe I am but a child in kindergarten? Sister, go ahead. Little one, once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on that mountain stood a temple. In that temple lived an old monk who narrated tales to a young monk, tales of yore. Sister, do you wish to taste the flavor of belt-fried meat? Little one, I've never heard of it. Is it delicious? Is it Sichuan or Shandong cuisine? Sister, I bought a washboard. You should go to the delivery station tomorrow and pick it up. Suhan was puzzled. Isn't there a washing machine? What need is there for a washboard? Although confused, he obediently replied, All right. What else can a washboard be used for besides laundry? After exchanging goodnights with Tang Shiying, Suhan lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Reflecting on the events that transpired in the apartment, he could only conclude that it was entirely unintentional, a mere accident. He felt content merely being with Tang Shiying. As for kisses, he would let nature take its course. They're all mine. No one should dare to covet them. Suddenly, an inexplicable sound emanated from Zhao Leffen's bed, startling Suhan, who was on the verge of slumber. Lin Jinghao and Wang Ziheng simultaneously rose, bewildered, casting puzzled glances towards Zhao Leffen's bunk. What is happening? Wang Ziheng murmured. Lin, this one's for you. Aren't you the one who adores tenderness? Zhao Leffen mumbled on. Suhan and Wang Ziheng, you both have girlfriends now, don't compete with me. Is this fellow dreaming of marrying a wife? He seems to think he has a chance. So, how many do you want? Wang Ziheng clambered onto his bed. They first ensured that Zhao Lefen was genuinely asleep before initiating a profound conversation. Only children make choices. I want them all. Senior Xie, do you still desire her? Yes, I only wish for Senior Xie. Step aside, let Senior Xie come to me. Meanwhile, Lin Jinghao recorded their entire exchange on his phone. I want a dozen. All while being a man who doesn't return home, Zhao Lefen declared, his hands flailing about. This fellow not only talked in his sleep but also seemed intent on sleepwalking. The three individuals silently regarded him, and it took several minutes for the atmosphere to settle. The primary duty of an exemplary university student is undoubtedly to pursue their studies. As future pillars of society, how could they remain ensconced in slumber? Those who attend the early morning classes gain a significant advantage. While attending a lecture, Su Han received a message from Tang Shiying. Someone wishes to meet you. Please go to Office 201 in the administration building after class. The administration building? And it was someone? That was the domain of professors and school leaders. Who could possibly want to see him? After pondering for a moment, he found no clues in his memory. Had he erred in some manner? Surely not. The incident from last time had already been resolved. Was this a follow-up? In a brief span, Su Han reviewed his recent actions and found no violations. Peeking at his roommate while showering? Surely that could not be deemed inappropriate. If he had truly breached any school rules, Tang Shiying would have informed him. The pressing question remained. Who was this someone? Perhaps a male? Did it relate to the beautiful senior? As he continued to fret, the class bell rang, prompting the three roommates to rise and depart. Are you going to catch a quick nap? They asked. Are you not coming? Lin Jinghao inquired. Turning to the motionless Su Han, the latter handed over his textbook. I need to visit the administration building. You all head back first. Oh, the administration building? They thought they must have misheard. A visit to the office was usually to consult a counselor, nothing extraordinary. However, a visit to the administration building could yield either fortuitous or dire outcomes. It could be a momentous occasion where a leader or professor wished to speak with him personally. Or conversely, it might indicate he had committed a grave error, one that the counselor could not resolve and required higher intervention. Su Han stood at the entrance of Office 201 and politely knocked on the door. Upon hearing a voice inviting him in, he pushed the door open. Inside the office sat a young man dressed casually, who looked up at him. The young man appeared to be in his mid-20s, standing about 5'9", handsome, and possessing a warm smile that radiated approachability. The young man assessed Su Han briefly before inviting him to take a seat. You are Su Han. Su Han nodded, feeling a slight familiarity with the young man, though not deeply. In his past life's memories, the young man seemed to have made an appearance. But their interactions had been limited, and Su Han could not recall his name. I am Lu Bin. I wonder if your second sister has mentioned me? As he spoke, he poured a glass of water for Su Han and placed it before him, displaying a courteous demeanor. Lu Bin was the son of his second sister's mentor and also an associate professor at Haicheng University. Hello, Professor Lu. I have heard of you. Su Han responded politely. Although he was uncertain of the purpose behind this meeting, the mention of his second sister suggested that it was likely not a matter of grave concern. He felt reassured that he was not being summoned due to any wrongdoing. With these thoughts, the previously anxious Su Han gradually relaxed. Lu Bin seemed to sense his unease and smiled gently. There is no need for you to feel anxious. Your second sister and I are friends. I summoned you here merely for a casual conversation, not as a teacher addressing a student. Relax. He had long desired to meet Su Han, but was previously preoccupied. Only now has he found the opportunity. Observing the stark contrast between this young boy and Su Rulin's character, he felt a twinge of doubt. Is he truly from such a household? Su Han appeared somewhat bashful, seldom speaking, yet a perpetual smile graced his face, bestowing upon him the aura of a sunny boy. In stark contrast, his second sister, Su Rulin, was entirely different, effortlessly sociable and possessing a rather boisterous demeanor. Have you been in touch with your second sister recently? Lu Bin inquired seemingly without intent. Occasionally, I send a message. Has she mentioned returning? Not at all. Chapter 92, the formal date in their conversation. Lu Bin and Su Han inquired about his second sister, which alleviated his initial anxiety. If you have any matters to discuss, feel free to come directly to me. Su Han expressed gratefully, smiling. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Lu Bin glanced towards the door and called, Come in. The office door swung open, revealing the striking figure of his beautiful sister, who approached the desk with an expressionless demeanor, greeting them in a monotone, senior. Given their similar ages, they had initially addressed each other as teacher and student, but Lu Bin suggested that it was time to refer to him as senior. Upon seeing Tang Shiying, Suhan's eyes sparkled with admiration, his smile radiant. Lubin observed Suhan and softly remarked, "You must know Teacher Tang, right?" Suhan nodded, lowering his gaze in response. Not only did they know each other, but they were also quite familiar. "You may head back now. We will be in touch." Lubin bid farewell, watching Suhan exit the office before turning his attention to Tang Shiying. "Professor Lu is returning," he stated, referring to his father, Lu Haichuan, who was Tang Shiying's mentor. Su Yulan had gone abroad to study under this very professor. "Will Senior Su return with him?" Tang Shiying inquired. "She is still uncertain," Lubin confessed, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. He sensed that Su Yulan was deliberately avoiding him, though he could not fathom the reason. After Suhan left the office, he lingered outside. A moment later, Tang Shiying emerged from the office. "You're still here?" she asked. "Hee, I was waiting for you," Suhan replied, unaware that he wore a silly grin upon seeing the beautiful sister. "No hand-holding," Tang Shiying remarked, looking at the little fellow as she tucked her hands into the pockets of her black coat, guarding them as if they were treasures to be protected from being snatched away. Suhan hesitated, thinking to himself, "How could I dare to hold hands in this office building? Am I out of my mind?" Inside the office, Lubin, preparing to leave, listened with curiosity to their exchange. He gently cracked the door open, peeking out. "What are you two up to?" Tang Shiying and Suhan turned simultaneously to meet his puzzled gaze. "Senior Lu, this is Senior Su's brother," Suhan explained. "I know," Lubin replied. "But you were just saying something about." He had vaguely caught phrases like waiting for you and holding hands. Tang Shiying smiled slightly. "He is my boyfriend." "Suhan," she exclaimed, extending her hand to take Suhan's. This caught the young boy off guard, causing him to shyly lower his head. Lubin looked at Tang Shiying in disbelief. Wasn't she the universally acknowledged goddess of elegance? He then turned his gaze to Suhan, and everything suddenly seemed to make sense. "How long has this been going on?" he asked. "For quite some time now," Tang Shiying answered earnestly, showing no intention of evading the question. "It seems I must put in more effort," Lubin remarked with a smile as he looked at the two. "Shall we be on our way then?" Tang Shiying and Suhan leaned against each other, hand in hand, as they departed. Witnessing their retreating figures, Lubin found that his previously ravenous appetite suddenly vanished. He was inexplicably fed a morsel of dog food. The key point was that this revelation was rather substantial. It dawned on him that their relationship could be classified as a teacher-student romance. His little junior sister, who had remained silent until now, had unexpectedly made a remarkable impression. Upon returning to his office, he settled onto the sofa and took out his phone, finally mustering the courage to dial a number. After a prolonged ring, a groggy voice answered. "You better have something important to say. Will you be coming back together?" Lubin's tone softened considerably. He remained still, patiently awaiting a response. No answer. Did she hang up? A few seconds later, the call ended. Meanwhile, Su Rulin tossed her phone aside and continued her deep slumber. Her mentor was returning to the country, leaving her overwhelmed with a multitude of tasks that required her attention. If all went well, she might even be able to return home for the new year. Lubin casually slipped the disconnected phone into his pocket and exited the office, confident in his ability to manage anyone. Yet, this particular one had him thoroughly ensnared. Every creature has its match, and this was no exception. Suhan and Tang Shiying emerged from the school gates, heading towards the supermarket. He had only one class that morning, leaving the rest of his day open for leisurely pursuits. "Sister, shall we go on a date?" "A date?" Tang Shiying raised her head expressionlessly. Wasn't this already a date? She felt that simply being together constituted a date, and seeing the little fellow brought her immense joy. "Tang Shiying, do you want to go on a date with little Su?" Suhan gazed with clear eyes at the beautiful sister before him. Tang Shiying halted, turning to face him, her eyes glimmering with warmth. "I would love to go on a date with little Su. So, when shall it be?" "Right now?" Suhan replied without a moment's hesitation, as if fearing she might change her mind the next second. "What shall we do?" Tang Shiying was uncertain. She had no idea what other couples typically did on dates. So she tossed the question back to him. "We'll do what other couples do." Suhan decided to lead Tang Shiying in engaging in those seemingly cliché activities that everyone else did. The same experiences, when shared by different individuals, would naturally yield distinct sensations. "All right, we shall follow little Su's lead." Tang Shiying smiled gently. A date, after all, should embody the essence of a date. Though it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, the sense of occasion could not be overlooked. The two stood at the entrance of the supermarket, then turned back to change their clothes. On his way rushing back to the dormitory, Suhan had already messaged his roommate. Hairdryer and styling wax were at the ready. As soon as he entered the dorm, he was treated to a comprehensive grooming session. Lin Jinghao transformed into a master stylist, crafting an almost flawless look for him. Such talent, if not honed at a prestigious institution, would surely be a missed opportunity. Su-Han selected an outfit that perfectly suited her. After receiving unanimous approval from her roommates, she contentedly admired herself in the mirror before hastily making her way to the teacher's dormitory. It was imperative to run on her way to meet you, for her eagerness to see you was palpable. Standing at the entrance of room 1101, Su-Han took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a breathtaking figure before her. Clad in a leather skirt paired with knee-high boots, a glimpse of her fair skin was visible in between, showcasing her long legs in all their glory. On her upper body, she wore a black turtleneck sweater, elegantly draped with a khaki coat. Su-Han was momentarily entranced, utterly captivated by her beauty. Is it lovely? Tang Shiying felt a flush creep to her cheeks under the gaze of the young one. Absolutely stunning. Too stunning, Su-Han exclaimed. Aren't you cold? Chapter 93. I crave fish. Su-Han pointed to the skin on his thigh. Although he relished the sight, nearly salivating, he felt that his sister would surely feel cold dressed like this. This was the magic of bare legs. Upon hearing Tang Shiying's words, the little one reached out to touch, confirming it was indeed clothing. Embarrassed? He had thought she wasn't wearing anything at all. Su-Han looked at her with wide eyes and, feeling somewhat bashful, suggested, would you like to change into a pair of trousers? Tang Shiying paused momentarily. Is it not attractive? As she spoke, she lowered her gaze to her long legs, feeling that the outfit suited her well. It was indeed stunning, and she didn't want others to see. Su-Han scratched his head, lowering his gaze. A pair of jeans would look nice too. His tone carried a hint of negotiation, almost a plea. After a brief moment, he glanced back at Tang Shiying. If you don't like it, this is fine as well. Tang Shiying blinked her large eyes and smiled at him. All right, I'll go change. She was not upset. Instead, she felt an inexplicable joy. This little one was a tad possessive. He could look, but did not want others to. Such a stingy boy. As she turned to walk toward the bedroom, she paused at the door and looked back at Su-Han. I think your suggestion is excellent. Su-Han observed her enter the room, not displaying any signs of anger, and he sighed in relief. Remembering his sister's gentle gaze earlier, he broke into a silly grin. The little one indeed had a certain possessiveness over what belonged to him. Tang Shiying soon emerged, donning a stylish pair of jeans. Sister, you look beautiful in anything. Su-Han unabashedly praised, reaching for the bag in her hand. His words were not mere flattery, but a truthful observation. Tang Shiying was naturally beautiful, her figure nearly perfect, garnering many glances as she walked down the street, especially after a touch of makeup. Tang Shiying stepped out of the room first, pressed the elevator button, and waited for the little one to lock the door. How could she not be delighted to receive compliments from a boy she liked? The little one's words were becoming increasingly sweet. Descending the stairs side by side, they waited outside the community for a while until a car pulled up beside them. Su-Han chose a more distant location this time, free from the worry of encountering classmates. He could hold Tang Shiying's hand the entire way. Sister, let us go eat first. All right, I'll follow your lead. Tang Shiying allowed the little one to grasp her hand as they walked forward. Do you listen to me in everything? Absolutely. Su-Han flashed a mischievous grin. His sister was becoming ever more adorable, shedding her initially cold demeanor. Sister, I want to eat fish. Okay, then let us have sauerkraut fish. Tang Shiying reached into her bag for a hair tie, preparing to tie up her flowing hair. I'll do it. Su-Han rolled up his sleeves as if preparing for battle. You can tie hair? Tang Shiying's fingers halted midair, gazing at the little one in surprise, as if he were ready to engage in a fierce duel with her hair. Her feelings were not mistaken. The little one indeed lacked the skill to braid hair, but he simply wished to assist his sister. Su-Han, realizing this, smiled sheepishly and said, I can't do it. You should do it. You do it. Tang Shiying replied, placing the hair tie into the little one's palm. Having never had a boy help her with her hair before, she thought it wouldn't hurt to give it a try, regardless of the outcome. What mattered was that Su-Han was the one doing it for her. Standing beside Tang Shiying with the hair tie in hand, Su-Han awkwardly gathered her silky strands, the scent of shampoo wafting pleasantly in the air. He was careful not to hurt his seated sister, clumsily but cautiously securing the hair tie at the top. Tang Shiying sat quietly, relishing the sensation of fingers weaving through her hair. It seemed to come alive, dancing at the tips of the little one's fingers, captivated by their delicacy. The waiter brought the dishes to their table, wearing an expression of envy. Not only was the boy handsome, But he was also thoughtful enough to help a girl with her hair. No wonder he had found such a beautiful girlfriend. It was heartwarming. A young woman seated 2 tables away watched them for a long while, her gaze predominantly resting on Tang Shiying. It seemed that she, too, had a fondness for charming girls, particularly drawn to Tang Shiying's captivating, cool demeanor. Su-han was dissatisfied with his handiwork, making several adjustments that still felt inadequate. Ultimately, it was only at Tang Shiying's gentle prompting that he made a slight improvement. She gave her hair a subtle shake, indicating her satisfaction. With a few more attempts, you'll master it. Upon hearing this, Su-han nodded, then sat down to begin his meal. He was not particularly fond of fish, especially those with bones. So he chose a dish with fewer spines. After finishing their meal, Su-han took Tang Shiying's hand and led her directly to the arcade downstairs. After exchanging for game tokens at the front desk, he held the red box filled with coins in one hand while holding Tang Shiying's hand with the other. It was not a holiday, so the place was not overly crowded. The loud metal music resonated at a moderate volume. Which one do you want to play? Tang Shiying asked, surveying the array of machines, unsure where to begin. Having only passed by before, she had never played any games. Su-han squeezed her hand, providing her with a sense of security. How about the claw machine? He suggested, leading them to a machine filled with various plush toys. Su-han withdrew 2 tokens and inserted them into the machine, the accompanying sound ringing out. He guided Tang Shiying's hand to the joystick, gently maneuvering the soft mechanical claw. Press this button, and you can grab it, he whispered. Tang Shiying pressed the yellow button, and the claw descended to grasp a plush toy, slowly lifting it upward. Just as success seemed imminent, the claw faltered, and the toy tumbled to the other side. Challenge failed, Su-han said, attempting to comfort her. Though he was reassuring himself as well. He had never successfully grabbed a toy from the claw machine. It was typical for him to fail, and succeeding was the rarity. This indeed ignited Tang Shiying's competitive spirit. She stood before the claw machine, her expression cool and contemplative. It was not until she grasped the joystick once more that the mechanical arm began to swing back and forth. Tang Shiying seized the moment with decisiveness. Pressing the button with resolve, the arm descended slowly, clutching the plush toy by its midsection. Gradually, the white plush was lifted, revealing its adorable smile. Tang Shiying's gaze remained fixed, her body motionless, until the toy finally landed at the outlet. Only then did a look of triumph spread across her face. Beside her, Su-han watched with a cheerful grin, marveling at the impressive prowess of the beautiful sister. How fortunate the man who wins her heart would be. Indeed, that man was himself. Su-han crouched down, retrieved the plush toy from the outlet, and presented it to Tang Shiying, transforming into her little admirer. Sister, you are truly amazing. Chapter 94. It's your girlfriend, let us go. Tang Shiying reached out to touch the fluffy little doll, before turning to walk away. Not going to catch any more? Su-han inquired softly. If I catch too many, it won't be fun anymore. Let's play something else, Tang Shiying replied, naturally taking Su-han's hand in hers. She was not a greedy person. In games, she believed in savoring what she desired. Just like love, one little companion was sufficient. There's dancing I don't want to. Do you remember the reward you promised me? Su-han pointed towards a mini karaoke room tucked in the corner. It was a place for singing, akin to a miniature KTV. Of course. Let's go now? Su-han pulled Tang Shiying into an unoccupied karaoke room. The soundproofing was excellent, creating a stark contrast to the overwhelming noise outside. A mere wall separated 2 worlds, one of serene intimacy exclusively for the 2 of them. What do you want to listen to? Tang Shiying picked up the microphone to test it, her bright eyes reflecting the eager figure of the little companion. I like everything you sing. In the confined space, lights of varying colors danced across their faces. At that moment, this realm belonged solely to them, undisturbed by anyone else. After a moment of serious contemplation, Tang Shiying tapped the screen twice, selecting Sun Yanzi's encounter. Su-han gazed at her intently. The memory of their duet at the freshman gala vivid in his mind. Back then, he could never have imagined he would one day confidently hold the hand of such a beautiful sister. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Tang Shiying inexplicably grew a tad nervous. She had never feared singing, yet in such a small space, locking eyes with him felt slightly embarrassing. As the music began, the familiar prelude flowed gently into their ears. I hear the departure of winter. I awaken in some year, some month. I think I wait, I hope. Yet the future cannot be arranged. Who will I encounter? What dialogues will unfold? The person I am waiting for is so far in the future. Tang Shiying's voice was soft and unique, each note etching itself into Su-han's heart. They exchanged a glance, then averted their eyes. Each person harbors a song that belongs to shared memories. As the melody played, past moments surfaced in their minds. Fortuitously, we meet again. Suhan's gaze returned to the beautiful sister. This song was uniquely his, even more enchanting than the original. Her moist, delicate lips slightly parted, each smile and frown enveloping him in a trance. Until the song concluded, Suhan remained lost in the gentle melody. Tang Shiying turned her chair to meet his warm gaze. Did you enjoy it? Yes, I did. Did you like it? Or did you find it beautiful? Delightfully pleasing. Tang Shiying let out a light hum. I'll let you off this time for your charming words. Exiting the arcade, a miniature train carrying children passed by. Its cheerful theme song from Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf captivating the attention of numerous youngsters. Parents, willing to part with 20 yuan, eagerly permitted their little ones to enjoy a ride. We decided to join in the fun. Before Tang Shiying could fully grasp the situation, Suhan had already pulled her onto the train, settling into the last carriage. Is this solely for children? Who declared that adults cannot indulge in sweets? Thus, two grown friends trailed behind a throng of children, circling the mall. As they departed, the sky had darkened outside. Upon returning to the teacher's apartment via taxi, their afternoon escapade came to a close. According to Suhan's plans, they still had many activities yet to undertake. However, there would always be a next time. Did you enjoy today? Tang Shiying replied with a simple yes. She felt that the events of the day had been more fulfilling and enjoyable than any she had previously experienced. Standing beneath the apartment building, watching Tang Shiying prepare to leave, Suhan opened his mouth, as if to say something. Why does it feel like such a long separation, when it is merely for one night? His hesitant reflection was clearly visible on the glass of the entrance, catching Tang Shiying's eye. Does this little one have something to express? She slowed her pace, deliberately waiting for him to call out to her. If you don't stop me, I shall leave. That clumsy voice broke the silence. Tang Shiying immediately turned to face him. What is it? Noticing he remained still, she added, if you don't hug me, I will really go. With that, a smile brightened her previously cold expression. Suhan's face flushed crimson as he reached out to encircle her waist, gently embracing her before quickly releasing his hold, as if he were a gardener reluctant to touch the most sacred of blossoms. Fearing that a firm grip would shatter her delicate beauty, Tang Shiying blinked at him, her long eyelashes distinct and graceful. I am your girlfriend, she said softly, her tone sweet. The aloof and dignified goddess now revealed a girlish side. Yes, you are my treasure, Suhan murmured, his ears aflame. Who knows how much strength it took him to utter those words. Hearing him call her treasure made Tang Shiying's cheeks warm. The endearment felt so intimate that she struggled to accept it. In novels, when boys refer to girls as treasure, it merely consists of two cold characters. Perhaps a bit cheesy. Yet, hearing this little one say it made her heart swell with sweetness, akin to a torrential rain nourishing the parched soil of her heart, awakening the seeds buried deep within. The elderly couple strolling downstairs glanced at the affectionate pair and quickly turned away. When would their own son bring home such a beautiful daughter-in-law? No, they must call and give him a piece of their mind. Unbeknownst to them, their actions would soon subject someone to the torment of marriage pressure. You should head back, Tang Shiying gently reminded. The little one is so gentle that if she lingers any longer, she may very well melt away. Suhan took a step back, stating, I will only return once I see you enter. It was only after watching Tang Shiying board the elevator that he exited the faculty apartment and made his way back to the dormitory. Suhan hummed a cheerful tune as he returned, his expression radiating sweetness and happiness. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the equally excited Wang Ziheng. What clandestine activities are you two up to? Zhao Leffen interjected, standing between them with wide eyes, eager to discern the nature of their connection. None, they replied in unison, showcasing an unprecedented level of harmony. However, Wang Ziheng added, I might be single again soon, a statement that struck Zhao Leffen like a bolt from the blue, leaving him feeling more distressed than if he had consumed something foul. The crucial part was the word again. How presumptuous. All the fish he had hoped to catch over the past 6 months had swum away without a trace. Chapter 95. The eve of the lecture Saturday. The 4 residents of dormitory 520 were preparing to attend a lecture. Upon rising in the morning, they began their arrangements. After all, this gathering involved students not only from their own institution, but also from various other schools. While one might frequently voice grievances about their own university, it was imperative to uphold its reputation in the presence of outsiders. No one could speak ill of it, nor could they leave a negative impression. Should they receive commendations, they would proudly attribute them to their university, but any misstep would be conveniently blamed on neighboring institutions. In the realm beyond campus, one's identity is determined by their own choices. As they stood at the school gates, they realized they had underestimated the enthusiasm of their peers. For university students, rising for an 8 a.m. class was already a challenge, yet here they were, brimming with excitement for a Saturday outing. The taxis waiting outside were simply insufficient, with throngs of people queued for a ride. The four of them took turns hailing rides through various apps, yet after a considerable wait, no one accepted their requests. What was going on today? Had the usual drivers disappeared? Zhao Leffen looked speechlessly at the entrance of the school. The area designated for taxis, which should have been lined with vehicles, was utterly barren. The four dormitory mates, along with Yu Xiaowen, required 2 taxis, yet not a single one was available. Green transportation. Lin Jinghao pointed towards a nearby bus stop, which was equally crowded. The bus was nearly overflowing with passengers. Just as they were about to resign themselves to waiting indefinitely, a black 7-seater SUV emerged from the campus and halted before Su Han. The window descended, revealing the amiable visage of Lu Bin, while the others did not recognize him. Su Han immediately identified his teacher. "Teacher Lu, are you attending the lecture?" Lu Bin inquired with a friendly smile. Upon receiving a nod from Su Han, he continued. "Having trouble hailing a cab?" "Yes, there are far too many people traveling today," Su Han replied with a smile, candidly acknowledging the situation. Lu Bin scanned the other students accompanying Su Han and asked, "Are you all together? Then hop in. I'm headed to the Haicheng Hotel as well." Upon hearing this, the group felt as though they had found a savior. However, they did not rush into the vehicle but instead turned their gaze towards Su Han. Uncertain about their relationship with the teacher and awaiting his cue, Su Han returned their glance, and seeing no objections, he readily agreed. "Thank you. Everyone, please get in." With that, Lu Bin gestured for them to enter the vehicle. Su Han allowed his roommates to board first. However, just as he was about to follow, Lu Bin stopped him. "You can't sit in this one." "Huh?" Su Han awkwardly scratched his head, retracting the foot that had just stepped into the car. His roommates, already seated, looked equally puzzled. What was happening? There was enough space for him. "You need to go in that car behind," Lu Bin instructed again. Confused, Su Han turned to look. A red sedan was parked directly behind the SUV. Upon seeing him turn, Jiang Yanan in the driver's seat cheerfully waved at him. "Junior." The others in the car also turned to acknowledge Su Han. They were just engrossed in their greetings, oblivious to the vehicle behind them. Teacher Tang was inside the car. Lu Bin beamed at Su Han, resembling a matchmaker from ancient tales. Lin Jinghao and his companions instantly understood, mercilessly shutting the car door, leaving a bewildered Su Han behind. Those who had just a moment ago felt pity for him now had no inclination to see him at all. Upon hearing that the beautiful sister was in the car, Su Han gratefully acknowledged Lu Bin and proceeded towards the rear door. Tang Shiying was seated in the front passenger seat. Upon noticing the little one opening the rear door, she stepped out and joined him in the back. Tang Shiying was dressed in a sharp business suit today, a crisp white shirt paired with a tailored black blazer, complemented by sleek black trousers and polished high heels. The ensemble epitomized the image of a powerful woman in the workplace. Su Han, taken aback by her appearance, stared in astonishment. Her figure, adorned in such attire, was the quintessence of an elegant seductress. "Isn't it beautiful?" Tang Shiying inquired softly, noticing his slightly parted lips. "Stunning. Absolutely breathtaking," Su Han replied. Hearing this, a faint smile graced Tang Shiying's lips, her eyes shimmering with satisfaction. Such a response left the young boy in a daze. Imagine if she had donned a dress and stockings. However, she wouldn't wear that out in public. Nonetheless, she could certainly dress for his eyes alone. Jiang Yanan observed the pair through the rearview mirror, her face lit with a smile. The aloof goddess of the school was now sitting next to a boy, transforming into a girl seeking compliments. "Ah, love. It is indeed a mysterious thing." The vehicle driven by Lu Bin began to glide forward. Jiang Yanan, noticing this, quickly followed suit. Why did it suddenly feel like she was playing the role of a chauffeur? A glance in the rearview mirror revealed the two in the back nestled together. Tang Shiying rested her head gently on Su Han's shoulder, lazily closing her eyes. Su Han gazed at her exquisite features, cautiously wrapping an arm around her shoulders, leaning his face against her head. His movements were deliberate, careful not to cause her any discomfort. The journey from the school to Haicheng Hotel would take approximately 30 minutes without traffic. The seminar was scheduled to span the entire day, divided into morning and afternoon sessions, from 9 to 11 in the morning and from 2 to 5 in the afternoon. Jiang Yanan, driving intently, felt her teeth nearly grinding from the sweetness of the scene. She had no desire to partake in this sugary display. Was it merely a romantic relationship? What was so remarkable about it? She too wanted to date like Tang Shiying. She had her share of admirers, all of whom she had turned down. Moreover, her university years had been consumed by her studies, leaving her little interest in matters of the heart. Now that she found herself with some free time, perhaps she could consider it. Yet, such things don't simply manifest by mere desire. Reflecting on this, she cast another glance at the couple in the back. Encountering someone truly in love is indeed a rare occurrence. Just as Tang's meeting with her junior was likely the product of years of waiting. I have remained single for many years, patiently awaiting the arrival of the best version of you. The vehicle traversed the road for nearly 40 minutes before gradually entering the parking lot of the Haicheng Hotel. There is a designated parking area for attendees of the lecture. Under the guidance of the attendant, Jiang Yanan brought the car to a halt. Glancing back, she noticed Tang Shiying resting her head on the lap of a junior. Sound asleep, Su-Han lowered his gaze towards the lovely sister before him, his eyes captivated by her rosy cheeks. This was the first time he had observed his sister's face from such proximity. It was fair, smooth, and even revealed the delicate downy hair. Unable to resist, he gently prodded her with a fingertip. It was soft and yielded momentarily before springing back. Jiang Yanan, witnessing Tang Shiying's endearing appearance, took out her phone to accurately capture this beautiful moment. One could only imagine the stir it would create if shared on the school's confession wall, though she had no intention of doing so. Upon seeing Lu Bin and his companions approaching, Jiang Yanan was the first to open the door and exit the vehicle.